Yo, what's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. Konoha. Daimyo wants to become Hokage. 1BH. 1. I am the great name of the fire country. Going to do 5th Hokage. 1 update. The Kingdom of Fire, Daimyo Mansion. Shihuan Lanye was a little confused just now, because he didn't travel through the soul but through the body, so he didn't have any memories to inherit. Fortunately, the previous daimyo suddenly died. Suddenly, and because he was young and had no children, Shihuan Lanye succeeded him as daimyo in order to stabilize the Fire Nation. If I hadn't majored in Japanese in a small language before, wouldn't it be cheating if I just fed you? And it turns out that the daimyo didn't live until after the 4th Ninja War. Why did he die suddenly? System, is it your fault? Yes, as a time traveler, Lanye of course has a system close to him, a god-level selection system. It was activated when he first inherited his name. Ding, it is detected that the host is faced with a choice, and the god-level selection system is started. Please make the following choices. Choice 1. Play the useless role with peace of mind, and be rewarded with Xuanwu Turtle Shell Remnant, ×1. Choice 2. Work hard to govern and strengthen the Fire Nation, and be rewarded with Wu Suicide Note Complete, ×1. Choice 3. Become the 5th Hokage of Konoha, and reward 12 Talisman Complete, ×1. Does this need to be chosen? Although he has a great reputation, becoming a Hokage is a bit of a loss. It's just like Qin Shi trying to grab the position of his general. But after finally coming to the Hokage world, if we don't change the plot, we will become a non-existent daimyo here. How painful is it to manage farming in the Fire Nation? What a joke. Must choose 3. As for the 12 talismans that can lead to immortality, there is no temptation for him at all. Right. That's it. System, I choose 3. The selection is successful and the reward, 12 talisman complete, has been distributed. 12 talisman complete. The stronger the user's own power, the stronger the power of the spell will be. It's distributed directly, Lanye said in surprise. Then what if I don't finish it? Reward withdrawal, No more, no punishment or anything, punishment mode is loading, stop, I don't want it, go away, punishment mode has been interrupted from loading, please tell me if you need to load it. No, never, Lanye said firmly, joke, you can get rewards for free in advance, and if you fail the mission, you only get the rewards without any punishment. Isn't this nice? Compared with those beauties who are easily obliterated and whose pee is a few centimeters shorter, this, god-level selection system, is simply a breath of fresh air. Lanye looked at the backpack that came with the system. There was a pile of spell patterns in the first compartment. He tried to extract. The pile of talismans immediately appeared in his hands, which were the 12 talismans with the theme of the 12 zodiac signs. It includes combat, treatment, assistance, peeping, immortality and other fields. As long as you get a little familiar with it, Lanye also has the ability to protect himself in this crisis-ridden world. That is, these 12 talismans are a bit too much. They are easy to throw away. It would be nice if they could be integrated into the body like the Holy Lord. This thought just came up. The 12 talismans quietly blended into the palm of his hand, and 12 arms-like energy appeared in his body. This hollow-down pointing triangle, wonderful. Subsequently, he simply adapted to the ability to cast 12 spells. Snake Talisman Invisibility. His figure immediately disappeared into a light blue outline, which only he could see. He had already disappeared in the eyes of outsiders. What a voyeuristic, lurking artifact. Chicken spell floating. It's like losing the constraints of gravity in space, and he can swim at will according to his ideas or emit beams to control other objects. The dynamics of the same thoughts are quite similar. The only drawback is that it flies a bit slowly and is no different from a living target in the air. However, when combined with the invisibility of the snake charm and the extreme speed of the rabbit charm, there are no such problems. Pig Talisman Electric Eye. Blue arcs of electricity appeared in Lanye's eyes. In the blink of an eye, the electricity was accumulated and shot towards the table where his eyes were locked. It was directly electrocuted into coke and scattered on the ground, and then the sound of the arc was heard. Suddenly there was a loud shout outside the door, and then a black figure broke into the door, looking around the room with sharp eyes, and finally focused on the charcoal on the ground. This person is the Kazuma, who protects the 12 ninjas, and is also the leader of the radical faction. He believes that there is no need for the Hokage to exist, and that the real power of the ninja should be controlled by the daimyo of the Land of Fire. He is a loyal man. No, not noticing the invisible Lanye, Kazuma's expression changed drastically, and he was about to set off to call the other 12 guardian ninjas. Lanye appeared in time and was about to speak. However, Kazuma turned around first and threw out the Japanese-style tin staff, turning it into a chain whip and attacking Lanye. But then, he was obviously shocked when he saw it was Lanye. He didn't care whether it was transformation technique in disguise, and quickly shifted the target of the chain whip to hit the floor instead. Snapped. A small groove was created on the wooden floor by the chain whip, which showed the power of his blow. Kazuma, on the other hand, stared at Lanye in surprise. The newly succeeded daimyo, is it a ninja? Lanye also understood what Kazuma was suspecting, and said casually, why, don't you think I should be a ninja? I don't dare. Kazuma half knelt on the ground and bowed his head. The Fire Nation is truly a high official level that crushes people to death. Unexpectedly, even Senju Hashirama, the god of the ninja world for a generation, only cooperated with the Land of Fire after he founded Konoha Village, and automatically lowered his profile and was inferior to the daimyo. Back to reality, Lier nodded and said, "You have always firmly believed that the Hokage should not exist. Let me ask you, do you still think so now?" Kazuma was shocked. He speculated uneasily in his heart, wondering what the newly succeeded daimyo was thinking. He can only uphold his true feelings. The Hokage should not exist. Konoha Village should be handed over to the management of the daimyo so that it can play its greatest role. If Konoha Village was under the rule of the previous daimyo, how could it happen? Well, what happened? Keep talking, Lier asked curiously. Kazuma hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, "If Senju Hashirama hadn't directly unified Sengoku with the kindness of a woman, where would there be the current war? And stupidly distributed tailed beasts. This is not indirectly increasing the strength of the enemy country, it is completely considered treason. The State Council has acted." Oh, unexpectedly, Kazuma is also a visionary, knowing that ideal peace can only be realized in great unification. Very nice. Lier nodded with satisfaction and said, "Let me ask you, if I prepare to besiege Konoha, which of the 12 guardian ninjas will be able to obey my orders?" Kazuma was shocked when he heard this. Is the new daimyo so courageous? Directly encircle Konoha Village. Let's not talk about success or failure. Without the deterrence of Konoha Village alone, the wealthy Fire Nation would probably become fat in the eyes of the other 4 major nations. Kazuma bravely looked up at Lier, confirming that the latter's serious look was not a joke. He was the first to answer. Bu Feng, Fu Fu, and Bu Yuan were trained by my subordinates. I will definitely be loyal to you and my subordinates. It's hard to say who Bei Yin, Nanzhen, Nishidu, and Dong Yu of Dilu and Lightning Style are. As for Sarutobi Shinosuke, he returned to Konoha with Sarutobi Rikai and Sarutobi Hiyori, and the new replacement has not been sent yet. In other words, only 4 can be used. Lier didn't believe in evil and asked, apart from the 12 guardian ninja warriors, didn't the previous daimyo train any other team members? No, Kazuma shook his head decisively. The former daimyo seems to be very sure that Konoha Village will protect him, so pinning his life on the loyalty of the Konoha Hokage, the last daimyo was really sudden death, is not unfair. So now comes the question. The only 12 guardian ninjas at hand who can be commanded, 3 vacancies in Konoha, and the high probability of the 5 neutral factions defecting to the Hokage side, leaving only Kazuma and 4 elite jonin available. How does this make him a Hokage? He doesn't believe it. As long as he gives the order, Sarutobi Hiruzen can obediently hand over the position of Hokage. Ding. It is detected that the host is faced with a choice, and the god-level selection system is started. Please make the following choices. 2. Time travel. Send troops to Konoha. 2 updates. Ding. It is detected that the host is faced with a choice, and the god-level selection system is started. Please make the following choices. Option 1. Order Sarutobi Hiruzen to hand over the position of Hokage, and reward, Dream Pillow, ×1. Option 2. Send Kazuma to Konoha to assassinate Hokage, and reward, Dream Control, ×1. Choice 3. Gather the army of the Kingdom of Fire to conquer the people with virtue, reward, Time Rewind, ×1. Okay, choice 1 implies that Lier is dreaming, and choice 2 implies that he has everything in his dreams. Is there any need to hesitate? Of course you convince people with virtue. 33,333. The selection is successful and the reward, Countdown to Death, has been distributed. Time Rewind, automatically triggered when encountering death damage, time goes back 10 seconds. Lier. Filled circle. Oh, filled circle. I'm so excited, this is the time to look back. From then on, besides dying of old age, he will have no other possibility. Accident, non-existent, and die of old age. Understand the dog talisman, immortality and have unlimited lifespan. Then I'm not immortal. The system is awesome. Lier smiled with satisfaction and said, Kazuma, you take Fu Feng, Fu Fu, and Fu Yuan, and escort the 4 people of Dilu and Lightning Style to the Temple of Fire. Then let the Admiral Army mobilize all the troops in the capital. Send troops to Konoha. Kazuma was shocked. Daimyo, are you serious? He couldn't help but persuade. No, Daimyo. If we use the army to destroy Konoha, there will be heavy casualties. Not to mention the other 4 major countries, even the small neighboring countries may have too. Daimyo, think twice. How about that? Let my subordinates assassinate the 3rd Hokage. Stop, stop, stop. Who said Konoha is going to be wiped out? Lier frowned and said, just do as I say, you don't need to know the rest. This obeys your order. After all, he was just a thug. Seeing that Kazuma couldn't persuade Lier, he had no choice but to execute it. Quickly, 3 days after Lier became familiar with the 12 talismans, the 200,000 troops were assembled and marched towards Konoha without any cover-up. Certainly, no one knew that this army was going to besiege Konoha. Konoha Village, Hokage Office. 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen is showing love to Hyuga Hiyashi, using the excuse for the village to ask Hyuga Hiyashi to give 1 life for 1 life to the Cloud Shinobi Village Jonin who went to kidnap Hyuga Hinata but was shot to death by his old father. Anbu suddenly entered the office, making Hiruzen frown. Breaking in at this time. I'm afraid it's not good news. Could it be that people from Cloud Shinobi Village went to cause trouble in front of the Hyuga family? Thinking like this, Hiruzen took the information bamboo tube handed over by Anbu, checked that the seal on it was not damaged, and then removed the seal and took out the note to check. Then the frown deepened. What does this newly succeeded Fire Nation daimyo want to do with his army? But he didn't take it too seriously. I just thought it was the new daimyo's first ignition after taking office, and he wanted to find a nearby small country to attack and gain a sense of presence. After pondering for a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked up at Hyuga Heihachi and said in a deep voice, "Today's village really can't bear the war anymore. For the sake of the village, I hope you can make the right decision as soon as possible." The existence of Branch House, just for this moment. Hyuga Heihachi's face was warm and angry, but he neither dared to get angry nor could he refute. "I still have some important things to deal with here. You go ahead and give me an answer before the Cloud Shinobi village envoy leaves tomorrow at the latest." Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a sure chance of victory. Hyuga Heihachi left Hokage's office without saying a word. "Someone is coming. Brush." And Anbu appeared in front of the desk, half kneeling on the ground and waiting. "Go and call Shinosuke." "Yes." Anbu leaves using the body flicker technique again. Sarutobi Hiruzen lit his pipe leisurely, puffed on the cigarette and used the telescope technique. He looked at the 6-year-old Uzumaki Naruto who was isolated in the ninja school and nodded with satisfaction. "After I finish dealing with the troubles in Cloud Shinobi Village later, I will go and develop a relationship with this Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Only the indifference of others can better set off his kindness. Don't blame me, Minato, this is all to protect Naruto Nine-Tails Jinchuriki's identity." Immediately, Sarutobi Hiruzen changed his goal and came to the female hot spring bath of a certain Sento. Oh, today it's lemon soup. The needle doesn't stick, it's so big, so round. After admiring art for a few minutes, there was a knock on the office door, and Sarutobi Hiruzen dispersed from the telescope technique, without leaving a trace and put on a positive face. "Enter." Sarutobi pushed the door open and said, "Father, did you call me?" "Call me Hokage or third generation here," Sarutobi Hiruzen said seriously. "Well, it doesn't matter, the next Hokage is mine anyway." Shinosuke said matter-of-factly, "Father, I just came back, and Konohamaru was very attached to me." "Konohamaru." Sarutobi Hiruzen relaxed and smiled kindly. "Don't blame me for letting you and your wife go to the daimyo. Protecting the 12 ninjas is a good resume. This time you come back and take over as Minister Anbu. As long as there is no war, you will be the most suitable Hokage candidate when I retire." "I understand, Father." Shinosuke nodded. "Well, take a look at this information." Sarutobi Hiruzen handed over the information note. Shinosuke took it and looked at it, frowning slightly. This new daimyo is the nephew of the original daimyo. He has always been very low-key. Maybe he suddenly gained power and became inflated. He is going to attack a small country to increase his reputation among the people. Sarutobi Shinosuke guessed. "Well, I think so too." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. "Compared to these boring things, Father, over there at Cloud Shinobi Village. For the sake of the village, Hyuga Heihachi will definitely know how to do it." Sarutobi Hiruzen said confidently. "That's good. Since you trust the daimyo and want to improve your reputation, let that boy Asuma go there so that he can understand what jade is. You choose 2 jonin from the clan who have a good relationship with that boy and go with them to protect him." Sarutobi Hiruzen ordered. "Okay, Father." "Hey, Asuma, if only you were sensible and wouldn't let me worry so much." "Father, it is precisely because you think so that Odudu is so rebellious." "Hey, go ahead." "Yes." Sarutobi Shinosuke quickly left the Hokage office, leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen smoking his pipe and worrying about Asuma's educational failure. As for the information about the departure of the daimyo army, he made use of the waste as he lit his second pipe. A money bag is responsible for playing house. Even if you are a high-ranking daimyo, you are still attracted by me. 3. Assassinate the daimyo, Renegade Danzo. 3 updates. Because of Sarutobi Hiruzen's lack of attention, Lanye's 200,000 troops marched in a day's rush and successfully arrived 20 kilometers away from Konoha Village. Lanye couldn't believe how smooth it was. Is Konoha so vigilant? My army has almost surrounded him. No matter how stupid Sarutobi Hiruzen is, Anbu can't be derelict in his duties. So, don't you care about me? Lanye smiled. Sarutobi Hiruzen missed his only chance. This day comes. He didn't just sit there in a daze. The process of how to get Sarutobi Hiruzen to step down and himself to step up is clearly arranged. Just when the army was still 10 kilometers away from Konoha, they arrived at the valley of the end where Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara had their final battle. Kazuma suddenly appeared beside Lanye's carriage and said respectfully, "Daimyo, the second son of the Hokage, Sarutobi Asuma, came with 2 jonin from the Sarutobi family to report that they are newly sent by Konoha to protect the 12 ninja." Lanye listened to Ichiraku. Sarutobi Hiruzen really thinks of this as a safety point. After the eldest son and eldest daughter-in-law have finished gilding, he wants the second son to come. Isn't this giving him a handle? Tie them up and use the sealing technique to seal chakra. Lanye ordered. Yes, Kazuma had obviously expected it, and Lanye just ordered him to leave immediately. There was a little commotion in the distance, but it was quickly suppressed. Lanye didn't pay attention and continued to perfect his plan. At the other end, Asuma commanded the army to form a joint battle formation, surrounded the unsuspecting 3 Asumas, and then used Earth style to strengthen the nearby land, making Asuma and the others unable to escape, fly, and cannot dare to take action. Killing 10 or 100 soldiers is easy, but what happens after that? There are 200,000 troops here. Asuma could only mumble. Do you know who my father is? Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Kazuma, my brother said you were a radical. Are you pretending to pass on the daimyo's orders? You want to provoke a conflict between the Hokage and the daimyo. Kazuma sneered. Is your dad a Hokage? What we are here to do this time is Hokage. Ignoring Asuma at all, he let the soldiers come forward and tie him up. Surprisingly, that soldier is also an artist, and the tortoise shell binding is so neat. D-filled circle, Asuma was tied up, had his chakra sealed, and his mouth was gagged. Otherwise, he must have shouted something like, you know who my father is, again. The army continued to advance. Quickly, the army has already arrived 3 kilometers away from Konoha Village, splitting into 2 torrents and quickly besieging Konoha Village. Until then, Sarutobi Hiruzen was the one who finally realized something was wrong. You went to destroy small countries to gain reputation, but why did you surround Konoha Village? Immediately, Sarutobi Hiruzen's old but still keen political sense allowed him to smell something amiss. New daimyo, 200,000 troops, siege of Konoha Village. Could it be? Does this new daimyo have ideas for his Konoha Village? As soon as this thought came out, Sarutobi Hiruzen's first reaction was not about how to break the situation, but about his young son who had just been sent to report to the daimyo. Shinosuke. Shinosuke, wearing an Anbu costume and animal mask, appeared in an instant, bowed his head and said, Asuma set out an hour ago, and has not received any feedback so far, I'm afraid. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face twitched a few times. Without waiting for him to make more plans, the door to Hokage's office was pushed open violently, and 2 Konoha Village consultants, Shimura Danzo, the root leader, and Mitokado Homura and Udatane Kaharu from the administration department pushed in. Hiruzen, what are you going to do? Danzo's one eye flashed fiercely. The new daimyo seems to have some objections to Konoha. Sure enough, he still needs to get a new one. What's new? Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted. Don't mention that matter again. The daimyo is the master of a country, how can we manipulate it at will? Danzo sneered and said nothing more. Mitokado Homura and Udatane Kaharu looked at each other. Based on their understanding of this pair of accomplices, the sudden death of the daimyo this time is probably. There is a secret. However, Mitokado Homura and the 2 knew how to protect themselves and did not ask any more questions. Mitokado Homura said, we haven't received any news that the daimyo is coming. I'm afraid it's because of bad intentions this time. You can solve the trouble you caused yourself. After saying that, he and Udatane Kaharu stepped aside so that Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo could have a whisper. As 2 people from the administrative department, although it is said to be an organization that assists the Hokage in managing Konoha's government affairs, it actually serves as a bridge between the Fire Country and Konoha, conveying the Fire Country's instructions, receiving financial expenditures allocated to the village by the Fire Country, and also reporting the village to the daimyo. Some conditions and situations of. The latter one is of course a selective report. In the past, if the daimyo was planning to visit Konoha Village, he should inform them first. But look at today's battle. It's better not to get involved. Sarutobi Hiruzen also understood their personalities and ignored them. He stared at Danzo and shouted, I shouldn't have listened to you. Although the original daimyo was dissatisfied with me, he never expressed his intention to replace me. If you hadn't encouraged me, Danzo sneered inwardly, just because I don't have the idea to replace you, I have to find a way to kill him. Otherwise, how could Danzo become a Hokage? Seeing Danzo not speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen instead suppressed his anger and said calmly, if the daimyo really came here for that matter. Danzo, for the sake of the village, I can only make you suffer a little bit. Are you asking me to take the blame again? Danzo said dissatisfied. This time the crime is, let me take the blame. Do you think the daimyo will be punished as lightly as you were before? Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't speak again, just stared at Danzo silently. Danzo realized something was wrong. This guy actually wants him to. Rebel, tolerate. That's the only way. It can not only exonerate Sarutobi Hiruzen, but also give an explanation to the daimyo. But, wouldn't his Hokage dream be ruined? No, absolutely not. Danzo felt fierce in his heart and gritted his teeth. I will definitely not take the blame this time. Otherwise, I will reveal that it was you who hinted at me. Haha, the roots are affiliated with Anbu's, Anbu Training Department. I can assassinate the famous name without your Hokage's authorization. Shut up. Sarutobi Hiruzen yelled angrily. You did this, why are you taking the blame? Do you want me to declare a wanted order immediately? Danzo's teeth are about to break. He now wants to take off the bandage on his right eye and use Uchiha Shisui's Mangekyo to give Sarutobi Hiruzen a distinguished heavenly gods. But, judging from Sarutobi Hiruzen's vigilant posture, it's still unclear whether he can succeed. And, rather than controlling Sarutobi Hiruzen, the new daimyo is the source of trouble. After looking at each other for more than 10 seconds, the anger on Danzo's face suddenly disappeared, and he smiled sinisterly. Okay. Very good, Sarutobi Hiruzen, remember, you owe me today. I won't really send elites to hunt you down. Sarutobi Hiruzen moderated. When this storm is over, I will give you a different identity and come back. You will still be Konoha's huge root in the sun dark. Danzo smiled coldly, pressed the idea of using distinguished heavenly gods, turned around and left quickly. It's a pity that Uchiha Shisui's Mangekyo hadn't been obtained at that time, otherwise it would not have been an assassination but. I'll be back. This position of Hokage will belong to me, Shimura Danzo, sooner or later. Even if you use 4. Family gathering, immune to illusions, 4 more, forced Danzo away. Sarutobi Hiruzen then signed the wanted order, changed the time to yesterday, and prepared other relevant documents. It was with these freshly released documents that he hurriedly went to see the daimyo. To show sincerity, accompanying him were only his think tank Nara Shikaku, Mitokado Homura, and Udatame Kaharu. Konoha is already surrounded by 200,000 troops. If we don't take action quickly, there will be no way to end it. As for the new daimyo, is it because the previous daimyo was assassinated? This is impossible. If it weren't for the revenge of his uncle, would he have engaged in such a big battle? He must be here to settle the matter of assassination of the daimyo. Yes, Sarutobi Hiruzen first confirmed Danzo's crime, and said that he had settled with Danzo yesterday, but he escaped before he could issue a wanted order. It can be considered as a way to make up for the situation. What would Sarutobi Hiruzen think if he knew Lier was here for his Hokage position? Just out of Konoha Village, I happened to bump into Kazuma walking towards me. This man, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had learned about it from Shinosuke's intelligence and was the leader of the radical faction. His proud look confirmed Sarutobi Hiruzen's suspicion that the new daimyo was here for him. As Danzo said, as expected, the former daimyo who was assassinated by the root ninja was pinned directly on his head. You're here at the right time, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the daimyo has invited you. Kazuma said with a smile. Let's go. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his feet and started to leave. He has no time to pay attention to this clown now. The most important thing is to stabilize his name first. In no mood. Wait a minute. Kazuma stood there and said lazily. In addition to you, all the clan leaders of Konoha's big and small families will also go together. The heads of all families. Sarutobi Hiruzen repeated. Yes, the heads of all families. Kazuma smiled and said, as long as there are more than 10 people in the Jonin school, all families will come. Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart twitched. It seems that the new daimyo is not easy to deal with. He actually thought of this trick. Once the patriarchs of these large and small families arrive, Konoha high-level assassination of daimyo will inevitably be revealed, then Danzo will really never come back. Give him a different identity. Impossible. Whenever Danzo does something, he will definitely come into contact with people from these large and small families. By the time, how cruel. But what about Sarutobi Hiruzen? Facing the daimyo who is already a head shorter, he can only do what the daimyo wants now. He looked at Nara Shikaku and said, I will go to the clan leaders of Hyuga and Uchiha, and you will inform the others. Remember to tell them to be careful in their words and actions in front of the daimyo. What if Nara Shikaku issued a gag order? The situation is very bad now. If the conflict with Uchiha or Hyuga's current problems are exposed again, then no one can eat the good fruit. Kazuma didn't pay attention to Sarutobi Hiruzen's little actions, and turned around and left when the words came. Sarutobi Hiruzen stopped him and handed him the information on Danzo's rebellion. Please Kazuma Dono, please hand over these information to the daimyo. Konoha has never thought of betraying the Fire Country, but there are just a few rebellious ninjas who are making trouble. Kazuma, he calmly took the information. At the top was a wanted notice for a man in a bandage. He was actually an S-class traitor. But, who is this bandage man? Shimura Danzo, is there such a number one person in Konoha? Although very confused, but Kazuma didn't say much and turned around and left indifferently. After a simple check to confirm that there were no dangerous objects such as detonating charms, he handed it over to Lier and repeated Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. Lier was stunned when he saw that Danzo had become a rebel ninja. Are you sure it was Sarutobi Hiruzen who gave it to you? Lier asked in surprise. It is indeed the third Hokage who gave it to his subordinates. Kazuma said respectfully. This. Lier patiently flipped through the information, then shook his head with a smile. Sarutobi Hiruzen, seeing his army surrounding the village, was so frightened that he revealed his background as the former assassination daimyo. Even the King of Pots can't withstand this scapegoat, and I'm afraid he's already gone. This Konoha village is too big. If you use Earth style in any direction, Kazuma can't defend it alone. Understand the whole story. Lier is even more confident about unseating Sarutobi Hiruzen. The messenger from Cloud Shinobi village came to Konoha a few days ago. That incident should have happened a long time ago, so the Hiashi family can win over it. In deep thought, Sarutobi Hiruzen on the other end also summoned the clan heads of various large and small families and explained the gagging order, one by one. It was then that he led everyone to Lier's camp. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Nara Shikaku. Nara Shikaku felt helpless, but still touched Akamaiki Dingza, who immediately shouted angrily. The Konoha village third Hokage, together with the clan leaders of Konoha, asks to see the daimyo. This interrupted Lier's train of thought. He said casually, Kazuma, summon the Uchiha clan leader first, and keep the others 100 meters away. Yes, Kazuma responded and walked quickly outside the camp, only to bring Uchiha Fugaku in within 10 seconds. Sarutobi Hiruzen and others did not make any noise, and simply retreated 100 meters. This is the daimyo's status in the Land of Fire. Although Fugaku still had the arrogance of Uchiha, he knelt down in front of Lier, put his palms flat under his knees, and bowed deeply. Uchiha Fugaku, chief of the Uchiha clan, pays homage to the daimyo. The attitude is still very correct. Lier nodded and said, it is said that the Uchiha family is unruly. It seems that these rumors are spread by people with ulterior motives. Fugaku didn't respond and waited quietly for Lanier's next words. Lier smiled, quite tolerant. Watch me break your defense. Uchiha Fugaku, right, I heard that Uchiha Shisui, the genius of your clan, has been missing for a long time, right? Fugaku raised his head sharply and stared at Lier with piercing eyes. He was so frightened that he stopped in front of Lier. If Fugaku hadn't opened Sharingan, he would have almost misunderstood that Fugaku was going to use illusion to control Lier. Kazuma, back off, Lier scolded in a low voice. But, Uchiha's arrogance won't allow them to do such a thing, please step back. Lier said firmly, of course anything about trust is false. But he had confirmed with the system before that the restoration property of the horse talisman could protect him from all evil. As for illusion, Chakra's ability to interfere with others and create illusions. Immunity, yes, Lier is not afraid even if he looks into the eyes of Master Madara's 9 Magatama Rinnegan. 5. Conqueror Uchiha, Hokage's dirty stuff. 5 updates, Lanier's firm words of trust, what else could he say? He could only bow and step aside, but his eyes were fixed on Fugaku. But Fugaku was a little moved. In these days when they were suspected of being the culprit of the Nine-Tails Night, by the village's senior officials and were ostracized, trust was too hard for them. And the one who trusts him now is the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Thinking of this, Fugaku lowered his head again and said in a deep voice, please let me know, daimyo, why you mentioned Shisui. According to the information I obtained, Uchiha Shisui was killed by Shimura Danzo. Fugaku was still staring at the floor with his head down, but 3 Tomo Sharingan appeared in his eyes. Really, he knew it was the old guy who was behind it. How many geniuses in Konoha have been suppressed, forced to death, or forced away? At first, when Shisui became a rude member, he thought that this day would come. Only, Fugaku still underestimated Danzo's ambition. Lier continued. Uchiha Shisui also sought death on his own. He actually told Danzo that he had awakened Mangekyo, and his pupil technique is called Distinguished Heavenly Gods, which can change people's will without their knowledge. He thought that as long as he used Distinguished Heavenly Gods to control you and make Uchiha stop rebelling, he could live in peace with Murakusa. However, Danzo attacked him and took out his right eye. Do you think he is stupid? Quote, Fugaku. He raised his head uncontrollably, and the Scarlet 3 Tomo Sharingan caused Kazuma to jump up, but Lier used the chicken talisman to create a beam of light and manipulate it into the air, throwing it aside. This subordinate is loyal, but he has little discernment. The dark pupils in Fugaku's Scarlet 3 Magatama shrank, controlling people suspended in the air with bare hands. This daimyo is definitely a powerful ninja, and he also has a unique escape technique, and even the blood inheritance limit. But now is not the time to be surprised by this. Fugaku said solemnly, daimyo, may I ask, why did you summon me alone? I didn't ask Shisui for follow-up at all. Ask Lier directly what his purpose is. This Fugaku is also a smart man, knowing that what Lier said so much is not just for revenge of the former daimyo. I'm just afraid, but, compared to the situation where the Uchiha family was forced to rebel, maybe this will be a turning point. Lier also praised, it's easy to talk to smart people. Let me tell you clearly, over the years that Sarutobi Hiruzen has been managing Konoha Village, Konoha's geniuses have been dying and leaving. The one ninja village left behind by Senju Tobarama has become such a disaster that even Cloud Shinobi Village can't even come to steal people. I'm very dissatisfied with this situation. So, I'm going to serve as the Hokage of Konoha Village myself. Fugaku. Filled circle pi, filled circle. Fugaku. Filled circle O filled circle. What the hell? Originally Fugaku thought that the daimyo was going to remove Sarutobi Hiruzen and choose a new Hokage. As a result, he guessed the first step correctly. He never expected that the daimyo would directly take the position of Hokage in one step. After a brief shock, Fugaku was ecstatic. Yes, ecstasy. Ninjas have always been synonymous with war machines and tool men in various countries. Their status is even lower than that of samurai. In this orderly world, they are considered low-level people, and this newly appointed daimyo actually wants to be their shadow of the lower-level people. Does that mean this daimyo attaches great importance to ninjas and is about to rectify their ninja names and improve their social status? The most important thing is, judging from the performance of these daimyo just now, it seems that he has an approved attitude towards the Uchiha family. So, as long as the daimyo serves as the Hokage, won't their Uchiha have to turn against him? Thinking of this, Fugaku immediately sat down deeply. I am willing to die for the sake of my name. Lier. He still has a lot of benefits that he hasn't promised, so why are you kneeling down to show your loyalty? It seems that Uchiha's situation in Konoha is much worse than shown in the anime. Shook his head, Lier continued. Don't worry, the fundamental reason why Uchiha is hated by the village is because the duties of the Konoha police department are inherently offensive, and you still keep your eyes on the top every day, making everyone angry. After I take over Konoha, I'll leave these patrol matters to the army, and as for you Uchiha, I have other plans. In addition, your son Itachi has also Chunin, right? I will accept him as a disciple. I will not sit in this position of Hokage for too long. When the time is right, I will choose a successor Hokage from among my disciples. How could he, Tang, be the general leader all the time? After completing the selection, and integrating the connection between the Genin and the Fire Nation, a different person will be chosen. Boom. Fugaku. A clear sound of kowtow came, and Fugaku said loudly, I hope that I will be shattered to pieces for the sake of the daimyo. The same sentence, but he was a little more determined than before. It can be said, Uchiha Fugaku's favorability level is almost completely filled by Lier. The reason why it is not fully filled is it because everything is still in the painting the pie stage? Once implemented, I believe that whoever wants to touch Lier in the future, Uchiha's people will definitely charge forward with red eyes. Okay, go out, don't say anything, summon Hyuga Hiashi. Lier waved his hand. Fugaku did not get up. Instead, it tells the complete story of how Hyuga Hiashi beat the female thief to death, but was hinted by Sarutobi Hiruzen to take one life for the sake of the village. More than that, he also told all the conflicts between other families and the Sarutobi family and Shimura family in detail over the years. This is Uchiha Fugaku's certificate of nomination. These details are not reflected in the anime. They are all very important information. Lier put down Kazuma and asked him to copy them all. It will be useful to convince other big and small families later. This delay. Just 3 hours passed. It can be seen what exactly Sarutobi Hiruzen has done for Konoha during his tenure in these years. At the same time, it is also enough to show how strong Fugaku's hatred for Sarutobi Hiruzen is. Otherwise, who would have nothing to do to collect dirty information about his immediate boss? To say that Lier was only 80% sure at first. With these black materials, Lanier's certainty has been improved to 99%, and the 0.10% uncertainty is that Akatsuki has lost his mind. Now he comes to raid Konoha Village. Finally, after Fugaku poured out all the black stuff, he walked out of the camp with satisfaction. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately waved to him to come over and report the situation. But Fugaku just sneered, walked up to Hyuga Hiashi, and said with deep meaning, the daimyo summons you, you must seize this opportunity. Hyuga Hiashi frowned unsmilingly, but didn't ask any more questions. Hyuga and Uchiha have been feuding for a long time, and the relationship between Hiashi and Fugaku is very tense. In addition to having opposite personalities, in order to prevent Sarutobi Hiruzen from becoming suspicious, as the two largest families in Konoha, they must also adopt this incompatible attitude. After Hiashi walked into the camp, Fugaku still ignored Sarutobi Hiruzen and used the body flicker technique to rush to Konoha. He wants to take advantage of this opportunity to gather everyone in the family so that he can cooperate with Lier later. Hey, what? Third Hokage, what is that? Just an old dog. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Fugaku, who left instantly, frowning deeply and smoking his pipe. Homura, Kaharu, Shikaku, what do you think? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked. Uchiha Fugaku dares to ignore you like this, he must be backed by a daimyo. Mitokado Homura shook his head. Hiruzen, you must be mentally prepared. Utatane Kaharu followed. Only Shikaku remained silent. He saw it from Fugaku's performance. What a big crisis. Especially, when Hiashi walked out of the camp, he ignored the presence of Sarutobi Hiruzen, called the Aburame family to enter the camp, and then left in a flash. Shikaku's smart brain realized some possibility. The third Hokage will definitely suffer. 6. Lier is pulling out all the stops. Sarutobi Hiruzen's despair. 6 more. Sarutobi Hiruzen also realized something was wrong, but he did not dare to act rashly. The once heroic man is already in his twilight years. He didn't have the courage to rush into the daimyo's camp, because the consequences would be big or small. Until half of the family came out, they all chose to stay away from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Even his think tank Nara Shikaku shook his head in regret and left immediately. He was the one who realized that he couldn't continue to sit still and wait for death, and he had to do something. Otherwise, but just when he wanted to take the risk and rush into the camp to ask for details. Fugaku and Hiashi returned hand in hand, with one red and one white pair of eyes staring at him. An attitude of, if you dare to charge lousy, I will kill you. What do you want to do? I'm Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted. Get out of my way. Without an order from the daimyo, it would be better for the third generation to stay here. Hiashi restrained himself. Before Sarutobi Hiruzen gets angry, Fugaku rolled his red eyes and said, Hiashi, you are too cautious. Do you still need to worry about this old guy now? As long as he dares to move, I, Uchiha Fugaku, will kill him. Saying, Fugaku's 3 Magatama windmill rotates and merges into a blade-like shuriken form, Mangekyo Sharingan. Sarutobi Hiruzen was shocked. He has met Uchiha Madara, how could he not know how powerful Mangekyo is? You actually awakened Mangekyo. Sarutobi Hiruzen said in disbelief, and you still hide it. Sure enough, the Uchiha clan has evil intentions. You, with your character of causing harm to Hitaki Shigesaku and the Senju clan, if I expose Mangekyo, Uchiha will really be doomed. Fugaku said coldly. Compared to the daimyo, you are far behind. Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned. Compared to the daimyo. Why mention a big name? Is it related to what they were discussing in the camp? Sarutobi Hiruzen tried hard to analyze something, but Fugaku remained silent and just stared at him with Mangekyo, his eyes full of eagerness. It seems that I am really looking forward to Sarutobi Hiruzen doing something special. Like that, he can not only show his loyalty to Lier, but also give the old guy a good beating. Kill two birds with one stone. Pity, if Sarutobi Hiruzen had been strong enough, Konoha wouldn't be in the current situation. Unsurprisingly, he got scared again. Fugaku curled his lips in disdain. Although Hiashi was stern, his eyes were filled with a bit of happiness. If the daimyo hadn't arrived in time, maybe he really believed in the evil of Sarutobi Hiruzen and asked his brother Hisashi to give Cloud Shinobi Village. Absolutely ridiculous. It doesn't matter if Sarutobi Hiruzen steps down, Daimyo Seimei. With the dirty information provided by Fugaku, and the subsequent additions by other family patriarchs who showed their loyalty, there is also the blessing of his daimyo identity. No surprises, all the families were convinced by Lanier's mouth escape. When only Sarutobi Hiruzen, Mitokado Homura, and Udatain Kaharu were left, he thought the daimyo was finally going to have a showdown with them. In no mood, Lier had no intention of announcing to him. After he left the camp directly, he passed Sarutobi Hiruzen without looking back and headed straight towards Konoha Village. He actually ignored his existence. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was about to accept the reality, was immediately irritated. Shake, cold, he, Tang 3rd Hokage, disciple of 2nd Hokage Senju Tobirama. After being ignored by the daimyo for more than 6 hours, he was still ignored. He was simply forced to force him. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly calmed down. What can he do now? Commanding Konoha to fight against this daimyo's army. It might have been possible before. Nowadays, all the big and small families have been recruited by the daimyo, and it has been made clear that they should draw a clear line between them and him, and 80% of the ninjas in the village are from these families. How much more can he command now? Not to mention that he was a famous name from the land of fire. The appointment and dismissal of Hokage are all decided by Lier. Why should he and Hokage fight to the death? Furthermore, with the Sarutobi family on his back, how could he dare to fight to the death? Do we really have no choice but to let Lier slaughter us? At this time, Mitokado Homura suddenly said, Sarutobi, for the sake of your family and the village, you'd better calm down and recognize the reality. Yes Sarutobi, Udatain Kaharu echoed. The daimyo is obviously well prepared, you are just Hokage. I believe that based on your years of dedication to Konoha, he will not make it too difficult for you. The sentence at the end, even Udatain Kaharu himself has no confidence in what he said, let alone the other two. But what can Sarutobi Hiruzen do? His face, which was still full of energy yesterday, was suddenly coated with a layer of old leaden gray, revealing the look of old age. This new daimyo is so clever that he directly bribed other families without me. The Fire Nation is in his hands, and I believe there will be a better future. I just hope he won't kill them all. Sarutobi Hiruzen followed the large army back to Konoha Village in despair. However, Mitokado Homura and Udatain Kaharu disappeared without a trace long ago. The trees fell and the hosen scattered. The current Sarutobi Hiruzen is a trap, and he is afraid of being buried together with him. Along the way, except for the uninformed villagers, they still greeted him enthusiastically. He didn't see even one ninja show up. This made Sarutobi Hiruzen feel even more bitter, and he completely recognized the reality. Only, when he arrived at the Hokage building, he discovered he still underestimated the new daimyo's methods. 7. Public execution of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uzumaki Naruto, son of a hero. 7 more. At the top of the Hokage building is a wide podium. Usually when there are major festivals here, the Hokage is only activated when speaking to the whole village. It is the landmark of Konoha Village and can be seen by most villagers. And at this time, Lier stood on the podium and turned on the precious audio equipment. Underneath was a crowd of heads. At the front were the ninjas from the Uchiha, Hyuga, Inuzuka and other families, each lined up according to the family square, headed by their respective clan leaders. It was in stark contrast to the civilian ninjas standing scattered next to them. More peripheral, there were also quite a few villagers who came here after hearing the news, watching from a distance on the streets, upstairs, or on rooftops. Aha, an Anbu appeared in an instant and took off his animal mask to reveal Shinosuke's face. He gritted his teeth and said, Father, apart from some civilian ninjas, all Anbu have been recalled by major families. Sarutobi Hiruzen's beard trembled when he heard it. Although he already knew that he had lost, he never expected that these families would switch sides so simply before he stepped down. What benefits did that daimyo give them? Immediately, Sarutobi Hiruzen softened like a frustrated ball again, and turned to smile bitterly. Father, don't you do something, Shinosuke shouted. These people are simply rebelling. We must. Okay, Shinosuke, Sarutobi Hiruzen said weakly. Don't do anything now. For the sake of the family, I must be judged. Shinosuke was obviously unwilling and wanted to say something else. But the volume of the speakers muffled his words. Dear villagers of Konoha Village, I am Shihuan Lier, the great name of the Fire Nation. I regret to announce that your third Hokage is a huge disappointment to me. He is not worthy of continuing to be a Hokage. In a word, Uchiha was excited, Hyuga was silent, civilian ninjas were shocked, and the villagers were confused. Why is there strongest Hokage not worthy of being a Hokage? Sarutobi Hiruzen has 3 major sins. Lier made a fist with his right hand and raised his index finger. The number 1 sin is greed for power. He has always held on to the Hokage's power. Even after the 4th Hokage took office, he continued to do the Hokage's work on the grounds that the 4th Hokage was more senior, and the 4th Hokage assisted him in his work. After the death of the 4th Hokage, he took over again without delegating power to others. Do you know what is the true identity of Uzumaki Naruto, the demon fox boy, who you have been shouting to kill? The eyes of many family ninjas below were flashing, and they were still lining up in an orderly manner. The civilian ninjas and villagers were talking a little bit. Listen to the meaning of the name. Is there something hidden inside? Among the crowd, the 6-year-old Uzumaki Naruto, who was brought in early, was also staring at Lier with a confused look on his face. His true identity, isn't it a demon fox? They don't need to make any guesses. Lier pointed at Namikaze Minato's Hokage rock and said, Demon fox boy, Uzumaki Naruto, his father is none other than 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. There was an uproar immediately below. Uzumaki Naruto followed Lier's hand and stared blankly at Namikaze Minato's Hokage rock, unable to recover for a long time. He, son of the Hokage, the son of a hero. Sarutobi Hiruzen closed his eyes and looked up at the sky, resigned to his fate. 7.5. To protect him, or something like that is too shameless. But Shinosuke next to him was very unhappy. He shouted directly, Daimyo, Uzumaki Naruto has a special identity. His identity is not disclosed to prevent other villages from prying eyes. This is to protect him. It is for his own good. Lier raised his eyebrows. Okay, I originally thought that Sarutobi Hiruzen had given up, and it was a bit boring for him to perform a one-man show here. Unexpectedly, a praising person jumped out. In order to protect him, why would someone reveal his identity as a demon fox? Lier asked. Isn't it to give the villagers who have lost their loved ones a place to vent? So as to alleviate his negligence of Sarutobi Hiruzen. If Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is isolated again, all he has to do is give some insignificant warmth to him, and he can firmly hold the weapon of Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Wouldn't the position of Hokage be more secure? Shinosuke's face turned red when he was retorted. He wanted to refute something, but for a while he couldn't find a point to refute. Lier continued. Naruto is the son of a hero and used as a container to seal Nine-Tails to become Jinchuriki. However, he has suffered from the cold eyes and rejection of the villagers since he was a child. He can only drink expired milk every day and cannot even buy a bowl of hot ramen. So, is this the reward for the 4th Hokage's sacrifice to protect the village? Just the most ordinary treatment for war orphans. Shinosuke was completely confused and didn't know how to answer. He gritted his teeth and stood silently behind Sarutobi Hiruzen. This matter, it was his father who did it unkindly. We are not fools. If you insist on saying it is, to protect him, that would be too shameless. If it were the past, Sarutobi Hiruzen may also force some explanations in order to estimate the Hokage's majesty. But now, after one missed move, he was destined to be publicly executed. Suddenly, just as Sarutobi Hiruzen was being publicly executed, something unexpected happened. 5 messengers from Cloud Shinobi Village suddenly appeared, interrupting Lier's speech and acting extremely arrogant and domineering, a perfect template for a small villain. I only heard the leader of the Cloud Shinobi envoy say, no matter who you replace as Hokage in Konoha Village, the 4th Raikage already knows about Yumikawa Kuko. Please give us a clear answer and let us return to Cloud Shinobi. Deathly silence fell in Konoha Village. People from various major families are waiting and watching. They knew about Sarutobi Hiruzen's original, one life for one life, plan, and there were some who were in favor and some who were against it, but it doesn't matter now. What matters is the idea of the daimyo at the top. The civilian ninjas were confused. No, this person is the famous name of our Fire Nation. Not that bad old man Sarutobi Hiruzen. How dare you Cloud Shinobi messengers be so arrogant? Most of the people of Konoha Village had the same attitude, with angry expressions on their faces. However, since their daimyo had not spoken out yet, they could only wait patiently. But Shinosuke's eyes lit up. This Cloud Shinobi messenger came at just the right time, interrupting the public trial of his father, and throwing a difficult problem to the new daimyo. Aren't you awesome? Then don't be a coward. At this time, Lier was also a little confused. Was his judgment wrong? Are ninjas actually as good as daimyo? Otherwise, are these 5 Cloud Shinobi envoys out of their minds or something else, and dare to force the throne of the Fire Nation daimyo so blatantly? Them, aren't you afraid of death? Why, it seems that those who came to perform the task of stealing bloodlines boundaries are indeed suicide squads. 8. Cloud Shinobi Messenger shouts, if you want to fight, then fight. 1 update. So, could this Cloud Shinobi Messenger be trying to test his new daimyo's attitude with his life? As long as he is as cowarded as Sarutobi Hiruzen. Next, Cloud Shinobi Village will probably push even further, using the excuse of initiating a war, to force them to continue to make concessions and encroach on the land of fire bit by bit. This Cloud Shinobi envoy is still loyal to the Kingdom of Thunder. It's a pity that he met me. Can Lier be the same as Sarutobi Sunshine? Not to mention he already promised Hyuga Hiyashi. Ding, it is detected that the host is faced with a choice, and the god-level selection system has started. Please make the following choices. Choice 1. Bow to the Cloud Shinobi Messenger to avoid war. Reward, 100% chance of being caught empty-handed, ×1. Choice 2. Refuse the request of the Cloud Shinobi envoy without being humble or arrogant, and be rewarded with T-Virus Serum Sample, ×1. Choice 3. show the majesty of the master of a country with a clear attitude. Reward, Conqueror's Haki Grand Master, ×1. Oh, this is not a free reward, it must be 33,333. The selection was successful and the reward, Conqueror's Haki, has been distributed. Conqueror's Haki Grand Master, one of the Conqueror's Haki in one piece, it is the qualification of a king. People with Conqueror's Haki can intimidate and shock opponents without using any hands, and can also make opponents who are much weaker than themselves faint. It is different from the items of 12 Talismans, and the passive of Time Rewind. Conqueror's Haki Grand Master, as an active skill, is directly controlled by Lier. The energy of the original 12 spells in his body is increased, like a dragon sleeping in his brain. And the suffix, Grand Master. Lier instantly grasped all the information about Conqueror's Haki. Following his gaze, his whole body exuded the appearance of an invisible king. Conqueror's Haki accurately transformed into Mount Tai to suppress the 5 Cloud Shinobi messengers. Boom! The 5 Cloud Shinobi envoys felt as if the sky had collapsed, and the 3, Chunin, who were pretending to be useless could not help but roll their eyes and fell to the ground unconscious. Only 2 of them could still stand, but they were shivering as if they were in the cold winter. In the eyes of everyone in Konoha Village, Lier changed from his original amiable style, and his calm and authoritative demeanor matched his famous status. Everyone couldn't help but respect him from the bottom of their hearts. Only the clan heads of each family and the elite ninjas had a hint of horror in their eyes. The aura of the Daimyo. Not simple. After being shocked for a few seconds, Lier took back Conqueror's Haki a little tiredly. Although this ability is at the Grandmaster level, allowing him to avoid accidentally hurting others, the energy consumed has not increased at all. Simply put, Conqueror's Haki costs too much mana, and his base is too weak and has no mana. But then, the energy of the 12 Talisman Sheep Talisman fills the air, the fatigue is swept away, and the energy consumed is replenished. Tisk, isn't this a perpetual motion machine? Lier sighed. Then he glanced at the 2 sweaty Cloud Shinobi messengers and spoke with contempt. I'm not a coward like Sarutobi Hiruzen. I'm someone you can handle. You came to our country of fire to kidnap someone and they were found beaten to death. How dare you beat him up and demand compensation from us? Ah, if you Kingdom of Thunder wants to fight, then fight. There is not a single coward in our Kingdom of Fire. 9. Fight to the death Uchiha. Hardy Hiyashi. 2 updates. If you want to fight, then fight. Yes, Hyuga Hiyashi shouted. If there is a war, I, the Hyuga clan, are willing to charge for the Fire Country. And I, the Uchiha clan, will fight to the death. Uchiha Fugaku stepped forward to express his stance. The Akamaiki clan is also willing to join the war. The Inuzuka clan is willing to fight to the death for the Fire Nation. The heads of the major families expressed their opinions one after another, even with a little fanaticism. Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little stunned. You didn't have this attitude before. When talking about war, except for the Hyuga clan involved, the other families were all on the same side. Fugaku, who claimed to be willing to fight to the death without retreating, did not come to the meeting. Otherwise, if he had the support of all races, would he, Sarutobi Hiruzen, be so cowardly? But, Sarutobi Hiruzen himself didn't even think about what happened to Hitaki Shigesaku, who had made great contributions to Konoha. But Lier is different. The promise of the previous conversation, the kingly posture just now, and the fight if you want, Haki. The most important thing is, just now Lier said, if you, the Kingdom of Thunder, want to fight, then fight, not the 2 ninja villages of Konoha and Cloud Shinobi. This is not a war of the same magnitude at all. He has no say in 4th Raikage, but wants the name of the Land of Thunder. But, in terms of military strength, the Fire Nation does not have Sarutobi Hiruzen's Huo. If you want to defeat the Thunder Nation, it will be a suppressed attack, even if it is easy to capture. The 200,000 troops outside are not all of the Fire Nation. The name of the Kingdom of Thunder dares to start a war. With such a famous name, what else are they afraid of? Just do it and you're done. What surprises Konoha Shinobi even more is that Lier doesn't just say harsh words, he actually takes action. Hyuga Hiyashi, Lier said, my subordinate is here. Hyuga Hiyashi responded loudly, with a hint of expectation in his usually calm eyes. According to what the daimyo discussed with him before, now is the time. Go. Lier waved his hand. Leave one alive and go back to Cloud Shinobi Village to report the news, and kill the rest. If you dare to come to our country of fire and act recklessly, you must be prepared to die. Yes. Hiyashi excitedly left the Hyuga family queue and walked towards the 2 Cloud Shinobi messengers who were still standing. Laozi has tolerated you for a long time. The 2 Cloud Shinobi envoys obviously didn't expect Lier to be so straightforward. In front of everyone, he directly threatened to kill them. He's really not afraid. Oh no, as a daimyo from the Land of Fire, he really isn't afraid of war. On the contrary, he should be afraid of war as a daimyo from the Land of Thunder. But Cloud Shinobi Messenger obviously won't sit still and wait for death. Seeing Hiyashi approaching, he immediately wanted to fight back. He would definitely not be able to escape from Konoha today, so he would bite off a piece of Konoha's flesh before he died. Only, before Hiyashi could take action, Lanier's Conqueror's Haki suppressed him first. The 2 Cloud Shinobi messengers who were about to take action froze up, and their combat power was reduced by at least 50%. Hyuga Hiyashi rolled his eyes. He seized the flaw and teleported to the Cloud Shinobi envoy who had just shouted. An 8 trigrams formation diagram opened at the feet of the two of them, and then his hands were waved into afterimages that fell on the Cloud Shinobi envoy like raindrops. 8 trigrams 4 palms, 8 trigrams 8 palms, 8 trigrams 16 palms, 8 trigrams 32 palms, 8 trigrams 64 palms. He hit the Cloud Shinobi messenger with 64 palms, and the blow was so satisfying. If the Cloud Shinobi messenger had not been beaten to a pulp, and if he continued to beat him, he would be suspected of having a strange habit. Hyuga Hiyashi would even want to shoot. 8 trigrams 128 palms. As Hyuga Hiyashi stopped, the Cloud Shinobi messenger, who was dragged by the gentle fist chakra, was finally blown away, and lay limply on the ground, not knowing whether he was alive or dead. Until now, the other Cloud Shinobi messenger next to him was the one who reacted. It stands to reason that he could survive the attack, but he still attacked Hyuga Hiyashi without hesitation. Cloud Shinobi Village is so reckless. Unfortunately, he was originally a parallel import, but he was also weakened by Lanier's Conqueror's Haki. He was no match for Hyuga Hiyashi, who was in full swing at this time. After 3 times, 5 times and 2 times, Gentle Fist tapped his acupuncture points and fell to the ground. Then, Hyuga Hiyashi strictly followed Lanier's request and fired 3, 8 trigrams air palm shots to knock out the other 3 Cloud Shinobi messengers who were stunned by Conqueror's Haki. Their hearts were shattered. Only then did he turn around happily and bow to Lanier. Daimyo, the mission is accomplished. Well, let's return to the team. Yes, Hyuga Hiyashi happily returned to the Hyuga family. He paused in front of Fugaku and said in an inaudible voice, "The good days of Konoha are coming." Without waiting for Fugaku's reply, Hyuga Hiyashi quickly returned to the Hyuga family. Fugaku's deep nasolabial folds twisted slightly and showed a comfortable smile. Yes, good days for Konoha, good days for them Uchiha, are here. 10. Population is labor force. Naruto has an emotional outburst. 3 updates. Lanier solved the attack of the Cloud Shinobi messenger neatly, and he was so tough and not timid at all, and he also showed the attitude of the King Haki. Compare it to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Tisk tisk. Sure enough, it makes sense for the Daimyo to be replaced by Hokage, it's too confusing. Although many ninjas didn't say anything, the look in their eyes said everything. Of course Sarutobi Hiruzen noticed it, but what could he say? If you were young, if Konoha was at its peak, if, pity, there is no if. Sarutobi Hiruzen took off his Hokage hat bitterly, revealing his old face. Although he has many shortcomings, but he also loves Konoha deeply. Now that things have come to this, then let him contribute his final contribution to Konoha, for the new Hokage to ascend the throne and create a more united Konoha. In contrast, Shinosuke, who was originally designated as Hokage, is not as open-minded as Sarutobi Hiruzen. With an ugly expression, he looked away from the fallen Cloud Shinobi messenger and looked up at the towering Lanier. Daimyo, you shouldn't have dealt with it like this. Shinosuke said sadly. Today's Konoha can no longer withstand another war, you. That's enough. Fugaku yelled and interrupted. Can't stand it. What caused this? Why did the Senju clan, Uzumaki clan, Hitaki Shigesaku, Tsunade, Jiraiya, etc. die and leave? Isn't it Sarutobi Hiruzen? You did it with Shimura Danzo. You are not qualified to evaluate the daimyo's decision. If there is a war, I, Uchiha, am willing to lead my team to fight. Fugaku's voice is very resonant, and paired with his Shuriken Mangekyo, it also has an admiral style. But, the task of leading the team should be left to our Hyuga family. Hyuga Hiyashi said calmly. Since Cloud Shinobi is coming towards the bloodline limit of our Hyuga, then we will send it to him. As for whether we can get it, it depends on their ability. Okay, this directly leads to the fight for leadership. In the past, although the major families are willing to fight for Konoha, most of them cherish their wings. Why are you so eager to try now? As for Shinosuke, he has been left alone for a long time, and he is nothing without Sarutobi Hiruzen. Okay, Lanier stopped. If Cloud Shinobi Village dares to fight, it will give me the excuse for the Fire Nation to send troops. Although the Land of Thunder has poor geology and is not suitable for farming, its people are strong, which is perfect, of labor force. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard this. In the past, under the fixed mindset, they all thought that the Fire Country was the most fertile land, and that the other 4 countries were barren, either made of sand, rock, or sea, so there was no need to attack. But now, the famous saying, labor force, inspired them. Yes, although the land of the 4 major countries of thunder, wind, water, and earth is barren, they still have a large population. You don't have to pay to work as coolies, and you don't have to worry about using it out. Isn't this blood money? Look at Sarutobi Hiruzen again. After spending Konoha's flesh and blood to defeat the 4 major nations, the result was that there were not many spoils, and the poorest among them, Sunagaku, was not even given a single defeat gold. Just because the country of wind is worthless, and those who are barefoot are not afraid of wearing shoes. If Konoha does not agree with their surrender, then they will fight to the end. What a weird reason, but Sarutobi Hiruzen really agreed. Think about it now, if we had stepped up our efforts and defeated Sunagaku, we would have captured the population as free labor. Nest grass. After all, Konoha can expand at least 3 times, right? At this moment, the eyes of Konoha's ninjas and villagers looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen changed again. 3rd generation, once hailed as the strongest Hokage, seems Not so good, and in this silence, Naruto, who had been receiving information, finally exploded. He rushed to Sarutobi Hiruzen, holding the Hokage robe with his little hands, and stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen with his tear-stained face. I just heard him choke and say, "Third generation fire. Grandpa Sarutobi, is what the big brother on the Hokage building said true? My father is the fourth Hokage." What an innocent child. After learning the truth, he didn't immediately hate Sarutobi Hiruzen, but instead called him, Grandpa Sarutobi. A look of guilt flashed in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes, and he closed his eyes and nodded in Naruto's anticipation. Really? Naruto shouted with tears streaming down his face, really? My father is the fourth Hokage. I'm not the son of a demon fox. Those dead villagers were not killed by me. I'm not a demon fox. Naruto's young body fell to his knees, tears dripping down his cheeks and falling to the ground. Soon a small pool formed, and he howled and burst into hearty laughter. 6 years, 6 full years of demon fox life. God knows how he survived when he was just a kid. Even Lier was a little silent and watched Naruto venting in silence. Have to say, this Sarutobi Hiruzen, it's true, not human. 11. Hinata's possibility. Big black news. 4 more. Naruto cried so hard and laughed so freely. The contradiction of ultimate brings extreme influence. Those family ninjas who knew better were fine. On weekdays he just avoided Naruto, or at best did nothing. However, the uninformed civilian ninjas and the villagers who usually beat and scold Naruto didn't know how to face Naruto for a moment. Turn out to be, the demon fox boy they had always spurned and wanted to kill was actually the fourth Hokage who sacrificed his life to save the village. Uzumaki Naruto is the son of a hero. How disgusted they once were, now they have accumulated and doubled their guilt. Some villagers even looked at the Hokage rock and even Uzumaki Naruto from a distance to sit down. No matter how they treat the hero's son like this, they are ashamed of the fourth Hokage. Lier just watched quietly, feeling quite touched in his heart. He used to be a Hokage fan too. I was somewhat sympathetic to Naruto's dark childhood, but unfortunately I couldn't justify it. When he returned from defeating Nagato and was greeted by all the people of Konoha Village, God knows how many tears he shed. Now, he came to the Hokage to bring the truth about the 6-year-old Naruto and restore his status as son of the hero. It can be regarded as making up for a regret. As a reward, I will accept Hinata. Lier thought to himself, what? Hinata is only 6 years old. There is no 3 years to start, maximum death penalty, in the Hokage world. Besides, he is a famous person, and he has the final say in the law. But, it's indeed too young. Keep it up, hee. Ended with strange thoughts. Lier said loudly, Sarutobi Hiruzen, your second crime is, even though Shimura Danzo and the Roots killed their colleagues. Many people who were infected by Naruto's emotions couldn't help but look up. Even the ninjas of some families don't know the name of Shimura Danzo, let alone civilian ninjas and villagers. And Sarutobi Hiruzen also trembled. Compared with his greed for power, Danzo has done a lot of dark stuff, but it's as dark as it needs to be. I hope the daimyo doesn't know that. Sarutobi Hiruzen prayed, but, will Lier not understand these darkness? In fact, he knows Danzo better than Sarutobi Hiruzen. You may not have much impression of Shimura Danzo, let me recall it for you. Lier said disdainfully. Shimura Danzo, the current patriarch of the Shimura family and a second Hokage disciple, can be considered to be in a high position, but his heart is its black. During the second evacuation of the ninja world, Danzo captured the Sharingan of Uchiha Kagami, who was also a disciple of the second Hokage. However, he was afraid of being questioned by others, so he killed Kagami who trusted him in a sneak attack, and only took away Kagami's right eye and cut himself. He put a bandage on his right eye and claimed that he was seriously injured. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Danzo has done this before. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that Danzo had a Sharingan in his right eye, but it turned out to be a mirror. Fugaku. Fugaku was so angry that Mangekyo made a lot of money. What the hell? Danzo's right eye killed his best friend Kagami before snatching Shisui's Mangekyo. Shimura Danzo, I, Uchiha, will fight you until death. Fugaku secretly felt cruel. Others didn't have much impression, but they had the first impression of Danzo's black heart. And this is just the beginning. Lier's science popularization continues. After killing Uchiha Kagami, Danzo did not even spare his son. He attacked Shisui not long ago and gouged out his right eye. You may not know how much Shisui loves the village, and even naively told Danzo that she had awakened Mangekyo, hoping to control Fugaku to prevent Uchiha's rebellion. Immediately, there was something wrong with the numerous civilian ninjas and villagers looking at the Uchiha camp. Are you still thinking about rebellion? Fortunately, Lier corrected him in time. Oh, by the way, Uchiha's rebellion was forced by Sarutobi Hiruzen, and he has surrendered to me now, so you don't have to worry about it. Is that so? That's okay. Everyone looked away, and their prejudice against Uchiha was reversed by Lier with just one sentence. It can be seen that Lier's influence is huge now. Fugaku and many other Uchiha's eyes were moved. Finally, there was a Hokage who regarded them as compatriots. It's been so difficult for them these past few years. Don't think that Danzo just has a soft spot for Uchiha, he just has a soft spot for power. Yukushi Nanoyu, the director of the orphanage in Konoha, is a good spy, so he used the orphans from the orphanage to threaten Nanoyu and forced him to become a root spy and travel around the world. Some people present who knew no Nayu were shocked. She was once a spy. Such a gentle girl. How could Danzo do this? 12. The unexpected third sin. Sarutobi Hiruzen takes a stand. 5 more updates, additional updates for Joker. In order to ascend to the position of Hokage, he not long ago spread the news of Hitachi Shishuo's mission failure in Konoha, incited public opinion to attack Hitachi Shishuo's reputation, and also used young Kakashi to force him to commit suicide. Quote, Kakashi squatted on a rooftop, one eye wide open. Did not expect. Danzo is the mastermind behind his father's death. This Danzo has done harm to Hitachi Shisaku, and also tempted Hitachi Kakashi to assassinate the third Hokage. Fortunately, Kakashi woke up in time and prevented the tragedy from happening. Kakashi, Daimyo, you actually know this. He established the so-called Anbu training department, recruited outstanding ninjas from various families, and planted curse seals to become his own private soldiers. Even Hokage cannot command. Sarutobi Hiruzen can actually accept this. He dug up the body of first-generation Senju Hashirama for research, just to gain the power of wood style. He also dug up the Senju clan who had become Unanimous as experimental subjects, and transplanted Hashirama's cells in a ruthless manner, causing them to be devoured and died. Sarutobi Hiruzen can even agree to this. On the night of Nine Tails 6 years ago, neither he nor the other ninjas showed up. He only showed up to clean up the mess after watching the fourth Hokage die in battle. Naruto suddenly looked up. Turn out to be, does it have anything to do with the fact that his parents' deaths suit Danzo? There are too many black materials, so I won't explain them one by one. Lier looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and asked, now, tell me, how much do you know about these things? How much have you acquiesced to them? Everyone's eyes were turned towards it. Many of them could not believe that the third Hokage they once respected so much could be so dark. But Sarutobi Hiruzen's lips trembled and he opened his mouth several times to say something. But he still couldn't say even half a word. Shinosuke was still angry and shouted around. My father has worked hard for Konoha for decades and led Konoha to win 2 ninja wars. Why do you treat him like this? Ha, Lier sneered. Are you sure it was Sarutobi Hiruzen who led it? Rather than the legacy left behind by the first and second generations being enough for him to cause trouble. Ah this. Shinosuke's thoughts are stuck and he can't connect. Like, Sarutobi Hiruzen can win the second and third shinobi war, it seems, possible, maybe, probably. Are they all based on the heritage left by our ancestors? Even later, his disciples became famous and received the name, Sanin. But inside Tsunade as a member of the Senju family, Jiraiya rose from Mount Myoboku. Although Orochimaru inherited many ninjutsu from Sarutobi Hiruzen, his specialty, snake release, was also obtained in Ruchi Cave, and even the trump card, Yama technique, was most likely invented by Senju Tobirama. Seemingly, isn't there anything that Sarutobi Hiruzen is good at? Oh no, a generation of Hokage wood style suppresses tailed beasts. Second Hokage water style is the best in the world. Third Hokage do you have any unique skills? Although he knows a lot of escape techniques, there doesn't seem to be anything particularly outstanding. Ah this. For a time, the looks everyone looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen became even more outrageous. Why hadn't they noticed before that Sarutobi Hiruzen was such a hottie? Sarutobi Hiruzen felt like seconds had passed, and veins popped out as he clutched the Hokage hat tightly with his fingers. He wants to escape, but the feet weighed more than 1,000 kilograms, and they couldn't be lifted no matter how hard they were lifted. Now the more ruthless Lier is to him, the safer the Sarutobi family will be, as well as the kidnapped young son Asuma. He must hold on. Less than half a minute later, Lier spoke again. The third sin. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you are old. Right, what? Everyone, including Sarutobi Hiruzen, was collectively stunned. Old, is this the third sin? What kind of sin is this? Sarutobi Hiruzen also looked up at Lier again, seeming to understand the meaning of Lanier's words. You heard me right, the third crime I mentioned is that Sarutobi Hiruzen is old. Lier repeated it word for word. No one ever becomes bad from the beginning. Sarutobi Hiruzen was dedicated to Konoha when he was appointed to become the third Hokage in a critical situation. He was still a good Hokage at that time. It's just that he is old, confused, and unwilling to hand over his rights, so he was bewitched by Shimura Danzo and did wrong things one after another, but he did not deal with Danzo due to his past friendship, which led to the current situation. Konoha fell silent. No one would have thought that. The daimyo who was accusing Sarutobi Hiruzen just now would actually defend Sarutobi Hiruzen. But, is Lier really excusing Sarutobi Hiruzen? First, this is indeed true. Sarutobi Hiruzen was also a good Hokage at first. He still loves Konoha deeply and will be willing to die to protect Konoha in the future. Secondly, now that I'm talking to you, do you want to be more sensible? Sarutobi Hiruzen got the signal from Lier and knew it was time for him to take a stand. I saw him teleporting to the Hokage building, solemnly putting the Hokage hat on his head for the last time, and kneeling deeply to Lanier's seat. Lier was very satisfied with Sarutobi Hiruzen's knowledge and stepped aside to let go of the microphone. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up and came to the microphone, bowed deeply to Lier again, and then spoke. As the daimyo said, I'm ashamed of Konoha. Shinosuke, who originally had some expectations, thinking that his father was going to fight back, was filled with disbelief when he heard this. Is this really his father? Sarutobi Hiruzen's speech continues. I have nothing to refute, I am willing to accept any punishment. Just a request. If there is a war with the Kingdom of Thunder, I must be allowed to charge forward again for Konoha and contribute my last bit of light. This moment, the heroic spirit that still existed in the past emerged in Sarutobi Hiruzen. I, Sarutobi Hiruzen, leave you with a final message as Hokage. Wherever there are leaves flying, fire burns. The fire illuminates the village and causes the trees to sprout. No matter what the future holds, I believe that under the leadership of the Daimyo, Konoha will be reborn. Please, continue to believe that there is still light in Konoha. The will of fire will never be extinguished. Please. Sarutobi Hiruzen took off his Hokage hat again, knelt down solemnly towards Konoha below, and then prostrated. Tears filled his bark-like ravine, and then dripped onto the ground. Drop after drop formed a stream of water that flowed down the outer wall of the Hokage building. This Konoha, he also loves deeply. Lier curled his lips, a little disdainfully. Although your speaking ability is perfect. But apart from some village names and civilian ninjas, how many family ninjas were moved? What did you do earlier? If Dageza can gain everyone's understanding, then how can there be a ninja war after Senju Hashirama's death? But, for the sake of you obediently giving up my position, I won't continue to give you eye drops, and just retire and become a reserve suicide squad leader. Ding. It is detected that the host is faced with a choice, and the god-level selection system is started. Please make the following choices. 13. Voiceover. New Hokage. 1 update. Ding. It is detected that the host is faced with a choice, and the god-level selection system is started. Please make the following choices. Option 1. Behead Sarutobi Hiruzen in public to commemorate the murdered geniuses. Reward. Drawing sword, ×1. Option 2. Let him become the principal of the ninja school to brainwash himself as a genius. Reward. Voiceover, ×1. Option 3. Send Shimura Danzo to hunt down the traitorous ninja until one party dies. Reward. Dragon Catcher, ×1. This god-level choice really came at the right time. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up and gave up the microphone, standing aside waiting for Lanier's final trial. The more Lier looked at it, the more he felt satisfied with Sarutobi Hiruzen. This guy is not a leader but a subordinate, and his keen sense of smell is beyond caring. Yes, select one to exclude directly. It's not that Sarutobi Hiruzen is sensible and should be let off. No matter what, this is also a cage-level combat power, and the kind that can fight to the death for the village. Lier can still tolerate him. It's definitely not because drawing sword is not a powerful skill at first glance. Choice 2, voiceover, sounds like an auxiliary ability. The Dragon Captor, option 3 is to capture objects from the air. Why does he need this move when he has the chicken charm? Sure enough, let's choose 2. The selection is successful and the reward, voiceover, has been distributed. Voiceover, you can occasionally hear other people's voices. Clam, not to mention that this is a passive skill, even the triggering conditions are vague. Lier is puzzled. He heard a thud sound, followed by Sarutobi Hiruzen's soliloquy echoing in his mind. Why doesn't this famous person speak? Is it because he is dissatisfied with my statement? I didn't expect the Daimyo to be so ruthless. I just hope he doesn't bring harm to my family. I accept everything else. I don't know how Asuma is doing now. Here it suddenly disconnected again. That's how it is used. Interesting. Lier glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who looked repentant but felt hesitant inside. Seeing that you don't say anything bad about me in your heart, I'll let you be the captain of this reserve death squad. He came to the microphone and said, Sarutobi Hiruzen is not worthy of his position. As the Daimyo of the Land of Fire, I declare that he will be relieved of his position as the 3rd Hokage. There was silence below, but the big families headed by Uchiha and Hyuga were more or less relieved. These years, Konoha is simply a nightmare for geniuses, and Uchiha is even forced to rebel. How many people are cautious in everything they do, for fear of being spotted by Danzo and the others? Now, once the evil forces defect and step down, good times are finally coming. But, who will be the 5th Hokage? Except for the clan leaders who had talked with Lier, everyone else was extremely concerned about this. But my eyes scanned the surrounding area. Why, when did Udatane Kaharu and Mitokado Homura take the lead? It seems that he also has ideas for the 5th Hokage. Only, these two are not as bad as Danzo, and they haven't done anything memorable. Hishini is quite good at it. Why would you have such an idea? But Udatane Kaharu didn't think so. Among all the people in Konoha now, besides the 2 of them, who else is qualified to inherit the position of Hokage? Sarutobi Hiruzen's son Shinosuke, or are they the mediocre Hyuga family? Or is it Uchiha Fugaku who was originally planning to rebel? Will not work. Among the remaining people, only the 2 of them have this qualification, 2nd Hokage disciples. The 1st and 2nd leaders in the administrative department. However, Lier didn't even look at them. Calmly, does anyone have any recommendations for the 5th Hokage position? Members of each major family couldn't help but look at their clan leader. But the clan leaders of each clan were staring at their feet in a daze, as if they had discovered some S-class forbidden technique. Hokage position, isn't that what the Daimyo ordered? Who wants to die and fight with the Daimyo? Furthermore, through Lanier's strategizing to win over various families, Haki's response to Cloud Shinobi's emissary, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's resignation, he was well founded. All the clan leaders were convinced and even warmly welcomed the Daimyo to be the Hokage. There are always some people who don't know how to do things that are incredible. No, you detain Kaharu and Mitokado Homura. After waiting for half a minute, no one recommended them, and they couldn't help but have a look of dissatisfaction in their eyes. Why are each of them so unsightly? You detain Kaharu. The two looked at each other, hoping that the other party would recommend them. But apparently no one wants to give up. This performance was noticed by Lier. He folded his hands and watched with interest, and was not in a hurry to announce that he had become a Hokage. It's what's in the bag anyway. He wanted to see more. What interesting things can these two troublemakers do? Look forward to. 14. Who was for and who was against? Damn it, Danzo. 2 updates. Udatain Kaharu was in a stalemate for half a minute. Suddenly, Udatain Kaharu took a step forward, bowed to Lier at the top and shouted. Daimyo, Udatain Kaharu, I'm a disciple of the second Hokage and the head of the administrative department. I should be qualified for the position of Hokage. I am also a second-generation disciple. Mitokado Homura immediately followed. Although I am only the deputy director of the administration department, my strength is higher than her. And a female Hokage. This has never happened in history. Udatain Kaharu's expression changed on the spot. What do you mean? Look down on women. Udatain Kaharu looked dangerously. I'm just discussing the matter, not talking about Konoha. When did other villages have female shadows? So you just don't want to talk about women, right? You are still the child of your mother. Mitokado Homura's eyes twitched, and he didn't understand what Udatain Kaharu's weird arguments were. Really, women are unreasonable, even if she has gone through menopause. Mitokado Homura took a step back and decided to ignore this crazy woman. But Udatain Kaharu was reluctant, approaching and growling. You are talking, why are you mute? You are the only one who is still a Hokage. When Danzo was studying first-generation cells, you gave him the information hidden by the Senju clan. Mitokado Homura, Udatain Kaharu, what am I doing? Everyone was shocked. Stealing the Hokage is going to rob the Hokage. Udatain Kaharu still brings such revelations. It really is. Pig teammates. Udatain Kaharu also woke up and realized that she had said something she shouldn't have said. He immediately looked at Mitokado Homura with pleading eyes, hoping to gain forgiveness from his old friend. But it's too late. After Udatain Kaharu revealed the dirty information about Mitokado Homura, his Hokage was impossible. So, Mitokado Homura can't be a Hokage, and neither can you Udatain Kaharu. Do you think you are clean? How much of the annual financial allocation have you been greedy for? I don't even want to talk about the men you raise in the village. How much do you have to spend to make an 18-year-old child fall in love with you? I bother. Udatain Kaharu's face turned green. You exposed the dirty stuff and exposed other things. You don't want to reveal so much dirty stuff, but why would you choose this one that is the least likely to be mentioned in public? Puff. Udatain Kaharu spurted out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground without moving. I don't know if he was really angry or just trying to avoid embarrassing looks. But no matter what, come here, Lier ordered. Take these two people down. They are not good people who engage in private corruption and illegal personal experience. Fugaku waved his hand. 2 Uchiha elders stepped forward and took away Mitokado Homura, who had lost his will to resist, and Udatain Kaharu, who seemed to have fainted. The farce ends here, but it also proves from the side. The top management, led by Sarutobi Hiruzen, is completely rotten. The hopeless kind. Lier shook his head in disappointment and said, it seems that under the wrong governance of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Konoha no longer has talents who can hold the position of Hokage. At this point he paused. I was wondering if someone could stand up and refute him so that he could teach all of Konoha a lesson and know what their true situation is now. But looking around, all those who looked at him consciously lowered their heads to show submission or respect. Until the end. Afterwards, Shinosuke looked at Lier stubbornly. Lany's eyes lit up. You are the one. Come out and make some noise, little cutie. I really need someone to give me a message now. But, Shinosuke is not really a brainless villain after all. Following Sarutobi Hiruzen, one can understand the pattern no matter how stupid he is. No matter how reluctant he was to let this, unofficial Hokage, live with others, in the end, behind Lier, Sarutobi Hiruzen's stern eyes slowly lowered his arrogant head. Boom, Shinosuke's voice echoed in Lany's mind. Damn it, this Hokage position is obviously mine. Mine. Why did the old man surrender? I can't get the 5th Hokage, then the 6th generation. The 7th generation, I will definitely become the Hokage. This new name, although I don't want to admit it, he is indeed very talented. He actually knows so many secrets that even I don't know. The old man can actually do those things. This is all Danzo's damn fault. He didn't even think about assassinating his famous name, but worked hard to become the 6th generation and 7th Hokage. This new help, it's like saving a life. Otherwise, Lier will not let someone who cares about his head live under the same sky as him. Since there is no one to deliver the message, Lier could only regret. Now, I will temporarily replace Hokage. Who is in favor of it and who is against it? 15. SS is level rebel ninja. 3 Asuma bounties. 3 updates. Now, I will take the place of Hokage temporarily. Who is in favor and who is against? Lier just finished speaking. The sky above Konoha echoed with a uniform muffled sound. It was a movement composed of all the ninjas of the Konoha family half kneeling. I am willing to conquer the Kingdom of Thunder for the 5th Hokage. Fugaku shouted, I'm willing to fight to the death for 5th Hokage. Hyuga Hiyashi followed closely. When most of the family patriarchs expressed their opinions one by one. Those civilian ninjas who had not expressed their anger beforehand also half knelt and bowed their heads to Lier. The people of Konoha Village followed suit. This has never happened before. Even in the Senju Hashirama era, there was no such honor. In the final analysis, the status of ninjas is too low, and the god of ninjas is like that. But, Lier is really Haki this time. So regal, he is also a famous figure in the land of fire. That's why I'm treated like this. At last, summed up by Nara Shikaku, please order 5th Hokage. Okay, passed unanimously. Lier couldn't help but feel a little happy. Have a look, Konoha, his country, he will transform this place and make it the #1 ninja village, or even the only ninja village. As Kazuma said, there is only great unification. Only then can there be lasting peace. The pride is under the chest. Lier issued his first order as Hokage. If Shimura Danzo is classified as an SSS-level traitorous ninja, anyone who can bring someone else's head to Konoha, whether he is a villain of Konoha or the Land of Fire or not, will receive a reward of 100 million ryo. There is a reward of 100 million taels. The future Asuma will only cost 35 million taels, which is close to 3 Asuma. If nothing else, Kakuzu will definitely be very interested. No, the many ninjas below are all bright, especially Fugaku, who is the most popular. The red light of Mangekyo is almost coming out. What could be more satisfying than being able to hunt down the enemy openly and get a big bounty? That is a group of like-minded people who want to hunt down this enemy with you. If it weren't for the unusual situation, Fugaku would have laughed out loud. And Lier also saw it. The amount of information today is a bit overwhelming, and the people below need some time to relax. Then he announced, seeing that you also have a lot to communicate, come here today and meet here again at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. I will announce some rules. Uzumaki Naruto will stay and the others will be dismissed. Yes, after the roaring response, there was the sound of shwashwashua and the instantaneous departure. The surrounding villagers also dispersed, their expressions full of hope for the future. Not long after, in the square that was bustling just now, only Naruto, whose face was full of tears and runny nose, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had a tacit understanding not to leave, and Kazuma, who was always guarding the side. Kazuma, go and inform the Admiral Army that they have lifted the alert. The army will be stationed in place and no soldiers will be allowed to enter Konoha Village to disturb the people. Yes, Kazuma also left instantly. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled. Lier glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen in surprise, who hurriedly put away his smile and explained. When I heard that you can keep the army stationed in place and not enter the village to disturb the people, I know that you must be considerate of the people. This makes me very happy. Our king is so kind. Okay, the flattery at the back can be said to have left no trace. I never thought you could be like this, Sarutobi Hiruzen. It really is. If you can speak, speak more. Sarutobi Hiruzen seems to be keenly aware that Lier likes to hear such compliments. He was immediately flattered. In order to prevent the Sarutobi family from being implicated by him, isn't it just a matter of flattering? Don't say it with your mouth, just with your skills. Ahem. Lier enjoyed Sarutobi Hiruzen's flattery before waving his hand to interrupt him. Sarutobi Hiruzen shut up immediately. Boom. It turns out that Daimyo likes to hear these nice things. It's okay, Danzo and I still have the skills to please Senju teacher before. I don't know how the Daimyo will punish me. I hope the family and Asuma will not be implicated. As for Shinosuke, who bumped into the Daimyo, for the sake of the family and Asuma, we can only. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you will also have this day. Lier said with an air of dignity. With the crimes you committed, my strongest Konoha is now only slightly stronger than Sunagaku from the Land of Wind. How do you think I should punish you? Bang. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat down again and pressed his forehead against the floor. Please Daimyo, please do not implicate the Sarutobi family because of my meritorious service to Konoha. Everything else, but be punished based on Daimyo. This is frightening. Even Asuma didn't dare to mention it anymore, hoping not to implicate the family. Tisk tisk. Should I say that Sarutobi Hiruzen is ruthless? Or is it love and justice? Lier is not in a hurry, he is waiting. Wait, a verification. Boom. Coming. 16. Iron-blooded methods. Otsutsuki Ichiraku. 4 more. Boom. Shinosuke. Asuma, forgive me. It's Konohamaru. For the sake of the family, all personal interests can be sacrificed. Danzo. This is all Danzo's damn fault. If I can survive the crisis this time, I will definitely hunt you down personally. We will fight to the end of the world to the death. With the verification of this voiceover, Lier can know that Sarutobi Hiruzen is really innocent. In this way, the ninja school was left to him. Although the graduating ninjas would all have some relationship with him, considering the concerns of his family, children, and grandchildren, he would not do anything outrageous again. But this ability to brainwash people cannot be wasted. That's all. Lier pretended to sigh. Since you were bewitched by Danzo and never did it yourself, I will give you a chance to redeem yourself. Thank you, Daimyo. Thank you, Daimyo. Sarutobi Hiruzen kowtowed in great joy. No harm to the family. No harm to my son. No harm to the grandson. If it weren't for the Daimyo's decisiveness in facing Cloud Shinobi's messenger, Sarutobi Hiruzen would have even suspected that the Daimyo was not kind. You recall the original Anbu and confiscate all the property of the Shimura family and roots. All members of the Shimura clan have been captured and handed over to the torture department to determine whether they are guilty or not. Like Mitokado Homura, who has collaborated with Danzo, all arrests will be handed over to the torture department to determine whether they are guilty or not. Finally, please hand over half of your Sarutobi family's property. Sarutobi Hiruzen. D-filled circle, she. Benevolence, kindness, ridiculous. He actually had this idea just now. This method is simply not too iron-blooded. It can be said, after Sarutobi Hiruzen did this, he really fulfilled his wishes, and completely broke up with the Shimura clan and Shimura Danzo to the death. But, does he have a choice? Sarutobi Hiruzen said simply, yes. Daimyo. Well, hurry up and do it before I change my mind. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Who dares to procrastinate? After Sarutobi Hiruzen thanked him again, he hurriedly went to raid the Shimura clan. At this time, Lier was the one looking down at Naruto. Naruto had already wiped his face clean and was waiting quietly under the square. Prince, I'm here. Lier used the power of the chicken charm to float down from the top of the Hokage building and came to Naruto. Naruto looked at Lier generously, his small eyes full of curiosity, gratitude, admiration and other emotions, without any negative emotions such as fear. Brother, thank you for telling me who I am, and I'll treat you to ramen. Naruto plucked up the courage to speak. Oh, ramen. Lier raised his eyebrows. Is it Ichiraku ramen? That's right, Uncle Ichiraku's ramen is delicious. Thinking of Ichiraku ramen, Naruto even drooled. Is it really that delicious? Lier expressed disbelief. And, he also wanted to verify the past. Otsutsuki Ichiraku, and, 6 Paths Ichiraku, memes to see if this, Ichiraku, hand player was really a hidden boss. Then, he agreed to Naruto's, thank you invitation, and walked to Ichiraku ramen. Along the way, the villagers and ninjas I met enthusiastically shouted, meet the daimyo, and, meet the daimyo. Although I did not kneel down. But he stood respectfully and waited for Lier to pass by before taking action again. Kneeling and worshipping are only performed on formal occasions or when necessary. When we got to the place, the father and daughter Tude and Iris, who had received the news a long time ago, were already waiting outside the shop to pay their respects to Lier. Unexpectedly, they were brought over by Naruto to eat ramen. Uncle Ichiraku, I'm treating you today, you must give me enough food. Naruto said solemnly, a little, don't embarrass me in front of my friends, look. This really shocked Shoda and Chongku's father and daughter. He looked at Lier cautiously and was relieved to see that Lier didn't blame Naruto. It's such an honor. Cheetah shouted excitedly. Please wait a moment, Daimyo. I will definitely make the most delicious ramen for you. It's okay, there's no rush. Lier said nonchalantly. At the same time, the customers who were still eating noodles either paid or picked up their ramen bowls and stood up to leave, making room for the Daimyo. Lier didn't stop him. It's a privilege. I didn't have the opportunity to experience it in my previous life, and I still think it's just pretentious. You're superior to others, so you can't eat with others. Then don't live together on Earth. Now, so delicious. Compared to these little things. Lier looked carefully at the hand that was concentrating on cooking. Is it the last name, 6 Paths? Or is the surname, Otsutsuki? Notice. It's Hitaki Tsukumo, not Hitaki Shiga. Thank you for. It's hard to change the previous one, but it won't be wrong again. Please no. 17. Be careful when killing chickens. Orochimaru appears. 5th update additional update for, Yi Ming. What about the surname, Otsutsuki? Or, 6 Paths. Look left and right. Lier couldn't see why. After all, he also has no scanning ability. The voiceover also works sometimes and sometimes not, and it is not activated now. When all the handmade ramen came out of the pot, there was still no conclusion. In this case, then let's try Hokage's famous Ichiraku ramen first. Can he, a member of the Dragon Kingdom in the 21st century, be conquered by a bowl of ramen? But after taking the first bite, Lier admitted that he was a commoner in his previous life and had never eaten anything delicious. This is too fragrant. Boss, give me another bowl. Double balls. Ha ha ha. Brother, let me tell you, Uncle Ichiraku's ramen is the best. I went to prepare new ramen with enthusiasm, and my face was full of smiles as the chef was recognized for his craftsmanship and there was no abnormality at all. After Lier had eaten 3 large bowls, it was with Shoda and Iris, welcome to visit next time, farewells that I left with my stomach full. There is another little episode here. He didn't dare to charge money for but Naruto firmly believed that he must pay for his treat. It was Lier who said, Daimings also have to pay for meals. This is order. The handmade meal was given a symbolic discount. Aha, Kazuma shunned to Lier and handed over a scroll with, sealed book, written on it. Daimyo, this is the sealed book that Sarutobi Hiruzen asked me to give to you. It contains many forbidden techniques recorded in Konoha through the ages. You take it first, Lier said casually. He has no interest in this sealed book, after all, he doesn't even have much chakra. Still need a little practice. If you do more things to activate god level options, you can become stronger in minutes. Yes, Kazuma put away the sealed book and fell half a step behind, then followed suit. Lier rubbed Naruto's head and said, Little Naruto, let's go and have a look at your house, okay? Is it okay? Naruto's eyes lit up. Except for Grandpa Sarutobi, no one else has been to my house as a guest. Ah. I haven't cleaned up yet. The house is very messy, how about next time? Lanye couldn't help but smile. The 6-year-old child also has self-esteem. Then little Naruto, please come to my place today. My brother has something to talk to him about. Okay, little Naruto was very excited. I have never been to someone else's house as a guest. It's really great. Shouting and shouting, Naruto suddenly choked with tears again, but stubbornly gritted his teeth and did not cry out. As for the details of talking to it, I didn't notice it at all. At this time, Kazuma kindly stepped forward and led Lanye to a Hokage residence, which was originally the residence of the Senju clan and was later confiscated by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Waiting for the place, Lanye chatted with Naruto for a while, letting Kazuma take the little guy around to consume his energy. He calmed down and thought about what to do next. System, can you give me some directions? The system is unresponsive. It seems that this system will probably only appear when he is faced with an accurate choice. Quickly, Kazuma returned quietly, bowed and said, Daimyo, Uzumaki Naruto has fallen asleep. Well, no one is allowed in the house until I call you. Yes, Hema closed the door and knelt down in front of the door, looking around with wide open eyes. And inside the room, Lanye used the power of the sheep charm, and the blue soul floated out of his body, passed through the wall to the next room, and got into Uzumaki Naruto's belly. As expected, there are two dreams to choose from. One is Uzumaki Naruto, the other is Nine-Tails Kurama. Lanye first took a look into Naruto's dream. Unexpected discovery, Naruto actually had a dream about eating noodles with Lanye at Ichiraku ramen restaurant. He was eating noodles like he was going to eat all the food he had made with his hands. The eldest prince was really easy to coax when he was a child. Smiling and exiting Naruto's dream, Lanye entered Kurama's dream instead. At the same time, there was unexpected and reasonable news that shocked the entire Konoha. The Shimura clan has been raided. Sarutobi Hiruzen also won Lanye's heart. Knowing that Lanye wanted to kill the chicken to scare the monkey, he took the sealed members of the Shimura clan and paraded them around Konoha 3 times before taking them to the torture department. Whether it is a big family, a small family, or a civilian ninja, or a citizen of Konoha Village. This moment, it was like seeing Lanye's unruffled and regal demeanor when facing the Cloud Shinobi Messenger again. His methods are decisive, he really doesn't hold anything back, and his first move is a dead end. But no one is afraid of Lanye, but more respectful. From the fact that the army from outside did not enter the village, it can be seen that this new daimyo and new Hokage are still very good to their people. Then there's nothing wrong with it. Shouldn't we be decisive in dealing with our enemies? And in the dark, a pair of cold eyes stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen who was running around. His tongue suddenly extended to an exaggerated length and he licked his lips. Then, he murmured in a hoarse tone, even you and Danzo, sensei, are. It seems that it's time to leave Konoha. Should Uncle Snake rebel, or stay and develop? 18. Fugaku's doting, Itachi's Mangekyo. One update, the news that the Shimura clan was abducted spread quickly in Konoha. The villagers and civilian ninjas just watched with amusement. The most important thing is, or the reaction of those families, what do they think about it? Good, well done. 5th Hokage is simply the first generation alive. Hey, I have to honor the daimyo. Hokage is not worthy of the status of daimyo, he is just a temporary substitute. The daimyo is willing to be our Hokage, and he favors us Uchiha. It's really great, surely Madara-sama will bless us in heaven. All the voices coming from the Uchiha station were praising Lanye's decisive approach. For the proud Uchiha to be like this shows how much they love Lanye. Fugaku couldn't help but smile when he heard the rare activity in the clan. This made Uchiha Itachi, who had never seen his father smile before, his eyes flicker. Realizing that I have lost my temper, Fugaku took a sip of tea to cover it up, then looked at the 11-year-old Itachi. Itachi, you should know about Shisui, right? Itachi remained silent and did not answer immediately. His 11-year-old face had a maturity that was beyond his age, and the deep nasolabial folds made Fugaku see his own shadow in a trance. 10 seconds later, Itachi seemed to have made up his mind. He raised his head and looked at Fugaku, with 3 Magatama appearing in his eyes. Before Fugaku could speak, Widow Moon then rotated and merged like a big windmill, and her eyes turned into 2 shurikens that looked exactly like Fugaku Mangekyo, except that the hollow in the middle was filled with darkness. Fugaku was so surprised that he also activated Mangekyo. After confirming that he was not under an illusion, his first reaction was not to be excited, but to stare at Itachi with a scrutinizing gaze. Why did you turn on Mangekyo? Fugaku said harshly. The Uchiha are called the Cursed Clan, for a reason. Only by experiencing the pain of losing a loved one, can one gain strength, which is regarded as unknown by the outside world, including themselves. And now, the Fugaku family are still alive and well, but Itachi turned on Mangekyo. Which, beloved, did Itachi lose? With Fugaku's understanding of Itachi, the only way he can unlock Mangekyo's love is death of Uchiha Shisui. That is to say, Itachi already knew about Shisui's death and activated Mangekyo, but he never revealed it to anyone in the family. What does he want to do? Betraying the family. In this regard, Itachi said very calmly, Father, my Mangekyo was turned on because I saw brother Shisui commit suicide by jumping off a cliff. Brother Shisui committed suicide in order to prevent his family from knowing that he had been robbed of his eyes, and to further intensify the conflict between the family and the village. I respect Brother Shisui's wishes. You respected Shisui, so you covered up the information about the distinguished heavenly gods and your awakening of Mangekyo. Gotcha. Even with Fugaku's determination, he couldn't help but crush the teacup. But Itachi was still looking at Fugaku calmly, without the slightest hint of retreat or fear. As if what he did was right. The two pairs of Mangekyo just stared at each other, faintly competing in eye power. What shocked Fugaku was that Itachi's eye power was actually on par with his. Itachi only 11 years old, no wonder he is so convinced that he is right. Uchiha is already arrogant, and being such a genius naturally makes him even more prosperous. Fugaku chose to give in for the first time. He retreated from Mangekyo and even Sharingan, sitting defenseless in front of Itachi. No matter what happened in the past, you have been appointed as a disciple by the Daimyo, and you are expected to compete for the position of Hokage in the future. You also have your own ideas now, and you have to think about how to deal with some tricky things. Itachi's behavior could be called treason, but Fugaku just exposed it like that. So pampered, no wonder Mirai chose to surrender and achieve Itachi's achievement of massacring his clan at the age of 12. To know, Fugaku also has Mangekyo. No matter how powerful Itachi is, he still has to at least use Susanoo against each other, right? The movement was quite big. But no, and the profound meaning of what I just said, apparently having guessed it, Shisui's other, Mangekyo distinguished heavenly gods, is in Itachi's hand. Because it is the ultimate genjutsu that can change the will of others, this is a hot potato for Itachi. It's okay if outsiders don't know. If it was exposed, what would the outside world think? What would the daimyo think? Will you doubt Itachi, intent to control the daimyo and become the king behind the scenes? Itachi had obviously thought about this too. He knelt down and said softly, Brother Shisui's eyes, I will leave them to the daimyo as a sign of apprenticeship. Very good. Fugaku smiled happily. After several generations of hard work, Uchiha is finally about to usher in a new life. Itachi, try your best to become the next Hokage, even if it is not for the family, but for Sasuke. When it comes to Sasuke, Itachi's eyes suddenly softened, and as Mangekyo faded, a smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Broken stone hammer without a doubt. 19. Reactions from all ethnic groups. Grumpy Raikage, start a national war. 2 updates. A scene of praise. The same thing happens in the Hyuga clan. 2 brothers, Hyuga Hiyashi and Hyuga Hazashi, had a rare opportunity to sit down and enjoy tea. Hazashi, 3rd generation, Sarutobi Hiruzen originally hinted to me that he wanted you to pay for your life, in my place, so that he could appease the Cloud Shinobi messenger without letting Hyuga's blood flow outside. Do you understand? Hyuga Hiyashi said a little ashamed. Hyuga Hazashi nodded relaxedly. Based on my knowledge of Sarutobi Hiruzen, I have already guessed this decision. For the sake of my family and the village, I am willing to. No need to say this. Hyuga Hiyashi interrupted. Now, the daimyo temporarily takes over the position of Hokage, and Hinata will also become a disciple of the daimyo. With the support of the family, she may be the first female Hokage. Yes, I really look forward to Hinata growing up soon. Hyuga Hazashi agreed. In the Nara family, Nara Shikaku and his son Nara Shikamaru sat opposite each other, and the father and son played chess in silence. For a long time, Nara Shikamaru suddenly said, Father, is Naruto really the son of the 4th Hokage? Yeah, Nara Shikaku responded. Then, the daimyo announced Naruto's identity. Maybe it wasn't just to bring down the 3rd generation, right? Any one of the 3 major crimes is enough for the daimyo to punish the 3rd generation. What is his real purpose? I don't understand, Nara Shikamaru thought. Nara Shikaku nodded with some relief. My son can think about this when he is only 6 years old. Not to mention his peers, even the patriarchs of some families may not be able to see through it. After hesitating, Nara Shikaku said vaguely, I'm afraid what this daimyo wants is not the small Konoha village, but the land outside the land of fire. Expand the territory. Nara Shikamaru's eyes lit up. Yes. Otherwise, there is no need for the daimyo to care about the rise and fall of Konoha village. Anyway, no matter how hard we ninjas fight, it will never affect. Cough. Nara coughed fiercely and warned. It's good to know many things by yourself, but it will be a disaster if you say them. Oh, you adults are in such trouble. This is the way the world is, and you have to learn to adapt. It's so troublesome. Let's just play chess and don't think about this anymore. The Akamaiki clan, the Yamanaka clan, the Aburame clan, the Inuzuka clan. The evaluation of the new daimyo by all the families was unanimous, courageous. The picture is huge, an opportunity for the various tribes in Konoha to rise. It can be said, the current forces in Konoha village will be shuffled in the next period of time. It depends on who can seize the opportunity and who will be eliminated. Konoha, which has been suppressed by Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo for many years, is about to bloom with amazing power. Compared with the prosperity of Konoha, far away in the land of thunder, the 4th Raikage, of Cloud Shinobi Village, after receiving the information sent by Summonimon, smashed the desk with an angry punch. Damn, how dare Konoha, so what if he is a daimyo? Mabuyi, prepare a gift of technique for me and send it to the capital to meet the daimyo. Beside, Mabuyi, a black beauty with a curvy figure and an explosive figure, sighed helplessly. She is the secretary of 4th Raikage. The most troublesome part of her daily work is to replace the desk that was smashed by 4th Raikage. But today, Master 4th Raikage, are you sure you want to see the Daimyo? Mabuyi said seriously. The national power of the Kingdom of Thunder is compared with the Kingdom of Fire. The new Daimyo of the Kingdom of Fire described in the intelligence obviously has a similar personality. You, are similar. If you really start a war, it will not be a war between two ninja villages, but a war between two big countries. When the time comes, a war between two great powers. Mabuyi's reminder calmed down the furious 4th Raikage. They endured a fight between villages, which was just a small fight. They beat the dog's brains out until it was beaten to death, and only tens of thousands of people died. But if a big country goes to war, during the Sengoku Rebellion, the horrific scene of corpses littering the fields might happen again. Is that all? 4th Raikage gasped through his nostrils. How could he endure his violent temper? Perhaps you can send a small team to pretend to attack Konoha, not only to test the current situation of Konoha, but also to test whether the new daimyo of the fire country really dares to start a national war. Mabuyi suggested. That's it. That's okay. 4th Raikage slapped the table. Oh, the desk had just been smashed by his hammer. 4th Raikage retracted his hand to capture the traces and announced, let that kid Killer Bee lead. Killer Bee Sama went to the capital to hold a concert. I'm afraid it will be delayed when he comes back. Mabuyi reminded. That kid. 4th Raikage subconsciously clenched his fist and hammered. Swish. Just like the movement that occurs when a person is instantaneous, the fist of 4th Raikage certainly landed in the empty space. Mabuyi. How about letting Wooden Golem lead the team? Wooden Golem can already maintain consciousness when transforming into a tailed beast. Okay, just her. Once there is any sign of weakness on Konoha's side, not only the Hyuga clan's bloodline will be required this time, but also the Uchiha clans. Yes. 20. Kurama's dream. Dreaming in a dream. 3 updates. His eyes returned to Lier. After he got into Kurama's dream, he appeared on a vast prairie. Kurama was running freely. This was nothing. It's normal for Kurama to dream about his former freedom after being sealed away. Interestingly, Kurama's appearance. It's the little Kurama, with a tiger head and a tiger brain. And, in other grasslands not far away, 8 other tiger-headed tailed beasts were playing around. Even Kurama's hated one tail, Shukaku, was there. Does this mean that Kurama misses his childhood days? When Lier was thinking, the dream in front of him suddenly became fragmented, and turned into 2 huge blood-red eyeballs that suddenly appeared in front of him. Lier, who was so frightened that he was deep in thought, floated back and was able to see the whole scene. The owner of the blood-red eyeballs is a huge fox with a ferocious expression. The ferocious fox teeth are filled with fine pieces of flesh, and there are blackened bones of the card owner in the gaps between the teeth. It can be said to be very cruel. But, hey, you, the 9 tails gathered by chakra, can eat people. Or eat them raw? Lier asked strangely. Kurama's fierce momentum faltered. It's scary right now. If you ask this kind of question, I will lose my thoughts. Lier couldn't help laughing when he saw this. Really, this fox has never eat humans at all. It just changes its appearance to scare people. It's probably the mentality of, since you humans say tailed beasts are the cause of trouble, then I'll pretend to be the cause of trouble for you. I know you, the Fire Nation Daimyo. Kurama bared his teeth and said, what are you doing in my dream? Oh, you don't seem surprised that I can come to your dream. Hey, the old man from 6 Paths often. What do you want me to do? Believe it or not, I will tear you apart. The telltale Kurama. He opened his mouth and roared ferociously, as if he was trying to choke Yoruichi's mouth. Don't say. The fishy smell of the roar made Lier almost breathless. Disgusted, he flew to the top of the sealed space and took a few breaths. Lier held his nose and muttered. I said, is this how Sage of 6 Paths taught you tailed beasts how to treat guests? Kurama, who was crazy, had another meal. Seeing that baring teeth and claws has no effect on Lier, Kurama simply lay back down, licked his hair lazily, and closed his eyes as if to sleep. Didn't you send tailed beast bomb directly? Are you continuing to dream in the dream? Lier asked curiously. Have you been sealed for a long time, so your brain is not working well? Roar. Stop screaming. This is your dream. No one will care if you break your throat. Quote. Kurama stared at Lier angrily and helplessly, ready to tear this mean-mouthed Fire Nation daimyo to pieces. But just before it gets up, Lier said first. Kurama, I'm here to negotiate with you. Negotiation? Kurama said in disgust. You don't want me to cooperate with this person, this kid. What a dream. There is absolutely no way I can cooperate with humans. Oh, Kurama, please listen to my conditions. Kurama stood up suddenly. It stared at Lier and said, how do you know the name Kurama? Oh, it seems that the size is also a secret. But simple, as a daimyo of the Fire Nation, is it strange for me to know this? Lier asked. Kurama thought for a while. He lay down again, although he was still in the posture of going to sleep, but Lier knew that it was waiting for him to tell his conditions. Fox. Just like a cat, he is very arrogant and refuses to say anything directly. Lier thought to himself. In this case, you don't have to cooperate with Naruto. As long as you don't release your chakra to disturb Naruto's chakra, after Naruto has passed 100 years, I can let you go and no longer seal him as Jinchuriki. How about that? Kurama suddenly raised his head. Free, it once ran free and didn't care. But after being locked up in this small dark room for decades, it realized how precious freedom is. What makes it most despairing is that he doesn't know how long he will be locked up in this small dark room, because if this Jinchuriki dies, there will be another one, and there will be no end. And now, someone actually came to tell it that it could be given freedom. But then, Kurama said suspiciously, "You humans are very cunning, why should I trust you?" "Because I am the daimyo of the Fire Nation." Lier spread his hands and said, "If you can't trust me, then no one can set you free." Does this seem to be the case? After all, the daimyo of the Land of Fire is the king who even bows his head to Senju Hashirama. Seeing Kurama hesitate, Lier immediately added, 21. Fool 9 tails. Greedy for your body. 20 billion tails. 4 more. Seeing Kurama hesitate, Lier immediately said, "When Naruto is older, I will teach him the summoning technique. At that time, you can sign a summoning contract with him and let him summon some of your chakra out to breathe." Kurama's eyes lit up. Although it also excludes signing a summoning contract, you can still consider it if you can go out for some air. And if it were Uzumaki Naruto from outside, to be honest, Kurama wouldn't reject it. This is also a poor baby. The most important thing is, this can be achieved within a few years without having to wait until Uzumaki Naruto dies. Although the intention is moving, but Kurama was still suspicious. "I once destroyed Konoha Village, how dare you let me out?" "It's just a part of chakra," Lier said nonchalantly. "Besides, you were controlled by Mangekyo 6 years ago, and it was not your intention. Generally, if no one provokes you tailed beasts, you won't go around wreaking havoc." Kurama. This moment, Kurama turns out to have a connected mind with Fugaku, and finally met someone who can understand their tailed beasts. Speaking of which, Kurama is also pitiful. It was running freely in the prairie. Just because Uchiha Madara looked at it, it was captured and used as a mount. Not only was it beaten on the ground by Senju Hashirama, but in the end it was said to be too strong and had to be sealed. "Do you think this is human language? I was beaten by you. Even the other 8-tailed beasts. It was all because of Kurama's power, that he was captured by Senju Hashirama and distributed to the 4 major countries. Does this also involve property confiscation? It's so FG outrageous." After a brief feeling, although Kurama is very affectionate, his arrogant character is a bit awkward. "I always feel that just agreeing directly like this is very lacking in the 9 tails card." Lier instantly understood Kurama's arrogance. He immediately suggested, "In this way, you can think about my conditions in the next few days, and I will leave first." Saying, Lier just exited Kurama's dream. Next moment, Kurama in Naruto's sealed space opened his eyes and looked around to make sure that although it was just a dream, it did happen. "I couldn't help but murmured, that boy just gave me some more advice. I might just sign a summoning contract with you. It will take several years for this little kid to learn summoning. Why, this is probably the price of losing face, and you have to pay it yourself." The first time, Kurama disconnected the 9 tails chakra from the outside of the sealed space and gave it directly to Naruto for use. From now on, Naruto's chakra control will no longer be disrupted to the point where even the 3-body technique will fail. Such a simple thing can buy you freedom. I always feel that that famous person wants to trick me. Thinking about it, Kurama fell asleep again out of boredom. If Lier hears this, he will definitely give Kurama a thumbs up. Of course he is after your Kurama body. Although his condition is just not to interfere with Naruto's chakra. But the underlying condition is recognition of Naruto's existence as a Jinchuriki. In this way, with Naruto's ability to say death, even to Nagato, as long as he comes into contact with Kurama, sooner or later he will be able to influence him like in the anime. By then, this Naruto who calls Big Brother after him will become his strongest thug. To know, Naruto has 6 paths level strength at the age of 16. Hokage residence, Lier's room. His soul floated back to his body and he opened his eyes. It was my first time to use the soul out of body in dream ability of the sheep talisman, and the experience was pretty good. 9 tails has basically finished it. The next step is looking for the target. Suddenly there was a sound outside the house. "The daimyo is resting, please come back tomorrow." It was Kazuma scolding people. "This is the harvest from the search of the Shimura clan and roots, and this is half of the assets of my Sarutobi clan. Please hand it over to the daimyo, your majesty Kazuma." Sarutobi Hiruzen said softly. This made Lier suddenly think of someone big. Snake. Pill. I was so concerned about what to do with Sarutobi Hiruzen that I forgot about the talent of Orochimaru. This is Uncle Snake who lived to Boruto's turn. With so many skill points all over his body, it would be a pity to let him just defect from Zaihei. "You must stay in the land of fire and shine." "Ahem, it's Sarutobi Hiruzen, right? Daimyo, are you awake?" Kazuma asked outside the house. "I'm sorry for disturbing you. This subordinate deserves to die. Let Sarutobi Hiruzen come in. Kazuma, you go and rest too." "Daimyo, my subordinates are not tired." "Whatever." Conversation room. Sarutobi Hiruzen also opened the door and carefully handed over 3 scrolls. Lier opened it and took a look. Oh haha. Unexpectedly, the wealth of the Shimura family was quite large, and more than 20 billion taels were confiscated. To know, the current tax revenue of the Fire Country is just this much per year. It's a pity at the roots. All the root members and funds were taken away, leaving only some research instruments that could not be taken away, as well as various munitions, such as huge shurikens and detonating charms. As for the Sarutobi clan, Lier put down the scroll and looked askance at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Are you sure? Half of the wealth of your Sarutobi clan is just that. 22. Orochimaru packs his bags. Sarutobi Hiruzen's selfishness. 5th update. Additional update. Please give me some flowers. Are you sure? Half of the wealth of your Sarutobi clan is just that. Bang. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat down directly, his forehead pressed against the tatami and said, although I was once a Hokage, and I have done many wrong things, I have never made any wealth. The development of all departments in the village requires a lot of funds, and I have always been there. Close the gap. The implication is, Sarutobi Hiruzen, as the third Hokage, is not only free from corruption, but also has done a lot of it himself. 2. With Danzo, Mitokado Homura, and Utatane Kaharu here, how can the gap not be big? Okay, it's okay if you did this. Thank you Daimyo for your forgiveness. Sarutobi Hiruzen breathed a sigh of relief. Boom, I didn't expect the Daimyo to believe me, but I really haven't been corrupt in these years. That guy Danzo, actually has a huge amount of 20 billion taels. This is because a large amount of funds have been taken away from the root. I don't know how much has been embezzled over the years. Old man, I have nothing to do with you. Real name authentication, the Sarutobi family is really that poor. Tisk tisk, Sarutobi Hiruzen, this Hokage man, wanted people but no one, wanted money but no money, all was taken away by Danzo. He is also a talent. From now on, you should go to the ninja school and serve as the principal. Lier said, when there is no war, don't leave Konoha. If there is a war, Sarutobi Hiruzen never expected that the daimyo would give him a position. This is the key location of the ninja school. 99% of Konoha's ninjas graduated from ninja schools. Although most of those teachers were just chunin, they were always highly respected, and many jonin were very polite. Did not expect, as a sinner, he can actually. If there is a war, I am willing to charge forward and fight to the death. Sarutobi Hiruzen said loudly. This moment, all his complaints about the daimyo disappeared, and all he had was gratitude. If the big name hadn't come forward, Konoha is still under his governance, and is being corrupted by Danzo, Mitokado Homura, and Utatane Kaharu. The consequences are disastrous. Well, call Orochimaru to see me and let Asuma and the others from the army. Lier waved his hand. Thank you, my dear. I will do it now. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up, facing respectfully. Lier walked back to the door, closed the door, turned around, looked at Kazuma, nodded in a friendly manner, and left immediately. Of course Kazuma heard the conversation between Lier and Sarutobi Hiruzen. He frowned at this moment. Obviously, he disagrees with Sarutobi Hiruzen as the ninja school principal. But, this is the daimyo's decision. So, Kazuma just didn't approve, but he didn't go beyond, reminding the daimyo. Come to think of it, with the wisdom the daimyo has shown these days, he must have a plan. As a subordinate, you only need to do what the daimyo orders you to do. Thinking of this, Kazuma cheered up, his gaze as alert as a searchlight. The other end, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly found Orochimaru who was packing his luggage in the laboratory. There was a hill full of seal scrolls alone. What are you doing? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked with a frown. Hiss, teacher is here. Orochimaru pervert licked half of his face with his long tongue. As you can see, I am ready to leave Konoha. Defection. Hiss, don't say it so harshly. Orochimaru turned around and sealed the experimental equipment without turning his head. Kaido said, you personally liquidated the Shimura clan. That daimyo didn't even let the minor characters go. I'm working with Danzo. Hiss, it won't end well if you stay. Sarutobi Hiruzen's frown deepened. To know, Lier asked him to call Orochimaru to see him first, and then he went to the military camp to pick up the 3 Asumas. If Orochimaru defected, the daimyo would be blamed. No, Orochimaru must be allowed to meet the daimyo. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen also likes this disciple very much, compared with his second son, he is obviously not qualified. Sarutobi Hiruzen said solemnly, Orochimaru, I'm afraid you can't leave like this, the daimyo summons you. And, I won't allow you to rebel against the village. Orochimaru moved his hands. He turned around and stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen with cold eyes, trying to get some information. But Sarutobi Hiruzen, as Orochimaru's teacher, has long been accustomed to Orochimaru's cold gaze. How could Orochimaru read any information? But, he still said, the daimyo probably didn't want to convict you, otherwise he would have directly ordered your arrest instead of summoning you. Orochimaru sneered. I don't know, how did the daimyo deal with you, teacher? Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent for a moment. Suddenly he sighed and said, you are not allowed to leave Konoha and serve as the principal of the ninja school. If there is a war, so you understand, as long as it does not violate the bottom line, the daimyo is still very good to others. Orochimaru was not comforted at all. Lanier's bottom line, when he collaborated with Danzo, he did a lot of bottomless experiments. Sarutobi Hiruzen is obviously aware of this. He silently blocked the door of the laboratory, staring at Orochimaru warily. Orochimaru, no matter what, you must go with me today to meet the daimyo. Don't force me to do it. Asuma is still in the daimyo's hands. That's what it's for. Orochimaru's eyes became colder and colder, and there was a surging murderous intent in the air. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not give in, and even cut his index finger with his nail, ready to summon the monkey demon at any time. The battle is about to break out. 23. Where is Uncle Snake, or Snake Lady? 1 update. Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen, master and apprentice, are facing each other and are about to fight. Hiss, Orochimaru suddenly sneered. Teacher, let's make a deal. I will go and meet the Daimyo, but please pretend that you haven't seen this scene. Orochimaru is confident, even if the Daimyo sets up a dragnet, he can still escape with his ability. It's not Orochimaru's boast. In the entire ninja world, all those who could kill him have long since died. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Orochimaru with squinted eyes. Are you suggesting that he should not stop him from defecting? Whatever. Sarutobi Hiruzen can vaguely guess what Orochimaru did in the past. With that Daimyo's temper, I'm afraid the outcome will be, let's let Orochimaru go free. Then just follow me. Sarutobi Hiruzen put down his momentum. Daimyo appreciates talents, as long as you show, forget it. Seeing the playful sneer on Orochimaru's face, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that talking more would be useless. Half letting, half escorting, Orochimaru was delivered to the Hokage residence. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched the back of his favorite disciple until he was sure that he had entered, and then sighed quietly. Orochimaru. He was cuter when he was younger. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned around and left lonely, heading towards the military camp outside the village. From now on, apart from his family blood relatives, he has no other help. Hokage House, Interior. Lier looked at Orochimaru's cold face and felt a little friendly. Uncle Snake. Ah, wait, is it Uncle Snake or Snake Lady? Lier lowered his eyes, circled Orochimaru's neck, and locked onto the protruding Adam's apple. Still Uncle Snake, the #1 ninja researcher. And technology is the primary productive force. Thinking like this, Lier showed a gentle smile and said, Uncle Snake, sit down and let's have a good chat. Uncle Snake. Even Orochimaru was stunned. What is this name? Ah, this is a pet name, Lier, who had spilled the beans, said vaguely, don't worry about it, let's talk about it first. What is the project you are researching now? Hashirama cells or something else? Danzo's, did you replace his arm? Orochimaru, how does it feel? Is this famous person more interested in these studies than he is? After hesitating, Orochimaru tentatively said, Shodai's cells are too terrifying. So far, only one experimental subject has survived. It was taken into the root and cultured by Danzo. The others have no clue for the time being. This is obviously a emasculated version of intelligence. Orochimaru has so many research projects, how could he achieve just this little result? But Lier also understands, which scientist can reveal all his research results when asked, not to mention that there are many taboos involved in his own research. Now Uncle Snake must still be wondering what Lier wants to do. Lier doesn't do charades either. He said directly, I have always respected talents, and excellent talents can get some privileges. Although you have done a lot of wrong things for research in the past. Orochimaru's eyes were slightly cold, knowing that the important part was coming. He was secretly on guard, ready to escape from here at any time. What? Attack the Daimyo? He really didn't have this idea. The deep-rooted thinking of ninjas cannot be reversed even by geniuses like Orochimaru. Only, what surprised Orochimaru was that Lier didn't come to ask questions, but... But these are not problems. You were suppressed by Sarutobi Hiruzen and bewitched by Danzo. It is normal to make some mistakes. As long as you don't do these taboo things in the future, then I will not only it will stop you, but will strongly support you. Orochimaru was silent for a few seconds. It was with a hoarse voice that he said coldly, I don't know if the taboo you mentioned refers to human body experiment. Of course not, Lier said strangely. Human body experiments are an inevitable result. Otherwise, how would we know whether the research results are useful? Orochimaru opened his eyes slightly. Just this sentence, he dared to conclude that the daimyo in front of him was his confidant. Lier's words continued, human body experiments must be done, but as the human body being tested, you can choose selectively. First of all, we must not bring our own people from the fire country. They are all my people and I won't allow it. But we can change the angle, such as voluntary registration. Or people from other countries. Orochimaru's eyes are shining. He was sure that the daimyo was really his confidant. Only, in addition to his desire for truth, he also had a deep love for his people. This is normal. After all, he is the daimyo of the land of fire and the king of this land. Orochimaru, who had been completely disappointed in Konoha, suddenly found another reason to stay. Perhaps, is there no need to defect today? Thinking like this, Orochimaru spoke again. I don't know, daimyo, what do you think about eternal life? 24. 3 directions of eternal life. Orochimaru said it was great. 2 updates. I don't know, daimyo, what do you think of eternal life? Oh haha. A pleasant smile appeared on Lier's lips. When a scientist initiates a topic discussion with you, it means that the other person has recognized you. This is a good sign. Next, as long as Lier shows enough like-mindedness, I believe that winning Uncle Snake will be a matter of course. Yes, Lier did not answer immediately, but lowered his head and thought carefully. This made Orochimaru reveal a sinister smile. Obviously, I am very satisfied with Lanier's serious attitude. Orochimaru waited patiently. He was looking forward to what this interesting confidant would say. This wait, just waited for half an hour. Orochimaru showed no signs of impatience. On the contrary, Kazuma outside was a little panicked, thinking that the daimyo had met misfortune. If he hadn't heard the strange noise, Kazuma would have rushed in. Just when Kazuma couldn't hold it any longer, Lanier finally spoke up. I have 3 ways to achieve eternal life. Orochimaru. Orochimaru. Filled circle. If you want to say this, I won't be sleepy at all. Originally Orochimaru was just prepared to hear interesting opinions. Did not expect. Lanier directly proposed 3 directions of eternal life. Orochimaru's narrowed eyes widened to their maximum, and he straightened his back to listen, his gaze not concealing his desire at all. Very much like a student attending a lecture. The first direction, and the most commonly used one, is physical immortality. And this physical eternal life is divided into many categories. The human body is like a puppet. After being used for a long time, it will suffer from damage, aging and other problems. Cells are the main reason that controls human aging and death, because cells will also be damaged one day. So if we replace the physical body with a puppet or machine, leaving only the core brain and heart, will we be able to live longer? As far as I know, Tsunagaku's scorpion transformed himself into a puppet. But this method has a drawback, that is, the heart and brain will eventually age. How will they be replaced? They will also lose most of their human senses. I think it is meaningless. Another branch extends from this, which is to cultivate and clone a sufficient amount of your own organs. As long as you keep replacing your physical organs and keep them young, you will also have eternal life. But this method is a bit cumbersome after all, and it may have drawbacks and is not long-lasting. According to my previous research, the reason why the physical body ages is closely related to the telomeres located at the ends of the cell chromosomes. Well, you know the chromosomes of cells, right? This question, Orochimaru is really stumped. He thought thoughtfully and said, I know about cells, but these chromosomes, according to you, it seems that they are the organs of cells. Just like our human hands and feet. Not bad. Without a microscope, you can guess it in just 1 or 2 sentences. Lanier praised. Microscope. Orochimaru keenly caught the key. Oh, were there no microscopes in this era? There are obviously telephone poles everywhere outside, but even such basic scientific research equipment has not yet been released. Do you know about glasses? Lanier asked. Certainly. The lens in the glasses that makes it difficult to see distant scenery is called a concave lens. The one that makes it difficult to see close up is called a convex lens. A microscope is composed of 2 convex lenses, which can see things that were previously invisible to our naked eyes. For nearby objects, maximize the magnification to the point where they can be seen. Orochimaru. I don't know how serious it is, although it is just a small combination. But Orochimaru also knows that this combination of ideas is the most valuable quality of a scientist. And, with his keenness, he could vaguely predict that this microscope would be of great help to many of his projects. Looking at Orochimaru's surprised expression, Lanier felt as if he was watching a countryman come to town. Then there was admiration. Without the help of any modern high-precision instruments, Senju Tobirama is still able to study so many results. He is also a fierce person. As for Orochimaru, most of his main achievements were researched after his defection. Here in Konoha, they are still mainly accumulated. Seeing Lanier's thoughts drifting away, Orochimaru, who was eager to hear the next eternal life information, couldn't help but urged anxiously. Daimyo, what about after telomeres? Lanier came back to his senses and continued. During the process of cell division, telomeres will continue to be consumed. When telomeres are completely consumed, the human body will age, so there is a limit to the number of cell divisions in the human body. First generation Sage body is an example. In the battle in the Valley of the End with Uchiha Madara, the cost of healing injuries quickly during the battle was accelerated cell division. After the First World War, the telomeres were almost exhausted, and they died soon after. But his physical body still remains young and ageless, so I guess, is there a kind of telomerase that can lengthen telomeres? If this is true, maybe he can achieve physical immortality. 25. Uncle Snake was successfully captured. I'll give you a big one. 3 updates. Puppet or mechanical modification, cloned body organ replacement, and telomerase. These are the 3 results of my research on physical immortality. Lanier concluded. Orochimaru's eyes lit up when he heard that. Where is the cold look on your face? Some are just fanatical excitement. Decades of searching for the truth. Unexpectedly, just a question turned out to be the direction to obtain eternal life. Really, but after all, Orochimaru has seen the world and has not lost his sense of proportion. He suppressed his excited heart and trembling hands, and said in a trembling voice, as for the other 2 directions of eternal life, please give me some advice. Lanier just smiled and said nothing. Orochimaru understands in seconds. I don't know your name, what do you need your subordinates to do for you? Orochimaru asked. For the other 2 directions of eternal life, he decided to stay in Konoha. Defect. What is that? Having Lanier, a like-minded famous figure from the Fire Nation, not only broadens his thinking, but also provides him with sufficient financial and resource support. Is he defecting? I just don't know what restrictions the daimyo will put on him. What you have to do is very simple, just continue to do the research you wanted to do before. Lanier smiled. Whether it is manpower, material resources, financial resources, policies, etc., I can allocate resources for you. This condition made Orochimaru breathe quickly. But he still asked calmly, with such a generous treatment, what daimyo do you want? All your research. Good. Huh. Lanier was stunned for a moment. You just agreed. What I long to pursue is only the truth, and eternal life is also to pursue more truths. As for some results discovered along the way, I am happy to share them with like-minded people. Orochimaru grinned and stuck out his tongue. Lanier, don't stick out your tongue in front of me from now on. Hiss, got it, you will move all the research projects to the roots later. Danzo fled in a hurry and left a lot of scientific research equipment behind. You can use it first and update it bit by bit later. Danzo's equipment cost a lot of money, I'm very satisfied. Orochimaru subconsciously opened his mouth to say. Huh, Lanier glared. Orochimaru froze and closed his mouth. Why is this inexplicably uncomfortable? Lanier nodded with satisfaction. Also, your research projects need to be reported to me regularly in the future. Regarding human body experiments, you must apply with me. Then depending on the dangerous nature of the project, I will consider sending people to the enemy country to kidnap people, or recruit volunteers in the home country for a fee. It's a little troublesome, but compared to your help, it's no problem. Well, that's all for now, what else do you want? Lanier asked. The other 2 directions for eternal life. Orochimaru sat up straight again, pretending to be a student listening to the lecture. This time Lanier didn't hide it, he just finished it all. He wasn't afraid that Orochimaru would turn around and run away. Why would he leave with such a generous treatment? My second direction is soul. Second Hokage Senju Tobirama's, pure world reincarnation, has proven that humans have souls and will be sent to the Pure Land after death. Then if a method can be developed to replace the body with the soul, wouldn't it be possible to obtain immortality in disguise without giving up the human senses? Coupled with cloning technology and preparing more of your own physical body, you don't even need to adapt to a new physical body. This is the path Orochimaru will take in the future in Boruto Turn. The third direction is the power above cage level, which is the mechanism of yin-yang escape, the power of 6 paths. I have a guess. The Pure Land of Ultimate Bliss only appeared after Sage of 6 Paths created the ninja world. Does that mean Sage of 6 Paths is actually still alive? Does it mean that as long as you reach the level of Sage of 6 Paths, you can gain eternal life? But this is just speculation, and how to obtain the strength of Sage of 6 Paths is still a mystery. It is too difficult compared to the first 2 directions. Speaking of which, Lanier shook his head regretfully. Certainly, his pretense was also a performance to avoid having Black Zetsu or Sage of 6 Paths peeking around. Anyway, even if he tells the truth, it will be difficult for Orochimaru to obtain the bloodline of Sage of 6 Paths. It is better to study the first 2 directions honestly. But, in fact, there is another direction. That is, the dog charm among Lanier's 12 charms. But this is the key to Lanier's immortality. He won't use it for Orochimaru's research. What if it gets damaged? You are able to research these 3 directions, which puts Orochimaru to shame. Orochimaru said with rare enthusiasm. I wonder if you, Daimyo, would like to come together to continue research. I'll forget it. Lanier shook his head and refused. I couldn't do it in the past, so I studied immortality. Now that I am a daimyo, of course my goal has changed. Saying, he suddenly smiled strangely. Orochimaru, you can't be satisfied with eternal life, look at what I'll do for you. 26. Lanier draws the pie. Danzo hunting group. The promise of youth. 4 more. Lanier's sudden weird smile made Orochimaru couldn't help but light up his back. I have confirmed the feeling, it is what he experiences when he stares at someone else. Orochimaru, do you know what is outside this world? Lanier asked quietly. This world, outside. Orochimaru pondered. He really hadn't thought about this. There are 5 major countries, many small countries, and 3 fairy lands on the land. Beyond that lies the vast ocean, which even second Hokage has only briefly touched upon. But what about the others? At this time, Lanier stood up and walked out, and Orochimaru subconsciously followed. When Kazuma saw Lanier open the door, he was about to kneel down, but Lanier stopped him by casting a chicken charm in the air. This made Orochimaru break out of his thoughts and his eyes flashed. Ninjutsu like never before. Is it a unique blood inheritance limit? He came to the courtyard and looked up at the bright starry sky. Orochimaru looked up with Kazuma. After a long time, Lanier said softly. I have been thinking, the sun and the moon are hanging in the sky, so what is the world in the sky like? Are there humans on the sun and moon? Do other stars also have human beings? Ninja world. Kazuma. Orochimaru. The same sentence. Kazuma was confused, but Orochimaru felt like he was struck by lightning. Yes, are there humans like them on the moon, the sun, and even the bright stars? What is their world like? More importantly, compared to the countless amounts of ground, the starry sky above seems infinite. At this moment, the truth that Orochimaru wants to pursue suddenly increases exponentially. Lanier caught a glimpse of Orochimaru's fervent thirst for knowledge and nodded with satisfaction. He is the boss. You can know nothing, but the pie must be big enough so that the people under your command can be motivated. No, look at Orochimaru's originally cold eyes, now they are filled with stars and a sea. The overall situation is decided. Send away Orochimaru with eyes full of stars. Lanier could finally relax a little and have a good sleep. And the horse. From beginning to end, he knelt and sat at the door, alerting Lanier to possible enemies. Although Lanier thinks this is unnecessary, after all, he is a person who has time to look back. Even if the Sage of Six Paths comes, it can't kill him. But if you can't persuade him, you can't order him to rest, right? Too lazy to care. The next day, at 9 o'clock in the morning, in front of the Hokage building. The families, ninjas, and villagers who dispersed yesterday gathered again, waiting for the meeting, Lanier said yesterday. And there are many more people who were not there yesterday. Such as Orochimaru who has been captured. Such as Might Guy who returns to the village on a mission. If Yuhi Hong, who rushed back to the village after receiving the news. Such as Sarutobi Hiruzen who stands at the head of the Sarutobi family. It can be said that everyone in Konoha is present. But what they don't know is, at this moment, the name they were thinking about was still lying in bed under the covers. I just traveled through time not long ago. I haven't changed my habit of staying in bed yet. Before the big name comes. People were gathered in small groups below, discussing the changes that had taken place during the day. Might Guy was doing handstand push-ups next to Kakashi. While sweating, his mouth didn't stop. Kakashi, let's train together for the sake of youth. After today's meeting is over, I will go and accept Shimura Danzo's bounty. I have developed a new move, the 7th Jingman Hirutora, which can definitely help you kill your enemies. No, I will avenge my father by myself. Kakashi was no longer as listless as before, and said with sharp eyes, I, Hitaki Kakashi, have reserved Shimura Danzo's head. I'm afraid this won't work, Kakashi-senpai. A cold voice came. The two of Kakashi followed the sound and unexpectedly saw a person wearing Anbu clothing. Itachi. Kakashi recognized the person. Is it for Shisui's death? Brother Shisui's hatred and the hatred of the family make it impossible for me to give up this head. Itachi said the cruelest words humbly. It depends on each person's abilities. Kakashi refused to give in. Itachi smiled and said nothing. In Anbu's eyes behind the mask, the 3 Magatama rocks were spinning. The Sharingan under the Kakashi forehead protector couldn't help but turn. Just when the fighting spirit is strong. Okay, Might Guy suddenly shouted. This is the promise of youth. The 3 of us are going to have a good competition to see who can kick off Shimura Danzo's head first. The loser has to go around the village run 100 laps. This roar was so powerful that it echoed throughout the square. Can't help but, many people turned their heads and looked at Might Guy who was fighting passionately, and then. Take me one. I want to participate too. Shimura Danzo's head is mine. This old thief stole my man to the core, and he and I are at odds with each other. I'm going to decide on that 100 million reward. My brother was taken away by him. I must find him and find out his whereabouts. It seems like there's some strange person mixed in. Brother, something is wrong with you. 27. Mature sister Yuri Hong. Sick-brained Asuma. 5th update additional update please give me some flowers. Looking at the crusade, you can see how many injustices Danzo has committed over the years. Sarutobi Hiruzen saw everything, and felt a little guilty in his heart. It turns out that over the years, Danzo has always relied on his power to harm the compatriots in the village. It's ridiculous that he thought. Danzo is just the dark side of the village, so his methods are a bit extreme. But in fact, like him, he still loves the village deeply. Result, he just loves himself deeply. If he hadn't been restricted from leaving the village by the Daimyo, Sarutobi Hiruzen would have wanted to hunt down Shimura Danzo with a sword. Although I can't do it myself, the intelligence network over the years is still there. I will provide you with accurate intelligence. Sarutobi Hiruzen said secretly. Subsequently, Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to feel something and looked at Asuma, whom he had just rescued last night. The latter is currently in the queue of the Yuhi family, chatting with Yuhi Hong, who has just returned to the village, with a very fierce expression. Kurenai Yuhi, who is 21 years old this year, wears a mesh shirt underneath to reveal her good career line, and wears a loose kimono outside. Against the background of her big red eyes and lips, she looks like a ripe peach. But at this time, the mature lady frowned. Probably because Asuma was talking about yesterday's tragic experience and decided that the new daimyo was a foolish monarch. While pouring saliva, he also insulted Lanier unscrupulously. After all, Yuhi Hong was not present yesterday and was not impressed by Lanier yet. So I just frowned. I think Asuma's behavior to be so disrespectful to the daimyo in public is very demeaning. But still bearable, but the expressions of the other people next to me seemed a little strange. Although the Yuhi family is a small family, but because Uchiha had been squeezed out before, their queue was also placed at the edge. Right next to the Yuhi family. Good guy, it can be said that the whole Uchiha clan worships the daimyo. Why don't you just say bad things about the daimyo? Uchiha's eyes turned red on the spot. When Asuma feels comfortable complaining. Then he realized something was wrong. When he turned his head, he found a bunch of scarlet eyes staring at him, which scared him so much that he jumped back. Ha 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 ha. Uchiha burst into laughter, not caring about Asuma's face at all. The Sarutobi family, is this brave? How dare you slander his name? I think you are just saying bad things in the dark, you are just a villain. Same idiot as Sarutobi Hiruzen. Why did the second Hokage give the position of Hokage to Sarutobi Hiruzen? What did the daimyo say? Keeping Konoha as a legacy left by our ancestors. What does it have to do with him, Sarutobi Hiruzen? Sure enough, what kind of father is he, what kind of son he is? The anger that the Uchiha had suppressed for decades turned into sharp words at this moment, stabbing Asuma in the heart mercilessly, one stab after another. If things weren't right now, maybe the crowd would have already swarmed him and beat him up. Asuma, who was already in the rebellious stage, was now in front of his beloved Yuhi Kurenai. How could he endure such ridicule? The man with a cerebral hemorrhage roared angrily, "You bastards of Uchiha, what are you trying to do? Rebellion. Believe it or not, After the words were spoken, Asuma has just woken up. He lousy is no longer Hokage, and the Sarutobi family obviously cannot be stronger than the Uchiha family. There is no threat at all. Uchiha also beat up the drowned dog without hesitation at all. Hey, believe it or not, what happened to you? You're not trying to move out your stupid Hokage dad again, are you? Sarutobi Hiruzen is stupid, and his son is indeed even stupider. Hey, stop talking, otherwise when this idiot is so stimulated that he commits suicide, we will have to pay for his life. Yes, for the sake of his fellow villagers, please keep your voice down. Ha ha ha. Uchiha was so angry that Asuma's face turned green and red. Especially, when Yuhi Hong's eyes swept over him, he felt as if he was about to explode like a volcano. Seeing that he was about to be enraged, he lost control and pulled out the kunai. There were already many Uchiha staring at his hand, waiting for a legal counterattack. But a figure held his hand. It's Sarutobi Hiruzen. Asuma's eyes flashed, and he ignored the ongoing conflict with his father and was about to ask Sarutobi Hiruzen to find place for him. In no mood. 28. Love at first sight. Get interested in SX. One update. Snapped. Sarutobi Hiruzen actually slapped his beloved son away. The fan flew away. It can be seen that the force is great. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't care about Asuma, who was covering his face and sitting on the ground doubting his life. He bowed deeply to Fugaku, the leader of the Uchiha clan. Chief Fugaku, I feel sorry for the Uchiha clan these years. If you have any grievances, please come to me and don't accidentally hurt others. Sarutobi Hiruzen said solemnly. There was a hint of begging for mercy in his words. No way, Sarutobi Hiruzen is not a Hokage now, and the Daimyo is restricted from leaving the village. On the contrary, Uchiha seems to be quite favored by the Daimyo. After advancing and retreating, if the target of grudges is not determined now, I am afraid that the Sarutobi family, his son, and his grandson will all be targeted by Uchiha in the future. This is why Sarutobi Hiruzen bows his head now. Within the Uchiha clan, many young disciples have secret joy in their eyes. You, Sarutobi Hiruzen, are also here today. But Fugaku and other elders. Instead, he gave Sarutobi Hiruzen a high look. People who can bend and stretch are the most terrifying people. A biting dog doesn't bark. Seeing that Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't get up, waiting for Fugaku to reply. Many families watched. It's not easy for Fugaku to keep Sarutobi Hiruzen frozen, which makes them look like Uchiha is a petty person. He said calmly, Chief Sarutobi is overthinking it. We Uchiha are the Konoha guards. How can we know the law and break the law? Please go back. The methods on the surface will stop, but secretly. Sarutobi Hiruzen is already very satisfied with this. After thanking you again, he turned around and dragged Asuma, who wanted to resist, back to the Sarutobi family array. Yuhi Hong was a little surprised when she witnessed all this. She didn't understand why it developed like this. At this time, her father, Kurenai Yuhi, said meaningfully, Kuroi, do you like Asuma? Ah, father, why do you ask that? Yuhi Hong was a little surprised. Answer my question first. Although Yuhi Hong is also fierce, she is not stupid. This is a wall that everyone is pushing against. Father, you didn't ask me before. Yuhi Hong said very cryptically. I understand. Try not to associate with Asuma in the future. Really? Yuhi Hong was pleasantly surprised at first, and then worried. But Asuma has been treating me, is it really okay? I will go and tell Chief Sarutobi that if Asuma really likes you, he will not come to you again. Then listen to you, father. The corners of Yuri's red eyes were raised, and she was in a happy mood, revealing the mature style of Yuji, which was natural and charming. By chance, Lanier came in a hurry and caught a glimpse of the brightest rose among the crowd. Stunning. Lanier was stunned by this sudden appearance. Only, without waiting for him to take a few more glances, Yuhi Hong was already following the others, half kneeling on the ground with her head bowed respectfully. Greetings to the Daimyo. This is a courtesy that is unique to Daimyo, but for Hokage, there is no need to be so solemn. Lanier slapped his mouth in regret. Who was that beautiful woman just now? He seemed to be attracted by SX. Oh no, it was love at first sight. No matter who it is, she is my woman. Ding. It is detected that the host is faced with a choice, and the god-level selection system is started. Please make the following choices. Option 1. Respect the original work and bring together Yuhi Kurenai and Asuma. Reward. Greening Seed, ×1. Option 2. Get out of the fire pit and separate Yuhi Kurenai and Asuma. Reward. Yu Lao Red Rope, ×1. Choice 3. Take advantage of the situation and steal Yuhi Hong to avoid becoming a widow in old age. Reward. Rejuvenation Elixir, ×1. Oh haha, it turns out to be Yuhi Hong, the royal sister. The Yuhi Kurenai in the anime looks like a royal sister, but it's a pity that at such a young age, it's my duty to take her out of the fire pit. So, system, can I choose both 2 and 3? Successfully selected, the rewards, Yellow Red Rope, and Rejuvenation Pill, have been distributed. Yu Lao red rope, the red rope used by Yu Lao to designate marriage. After binding, the two people will come together no matter what, regardless of status, personality, preferences, or gender. Rejuvenation elixir. This elixir is made from 10,000 years Tianshan snow lotus plant animal as the main material. It can restore the lifespan of the user to 18 years old without damaging the abilities that have been cultivated. Nice. Lanier almost laughed out loud. Now he was picking up girls on orders. Daimyo. Kazuma's gentle reminder made Lanier wake up. The people below are still kneeling. Well, get up. Lanier's voice came through the speakers, and everyone was able to get up. In other words, the meeting he mentioned yesterday was just to have the heads of various clans come over and have a meeting to reform some of Konoha's backward systems. Now I can see that even the roof is full of people. Isn't most of the people in Konoha here? What to do? Ding. It is detected that the host is faced with a choice, and the god-level selection system is started. Please make the following choices. 29. The beauty is red at sunset. Red eyes Asuma. 2 updates. Ding. It is detected that the host is faced with a choice, and the god-level selection system is started. Please make the following choices. Option 1. Remain unchanged and continue speaking according to yesterday's pattern. Reward. McBaw Golden Microphone, ×1. Option 2. Make slight modifications and go downstairs to listen to the people. Reward. Observation Haki, ×1. Choice 3. Stay true to your heart and dismiss the enthusiastic villagers, leaving only the clan leader. Reward. The complete book of Hoheishui, ×1. Can this trigger god-level choices? In such a trivial matter, all 3 options are fine, but judging from the rewards, option 2 inches is undoubtedly better. McBaw Gold Microphone. The complete book of Hoheishui. What a reward. System. I choose 2. The selection is successful and the reward, Observation Haki, has been distributed. Observation Haki. One of the Conqueror's Haki in One Piece, a Haki that can sharpen people's 5 senses and detect the breath and emotional changes of surrounding creatures. It can also be used to predict and avoid danger. Like Conqueror's Haki, Lanier learned Observation Haki in an instant. It spread out a wave of waves like the Divine Consciousness in a novel about cultivating immortals, and fed it back to his brain in the form of a 3-dimensional image, with sound. It's like watching a holographic simulation movie, but it's just not exciting enough in black and white. But, when Observation Haki covers the entire Konoha Village, the amount of information fed back is terrifying, and the brain tends to be overloaded and stuck. It's like junior high school students doing college entrance examination mathematics papers, it makes people's heads hurt. He quickly took back the Observation Haki, but he was still a little dizzy. Fortunately, the sheep charm exuded a cool energy, driving away the dizziness in Lanier's brain. Tisk, my physique is a bit weak. I'll just choose to strengthen it as a reward next time. He complained casually. Lanier used the chicken charm to levitate in the air, jumped from the Hokage building, and stood in front of Hyuga Hiyashi. Since the Senju clan was annihilated, and the Uchiha clan was squeezed out, the Hyuga clan has become the largest wealthy clan in Konoha, and of course their position is in the middle of the C position. Lanier thought for a while. He said to Kazuma who was following him, use Earth style to build a conference table, something like this. The modern, round table, specifications are explained. Kazuma immediately used Earth style. I saw a circular conference table rising in the middle, with chairs thoughtfully placed every few meters, with a total of 11 positions in a circle. As for the periphery, a high platform will rise first, then earthen chairs side by side, the conference table removed to allow more people to sit, and then the next high platform. Based on the specifications of a stepped venue, a semicircle surrounds the circular conference table in the middle. From a high position, one can clearly see the conversation process and gather sounds to spread farther. And the price is, Kazuma half knelt aside and panted. The chakra consumption was a bit heavy, so he had to slow down. Lanier sat at the head of the table unceremoniously, and then named several of the largest families in Konoha to sit down at the round conference table. The difference is, Uchiha clan, Hyuga clan, Nara clan, Akamiki clan, Yamanaka clan, Aburame clan, Inazuka clan, Sarutobi clan, these 8. The empty left-hand position was reserved by Lanier for the Senju family. There's another one. The sunset is so red, come and sit at the end. Lanier nodded. Although the Yuhi family has less than 20 people, it can only barely break away from the family and reach the size of a small family. But of course we have to treat our father-in-law differently. Yuhi Junhong was stunned when her name was called. With so many big guys present, the big name actually asked him to take the most central position. Immediately, he thought of something and subconsciously looked at his daughter beside him. The sunset is so red and my feet are not slow. He teleported directly to the end, directly opposite Lanier, and sat down. The closer to Lanier's position, the more distinguished the person is. On his right is Uchiha Fugaku, and Hyuga Hiyashi is only the second position on the left, separated by the space of the Senju clan. Then, the outer position is for each family to sit freely. Said it was freedom. But few of those civilian ninja dared to sit in the front row, and even small families consciously went to the back. All of them were jonin from the family at the circular conference table. Even Kakashi and Might Guy didn't get a seat and had to sit 10 rows away. This is the status of the Fire Nation. With the humility of many ninjas, Yuhi Kurenai sat in the center of the front row. It's exactly where Lier can see it when he looks up. Obviously, many Konoha shinobi fans are well aware of Lier's shocking sight before, and his call to name Yuhi Shinobu on the main table. In the second row behind Yuhi and I, Asuma, who had a palm print on his left face, had red eyes. From a distance, he looked like he had awakened Mangekyo. He stared at Lier with hatred and bit his cheek hard. He robbed him of Laozi's Hokage, and now he wants to rob Laozi of his woman. Don't even think about it. Snapped. 30. Seize Konoha by the throat. Is it the best start? 3 updates. Snapped. Asuma received another slap on the right cheek, but it was from Shinosuke under the instruction of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Asuma, it's better now than before, restrain yourself. Shinosuke shouted. Brother, I thought you could understand me. You were, yesterday. No buts, Shinosuke said sternly. You are emotionally unstable and are not suitable to stay here. Go back to your family and wait for help. Saying, the members of the Sarutobi family who originally went to protect him as the 12 guardian ninja warriors, under Shinosuke's instructions, held Asuma on the left and right, and used Earth style to escape and disappeared. This guy with a spermatozoa dares to even think about the woman the daimyo likes. You don't want your life, don't bring trouble to the family. A little farce off the court. Lier didn't know about it and wouldn't have any idea if he knew about it. Just a small roll. After most of the Konoha shinobi attendees were seated, he coughed lightly. The structure of the circular conference venue amplified the cough, making it even clearer in an environment where the needle could already be heard. The effect is not bad. Lier nodded and said, in today's meeting, I have some suggestions about the future development of Konoha. Let's discuss it together. No one responded, everyone was staring at Lier intently. Discuss. If you change it to Hokage, even the most stern second Hokage would dare to say something if something went wrong. May I name you? As long as it's not an outrageous decision, who dares to refute it? Lier doesn't mind this. Although he is a 21st century person with freedom of speech, he does not object to what he says. The experience of being surrounded by stars is really delicious. Well, since you don't object, let's talk about the first suggestion first, which is about the remuneration of ninjas for performing tasks. Hearing this, many ninjas couldn't help but lean forward slightly. Mission reward. This is the main income of 99% of ninjas, even for major families with family businesses. After all, no matter how much the family makes, it cannot support more people in the family. It's not much evenly spread out. Personal daily expenses can still be supported, but training, weapons and other expenses have to be earned by themselves. The current model, that is, half of the rewards for all tasks belong to the village and half to the individual. If there is a family, 10% to 20% must be turned over according to family rules. Could it be? Is the daimyo eyeing this piece of meat? The civilian ninjas were a little panicked. They had no family support. If the mission rewards were cut off again, their lives would undoubtedly be much more difficult. All major families. He also frowned a little solemnly, thinking that if the daimyo only received 10% to 20%, then Konoha could still survive. But if it exceeds 30%, then you have to make ends meet. By the time, wouldn't it require subsidies from major families? After all, the corruption in Konoha was too serious before. Maybe the daimyo wanted those who ate it to vomit it out again. While everyone was thinking wildly, Lier also said, as for the mission remuneration, the village will no longer charge the 50% commission from now on, and all the mission remuneration will be left to the free disposal of the ninja who completes the mission. Ah, what? Give it all to us. Isn't this possible? Is it really possible? Am I dreaming? The previously well-trained ninjas, even members of major families, couldn't help but blurt out doubts. Fugaku, who was close, looked at Lier in surprise. It turns out, all to a single ninja. What about Konoha Village? Haven't they developed yet? Lier smiled mysteriously. You ninjas only get a small amount of mission reward, but how much can you get if you take 90%? Before he sent troops to Konoha, an order has been issued to modify those exorbitant taxes and miscellaneous taxes, reducing the taxes on civilians from the original onerous 30% to 5%. On the contrary, in commercial areas such as commerce, customs clearance, and customs entry, it ranges from 5% to 30% depending on the industry. Although the tax collected is too much, but the business circle he established has also promoted the efficient conduct of more businesses. The Fire Country is also the richest place in the ninja world. The surrounding small countries and even the Big Country, the Wind Country, all have to purchase food from the Fire Country, clothing and other resources. Increased transaction volume internally. Although the fees are higher than before, the total transaction volume has increased, and overall they are still making money, and they have legal protection to enhance their status. Win-win. There are two-way charges for entry and exit. The harsh side is unreservedly shown to foreign countries, which is to exploit you, not only use the economy to compress your development space, but also obtain a large amount of funds to develop itself. After a while, I started to see results. Just one day's tax revenue can equal the turnover of a small village like Konoha for a month. So, Lier simply removed the 50% commission. While harvesting a wave of favorability, it also caused Konoha Village to lose its largest source of income. In the future, it can only rely on funds from the Fire Nation. I have the economic lifeline in Lier's hands. Can Konoha still be able to turn the palm of my hand? There are all pitfalls here. Even though the major clan leaders vaguely guessed Lanier's plan to control the economic lifeline, they never imagined that Lanier would manipulate the Fire Nation's tax revenue. Seeing many ninjas cheering and cheering, everyone was grateful to the daimyo for his kindness. My heart is awe-inspiring. This great name, not simple. The beginning is King Explosion, but what will happen next? 31. Exchange List. S-Level Forbidden Technique. Sarutobi Objects. Fugaku Jumps. 4 more. After the announcement that 50% of the mission reward commission was cancelled, the ninjas at the scene were all pleasantly surprised. Even though they are ninjas, they seem to be very profitable. But for consumables such as kunai, shurikens, detonating charms, and military food pills, which one can be smaller? These are all life-saving things at critical moments, so use the best ones. It's okay to be single. If you have a family, you have to bear the expenses of the entire family. The expenses for the children attending the ninja school are another additional expense. There is no compulsory education in Konoha. Except for war orphans whose tuition is free, other children's annual tuition is quite high, and the consumption in the learning and training process is even greater. Being poor in literature and rich in martial arts is not just talk. Yes, if you can double the mission reward for nothing, it will be a huge help to the financial pressure of all ninjas. As for the daimyo trying to get stuck in Konoha's economy, it's none of their business. Genin, Chunin. They see that the daimyo has brought tangible benefits, so they will support the daimyo. Have a look, how easy it is for people at the bottom to be satisfied, but some people just can't realize it. When the boiling scene gradually cooled down, Lanier lit up the fire again. In addition, in the future, mission rewards will be converted into mission points. According to the ratio of 1 tail of reward to 1 mission points can be exchanged for silver tails at any time, or ninjutsu. I printed some of the list of redeemable ninjutsu for you to take a look at. No need for him to give orders. Kazuma commanded a group of soldiers and distributed the exchange list that Lanier had printed long ago. Except for each person on the round conference table, the ones at the bottom can only be passed bit by bit to the back, and a dozen or so people can look at each one. This was originally one of the backup tactics prepared for the campaign Hokage, used to bribe everyone below the big family. Yes. Everyone. Unexpectedly. Before he could exert any force, Sarutobi Hiruzen panicked, and Danzo even defected. Simple start. There is no need to use this real King Bomb. The redemption list is also very simple. There is no long list of ninjutsu, but redemption range. Level D. 10,000 mission points. C level, 100,000 mission points. Level B, 300,000 mission points. Level A, 1 million mission points. S level, 10 million mission points. S level, this requires a level in the Book of Ceilings, and now it can be redeemed. Although according to the ratio of 1, these 10 million mission points can only be obtained by completing 10 S level missions. Don't forget it, the rewards for A level tasks are also not low, but the difficulty is exponentially different. Grade D, 500 tails to 10,000 tails. Very trivial tasks, from finding pets to picking up trash and more. Grade C, 10,000 tails to 50,000 tails. Personal tasks, such as protecting people without combat situations, delivering confidential documents, etc. Grade B, 50,000 tails to 150,000 tails. Related personal missions, protecting people, including hostile ninjas Chunin below. Grade A, 150,000 tails to 1 million tails. Missions related to the movements of countries or ninja villages, participating in wars at the request of other countries, protecting important people, subjugating ninja troops, etc. S level, more than 1 million tails. Confidential matters related to the G family level, participating in wars at the request of other countries, assassinating important people, stealing confidential documents, etc. That is to say, in an ideal world, as long as you complete 10 to 15 A-level tasks, you can redeem an S-level forbidden technique. Aren't you afraid of leaking this? Think through the pros and cons. The heads of the major families couldn't help but exchange looks in confusion. For a time, he didn't even know how to express his position. Sarutobi Hiruzen, on the other hand, stood up eagerly. Daimyo. No, this is absolutely impossible. Forget about those below C level. The lethality of B level and above is enough to threaten the village, so just exchange it. Too, it's dangerous. Hyuga Hiyashi nodded in agreement. Calm as he is, he obviously does not agree with this exchange list. Fugaku, on the other hand, was unhappy and said, "Why do you think that anyone is going to rebel against the village? Even if it is true, it is the Shadow's responsibility." Then I realized that there was a meaning that reflected Lanier. Fugaku quickly apologized. "I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about." "It's okay, just keep talking." Lanier waved his hand to show that he didn't care. Got permission. Fugaku straightened his back even more. He pointed at Sarutobi Hiruzen's nose and cursed. "If you hadn't done nothing and allowed that old thief Danzo to target me Uchiha, would I, Uchiha, have been preparing to rebel against the village? If the daimyo hadn't arrived in time, to put it bluntly, everyone, at least 1/3 will die in battle." Fugaku glanced around the round conference table arrogantly, and actually openly stated their original intention to rebel. In contrast, no one cared about Fugaku's words. "I, Uchiha, beat Konoha by 1/3. Everyone is observing Lanier's attitude. Lanier said, 32. The dog-legged Fugaku is online. Yuhi Hong is at least C. 5th update additional update please give me some flowers. Ba bang bang, he applauded. It's a good thing to have freedom. Lanier stopped and smiled. Then if someone defects in the future, the Uchiha family will have to work hard. Even Fugaku didn't expect that the name would be revealed just like this. The reason why he just said that the Uchiha clan rebelled against the village was to take the initiative to pass the knife to Lanier and let him punish the Uchiha clan in a natural way. In this way, only then will the issue of Uchiha clan rebelling against the village not become a thorn in Lanier's heart. But how could Fugaku know? Lanier knows the causes and consequences of the Uchiha clan's rebellion against the village better than the initiator, Uchiha Obito. It can be traced back to when Otsutsuki Kagaya gave birth to a black slime. There is no wariness at all against the Uchiha clan, let alone thorns. Yes, when I heard Fugaku suggesting that Uchiha can kill a third of Konoha shinobi, he applauded in agreement. If nothing else, Fugaku's Mangekyo alone, desperately consuming his pupil power to use Susanoo, has made the demolition of Konoha no less progress than the Night of Nine Tails. From Lanier's perspective, this is just a common point of view. Fugaku felt extremely trusted. The daimyo actually had no grudge against their Uchiha clan rebelling against the village. Is this the daimyo who pulled Uchiha back from the abyss? Love it, love it. This moment, Fugaku was even more determined to support Lanier, and he solemnly left his seat and half knelt on the ground with his head bowed. If Danzo has a head on his neck, Uchiha will definitely chop it off. He thought Lanier's words, someone defected, were referring to Shimura Danzo. After all, although Lanier did not mention it when criticizing Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo's assassination of the previous daimyo was a secret known to everyone in the family. Lanier didn't think much about it and waved Fugaku back to his seat. I also ignored Sarutobi Hiruzen. Asked, does anyone else have any objections? Fugaku then activated Mangekyo, and his scarlet shuriken eyes swept across. If anyone dares to object, my boss will beat you up. The dog-legged Fugaku is online. Who can withstand this? Anyway, they are also a vested interest group, and it was proposed by the daimyo, so they are opposed to it. I agree. Yuhi Junhong took the lead in taking a stand. Me too. Nara Shikaku immediately followed the team. +1, +1, +1. Quickly, even the old-fashioned Hyuga Hiyashi raised his hand and agreed to this exchange list. What about Sarutobi Hiruzen? He sat back helplessly and said hoarsely, "Old, I agree too. If someone redeems the S-level forbidden technique, please be sure to review it carefully. Don't worry, anyone who redeems A-level or above will have to go to the torture department." Lanier looked at Yamanaka Haichi. It will cause more trouble for everyone in the Yamanaka clan. The Grandmaster of the Yamanaka clan is concerned about technique, which has a talent bonus in torture. Most of the torture department are members of the Yamanaka clan. My subordinates don't dare, Yamanaka Hai said hurriedly. This is all within the scope of my duties, I don't dare to let the great name worry about it. Didn't talk much. Lanier waved back, and Kazuma unknowingly took out the Book of Sealings, and carefully placed it in front of Lanier. Lanier stood up, he looked around, and the Konoha shinobi with the same name looked at each other. Then, he patted the sealed book, and said softly, in the past, this sealed book was placed in the land of the Sarutobi clan, which is wrong. In the future, it will be placed in the Hokage office, and all mission points will be accumulated to 10 million. Anyone can apply to go to the torture room, and as long as they are sure they are not spies from other villages, they can choose any forbidden technique to learn. I'm just taking the position of 5th Hokage temporarily. I wonder if you will be the next one. Work hard, the next Konoha will be your era. The words fell. Lanier responded with cheers from the mountains and tsunamis. Marvelous. See Gui. Daimyo I love you. For the training of youth, I can finally eat meat. Woo woo woo. Hey, watch your nose, guy. Civilian ninjas will also rise one day. Wow, water-style water dragon technique. I must get it. 4th Hokage is my role model. I want to learn from Flying Thunder God. You're a genin, why are you joining in the fun? Can't lousy do 1000 C-level tasks? Why, it seems, okay. Daimyo I love you, Daimyo I love you, Daimyo I love you. It is said that human interest can be spread. No, led by a group of ninjas, Yuhi Kurenai also shouted, Daimyo I love you, emotionally, which was heard by Lanier who kept observation Haki on to pay attention to her. He paid attention to Yuhi Hong, definitely not for the outline of the holographic projection. Tisk, at least it has to be AC. 33, Prophet Lanier, Uchiha returns to his heart. 1 update, Tisk, at least it has to be AC. Lanier is very experienced in making judgments. After admiring the small-scale Yuhi Hong, I thought about how to capture her. The qualities of a ninja. It also made the excited Konoha shinobi fans calm down and sit back in their original positions. But the excitement in his eyes could not be concealed. The grassroots are so easy to win over. When the crowd quieted down, Lanier withdrew his attention from Yuhi Kurenai and looked at Fugaku. Fugaku immediately put away the Mangekyo, straightened his body and looked at Lanier, as if he was ready for action at any time. Lanier nodded with satisfaction. This is what the first family of Konoha looks like. About the Uchiha clan's original plan to rebel against the village, Fugaku was shocked. Hasn't this matter been revealed? Why did you mention it again? Others also held their breath. The daimyo has finally faced up to this problem. I wonder how he will deal with it. Most likely, it's a matter of handling it with care. In no mood. There is nothing to say about this matter. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo forced it. Danzo has defected now. You will go after him yourself, but there is still a person involved. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you or shouldn't I ask for forgiveness from the Uchiha clan? Fugaku, Sarutobi Hiruzen, other clan leaders, Konoha Shinobi. Filled circle __. Ah, this. Unexpectedly, he didn't even pick it up and put it down lightly, and just stood aside Uchiha. This. You also have too much trust in Uchiha. Looking at the complicated expressions on everyone's faces, Lier smiled confidently. My prophet has already experienced it. Although the Uchiha clan has high aspirations, there is no doubt about their loyalty to the village. Even if they are forced to rebel against the village, they still want to take the throne by force, and have no idea of perishing with the village. He has loyalty, potential, and good looks. Wouldn't it be too disrespectful to his status as a time traveler if he doesn't bribe her? Unexpectedly, after Fugaku was briefly shocked, the moved tears submerged Mangekyo, who had subconsciously opened up, and flowed down like a dam. And in the phalanx of the Uchiha clan, many Uchiha members also looked excited and activated Sharingan involuntarily. What's more, some Uchiha members were so excited that they unexpectedly opened their eyes, and even advanced Magatama. Uchiha these years, he is so wrong. Years of depression, suddenly meeting Lier who trusted their name so much, it was so exciting to press and lift him. Said without politeness, if Lier now wants to go to war with other countries, the Uchiha family will definitely be on the front line. Boom, I didn't expect the daimyo to trust me so much. Uchiha. The daimyo is as great as Madara's ancestor. From now on, Uchiha, anyone who dares to disrespect the name will be directly expelled from the clan. Whoever dares to oppose the daimyo, I, Fugaku, will drive Susanoo up and kill him. Look, a few words, a cage level, several jonin, a group of chunin, and potential Uchiha members already follow his lead. Isn't this profitable? And when Fugaku was so excited that he forgot to express his loyalty. Sarutobi Hiruzen was the first to react, and without any hesitation he got up and walked to the Uchiha clan area, directly knocking Dageza to the bottom. I, the third Hokage, allowed Shimura Danzo to target the Uchiha clan, which almost led to a serious crime. I am willing to accept any punishment from the Uchiha clan. I just want to keep me useful. The village's top management is currently lacking in strength. If there is a war, I am willing to take the lead and fight to the death for Konoha and the country of fire. As long as there are leaves flying, fire will burn. I am willing to become the fuel of the village and make any sacrifice for the growth of the village. These words are sincere, but with the hate of genocide ahead of them, the members of the Uchiha clan wanted to behead Sarutobi Hiruzen alive. Certainly, this was their way of doing things in the past. Now, many members of the Uchiha clan exchanged glances, and then the great elder Uchiha Fudai stood up to express his stance. Chief Fugaku, please speak. This leaves the decision-making power of whether to forgive to Fugaku. As for punishment, the daimyo said that Sarutobi Hiruzen should be retired and used as the village's high-end combat power reserve. They respect the daimyo so much, how could they possibly refute it? Fugaku didn't know when he had wiped away his tears, straightened his appearance, and showed the aura of the leader of the clan. Just listen to him say. 34. Completely partial to Uchiha. Abarame's presence is low. 2 updates. Sarutobi Hiruzen, until today, I always wanted to get rid of you. Fugaku said something bitterly, and then changed the topic. But the mistrust towards me, Uchiha, started with second Hokage Senju Tobirama. You, Sarutobi Hiruzen, are not qualified to bear this crime. Today, for the sake of the daimyo and Konoha, I cannot forgive you on behalf of the Uchiha clan. But for the sake of the daimyo and the sake of the village, we, the Uchiha clan, can tolerate you continuing to live. Live for Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen, do you understand? Fugaku said a lot. It's nothing more than a hint. If the daimyo hadn't made the matter clear today, we Uchiha would have wanted to get you, but now for the sake of the daimyo, we will shelve the matter for the time being. Sarutobi Hiruzen confessed again. I understand. For Konoha, I will work hard to live until they need me. Then, under Lanier's mediation, the Uchiha clan not only eliminated the charge of rebellion to the village, but also temporarily put aside the estrangement with the Sarutobi clan. This will undoubtedly be very helpful for the future development of Konoha. Lier clapped his hands and said, okay, let's remove the seal of reconciliation. Sarutobi Hiruzen hurriedly stood up and came to Fugaku. They made a seal of reconciliation with their right hands, but it corresponded to the seal of opposition, symbolizing that no matter how big the gap between ninjas and ninjas, they can be reconciled. As for whether reconciliation can really happen, anyway, as long as Lier is here for a day, this matter will be over for now. Very good. Lier smiled and said, then now that the conflict is gone, Uchiha's clan land will be moved from the edge of the village back to the original center of the village. As for the losses of the villagers who have been relocated and renovated, the Sarutobi family will bear it. Do you have any opinions? Everything will follow the order of the daimyo. Fugaku was the first to express his position. This part of the loss should have been borne by the Sarutobi family. We will complete the negotiation as soon as possible. Sarutobi Hiruzen dared to object. Have a look, how harmonious is this scene? Lier took advantage of the situation and suggested. The establishment of the Konoha Security Department was originally established by Senju Tobirama specifically for the Uchiha clan in order to increase the gap between the Uchiha clan and the village. After that, the Uchiha clan will no longer be in charge. I will send an army to station. The head of the Konoha Security Department will still be Fugaku. Each clan on the table will send a jonin, and each clan below will send a chunin to form a new Konoha Security Department to take over this part of the responsibility. The Uchiha clan can freely choose whether to do missions or stay in the Konoha Security Department. Fugaku is actually the head of Konoha's security department. Then don't the people sent by other clans work for the Uchiha clan? This not only solves the problem of the Uchiha clan being independently responsible for the exclusion of the village, but also does not exploit the Uchiha clan's rights over the Konoha security department. Lier is no longer interested in whether he is optimistic or not, he is just showing favoritism. But after all, the Uchiha clan's previous situation. Boom. Why does the daimyo love the Uchiha clan so much? Nara Shikaku was thinking. That's all. Just consider it as compensation for the Uchiha clan. This is Sarutobi Hiruzen. It seems that my status as the largest wealthy family in Konoha is a bit dangerous. Hyuga Hiyashi's thoughts drifted away. I heard that the food in the Konoha security department is very good. Akamiki Dingzao floated further. I wonder if sending the ninja dogs there will complete the mission. Inuzuka Kane, the leader of the Inuzuka clan, thought this way. There are only 3 jonin in our clan, and with the salary of the Konoha security department, I'm afraid we can't afford it. Yuhi Mako said that she couldn't bear it. Listening to the voices of the clan chiefs, Lier also had a general understanding of the situations of each clan. Why, is anyone missing? Only then did Lier notice that Aburame Jawei, the leader of the Aburame clan, had not made any speech from beginning to end. Have you ever expressed an opinion? Or didn't you notice? At this time, many clan leaders also responded, expressing their agreement with Lier's idea and will definitely send the most elite clan ninjas there. Then, Lier's attention was on Aburame Jawei, and it was only then that he heard him say the word, okay, in a trivial voice. Yes, it's just good. No wonder your sense of presence is low. You are so taciturn, who would notice? But, with this kind of personality, and bugs collecting intelligence, maybe you can let them do that. 35. Sharingan Builder. Lay the foundation with Revolving Heaven. 3 updates. Put aside Aburame Jawei's new posture development, for the time being and finish today's things first. Lier stood up and walked to the front of the Hokage building to face everyone. When I came to Konoha this time, I found that the environment of Konoha is more to my liking than the capital city, so I decided to live in Konoha in the future, and I will be on a long-term mission as a ninja who is good at earth style and water style. Remuneration is based on sea level, weekly. Completing sea level tasks every week. Many genin and even chunin couldn't help but be excited. Even if it is distributed according to the minimum standard of 10,000 taels, it is still a very good task. To know, many genin can only accept sea level tasks at most, and most chunin are mainly engaged in sea level tasks. Whether it is escorting, delivering letters, etc., it often takes more than half a month to go back and forth. Just 1 week here, no need to fight yet, and it works for a long time. And it also includes 3 meals. Those, single tolerance, without families. It only takes a week to exchange for AD level ninjutsu. You can exchange it for AC level ninjutsu in 2.5 months. You can exchange it for AB level ninjutsu in about half a year. Any more probably won't work. It's not that they can't do it, but the new capital city should be built soon. In a world with ninjas, building a main city is so fast. What kind of houses and city walls? The skilled jonin can give you a villa with a back garden, city walls and sculptures by just tapping the floor. The only thing that limits them is the upper limit of chakra. If this were replaced by first generation, just clap your hands and post, would style Leonju family. Not to mention directly building a main city, it is no problem to rebuild Konoha in minutes. Compared to genin, chunin is excited about the long-term construction worker task. The other jonin, as well as the clan leaders, are more concerned about the fact that the daimyo is actually settling in Konoha. This is undoubtedly bad news for thoughtful families such as Sarutobi Hiruzen. But for Uchiha, Hyuga and other big families who have been coveting the position of Hokage for many years, that is great news. As long as the daimyo stays in Konoha, then their excellent performance will be more likely to be seen by the daimyo. Maybe one day they will impress the daimyo and become the 5th Hokage. Fugaku was the first to shout, "Daimyo, I, the Uchiha clan, can learn all ninjutsu. I will sign up to participate in the construction work on behalf of all the disciples in the clan who have activated Sharingan. Although my Hyuga clan does not know ninjutsu, we are taijutsu ninjas, and 8 trigrams air palm, and revolving heaven, are extremely smooth and fast to drill holes. I also signed up for the disciples of the clan." Hyuga Hiyashi followed closely behind, and at the same time secretly annoyed why it was too late. Other ethnic groups also expressed their opinions one after another. In the big family, there are not many people who know the earth style, and they will definitely be thrown into the construction site together when the time comes. It's not like you're working for free, you're being paid. Lier nodded with satisfaction at the understanding of the patriarchs. Such a harmonious Konoha is the correct way to open Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen was watching this scene and thinking about something thoughtfully. When everyone has finished speaking, he was the one who said slowly, Daimyo, as a doctor of ninjutsu, the Earth-style Grandmaster should be the best in Konoha. In order to make up for past crimes, I am willing to contribute to the construction of the city free of charge. I also ask for your permission, Daimyo. If you build a city, that range is of course much larger than Konoha Village, and Sarutobi Hiruzen is under a no-show order, so he must apply with Lier. Lier didn't worry too much. He nodded and said, Kazuma, you are also Grandmaster Earth-style, mainly responsible for the construction of the main city. Sarutobi Hiruzen assists you. He is also the third Hokage after all. He is more familiar with Konoha. You can still listen to reasonable suggestions. Reasonable suggestion can still be heard. As soon as these 3 words came out, Kazuma understood them immediately. Sarutobi Hiruzen tool man can use it, but he can't use it all. After all, the structure of the main city is related to city defense, and more division of labor is needed to prevent interested people from grasping the overall situation. I accept the order, and I will certainly live up to the great name's expectations. Kazuma half kneeled and bowed his head to receive the order. Lier raised his hand slightly, signaling him to stand up. Then his eyes suddenly became sharp, giving off a bit of Conqueror's Haki. The suppression from the soul level alerted the brains of all the ninjas present. Everyone at the scene stared at Lier in silence, wondering why the name suddenly changed his aura. Then, they'll know why. Lier shouted. Bring all the guilty Shimura clan members to justice. Follow. A group of Anbu in Anbu costumes, escorting a long procession, walked out from the end of the street and knelt down in a row with their backs to the Hokage building. Look at this battle. Today's highlight is finally here. 36. Public execution of Shimura. Kakashi finally gets his revenge. 4 more. Before escorting the team, the current head of the interrogation department, Morino Ihiki, appeared. His face was covered with old scars, which were left when he was tortured by the enemy. Ibiki said hoarsely, the crimes committed by the Shimura clan can be called the darkest gathering place in Konoha. These people who were escorted here are all evil spirits who have committed the most unforgivable crimes. Next, all Anbu members will read out the identity of the person they escorted and the crimes they have committed. If the victim's family members and friends are present, they can come on stage to replace Anbu and execute the subsequent death penalty. Quote, when Yi Bixi finished speaking, not to mention the uninformed civilian ninjas, even most of the family ninjas looked at the row of people kneeling in front of the Hokage building in horror. There are hundreds of people. Among them are more than 30 chunin and 6 jonin. Actually want to. Public execution. The people below did not dare to speak. They exchanged looks with each other and found that they all had a hint of horror. I'm afraid these people are not the middle and high-level people of the Shimura clan, right? The 7 leaders are the 7 elders of the Shimura clan. That's how he was executed. Shimura clan. I'm afraid that Konoha will also be removed from the list and become history, on the books, right? Off the court, only Uchiha's eyes were filled with joy. The old thief Danzo almost forced Uchiha to rebel against the village and possibly even annihilate the clan. Now that his Shimura clan has been wiped out first, just looking at it can make Magatama speed up. Then, the first Anbu member read loudly the crimes of his escort, which immediately made many people stand up in shock. Shimura Kento, the 3rd elder of the Shimura clan, a 34-year-old elite jonin. When Hitaki Tsukumo infiltrated into the enemy camp to perform a secret mission, he was instructed by Shimura Danzo to deliberately fail his mission, causing Hitaki Tsukumo to give up in order to save the lives of his companions. Task. Zizizi. Kakashi suddenly stood up. His whole body was filled with fine lightning, and his right eye was staring at Shimura Kento. No one around him scolded him, they just moved away silently. After all, Hitaki Tsukumo is not only Kakashi's father, but also a hero worshipped by countless ninjas present. It's just a pity. The Anbu's words continued. After Hitaki Tsukumo fled back to the village with Shimura Kento to complete treatment, Shimura Kento once again, under the instructions of Shimura Danzo, widely spread the content of the failure of the confidential mission, blocked the door of Hitaki's mansion and used words to attack Shigeru, causing Hitaki Tsukumo was overwhelmed, committed suicide. Crash. At least half of the people present stood up. What? It's him. Although, yesterday Lier announced that Hitaki Tsukumo's death was caused by Danzo's attack on Hitaki Tsukumo's reputation for the Hokage position. But the rightful owner Danzo wasn't there yesterday. Not necessarily now. Danzo, the mastermind behind the scenes, is not here, but Kento Shimura, who was saved by Hitaki Tsukumo but was beaten instead, is there. This kind of person, even if he is an elite jonin and is the backbone of the village, there is nothing wrong with pulling him out and executing him. When the crowd surges, Kakashi silently left his seat and walked down to the Hokage building with his head lowered. Along the way, all the ninjas silently made way for Kakashi. Those who caught a glimpse of Kakashi's right eye when passing by were all shocked by the brutal murderous intent in it. How much crazy killing intent must there be to create that kind of terrifying look? Until Kakashi walked behind Shimura Kento. The Anbu nodded slightly to Kakashi, then left immediately and handed Shimura Kento to Kakashi. Wait, Itachi, Kakashi growled. Help me go home and get my father's short sword, it's in my room. Good. Anbu, that is, Uchiha Itachi, agreed and left instantly. And Kakashi is staring at Shimura Kento. Even though the latter's senses were sealed, they could not help but tremble. The surging murderous aura made his back shiver. Nobody knows how much Kakashi wants to kill Shimura Kento directly, but he only trembled all over and did not make a violent move. The daimyo hasn't given the order yet. This opportunity to avenge his father was given by the famous name, Lier. Even if Kakashi wants to kill Shimura Kento again, he will suppress this impulse and wait patiently for the final revenge. This is just the beginning. Shimura Danzo, I will definitely kill you. Definitely. Then, Anbu, who was being escorted next to Kakashi, also opened his mouth and recited another, Konoha Darkness. This time it was not Shimura Danzo's instigation, but this special Jonin named, Shimura Number Kind, in order to compete for the qualifications and rewards of an S-level mission, killed a Senju descendant on the way back to the village. That is, members of the Senju clan scattered throughout Konoha. Those who kill their companions behind their backs will also deserve to die. This time, after waiting for a long time, no one came out to execute him. Probably because this descendant of Senju, whose pseudonym is Kawaguchi Nino, no longer has any fellows. Senju clan. Nowadays, except for the wandering Tsunade, there are no clan members left in Konoha. This discovery, the many ninjas present, as well as the people of Konoha Village who later learned of the situation, all felt sad for it. The Senju clan who once co-founded Konoha Village with the Uchiha clan, only one woman, Tsunade, is left. Immediately, Sarutobi Hiruzen once again became the focus. If it weren't for the fact that it was Danzo who directly committed the murder, Sarutobi Hiruzen would have been pushed up to his knees. What can Sarutobi Hiruzen do? He chose. He stood up and walked towards the execution line, taking the place of the Anbu member and standing behind Shimura. Since this man died because of his own inaction, let him avenge him. But, does he have this qualification? 37. Sarutobi family's grave guard. Lier is cursed to die early. 5 more updates, please vote for me. Is Sarutobi Hiruzen qualified to execute Kawaguchi Nino and Shimura not qualified? Yes and no. Kawaguchi Nino died because of him, and he was a disciple of Senju Tobarama. This matter, it's really hard to say. Many eyes turned to Lier, who always exuded Conqueror's Haki, wanting the daimyo to make the decision. Lier thought for a moment, said, every person involved in the Senju clan will be executed by the Sarutobi clan. All executioners will personally carve the name of the victim on the martyr monument, set up a tomb for him, and guard the tomb for a week. After hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Although people cannot be resurrected after death, this attitude can be considered sincere. Thank you for your great name. Sarutobi Hiruzen said hoarsely. The third place Anbu spoke up at the right time was related to the Senju clan. The elder of the Sarutobi family stood up voluntarily and took Anbu's place. The next 4th, 5th, 6th, all the way to the 47th are all related to the Senju clan. Either assassination, betrayal, poisoning, or frame up. After hearing this, at least many people's eyes turned red, feeling unworthy of the Senju clan. How could he die by such despicable means? Then, Hyuga clan, Nara clan, Akamaiki clan, Yamanaka clan. Every member of the family present counts as one. Even a small family with only 20 people had relatives and friends who were killed. It sounds like Lier is a bit magical, as this Shimura clan really lawless. TM's entire village and family were whipped. Good guy. Lier is a great guy. Finally, it's time for execution. Lier didn't have any ink marks at all. Kakashi had wiped his father's knife hundreds of times. Ibexi, announce it. Morino Ihiki stood in front of everyone and said, follow me and form a seal, which will lift the seal on their 5 senses. If you commit such a crime, you can't die too happily. Z, Chen, C. Ibi tied the knot very slowly, fully taking care of Genin in the team. Then, as the seal on the 5 senses was lifted, the hundreds of Shimura members were also able to see their own situation. He looked at the whole village in front of him and the executioner behind him who was holding a knife, a gun, a kunai, and a shuriken. They panicked. Lord Ibiki, I am willing to confess. I also know the crimes of many people of the same clan. I don't want to die. Sir Danzo, oh no, I know the little treasury of that thief Danzo. He likes me the most. Female cousin, you actually hid this from me and otherwise why do you think you were promoted Chunin? Ah, I'll fight you. At this moment, everything is ugly. But he didn't laugh. Everyone just stared at the ugly appearance of the hundreds of Shimura clan with dead eyes and no emotion, and felt even more disgusted in their hearts. They are actually fellow villagers with this kind of people. This is like knowing that the food you have eaten was actually spat on by someone, not very harmful, but very insulting. Fortunately, this ugly state did not last long, with Ibiki waving his hand. Shua, draw, PFF'd. Behead, cut throat, stab in the heart, cut in half with a knife, cut into a human stick. Good guy. Lier good guy again. After just a glance, he silently looked away. Less than half a month ago, he is still a good citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, in the 21st century. This plane is a bit too exciting for him. But when his eyes changed, I found that there were also many ninjas present who didn't look right, especially the back row, which was dominated by Genin. The number of people was less than half, and I didn't know what to do with the people lying behind. In this comparison, Lier is just a little bit intolerable, but he is considered strong. As for the frequent vomiting in the novel, feel sorry, no idea at all. It seems that I also have a violent gene in my bones. After waiting patiently for a few minutes, after letting Kakashi and other Victims' family members, fully with the body, they knelt down with tears streaming down their faces. Except for the Sarutobi family, they were all killed with one knife, and then stood in embarrassment. Ibixi greeted the men in the interrogation department and quickly cleaned up the broken corpses that had been mixed together. There are many hungry beasts in the Death Forest, and it's time to feed them. Kakashi and others were also called up by Ibiki. Come to think of it, they are also willing to see with their own eyes that these enemies can die without a burial place. By this time, Lier also got used to the strong smell of blood in the air and stood up to deliver the concluding remarks of today's meeting. Not all of the Shimura clan kills innocent people. They have all been investigated by the strictest ninjutsu in the interrogation room, and they are confirmed to be innocent and implicated. One size fits all is not allowed. I decided to remove all these people's surnames, disperse them into Konoha Village, and disperse them among the various ethnic groups in family units. No more than 2 families are allowed to gather together. At that time, Anbu will be responsible for monitoring and assessing the risk. I hope that all families and villagers, even if they cannot treat everyone equally, will not speak harshly. I don't want to see Naruto's problem again. If it doesn't work, just pretend that I haven't seen it. Let time erase the mark that they belong to the Shimura clan and become pure Konoha people. As for Mitokado Homura and Udatane Kaharu, Ibiki will interrogate and search their homes, and then make a decision based on the final interrogation results. Although I don't like Sarutobi Hiruzen, there is something he said that is right, and I hope everyone will remember it. Wherever the leaves are flying, the fire is also growing. The fire will illuminate the village and make the new trees sprout. I have just succeeded the Daimyo, and there are still many flames burning. In the days to come, I would like to ask all my compatriots in Konoha to help me create a better Konoha village, a better Konoha city, and a better fire city, country. Lier finished speaking. Many people shouted, "Long live the great name! Long live the great name! Long live the Daimyo! Long live the Daimyo!" Lier, where did you copy this cheap line? Besides, long live, doesn't this curse me to die early? 38. Arrange Yuhi Hong, Distinguished Heavenly God's Crow. 1 update. End of the meeting. The temporary conference venue built by Kazuma in Earth style was preserved and included in the Hokage building, which will be used exclusively for large-scale conferences in the future. After letting the major families disperse, Lier called Fugaku, Hyuga Hiyashi, Yuhi Hong, and Nara Shikaku to the Hokage office. Also brought along were Itachi and little Hinata. Putting aside the young and mature Itachi, he stood beside Fugaku very quietly. Little Hinata, who was only 6 years old, was very uneasy. She timidly grabbed a corner of Hyuga Hiyashi's robe, hid behind him and only dared to reveal half of her head to carefully look at Lier. Quite shy, Lier looks cute, but Hyuga Hiyashi looks annoyed. Look at Uchiha's eldest son, so calm and natural. As the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, how could you do this? Seeing Hyuga Hiyashi getting angry, Lier coughed and said, "Hong, I still need a Hokage assistant. Come and assist me." Yuhi Hong was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect that the daimyo would keep her and let her be the Hokage's assistant. This is equivalent to being the emperor's personal eunuch and the chairman's personal secretary. Although his position is not high, his right to speak is definitely less than that of one person. But, why is it her? According to past rules, this Hokage assistant should not always rely on his brain to make a living. Yuhi Kurenai looked at Nara Shikaku, thinking that he might be more suitable. I was about to recommend Nara Shikaku. Nara Shikaku suddenly said, "Your Excellency, there are 2 assistants to the Hokage, a principal and a deputy. The principal assists Hokage in handling official affairs, and the deputy assists in taking care of Hokage's daily life. Do you want Yuhi Kurenai to serve as a principal or a deputy?" Not bad. Lier glanced at Nara Shikaku with praise, and his response was very timely. He took advantage of the situation and said, "In terms of handling official affairs, you will be more familiar with Sarutobi Hiruzen when you assisted him before. Then Kurenai should serve as deputy. Thank you Daimyo for continuing to trust me. I will do my best." Nara Shikaku took the lead and half knelt down to accept the order. Yuhi Hong, what else could she say? All I could do was kneel down and take orders. Lier, hiss, the mesh shirt is already transparent, but you are half kneeling and bowing your head. Tisk tisk tisk. Lier took a few glances to capture the traces, then smiled and asked the 2 of them to stand up, one on the left and the other on the right side of the desk. Then, he was the one looking at the 4 Fugaku people. You should also know the purpose of calling you here today. I plan to select a disciple from your 2 big families to train as a Hokage candidate. Itachi and Hinata are the ones you chose, right? When it came to choosing a disciple, Lier didn't say death at first, but he was leaning towards Itachi and little Hinata. Uchiha doesn't say anything here, so it shouldn't be a big problem. But as for Hyuga, Lier thought that Hyuga Hiyashi would bring Hyuga Neji. It turned out to be little Hinata. By the way, the Hokage's master-disciple relationship shouldn't be taboo, right? I remember Hotaru and the 6 Tails Jinchuriki, Hidaka. Then no problem. Speaking of which, Ying has a very hot figure, and there's the word, FK, on her body, tisk tisk tisk. Thoughts return. Fugaku and Hyuga Hiyashi also expressed their confirmation one after another. Lier nodded. Then, Itachi and little Hinata will be my disciples from now on. Itachi, you have also activated Mangekyo, right? Yes, teacher. Itachi quickly adapted to his new identity and said, before his death, Chia Shisui gave me another eye of Mangekyo Distinguished Heavenly Gods. The disciple hopes to give it to me as a gift of apprenticeship, teacher. Bang! The smoke from the summoning technique dissipated, and a crow stood on Itachi's shoulder. The four-pointed shuriken Mangekyo on his left eye was particularly conspicuous. Lanier looked at the Mangekyo unscrupulously, not worrying at all that he would be targeted by the distinguished heavenly gods. Not to mention that he has a horse charm to protect him. Just because he penetrated flesh, there's no chakra in his body at all. Even if you are the ultimate genjutsu, you can't affect the chakra implantation genjutsu that I don't have, right? As for this, distinguished heavenly god's crow, he doesn't know summoning or anything like that. Even if it can understand human speech, why should he still carry it with him? It seems that it's a bit tasteless. Ding! It is detected that the host is faced with a choice, and the god-level selection system is started. Please make the following choices. Option 1. Accept the distinguished heavenly god's crow, and then find a way to master summoning. Reward: Charming Eyes, ×1. Choice 2. Reject the distinguished heavenly god's crow to show your trust in Uchiha Itachi. Reward: Eye of the Saint, ×1. Option 3. Give the distinguished heavenly god's crow and give it to another member. Reward: Eye of Insight, ×1. This. Whether to accept distinguished heavenly god's crow or not, Lanier said there is not much difference. This is the reward. Let's talk about it properly. 39. Experience the eyes of maternal love. Hyuga Hiyashi's investment. 2 updates. Choose one to exclude directly. Charming Eyes. Sounds like it's meant to seduce people. It doesn't sound like you have good eyes. Of the 2 remaining choices, of course, choose Eye of the Saint, which is more powerful at first glance. I choose 2. The selection is successful and the reward, Eye of the Saint, has been distributed. Eye of the Saint, the Confucian saint's eye in a certain world of immortality has a seal with the skill, strong person identification technique. After activation, once the weak look at each other, they will be forced to experience the greatness of mother's love. Clam, how come he has the eyes of a saint? When Lanier was stunned, there was golden light flashing in his eyes, the saint's eyes merged into his eyeballs, and the strong person identification technique, sealed in them was also mastered. But, experience the greatness of maternal love. How to experience this thing? It doesn't sound like a good thing. Let's try it with a victim, later. Come back to your senses. He only saw Fugaku, Itachi, and Hyuga Hiyashi, all staring at him with open eyes, while Narashikaku and Yuhi Kurenai, who had their backs to him, were both blocking the desk. Little Hinata even retracted her head behind Hyuga Hiyashi, even half of her head was missing. What's wrong? Both Mangekyo and Byakugan are open. Lanier asked strangely. This subordinate is guilty. Fugaku reacted and immediately knelt down on the ground. It's the daimyo who just had a golden light in his eyes, which was extremely intimidating and made us subconsciously alert and open our eyes. Please, daimyo, convict you. Quote. Itachi and Hyuga Hiyashi knelt down. Little Hinata stood blankly behind Hyuga Hiyashi, with half of her head exposed, but she was looking at Lanier. Lanier smiled gently to calm little Hinata's frightened mood. Said, I have recently developed a new ninjutsu, and I just happened to understand it. Itachi, you have a good intention in offering distinguished heavenly gods Mangekyo, but these distinguished heavenly gods are of no use to me, so I will put them back first. At your place. But teacher, Itachi obviously didn't expect such a development, and didn't want to keep the hot Mangekyo of distinguished heavenly gods. It's not like he didn't have it himself. But Lanier waved his hand to stop Itachi's words. Since you will be my disciple from now on, you must listen to the teacher, do you understand? Is teacher. Itachi lifted the summoning technique and sent the distinguished heavenly god's crow away. That's right, Lanier smiled and said. Since you have also activated Mangekyo, your strength should be in Jonin. I will ask Shikaku to arrange an elite Jonin test for you. After passing it, I will promote you to Minister Anbu. Elite Jonin, straight from Shunin, skipping special Jonin, official Jonin. But also, the position of Minister Anbu cannot convince the public without the strength of elite Jonin. As for the original Minister Anbu, Sarutobi Shinosuke, how can Lanier continue to use it? Or, it is unlikely that anyone from the Sarutobi clan will appear in a high-level position in the short term. Yes, teacher, I will definitely work hard. Itachi said, neither humble nor overbearing. He seems very confident. Well, you go back and prepare. Lanier nodded. Yes. Disciple resigns. Daimyo, that subordinate also resigned. Fugaku followed. Lanier nodded in approval. He watched the father and son face him and exit the Hokage office. Then look at Hyuga Hiyashi. Little Hinata had already crouched down and was hiding behind him again. Quite timid. After thinking about it, little Hinata is still young and can't arrange any duties. She just studies hard. Oh, right. Little Hinata seems to have a big appetite, but in order to maintain the dignity of the eldest daughter in the family, she goes hungry for a long time. This is not possible. Hiyashi, Hinata will stay with me from now on. Just come over regularly and teach her gentle fist. Lanier finalized. Yes, it's Hinata's honor to study with you, daimyo. Hyuga Hiyashi responded happily. I originally thought that the daimyo would think more highly of the Uchiha clan. After all, Itachi directly came up as Minister Anbu. Did not expect. Hinata can actually follow the daimyo. This is no longer a subordinate, but a direct trend of raising her as a daughter. Although I will run for Hokage based on my ability in the future. Maybe if you spend more time with Lier, you will be more inclined to Hinata in the future, right? Well, then you. Just as he was about to ask Hyuga Hiashi to leave, he was ready to cultivate a relationship with Hinata. At least we can't hide here and there anymore. But, Lier suddenly thought of a problem. Something seems not quite right at this time. Hinata and Naruto first met when they were very young, right? Little Hinata is now 6 years old and can't. Already. Captured. By Naruto, right? This information is very important. Yes. He changed his tone. Hong, take Hinata to my mansion to settle down first. Yes. After Yuhi Hong agreed, she came to the side of little Hinata. She looked like a royal sister and showed a friendly smile. She leaned over to take little Hinata's hand. Little Hinata glanced timidly at Hyuga Hiashi, and after the latter nodded, she took Yuga Kurenai's hand and left. After watching these two figures, one big and one small, leave. Lier said, Hiashi, you should let Hinata get close to Naruto and invest in the Hokage's son, Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, for the Hyuga clan, right? Hyuga Hiashi. 40. Little Hinata has been obtained. Orochimaru's request. 3 updates. Lier's question surprised Hyuga Hiashi. Invest in Naruto, plan. Although he had thought about it in his mind, he was never able to implement it in the end. After all, this could not be hidden from Anbu, who was sent by Sarutobi Hiruzen. How did the daimyo guess his thoughts? But no matter what, he hurriedly explained. Since Hinata is already a daimyo disciple, Hinata's future is yours to decide. Please, I don't care about these. Lier interrupted. Where will your plan be implemented? Quote. The plan to win over Uzumaki Naruto with the eldest daughter has been thought up by my subordinates. However, Uzumaki Naruto has rarely gone out in recent years, so he has not yet had time to implement it. You sure? My subordinates dare not deceive the daimyo. Lier held his chin a little strangely, thinking about the memories of the plot. The real encounter between Naruto and Hinata seemed to be the foreshadowing of Naruto standing up and being beaten by a child on the memorial day of Hisashi died in Hiyashi's place, because he was lost and bullied by a child. This should be Hyuga Hiyashi's arrangement. A reaction against Sarutobi Hiruzen's cowardly choices. But now, because of Lier's intervention, Hyuga Hisashi is still alive and well. Of course, this scene is gone. But in the anime, Naruto and Hinata met when they were very young, only 3 or 4 years old, right? So Hinata was kidnapped at the wrong time. It seems that major events in anime can be used as a reference, but the details must still be based on reality. Thinking like this, Lier nodded and said, whatever you want to invest in, as long as the method is suitable, I will not stop it. This is the way for the continuation of the big family. But from now on Hinata, don't make any random arrangements for her. Yes, I obey, Hyuga Hiashi echoed. Well, then you should step aside and send Hinata's daily necessities to my house later. Yes, I will do it immediately. Hyuga Hiashi retreated. Lier and Nara Shikaku are the only ones left in the office. Lier was thinking about the future development and was fascinated for a while. Yuhi Hong arranges for him to do things next to him, but is still responsible for his private life such as food and daily life. It's definitely impossible to run away. Little Hinata will be raised as a disciple first. Although he is more than 10 years younger than himself, after Orochimaru's method of immortality is successful, will there be a big difference between 1,000 years old and 1,010 years old? It's just a fraction. What other women can I accept? Lier, who has stabilized the overall situation, seems to be a little drifting. Nara Shikaku thought that the daimyo was thinking about the future development of Konoha and even the Fire Nation. He transformed into an old tree and remained motionless, even his breathing was inaudible. For fear of interrupting the daimyo's thoughts of serving the country and the people. After a long time, there was a sudden knock on the office door, and Lier was awakened from the pile of names. Nara Shikaku asked consciously, who? Hiss, it's me. As soon as he heard the words in front of him, Lier knew who it was. It's Orochimaru, come in. Lier said. Orochimaru opened the door and came in, still looking cold. He instinctively wanted to open his mouth and do something. A golden light flashed in Lier's eyes. If you dare to disgust me, I will let you taste the strong person identification technique I just obtained. Orochimaru is a good, strong judge, the weak will be slaughtered by him, and the strong will be escaped by him. I don't know whether he sensed Lier's threat or was anxious because Lier didn't like seeing him do this. Orochimaru stopped his habit abruptly, silently closed his mouth and twisted his neck. I can't lick my mouth, it's uncomfortable. Yeah, not bad. Lier nodded with satisfaction. Have you checked out all the experimental equipment at the root? Is there anything missing this time? As expected, the daimyo knows things well. My subordinates do have some research materials and need to ask the daimyo for approval. Orochimaru said hoarsely. The experimental equipment is enough for the time being, but the assistants to assist in the experiment and the experimental materials are far from enough. Don't talk nonsense if money can buy it. If you need money, give money, and if you need people, give people. Lier said simply. Besides, tell me the other things I need to know. People, enough people. Orochimaru opened his mouth. You know, that's what I'm talking about. It's best to have blood inheritance limits. Human body experiment. Nara Shikaku's expression changed. I didn't expect that Orochimaru would dare to be so direct. Aren't you afraid that the daimyo will capture you? Lier glanced at it and thought that he would also handle matters for him in the future. He explained. I have talked with Orochimaru before, and his research will be our key support in the Land of Fire from now on. Focus on the key points, key support in the Country of Fire. This is too, a nationwide effort. My subordinates know. Nara looked surprised. How could Orochimaru be so reused by a daimyo? Not to mention Nara Shikaku, even Orochimaru was surprised. His previous understanding was that it was just support within Konoha Village. Then the corners of his mouth became even more cleft, and he had a tendency to become a cleft man. The support of the whole country. A lot of research that was not possible in the past can also be done. Have to say, this kind of treatment with people and money behind you is really good. At this time, 41, in the blood mist, second choice, devil fruit, 4 more. Lanye turned to look at Nara. How many death row prisoners are there in the village? How many spies from other countries? There are 47 people on death row, 157 confirmed spies, and 247 suspected spies. Nara answered fluently. Well, the death row prisoners are sent directly to Orochimaru. As for those who are confirmed to be spies, they are sent to the interrogation department for violent interrogation and then sent to Orochimaru. Suspected spies are quickly investigated and temporary summons is allowed, but violent interrogation is not allowed. Nara Shikaku was stunned for a moment, although 157 people were identified as spies from other villages. But instead of arresting these spies, we can gain greater benefits by allowing them to spread wrong information at critical moments. Are they all used as research materials for Orochimaru? Lanye frowned when he saw Nara Lujiu didn't act immediately. What's the problem? Nara Shikaku was a little hesitant, not sure whether he should express his opinion. Lanye saw his consideration. Tell me, don't worry too much in the future. For the sake of better suggestions for the Fire Nation, I will still accept them. Lanye said, then I forgive my offense. Nara paused for a moment and said, my subordinates on death row have no objections. It's just that those spies are left behind to mislead the enemy during future wars. Wouldn't it be more ideal? You also said that it's just an ideal. Lanye said calmly. These conspiracies and tricks have no effect in the face of absolute power. Rather than playing these small conspiracies and leaving big hidden dangers for my people, it is better to pay close attention to them. Give Orochimaru something to contribute to the village. When Nara Shikaku and Orochimaru heard this, their eyes lit up. Listen, this is the big picture. Sarutobi Hiruzen's previous intrigues were just like children's playing house, and looked too childish. What the daimyo said is that my subordinates will do it immediately. Nara Shikaku said respectfully. Then, he just left the Hokage office in an instant. Whether it is mobilizing death row prisoners or arresting spies, these cannot be done with just words. People with sufficient power need to make arrangements. Lanye was the only 2 people left in the office. Are these people enough for you, Orochimaru? Lanye asked. It should be enough in the short term. Orochimaru smiled. However, there is no special blood limit among these death row prisoners and spies, which has put several of my plans on hold. That's it, let me think about it. Do you want special blood inheritance limits? Ding. It is detected that the host is faced with a choice, and the god-level selection system is started. Please make the following choices. Choice 1. Agree to Orochimaru's request and find a satisfactory bloodline limit for him. Reward. A secondary choice, ×1. Choice 2. Reject Orochimaru's request and strictly restrict him from mentioning it again in the future. Reward. B. Secondary choice, ×1. Not to mention, the selection this time was the least in history, and the rewards were also weird. Then just follow your heart. System, I choose 1. The selection is successful, and the reward, a secondary selection, has been issued. Option 1. Find a satisfactory bloodline limit for Orochimaru within the Land of Fire. Reward, Rear Admiral Physique, ×1, Mera Mera Fruit No Side Effects version, ×1. Option 2. Find a satisfactory bloodline limit for Orochimaru within the Kingdom of Thunder. Reward, Rear Admiral Physique, ×1, Thunder Fruit No Side Effects version, ×1. Option 3. Find a satisfactory bloodline limit for Orochimaru within the Kingdom of Wind. Reward, Rear Admiral Physique, ×1, Cut Fruit No Side Effects version, ×1. Option 4. Find a satisfactory bloodline limit for Orochimaru within the Kingdom of Earth. Reward, Rear Admiral Physique, ×1, Lava Lava Fruit No Side Effects version, ×1. Option 5. Find a satisfactory bloodline limit for Orochimaru within the Kingdom of Water. Reward, Rear Admiral Physique, ×1, Frozen Fruit No Side Effects version, ×1. Oh ho ho ho, it turned out to be 5 choices, 5 Rear Admiral level physiques, and 5 powerful devil fruits. Still a version without the side effects of fear of sea water. No matter which one you choose this time, you will make a lot of money. But, Lanye still noticed that in addition to the different scope of major countries in the selection, the same restriction is the blood inheritance limit that Orochimaru is satisfied with. It seems that we need to find a choice with more bloodline limits. The Fire Nation is eliminated first. How could he bring trouble to Orochimaru in his own territory? So which other place has more blood inheritance limits? Forget about choosing 2, the Land of Thunder. If they had more blood inheritance limits, they wouldn't have to go around kidnapping people. Forget about the Kingdom of Wind. Only the magnet style can be used, and the rest is the puppet technique. The sporadic blood succession limits are just small shrimps. The country of Earth, he was a bit greedy for Chen escape, but this was the third Tsuchikage, Onoki's specialty blood elimination. But you can't catch Tsuchikage, right? That's too arrogant. So, 42, the number 1 trafficker in the ninja world. Toolman Sarutobi Hiruzen, 5th update additional update for Little Dragon. So only the last option 5 is left. The Kingdom of Water is now. Kurdicker seems to be in the era of Blood Mist. The precious bloodline limited family, the 4th Mizukage controlled by Obito with Mangekyo, were cut off one by one. What a pity it would be to kill him. At this exact moment, Orochimaru was going to defect and go to Kurdicker to abduct people. I almost forgot Orochimaru's title as the Ninja World's No. 1 human trafficker. This ability is not in vain, you must go. So the system, I choose 5. Successfully selected, the rewards, Rear Admiral Physique, and Frozen Fruit, have been distributed. Rear Admiral Physique, just a Marine Rear Admiral has gained a strong physique through long-term and hard training. This is the confidence that he can use his body to fight against pirates armed with weapons. Semicolon. Frozen Fruit, the physique can turn into ice and create freezing air, and physical damage is invalid. Can create ice through its body, and can also turn objects it touches into ice. At this moment, Lanier's originally otaku physique has gained a powerful boost. He just felt, the whole person's energy have undergone qualitative changes. The muscles under the daimyo's robe have inflated with water chestnuts, and the abdomen that was originally intended to be integrated was forcibly divided into 8 pieces. Just one word, so damn cool. And at the same time, he also has information about the fruit abilities, basic uses, and elementalization of frozen fruit. Based on previous experiences, Lanier just finished digesting the 2 rewards in a daze. And because he was just thinking, Orochimaru didn't notice any changes at all. I just realized inexplicably that the daimyo suddenly became stronger. Then, just listen to Lanier say, I will send you some people. In the name of hunting down Danzo, you sneak into Kurdicker in the Kingdom of Water. Orochimaru was stunned. Then he realized that the daimyo's momentum became stronger because of this important decision. Seeing that Orochimaru didn't speak, Lanier thought it was because he didn't know about Kurdicker's situation. He explained at the moment. I don't know if Kurdiker's 4th Mizukage had a brain attack, but he did an even better job than Sarutobi Hiruzen. He directly launched the Blood Mist Policy C, and hunted down all the families with bloodline boundaries. You lead people to lurk there secretly, and if you fancy the blood inheritance limit, you just come here. I can grant you the freedom to absorb them as civilians of the Land of Fire. After passing the review, they can also become ninjas of Konoha Village. If you have a way to convince a family, just inform me and I will arrange for a large force to go over and assist them in moving to the Land of Fire. The Minazuki clan, Toru Yoruichi clan, and Yuki clan over there are all very powerful bloodline boundaries. You work hard to fight for them. Oh, by the way, if you find someone named Terumi Mei, catch her. Then those who can recruit people will be absorbed into Konoha later. You should be gentler in your methods. For those who can't be recruited, just do whatever you want. Orochimaru, why do I feel that this daimyo's information on Kurdicker is a bit too detailed? It's like I've been watching it for a long time. But, hiss, then we will do as you wish, daimyo. Orochimaru's excitement was palpable, but when lurking into Kurdicker, you have to be very cautious and do it quietly. I need some manpower. Which ones do you want? Nara Shikaku, Hyuga Hizashi, and another member of Uchiha, at least 3 Magatama. Lanier frowned. Orochimaru raised his eyebrows slightly. Was it too much? But he has come according to the minimum standards. In no mood, but Lanier said, this is the manpower. You are the talent I value. I asked you to go to Kurdicker to pick people, not to die. Orochimaru. Hiss. Regardless of Orochimaru's reaction, Lanier thought to himself. Hyuga Hizashi is from the branch house after all. His white eyes are defective. Let Hyuga Hiyashi help you. As for the Uchiha family, let Fugaku go. He has Mangekyo to face. I will feel relieved. Bring Yamanaka Haichi along with him. His heart turn technique can sometimes work wonders. Although the Aburame clan doesn't have a high presence, they are indeed very good at controlling insects, but I don't know much about them. You can choose the right one yourself. Don't let the Inuzuka clan be left behind. They may not be very good at fighting, but the ninja dogs are very good at assisting. The Sarutobi clan, except for Sarutobi Hiruzen, they don't seem to have much to offer. Then take Sarutobi Hiruzen with you. If something unexpected happens, let him break up and run back. Orochimaru. 43. A strong lineup. Mitarashi Anko. 6th update additional update please squeeze the duck dry. Lanier. If something unexpected happens, let Sarutobi Hiruzen stop the fight and you all run back. Orochimaru. Hey, this is too much, isn't it daimyo? Take a look at the lineup you gave me here. Uchiha, Hyuga, Nara, and Yamanaka directly head into battle. The person who gave it to him was either a Jonin or a Cage-level person, but the reserve kamikaze captain, Sarutobi Hiruzen was also given to him. Is this lineup meant to pick people? It's not even a question of being the 4th Mizukage who assassinated Kurdicker. But sideways, it also fully explains that Lanier attaches great importance to Orochimaru's safety. He would rather let Sarutobi Hiruzen be cut off at Cage level, but also told him to come back. This. Boom. The daimyo seems to really value me. Sure enough, he is a man with the same will as mine. He is truly worthy of being regarded as my confidant. This leaves some backups that we don't need to use. As long as I can achieve even half of what I expect in the future, there will be no better place than here in the entire ninja world. The unexpectedly triggered voiceover made Lier feel certain. Orochimaru's loyalty is finally above the passing line. And Orochimaru is a snake, after all. After a brief feeling, he sneered and showed an interested grin. Hiss, with the help of these people, I will definitely choose well. Well, is there anything else? No more, then I'll go get ready. Go. Oh wait, Lier suddenly remembered someone. Did you accept a disciple? His name is Mitarashi Anko. Yes, daimyo, you ask what this is. Mitarashi Anko. This is also a girl who loves to wear grid shirts. Although her personality is a bit explosive, her figure is also explosive. It's just that I'll be seriously out of shape when I get older. It's okay. Orochimaru's immortality research is definitely fine. If it doesn't work, there is still a system. Don't be afraid. Thinking like this, Lier said directly. I need a suitable personal protector for Anbu here. Please give me Anko. After a pause, Lier felt that it was not very polite to ask for someone so directly. Then I'll pay you back. Then go to the Uchiha clan and accept Fugaku's second son as a disciple. You can study it before the Uchiha clan opens its eyes, but remember to follow the rules. After all, they are companions from the same village. Hiss, Orochimaru laughed so hard this time that his eyes curled up. He found, this daimyo is not perfect either. First Uhiker and I, then Mitarashi Anko, this seems to be his weakness. Boom, strong people always have some strange preferences. Lier, Orochimaru, what are you secretly thinking about? Seeing Lanier's face darken, Orochimaru smiled and said, I will talk to Anko about what to do, she is my favorite disciple. Please don't throw it away after using it. Used. Throw away. You were talking about tigers and wolves. Only. Before Lier could explain, Orochimaru had already left the Hokage office in an instant. The corners of Lanier's mouth twitched. It's over. Orochimaru must think I'm an LSP. How could I be LSP? I'm not old at all. I'm mostly SP. Orochimaru said he would tell Anko what to do. Ah, I'm really looking forward to it. Everything has been arranged. Lier had nothing to do for the time being, so he decided to go for a walk. Get up and open the window of the Hokage office, turn on the invisibility of the snake charm and fly out, go to the Hokage rock overlooking Konoha Village from above, and enjoy the rare alone time. He and his horse are always inseparable. However, Kazuma is now responsible for the construction of Konoha Castle, and is so busy that he needs to come up with the city construction drawings as soon as possible. Fortunately, those who study Earth style are basically more sensitive to these. Not a big problem. After looking at the scenery of Konoha Village for a while, Lier suddenly felt a little hungry, so he decided to go to Ichiraku Ramen for another bowl of ramen. Only, on the way to Ichiraku Ramen, he was caught by an interesting figure. That is, more updates for 900 evaluation votes. It's 6 updates today, we'll continue tomorrow. Everyone, use more firepower, and the votes will be smashed. If you can, squeeze out the author. 44. Demon Fox, New Life. The Best Woman. 1 update, Uzumaki Naruto. In the past, Naruto, as a demon fox, would be disliked wherever he went, ranging from indifference to being insulted and driven away. But after the identity of his heroic son, Ninetales Jinchuriki, was exposed, the situation took a 180-degree turn. Naruto is out, come on, take these dorayaki home to eat. The people of Konoha Village who once scolded that they would rather feed dorayaki to dogs than sell it to Naruto said enthusiastically. Naruto, don't eat his dorayaki. You've always drooled at my takoyaki from a distance. Come on, I specially made a day's supply. Take it back and eat it. If you don't have enough, come again. He once scolded Naruto for his influence. The Konoha Village name of his business said enthusiastically. Oh, you have so many things and you can't even take them out. Come to my grocery store and get a cart, otherwise it will be wasted on the floor. The famous Konoha Village man who once used a broom to drive Naruto away said enthusiastically. You haven't changed your clothes for a year, and they don't fit anymore. Come on, these sets of mine are just right for you. Children have long bodies. If your clothes are too short in the future, just come to me and change them. He once touched Naruto. A famous person from Konoha Village said enthusiastically that his clothes were burned directly. They named Konoha Village one by one, never mentioning their cold and violent treatment, and just kept giving away their own belongings out of guilt. And Naruto is only 6 years old, how does he know what politeness means? These things that were once out of reach are now delivered to your door, and no one will be refused. Certainly, what he enjoys most is the experience of being accepted by the people of Konoha Village. After a while, little Naruto was just overwhelmed by the pile of items. Only at this point did the people of Konoha Village stop feeding. Instead, let their juniors enthusiastically help push and carry him towards Naruto's house, the former residence of the 4th Hokage. Good guy. The formerly deserted former residence had not only been cleaned up early, but was now bustling with children of Naruto's age. Hide and seek, throw handkerchief, ninja games. It looks like an orphanage. Yoshi, it's my turn to come find you. Hide quickly, 100 to 99 approximately 98 to 97. Listening to Naruto's happy countdown below, the other children were looking for a place to hide, just in that childish way. Lier smiled and shook his head. Naruto is only 6 years old this year, and his ninja school life has just begun. He still has 6 years to repair the darkness of his past. This is the first tragedy that has changed since I came to Hokage. It's not like Kakashi, who just kills a puppet enemy. Next, Danzo, I wonder if you can escape this. Already after the morning meeting, there were more than 100 Jonin who had accepted the S-class mission, assassination of Shimura Danzo, and were already heading towards Danzo's foothold in groups. Lier will have to be assigned by Hokage to accept C-level and above tasks. Instead, he will be free to choose according to the ninja level, and there will be a dedicated person responsible for registration. He's not Sarutobi Hiruzen, not that controlling. Just taking a mission. Is it reasonable for Hokage to evaluate it himself? Nonsense. Interestingly, Danzo's information was provided by Sarutobi Hiruzen. After all, the two have known each other for a long time, and Sarutobi Hiruzen also knows most of Danzo's dens. Originally, Fugaku and Hiashi, because it is the clan leader who has to arrange matters within the clan, whether it is the guards or the personnel of Konoha City, they have to coordinate, and it may be a few days later. But since you have to cover Orochimaru, you're probably ready to go now, right? I wonder what interesting things will happen. Like sealing a bridge or something. If it's not too much trouble, I might actually want to take a look. Didn't bother Naruto. Lier went directly to Ichiraku Ramen and had a full meal. When he was wiping his mouth and about to leave, he realized that he came out alone without anyone, so he had no money to pay. Of course he wouldn't take money out with him. It's okay, I'll treat you to this meal. Shandai hurriedly handed the steps. But Lier is not happy anymore. His name is Tang Tang, and he wants to be treated to ramen by his boss. This cannot be done. Just when he was about to use the rabbit charm to quickly retrieve the silver, he didn't want to open the door curtain, but he happened to bump into a hurried figure. Dwang. After a vague sound of bouncing, the person who came was thrown out as if hitting a wall, turned around in the air, and landed firmly on the ground. Thanks to the Rear Admiral physique, Lier only shook a little and stabilized his figure. He looked at the person coming. She has a neat black round head, wearing a mesh shirt, mesh pants and a leather skirt. Although she also wears a loose windbreaker on the outside, she doesn't wear a belt at all. Then, the movement she made just now when she turned over and landed on the ground caused the windbreaker to fail to keep up with the main body and was still falling slowly. Her beautiful figure is completely exposed under Lanier's eyes. Lier looked at the ravine. Hiss. Why does this superb woman look so like? 45. The best Mitarashi Anko. Experiment with the identification of strong men. 2 updates. Daimyo. The woman recognized Lier, half kneeling and bowing her head respectfully. Teacher Orochimaru asked me to come down here. I heard the villagers said you were here, so I came in a hurry. I was disturbed. Daimyo, please punish me. Wow, your posture. From C to D, it's no big deal, just get up. Lier said eagerly, if you continue like this, he won't be able to stand it anymore. If this makes a fool of yourself, his SP's masculine nature may not spread throughout Konoha in a matter of seconds. Thank you. Anko stood up and waited silently for Lanier's arrangements. From now on, as an Anbu member, you should follow me and protect me. Lier said, yes. Looking at Anko's explosive figure again, Lier stepped forward and helped her tie the belt of the windbreaker, covering up her graceful figure. Anko couldn't help but froze for a moment. This famous name, does it feel a little different from Haki in the morning meeting? Anko didn't dare to judge the specific difference immediately. After all, this person who had used thunderous methods in the past 2 days didn't look like what she thought. But what Orochimaru sensei hinted at me? Is it the Daimyo's instruction? Impossible. It must be Orochimaru sensei. He knows that I like Daimyo, so he reminded me. It must be like this. Lier did not activate the voiceover, and did not know how rich Anko's inner activities were despite his superficial facial paralysis. He coughed in embarrassment and said, take me to the interrogation department. Yes. Anko put aside his unnecessary thoughts and led the way for Lier. Lier followed behind, seeming to be looking at the streets along the way most of the time, but in fact he was looking at Anko without leaving any trace. Although the graceful figure is blocked by the windbreaker, the long legs of these mesh pantyhose are also from the Leg Wan Nien series. What Lier doesn't know is, ninjas are very keen on targets. His seemingly hidden movements are actually sensed by Anko. Boom. Why do you feel someone is looking at my legs? Judging from the angle, it seems to be a daimyo. No, I must have sensed something wrong. The daimyo has a harem of 300 beauties, how could he be attracted to a ninja like me? But it's what Orochimaru sensei ordered. Lier. Ah, this. Was it discovered? He silently looked away and turned to observation Haki. This one is more 3-dimensional. At the same time, he was very interested in the things Orochimaru asked. As for the 300 beauties in the harem, he has no interest at all in the woman left behind by his former identity and former daimyo. Aren't the female ninjas from each village awesome? Come to Hokage. If I don't pick up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 well-known female ninjas, is there any point in this time travel? This Anko has a hot figure, and her clothes are more bold than red. She must be very stylish. Lier is thinking about it. Suddenly, Anko stopped and stood still. Lier, who was distracted, ran directly into him. Dwang. Lanier looked at Anko, who was covering his butt and looking at him with a red face, feeling a little dazed. Then I woke up and realized what was happening, and I couldn't help but open my eyes. As expected, the front is convex and the back is curved. Excellent, I must get this woman. Although he has already considered it a winner, Lanier is not in a hurry. He looked up at the interrogation department and walked straight through Anko. This Haki style without explanation actually made Anko a little confused. The name is so domineering. Anko, who follows Orochimaru, of course also worships the strong. So, Anko is also a little excited. Teacher Orochimaru is right, the daimyo is indeed my type, so that's not impossible. Thinking about it, seeing that Lanier was already far away, Anko quickly shook his head to get rid of the big thoughts and quickly caught up with Lanier. After entering the door, Lanier had already asked a ninja to take him to Mitokado Homura. He is not here to play, but to find Mitokado Homura to experiment with his newly acquired ability, the power of identification. He was very curious, how to experience the greatness of maternal love. When I meet Mitokado Homura, the latter knelt down very excitedly and said, Daimyo, I was wrong, I am willing to tell everything. Please spare my life, please. He kowtowed so hard that he actually made cracks in the floor of the dungeon. The ninja who led the way, and Anko who followed behind, both had expressions of, deserve it. His crimes have long been made public. As the second in command of the administrative department, Mitokado Homura was responsible for the review of war orphan support expenditures, but he deducted a lot of money privately, so that many orphans without parents had to live in Konoha orphanages. Even the money of dead people and children will not be spared. Not to mention other money, right? Lanier also looked at Mitokado Homura with disgust, wondering what excuse he could find to experiment with his skills. Then he saw the ground shattered by Mitokado Homura. Got it, you actually damaged the public property of the interrogation department. Look at me. Mitokado Homura subconsciously raised his head and looked at Lanier. Two golden lights bloomed from Lanier's eyes, radiating and covering all the space directly in front of him. At the same time, Lanier also involuntarily opened his mouth and said something. 46. Experience the greatness of maternal love. Anko is probably right. 3 updates. When activating the strong person identification technique, Lanier could not help but solemnly said, what is filial piety? What is love? Do you know the greatness of maternal love? Strong person appraisal technique. Mitokado Homura looked at Lanier and felt a mysterious flow of energy flowing from his eyes to his body and then condensed on his abdomen. Then, in the shocked eyes of Anko and the others, Mitokado Homura's abdomen swelled like a balloon. According to the 1 second and 1 month rate, in 10 seconds, Mitokado Homura became a pregnant woman who was 10 months pregnant. That's not all yet. Follow. Mitokado Homura was holding his abdomen, with a look of pain on his face. He was gasping for breath and making hiss, ah, and oh sounds from his clenched cheeks. Don't get me wrong, it was a cry of pain. It looks like a pregnant woman giving birth. Lanier, Anko, leading ninja, Mitokado Homura, hiss this. Anko's eyes turned in disbelief between Mitokado Homura and Lanier. She thought it was an illusion or something. Only, why is this an illusion that makes people pregnant? This moment, Lanier's majestic and tall image seems to be on the verge of collapse. Don't say it's Anko. Even Lanier himself is a bit out of control now. The powerful identification technique actually has this effect. Can someone get pregnant? You're not really going to have a baby, are you? But the problem is, where did Mr. Mitokado Homura come from? Born with a broken belly like an alien. Still, escape from another backyard. Is that considered a different kind of 1,000 years of death? It's scary just thinking about it. Less than half a minute later, Lanier was the one who noticed Anko's strange gaze and realized that this move was a bit scary, but don't lose the girl's favorability. He immediately explained, ahem, I'm experimenting with a new ninjutsu. I didn't know the effect before using it. I didn't expect it to be like this, unexpected. Anko didn't say anything, and he didn't know whether he believed it or not. It's not easy to ask Lanier. The more you explain, the more troublesome it becomes. I looked at Mitokado Homura who was in labor, again. Lanier ordered the ninja who was leading the way, after your observation, write a report to me after the effects of the ninjutsu wear off. Yes, Daimyo, finished explaining. Lanier turned around and ran away. Otherwise, when Mitokado Homura wakes up and wants to beg for mercy, he really won't be able to remove this strong person identification technique. There is no return for this thing. To blame, you can only blame yourself for not being strong enough. After all, it is a strong person identification technique. I believe that if you are a strong person, you will not fall into this trick, right? But, even if Mitokado Homura is old, he is still a disciple of Senju Tobarama. He still has a few skills, especially Jonin's combat power. So my saint's eyes can kill all ninjas of special Jonin and below. I'll try with Sarutobi Hiruzen later to see if Cage level can be immune. Thinking, Lanier quickly arrived at the back hill of Konoha Village, where he had seen a stream from the sky. Then, Lanier used the chicken charm to suspend himself in the air, stepped on the water of the stream to the middle, and activated another ability he had just acquired, frozen fruit. His whole body first turned into ice blue crystals, and then emitted a vast white mist of ice. In the blink of an eye, it spread over a large area, directly freezing the surface of the stream that was more than 20 wide into ice. No, it also spread to the surface. The land on both sides of the strait froze it, turning it into frozen soil and continuing to spread around. Anko was a little surprised and jumped onto the tree to avoid the spread of the ice. What's this? Bloodline limit. But soon, the giant tree she was in was also surrounded by ice, and it was about to freeze Anko on the tree. Before the latter was about to jump away again, the ice finally stopped. Lier, who was standing on the ice, was breathing heavily at this time. The physical strength blessed by Rear Admiral's constitution is only enough for his frozen fruit to activate such a wide range of freezing. But, Horse Talisman Healing, your physical strength will be fully restored immediately, and you can continue fighting again. But Lier has no intention of expanding the frozen territory. This is just the most basic freezing application of frozen fruit. The spreading efficiency is very slow, and even an unsuspecting Anko can avoid it. It has no actual combat value. But, Lier stamped his feet, making sure that the ice under his feet was very thick and would not break. He waved to Anko on the tree, who immediately came down. But, although it occasionally snows in the land of fire, large-scale freezing is rare. Anko also seems to be uncomfortable operating on the ice. It's when you land. Unable to stand still on the ice for a moment, he staggered towards Lier. Lier. Oh, is there such a good thing? He didn't care whether Anko really didn't stand still or whether he did it on purpose. With the soft fragrance in my arms, he is the one who makes the profit. Thanks to Anko's bold outfit, although it is convenient for her to go to war at any time, she can also control the size very accurately. Probably right. D47. Skate with Anko. Soft little Hinata. 4 more. Hug. Sorry. Anko stood firm and said in a panic. I don't know what your orders are, Daimyo. Ever skated? Lier asked. Skate. One look at Anko's confused tone and knew that it had not been crossed. Lier first used frozen fruit to condense 2 ice blades on the soles of his feet, and then slid gracefully on the ice, coming and going as freely as a fish in the water. In his previous life, he was on the figure skating school team. Anko looked very moved. When Lier asked her to lift her feet and condense the ice blades for him, she raised her legs without hesitation. Fiery red. It is indeed a color that suits her straightforward personality. Anko hasn't noticed yet. After gathering the skates, you need to learn how to slide like Lier. Of course, the result was that he lost his balance and almost fell over. Lier activated the quick movement of the rabbit charm, revealing her waist again in a matter of milliseconds. Although it is full of muscles and not soft, it feels just right. Lier is no longer relaxed either. The left hand hugs the waist and the right hand grabs the hand, teaching Anko how to maintain balance as if dancing. In the process, there will inevitably be some more intimate contacts. Learn it in one meal. Not only did Anko fail to learn it, Lier also basically figured out the measurements. Then, I don't know if Anko is really talented or something else. This skating learning, it lasted for a real 3 hours and still ended in failure. There were many Konoha shinobi in the middle. They were attracted by the sudden appearance of the ice. When they saw Lier from a distance, they turned around and left without looking back. The Uchiha clan even spontaneously stationed nearby, silently blocking other people who wanted to investigate for the sake of the daimyo. The famous dog leg stone hammer. When Lier is satisfied and agrees with Anko, he will continue teaching the next time he has the opportunity. It was already sunset. Back to the Hokage mansion. Kurenai Yuhi and little Hinata were waiting at the door. They saw Lier and Anko coming from a distance and hurriedly greeted them. Daimyo, you are back. Yuhi Hong said respectfully. Hello, your name. Little Hinata summoned up the courage to greet her softly. That soft tone. Lier couldn't help but rub little Hinata's head, messing up her neat mushroom head. You are hungry, let's go eat. Lier smiled. Little Hinata, who was arranging her hair with her little hands, couldn't help but light up when she heard this. But then the little adult tried to cover it up again. Lier saw it and didn't say much. Entering the daimyo's mansion, he sat at the dining table prepared by Yuhi Kurenai. Lier couldn't help but frown when he saw Anko, Hinata, and Kurenai standing nearby with their heads bowed. Let's all sit down and eat together. Hong has prepared so much and I can't finish it. I don't dare to dine at the same table with the daimyo. Yuhi Hong first expressed her stance, with a business-like attitude. Isn't this not good, daimyo? After the afternoon contact, Anko was only slightly hesitant. Little Hinata just lowered her head and stared at the food on the table with longing eyes, not hearing Lanier's words at all. Look, the little guy is hungry. Lier directly waved his hand and fired out 3 chicken talisman energy, controlling the 3 people to levitate and fly up. Little Hinata was stunned. I can fly. It's okay for Kurenai Yuhi and Anko, they are both special jonin after all. Although he was surprised by Lanier's method, he still quietly let Lier press the 3 of them to their seats. Lier picked up a chopstick of fish roe sushi and put it into the bowl in front of little Hinata. Eat, is it really possible? Little Hinata's innocent eyes shone with the light of hope. Well, will I lie to you again? Lier said funny ly. Don't worry, if Hyuga Hiyashi dares to scold you, you can report it to me and I will scold him for you. Little Hinata struggled for a moment, but said, can you please stop scolding my father? Okay. Lier was also amused by her. With this little episode, little Hinata finally couldn't help but eat so much. She clasped her hands together and shouted, I'm starting, then picked up the fish roe sushi and took a small bite. Her little eyes immediately shone. This is also a snack foodie. Lier couldn't help but feel an appetite after seeing it. He picked up his chopsticks and ate some fish roe sushi. It's a bit more delicious than before. After chewing a few mouthfuls, seeing that Anko and Yuhi Hong were still sitting upright, they didn't even think about moving their chopsticks. Lier rolled his eyes and had an idea. 48. If Anko refuses to accept it, then do it. The contrast between Yuhi and Kurenai is cute. 5 more updates, please give me free tickets. Seeing 2 girls sitting upright, Lier directly used the chopsticks he had eaten to pick up 2 pieces of eel sushi and put them into the 2 women's bowls respectively. Eat, take it as my order, Lier said. As soon as Yuhi and Kurenai heard the order, they subconsciously picked up their chopsticks and waited until the eel sushi entered their mouths before they realized that this was not an indirect kiss. Compared to Yuhi Kurenai, she froze immediately, neither eating nor vomiting. Anko just hesitated, she just continued chewing, and after swallowing the eel sushi, she no longer hesitated to reach for her favorite sweet meatballs with her chopsticks. Boom. What are you afraid of? What should you do and what shouldn't be done in the afternoon, except for the last step? According to Orochimaru sensei's instructions, it's only a matter of time. I want to get my money back. This Anko is also a straightforward person, Lier couldn't help but smile softly. The reward for voiceover is really well chosen. The trigger frequency is high and the quality is often very good. Yuhi Hong was still embarrassed at first. Seeing that Anko had already let go, she then remembered that her father, Yuhi Mako, had quietly told her not long ago that she must find a way to become a daimyo. The future of our Yuhi clan depends entirely on you, Hong. Yuhi Junhong said solemnly. Boom. My status as a daimyo is so high, can I really do it? And his methods of reforming Konoha are probably much more decisive than those of the second generation, right? Was the one who controlled us just now a ninjutsu or a blood succession limit? If it is the limit of blood inheritance, I don't know if the child will. Am I really worthy? Hearing Yuhi Hong's self-questioning, Lier almost jumped up and said, you are worthy of me. If you are not worthy of Sister C, who is worthy of her? But he definitely can't say that, it will scare people. He could only cough lightly and said, Hong, I am very optimistic about you, but you don't seem to be very willing to become my Hokage assistant. Cough. Yuhi Hong was stunned for a moment, then her expression changed drastically, she swallowed the eel sushi, and said in a panic, no. This subordinate definitely has no such idea. This subordinate is guilty, saying. Hong wanted to get up and half kneel to get Lanyer's forgiveness, although he didn't know what was wrong, but kneeling down was the right thing to do anyway. But Lanier put his hand on Yuhi Hong's shoulder in advance, and the power of Rear Admiral's physique steadily suppressed Yuhi Hong's getting up. He leaned over slightly and looked face to face with Yu Jaeong, each other's breath hitting each other's face. Yuhi Hong's mind went blank, looking at the handsome face so close. This moment, an idea suddenly popped into Yuhi Hong's mind. The daimyo seemed so handsome. At this time, Lanier said softly, if you are not dissatisfied with the position, then you are dissatisfied with me. No. Yuhi Hong lowered her head and murmured, her ears already turning red. After Lanier found out, not only did he not let go of Yuhi Hong, but he leaned closer to Yuhi Hong's ear, and the breath of talking hit her ears. Since you don't have any, then why are you so restrained? Just eat as long as you are told. I won't eat you, Yuhi Hong. Wow, you. Thanks to Asuma's years of relentless pursuit, no other boy dared to disturb this woman the prince liked. Yuhi Hong has never been so ambiguous with the opposite sex. Her brain was stunned on the spot and she didn't know how to deal with it. My heartbeat felt clearer than ever before, and all my attention was focused on my numb ears. Lanier saw that if he continued, there would be a tendency of bad play. Just sit back in your seat. She happened to be looking at Anko, who had her mouth full of food. There was only curiosity about watching a show in her eyes, and there was no emotion like jealousy at all. The daimyo is supposed to have a harem of 3,000 beauties, so what's wrong with flirting with 2 girls at the same time? As for little Hinata, who was chewing seriously, she only wants to eat delicious food. She wishes that no one would notice her so that she can eat more secretly. This moment, Lanier once again thanked the system for making him a famous name instead of Hokage or something. Can a Hokage have 3 wives and 4 concubines? Can the Hokage get this kind of respect? Does the Hokage have such great power now? The famous name is more fragrant. Lanier stuffed his mouth full of takoyaki with satisfaction. The deliciousness was once again added points. He was satisfied. After waiting a few minutes, Yuhi Kurenai finally regained her composure. She glanced at Lanier cautiously. When she saw the latter looking at her with a smile, she looked away like a frightened little rabbit, straightened her back, picked up her chopsticks, and ate the food in front of her. Tisk, you are obviously a royal sister, why are you so shy so easily? But the contrast between cuteness and cuteness is really great. Asuma, for the sake of my wife Yuhi Kurenai, if you become more conscious in the future, I will treat you as invisible. 49. New features for Dog Spell. Become a Hokage woman. 6 more updates, please give me free tickets. The 4 of them ate quietly for about 10 minutes. Little Hinata struggled for a while, but she still chose to lower her mouth and put down her chopsticks. I'm full, Little Hinata said weakly. This must mean you haven't eaten enough. Even the oldest Anko could understand this, let alone Lanye. Lanye did not take the moderate route this time. Directly ordered. No, you are not full, eat again. Little Hinata raised her little head in surprise, is there anyone else who can do this? What are you looking at? Lanye said funny. Don't be polite to the teacher here. I'm not an old-fashioned person like your father. As long as you don't hold it back, you can eat as much as you can. Only by eating more can you become stronger, so you can protect the people you care about. Really? Little Hinata's eyes lit up, as if she had found an excuse for her eatability. Of course, if you don't believe me, ask Sister Anko. Little Hinata immediately turned to look at Anko. Anko swallowed a mouthful of food with difficulty, and then said with a smile, my sister didn't eat enough when she was a child, so she is just special Jonin now, otherwise she would be at least cage level. Wow, Sister Anko is so annoying. Little Hinata admired her. Hee. So. Anko waved his hand, very relaxed. Then I also eat more in order to become stronger. Just a little bit. Little Hinata used her carrot hand to make a 1 millimeter gap. Yeah, come on. Anko encouraged. Let's compete to see who eats more. Lanye suggested. Then you will definitely lose. Anko said with confidence, the game is now timed. Then there was a storm. The result of the competition shocked everyone. Little Hinata, who is only 6 years old, actually ate more food than Anko and Yuhi Kurenai combined. I really don't know where the food goes for her small stature. What's even more terrifying is, Lanye ate Little Hinata and the three of them had 3 times more in total. That's 6 times as big as Little Hinata alone. Not to mention Anko and the other 3, even Lanye himself was a bit confused. System, what's going on? Did I awaken some bloodline limit? Ding. The reward, Rear Admiral Physique, requires more energy replenishment, and the dog charm can be used to replace the energy required. So, I thought I had developed a new function for the dog charm. If you go to some strange place in the future, you don't have to worry about starving to death. Since it is a competition, of course there are prizes and punishments. Lanye decided, then let's take a dip together. Anko. Yuhi Hong. Little Hinata. Okay, 4.04 million words are omitted below. Early morning, Lanye opened her eyes at Yuhi Hong's soft call. Do not misunderstand. Last night it was really just a bath in the water. Although mixed bathing has not been popular in the fire country for a long time, it is still popular in some areas. So nothing strange happened. At most, I could see an outline in the mist, or have my back rubbed. A small scene not worth mentioning. As for why Yuhi Kurenai woke him up, she is the Hokage assistant, who is responsible for daily life. Is there any problem with waking her up? Nothing wrong, only, Yuhi Hong obviously didn't think so. Sister Yu's face had blush, which made her look as attractive as a peach. When he saw this scene when he opened his eyes in the morning, Lanye said he couldn't stand it. After washing up, during breakfast, Anko, who was on guard from nowhere, consciously appeared and sat down at the dining table, immediately following Lanye's move of chopsticks. Faintly, she even competed with Little Hinata. She didn't believe that she would lose to a 6-year-old girl. Turn out, complete defeat again. Damn it, Little Hinata, why are you so good at eating? It seems that you will become Konoha's first female Hokage in the future. Anko said fiercely. Originally, Little Hinata was a little worried about whether she would look weird if she ate too much. But the words, will become the first female Hokage in Konoha, made Little Hinata's eyes sparkle immediately. Really, is it really possible? Father said that if I could become a Hokage, he would recognize me. Little Hinata asked hopefully. Lanye frowned. He placed his hands on Little Hinata's neatly combed head and rubbed it, before nodding with satisfaction. In the future, don't work hard for anyone's approval. Work hard for your own goals. Lanye educated. Oh, I got it. Little Hinata adjusted her hair and said carefully. Then, can I be a Hokage myself? Of course, come on Little Hinata, I'm optimistic about you. Yeah, Little Hinata hugged Yuhi Hong's long legs and said with a smile. Sister Hong, Brother Lanye said he is optimistic about me. I will definitely become a Hokage woman. Ah this, Kurenai Yuhi, who was still smiling at first, couldn't help but think wrongly. Is it, the woman who became the Hokage? Or, the woman who became the Hokage? 50. Report of the Saint's Eye. Itachi Elite Jonin Assessment. 1 update. Little Hinata. I am the woman who wants to be a Hokage. Yuhi Hong, who was still smiling at first, felt something wrong when she heard this. Is it, the woman who became the Hokage? Or, the woman who became the Hokage? Looking back, Lanye nodded in agreement. Yuhi Hong felt that she must have seen it wrong. After chatting for a few words, when Lanye was about to leave, Hyuga Hizashi had been waiting in front of the Hokage mansion for a long time, with 7-year-old Hyuga Neji beside him. Hyuga Hiyashi and Orochimaru are gone. Hyuga Hizashi replaces Hyuga Hiyashi and comes to teach Little Hinata Gentle Fist. This is a physical technique that the Hyuga clan must master, and it does not conflict with what Lanye, as the teacher, will teach in the future. Nodding to Hyuga Hizashi is considered a greeting. Lanye walked towards Hokage's office with Yuhi Hong. Anko disappeared from sight and hid in the side to protect Lanye. But in Konoha Village, this job made Anko just stare at Lanye in a daze, and then he discovered that this handsome face is really, never tire of. Waiting for the place, Nara Shikaku was already waiting at the door. there are many secrets in Hokage's office, and no one else is allowed to enter during Hokage's absence. I saw Lier and the two coming. Naru looked strange and handed a report to Lier. Daimyo, this is from the interrogation department. Please take a look at it. Lier watched as he walked into Hokage's office through the door opened by Yuhi Hong. This is a report about his experiment with Sage's Eye, yesterday. After being hit by his strong person identification technique, the abdomen still reached the level of 10-month pregnancy within 10 seconds, and then there was half an hour of labor pain. This is the highest level of pain defined as pain level 10. Afterwards, the interrogation department used torture ninjutsu to enter Mitokado Homura's memory of personal experience. Sure, even if Jonin is hit, he will not be able to exert his full strength due to childbirth pain. At least 50% of taijutsu and 30% of ninjutsu will be weakened. As for what Lier is most concerned about, whether he will be killed by 1,000 years of death. Not really. After half an hour of labor pain, the abdomen is just like the unexplained bulge before, and it will fart to expel the excess gas. I have to talk about the bad consequences. If there is freshly digested food, at that time, there is a high probability that it will be taken out by this fart. No wonder Nara Shikaku has such a weird expression. Lier asked hopefully. How many people know about this ninjutsu I experimented with? Nara Shikaku was silent for a few seconds. Then he said cautiously, because you did not issue a hush order, and the ninja who recorded it, did not mention that you released the, ninjutsu, so the people who are currently aware of this report include Minister Ibiki and the interrogation experience of Mitokado Homura Jonin, who remembers, and Shunin, who leads the way for you. I've issued a hush-hush order. If anyone dares to leak it, I'll let them experience my new ninjutsu. Nara Shikaku. Sigma Su QDQ winking face Su. What a cruel punishment. Yes, my subordinates must warn me properly. Yuhi Kurenai glanced curiously at Nara Shikaku, whose expression changed drastically, and wondered what new ninjutsu could make him so shocked. Is it the new S-class forbidden technique? The Daimyo is so amazing. He was able to develop the forbidden technique. Indeed, this tacit understanding has been revealed. Nara Shikaku added. Everything you arranged yesterday has been dealt with. The preparations for Uchiha Itachi's elite Jonin assessment have also been completed. I wonder when it will start. Now, Lier stood up and said, just in time, let's see if the strength of my great disciple who opens the door is so mysterious. Yes, I will inform Uchiha Itachi right away and ask the Daimyo to move to training ground number 1. Nara Shikaku made a gesture with Anbu's code, and Anbu went to inform Itachi. When Lier arrived at the nearby training ground number 1, Itachi was already waiting here. Seeing Lier arrive, Itachi immediately came over, half kneeling on the ground and greeted, Teacher, you are here. 51. Itachi vs Nara Shikaku. 2 updates. Teacher, you are here. Yeah. Lier looked at Itachi who was alone and asked strangely, aren't you going to give Itachi a test? Where is the examiner? My subordinates are going to personally assess Uchiha Itachi. Nara Shikaku said. This is when Lier noticed. Nara Shikaku was actually wearing a Jonin vest today, and he also had a ninja bag and other items. But, is there no one left in Konoha? He actually wants his Hokage assistant to be the examiner. Seemingly aware of Lier's doubts, Nara Shikaku explained. A few Jonin went to hunt down the Super S-level rebel ninja Shimura Danzo, and most of the remaining Jonin took over the Konoha Castle construction task. At this time, they are carrying out construction tasks under the arrangement of Lord Kazuma. Among the suitable elite examiners, I am the only one who is more suitable. Oh, that's how it is. Lier didn't take it seriously, as long as there were people. But in fact, it's just an assessment. It's very simple to recruit an elite Jonin. Nara Shikaku personally went into battle, mainly because he wanted to personally control Itachi's assessment. Even if Itachi is at the level of an official Jonin, he will still let this Daimyo disciple be promoted and become the minister of Anbu. Not only does it give face to the Daimyo, but it also sells the Uchiha family, which is favored by the Daimyo. It can be said to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Lier didn't dwell on these twists and turns and said, then let's take the assessment. Yes, Daimyo, is teacher. Nara Shikaku and Itachi walked to the training ground number 1 and stood facing each other. Nara Shikaku said, the content of this assessment is very simple. Defeat me or persist for 30 minutes. Itachi said seriously, I will try my best not to disappoint the teacher. After the two formed the seal of opposition, they both disappeared instantly. The difference is, Itachi wanted to close the distance, but Nara Shikaku wanted to distance himself. As the deer of Inoshika Cho, Narashika's family's shadow secret technique must be kept at a certain medium distance to achieve the best effect. Itachi obviously wasn't going to let Nara Shikaku succeed easily. His 3-tomo Sharingan was activated, and he bit Nara tightly. After a long time, he even shook it off, and it was too late to form a seal. Being guarded so tightly by Itachi, without any choice, Nara Shikaku could only turn around and compete with Itachi in taijutsu. After all, he is an elite Jonin and still has a strong body, so he is afraid of an 11-year-old child. This is also true. If you compete in physical skills alone, how could an 11-year-old Itachi be stronger than Nara Shikaku? This is not a physical move, but a real suppression of strength. Without an overwhelming advantage in skills, Itachi and Nara Shikakuzai fought, but fell into a disadvantage. But the same thing. Nara Shikaku was also unable to defeat Itachi in a short time because he did not dare to look directly at Itachi's Sharingan and could only stare at Itachi's neck. This fighting method made his reaction a bit slow. The genjutsu of the Uchiha clan, especially those who use Mangekyo, who dares to look at them. At this time, Itachi had not yet evolved into the Itachi God, and he did not have the top level of ability to perform illusions with any part of his body. The battle between the two reached a stalemate for a while. According to this trend, Itachi held on for half an hour, as if, not a big problem, but Nara Shikaku didn't intend to be so bold. After fighting again, he used his strength to knock Itachi away, right between the sun and Itachi, and the shadow was illuminated by the sunlight to a greater length. Nara Shikaku took the opportunity to form the unique ninja seal of the Nara clan's shadow secret technique, flew back the shadow under his body, turned into an arrow and shot in Itachi's direction. Shadow mimicry. As long as Nara Shikaku's shadow overlaps with Itachi's, he can control Itachi's body to do the same actions as his own, and even perform the advanced, shadow head neck binding technique, to strangle Itachi. But although Nara Shikaku's unique ninja seal is only one seal, Itachi's hand speed is even more pervert. I saw him and Nara Shikaku forming seals at the same time. The evil talent of 5 seals in 1 second even flew out of the afterimage and released the Uchiha clan's signature ninjutsu at the speed of light. Fire-style Great Fireball Technique. This Great Fireball Technique is not for offense, but uses the firelight of the Great Fireball Technique to eliminate Nara Shikaku's shadow illuminated by the sun. Not even a shadow. Nara Shikaku's shadow imitation technique also failed. Then, Itachi launched a sharp counterattack. 2BH. 52. Lanye. Come on, kill me with determination. 3 updates. Itachi also launched a sharp counterattack. Itachi grabbed 2 shurikens in each hand and threw them at both sides of the Great Fireball Technique. The moment Nara Shikaku saw the shurikens, the 2 shurikens on the left and right collided together, changing the trajectory and blocking the space for Nara Shikaku to dodge to the left, right, and above. Nara Shikaku stopped dodging and slapped the seal on the floor. Earth-style wall. An earth wall broke through the earth and stood up to block the Great Fireball Technique. The aftermath of the explosion disintegrated the earth wall, but it failed to harm Nara Shikaku at all. And at the same time, the 2 shurikens that originally blocked the hiding space above Nara Shikaku collided again and changed the trajectory. One of them shot directly at Nara Shikaku from above at a 90-degree angle, and was disintegrated by the Great Fireball Technique at the 3rd current wall. In an instant, Nara appeared in front of Shikaku. Nara Shikaku, Uchiha-style ninja tool throwing technique, is it so outrageous? Duh. The shuriken hit Nara Shikaku, and the next moment the white smoke dissipated and turned into a wooden stake. But it was Nara Shikaku who used the body replacement technique to avoid the blow. But then, Itachi appeared at the location of Nara Shikaku's body replacement technique. The two looked at each other face to face. The shuriken Mangekyo in Itachi's eyes was as deadly as the shuriken he had just shot. Nara Shikaku. Oops. When he realized something was wrong. Itachi's Mangekyo has already activated Genjutsu Sharingan. This is the bloodline illusion that only Sharingan can activate. Its effect is superior to ordinary illusions. When it evolves, Mangekyo can even control tailed beasts. Nara Shikaku was obviously not as strong as the tailed beast, so he was controlled and stood motionless on the tree like a marionette. Nara Shikaku vs Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi wins. Kurenai Yuhi, who was in charge of timing, looked at the timer and couldn't help but admired. You defeated Elite Jonin's Nara Shikaku in 6 minutes and 12 seconds. Itachi's talent is too terrifying. Just by controlling Nara Shikaku for a moment, Itachi released the Genjutsu. Nara Shikaku obviously knew that he was controlled by the illusion, and smiled bitterly. Itachi, are you really only 11 years old? I'm offended, Shikaku-senpai. Itachi said humbly, forming a seal of reconciliation. This was originally an exam. You did it right. I also want to thank you for your mercy. Nara made a seal of reconciliation and sighed. Then, congratulations, Uchiha Itachi, you passed the exam with me Elite Jonin's assessment. Thank you Shikaku-senpai. The two of them jumped down from the tree and came to Lanye, but only Itachi knelt down respectfully and waited for Lanye to announce the result, while Nara stood beside Lanye with a complicated expression. He started Mangekyo at the age of 11, became the first disciple of the Daimyo Hokage, and now easily defeated the Elite Jonin, and is about to become the Anbu minister. This weasel is about to take off. Just when everyone thought, Lanye might have admired Itachi and promoted him to Elite Jonin and then minister of Anbu. But Lanye shook his head, seeming a little dissatisfied. It's still too young, after all, I'm only 11 years old. Itachi, even someone as humble as a weasel would never have thought that Lanye would still not be satisfied with this. As for the other people, filled circle __. Great name. Do you know what Itachi just did? He defeated one of Konoha's Elite Jonin. What more could you ask for? Itachi is just an 11-year-old kid. Yes or no? The requirements are too high. At this time, Lanye took off his god-controlling robe, and flexed his muscles and walked to the #1 training ground under everyone's unexpected gaze. Itachi, as a teacher, I am here to teach you the first lesson today, which is to never be satisfied. Come on, with the determination to kill me. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to touch me. 53. Armament Haki. Lanyev's ferret. 4 more. Come on, with the determination to kill me. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to touch me. As soon as Lanye said this, Nara Shikaku, Yuhi Kurenai, and Anko in the dark were all shocked by it. What am I doing? Don't be too confident when you say this. No Haki, with the determination to kill you, I just met you. Is the power of the daimyo already so strong? In this regard, Nara Shikaku and Yuhi Kurenai may still be a little skeptical. Anko, who had witnessed Lanye create a skating rink, was convinced. There are definitely many more secrets about the daimyo. What does defeating a weasel mean? Even if Itachi defeated elite Jonin Nara Shikaku, so what? Just like her Anko can't beat Nara Lugiu. Alright, she's just a special Jonin, and she really can't beat the elite Jonin. But that doesn't stop her from believing in the name. This is what Orochimaru sensei ordered for me. But actually it is. Ding. It is detected that the host is faced with a choice, and the god-level selection system is started. Please make the following choices. Choice 1. Appreciate Uchiha Itachi and give him the title of Itachi God. Reward. Observation Haki Distance Specialty, ×1. Choice 2. Criticize Uchiha Itachi. Let him understand that he is still very immature. Reward. Conqueror's Haki Embodied Characteristics, ×1. Choice 3. Fight Uchiha Itachi. Beat him with absolute strength. Reward. Armament Haki Garp Level, ×1. The choice this time doesn't matter, the main thing is which one you choose as a reward. Choose 1, choose 2. They just strengthen existing abilities. And choice 3, but it is the remaining Armament Haki that rewards Conqueror's Haki, and it is still Garp Level. Does this require hesitation? You must choose 3. The selection is successful and the reward, Armament Haki Garp Level, has been issued. Armament Haki Garp Level, one of the 3 classifications of Haki, it can improve personal defense, function like invisible armor, and can also evolve into attack power. The entity that then competes with the demon fruit power and restrains the Logia fruit power user. This ability is on the verge of reaching the top level, and it can use 3 methods: entanglement, external release, and long-range attack. Straight to the top Armament Haki. Just like Conqueror's Haki, Lanye can clearly feel that there is an extra energy flow in his body, which can attack at any time according to his thoughts. That's Armament Haki. Now, Lanye has the dog talisman in his left hand for immortality, his right hand has the ability to go back in time to prevent sudden death. He holds the frozen fruit on his head to become natural and ignores physical damage, and he has the ultimate physical defense with the Armament Haki on his feet. Just ask, he, want, how, what, die, yes, that's when he said, he was determined to kill me. Simply put, he swelled. After a brief reaction, Itachi took the lead and stood opposite Lanye, respectfully forming the seal of opposition. Teacher, please give me some advice. Well, I'll give you 3 moves. If you can make me move even 1 step, I'll lose. Lanye wore an unfamiliar sign of opposition and spoke in an arrogant tone. Not only did Itachi not have any negative mood swings, he was even more cautious. The daimyo who can save the Uchiha clan is definitely not a useless person who knows nothing. How dare you be so confident? There must be enough strength to support his confidence. Then, Itachi activated Mangekyo directly, and the Shuriken Mangekyo was spinning. After hesitating, he still hasn't cast his 2 Mangekyo directly. Not to mention the heavy load on him. I was also worried that I would use too much force and hurt Lanye. He first used Uchiha Ryu Ninja Tool Throwing to explore the way, and started with 12 gorgeous shurikens, which surprised Nara Shikaku who only had 4 shurikens just now. Just now Itachi didn't even use his full strength. And what's even more surprising is that Lanye stood there with no intention of moving, watching as the 12 shurikens collided in the air, changed their angles, and finally blocked all the dodge spaces near him, allowing 3 of them to hit his forehead, throat, and heart. Itachi, Yuhi Hong, Nara Shikaku, Sigma Su QDQ winking face Su. I'm so excited. It's over, it's over. The daimyo was killed by Itachi. Konoha Village is going to be demolished. Anko, who was hiding in the dark, even appeared on the edge of the #1 training ground. He was about to rush over to check Lanye's condition and see if he could be saved. But the next moment, everyone froze and looked at Lanye who suddenly turned into mist. 3 shurikens passed through his mist-like body and continued flying as if they missed their target. And Lanye didn't even shed a drop of blood, let alone a wound. Frozen fruit naturalized, immune to all physical damage without Armament Haki. This is in the ninja world. Only the hydration technique of the Ghost Lantern clan can do it, but the hydration technique is afraid of lightning style and magic and will also be evaporated by fire style. So, he, Lanye, is invincible. I just figured out how to post pictures. This function is amazing. You can see it by clicking on the upper right corner of your phone. 54. Mangekyo Tsukuyomi. Dan Weasel God's brain is broken. 5 more updates, please give me free tickets. While everyone is shocked by naturalization, Lanye said calmly, Itachi, your ninja tool throwing technique may look gorgeous, but it's just a fancy skill. It has no dodge at all against cage level experts. Overtake, film, class, listen to what they heard. Could it be, the daimyo is actually a super cage level strong man? That is, are there people on the level of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara? Itachi Mangekyo sped up, and no longer spoke humbly, he actually lectured him in the battle. Did he really think that he had no temper when he opened Mangekyo's genius at the age of 11? Even Lier, who saves the Uchiha clan. Okay, but he also has to prove himself. This is the pride of genius. Itachi was about to get serious. He once again demonstrated the operation of 5 seals in 1 second, flipping out the afterimage and then performing fire-style phoenix fire technique. Like a machine gun, small fireballs erupted from Weasel's mouth and spread in all directions. All small fireballs were controlled by chakra. Lier should dodge this time, right? But Lier still didn't move. He stood there, watching the phoenix immortal fire approaching, and then took a small breath of ice mist. The white ice mist actually froze the phoenix immortal fire into an ice ball, and even the shape of the flame was different, is perfectly preserved. Just so domineering. Itachi's chakra link was also cut off, and the phoenix fire ice balls fell to the ground one after another, smashing into ice shards all over the ground. Itachi, 5 seals per second is Kakashi's level. You can be even faster. But fast seal formation is not the highest level of a ninja. Did you see me forming seals just now? Musen ninjutsu is a must-have for Super Kage level. But this is still too far for you now. You can practice simple and one-handed seals first. This time, everyone present was shocked. Muji ninjutsu. To know, even blood inheritance limits and secret techniques must be at least single seal before they can be used. Not even Senju Hashirama knows Muji ninjutsu. He also has to clap his hands to release the wood style. Daimyo. Did he actually surpass Senju Hashirama in this field? Fear. Horrible. The battle continues. Itachi saw that the ninja tools and ninjutsu were easily resolved by Lier, and he only had the last one move left. If Lier can't be moved. But Lier was actually confident, staring at Itachi's Mangekyo. Can this weasel endure it? Teacher, be careful, my next move is called Mangekyo Tsukuyomi. Bloody tears flowed from Itachi's left eye, and the shuriken Mangekyo was covered with a layer of blood mist. It was so breathtaking. But Lier continued to look at Itachi calmly, and the two of them did not even enter Tsukuyomi's space. Sorry, he is immune to illusions. Not even Mangekyo Tsukuyomi. Itachi. This time he was really shocked. He thought about dozens of possibilities for Lier to fight Mangekyo Tsukuyomi, including hard resistance, destruction, head-on confrontation, etc. What I didn't expect was that it would directly fail. Suddenly, Lier used the rabbit charm to dodge, appearing in front of Itachi as if teleporting, and gave Itachi a blow to the forehead with his right hand. Itachi, you rely too much on your Mangekyo. Once it fails, your flaws will be exposed, and anyone who is above Kage level is basically immune to illusions. If you want to defeat Super Kage level, in addition to the necessary physical skills, you also need to have your own super destructive moves. Can Susanoo be released? Itachi covered his forehead in confusion and looked up at Lier blankly. He got hit and lost your mind. How did the name come here just now? His Mangekyo didn't even see the trajectory. I could only vaguely see an afterimage, and there was no time to react. Oh my gosh, is the Daimyo's strength really beyond Kage level? Thinking like this, Itachi's pride of genius was forgotten by him. It was originally just a Daimyo's identity and respect for saving the Uchiha clan, but it completely turned into worship. This is Hokage ninja, where strength is king. Yes, teacher, I have mastered Susanoo, but it consumes a lot of energy, so I can only use it reluctantly at the moment. Well, let's take a look. Lier gave Itachi another blow, but this time using the healing power of the horse charm. He wanted to see if he could cure the aftereffects of overusing Mangekyo. Then, Itachi looked at Lier even more shocked, opened his eyes wide, and Mangekyo lost his voice. Teacher, you. There is a picture in the upper right corner. 55. Punch Susanoo to pieces. Uchiha Itachi returns home. 6 more updates, please give me free tickets. Itachi opened his eyes wide and Mangekyo lost his voice. Teacher, you. Look at this reaction. The horse talisman must have cured him of the side effects of using Mangekyo, otherwise he wouldn't be so shocked. Well, can you see it more clearly? Lier asked. Yes, teacher. Then give it a good beating. Don't act like a child and lie down softly. Teacher. Although Itachi is only 11 years old, his strength makes people ignore his age most of the time. Did not expect. Now Lier actually likened him to a child. That's too much. Itachi's eyes were filled with blood and tears, and the red energy that belonged to Itachi overflowed and condensed into Susanoo's arms and ribs. Susanoo initial form. But Lier frowned, very dissatisfied. Although this initial form of defense is enough to withstand most attacks. But it is still not completely covered by Susanoo, leaving a large gap. Only, Itachi's not-so-strong body was shaking slightly, as if he was bending slightly in pain. Can you continue? Itachi. Okay, teacher. More red energy overflowed from Mangekyo along with blood and tears, filling the gaps in the initial form, turning into a skull-like half-body with Susanoo completely enveloped in it, and even holding a gourd in his right hand. That is, Ten-Fist Sword. It is an incorporeal spiritual sword, a type of Kusanagi sword. It can suck the object it stabs into the wine gourd and seal it in dreams. Tisk tisk. As expected of the future weasel god, Susanoo in her first form can actually bring her own artifact. Lier condensed armament Haki in his right hand, applied a layer of black paint, and knocked on Susanoo's frame. Dong dong dong. The feedback, which was like knocking on a solid hard object, made Lanier a little interested. Ox Talisman power increase. Armament Haki physical amplification. I fight. Bang. Kacha close double angle bracket close double angle bracket Kacha close double angle bracket close double angle bracket. Susanoo in the first form was directly punched by Lanier, causing dense cracks in vertical and horizontal directions, and then shattered into red fragments on the ground the next moment, and finally dissipated. Wow. Itachi's blood spurted out as if he had been hit hard, but Lanier, who had activated the rabbit charm, dodged and dodged. When I saw Itachi was about to fall to the ground, Lanier held him in his arms and used a horse charm to heal him. Weasel, who was still very ill at first, I just feel that the pain just now is like an illusion, and I have returned to the state before the battle. If it weren't for the blood in his eyes and face, and the exhausted chakra, he almost thought he was under an illusion. Boom. Teacher's medical ninjutsu is so powerful. And one punch broke my Susanoo. Father told me that even Susanoo in her first form can resist ninjutsu below S level until all the chakra is consumed. Teacher, just one punch, actually has S level power. The teacher is definitely a super cage level expert. He is the god of the ninja world who is more powerful than Senju Hashirama. Lanier was stunned for a moment. Itachi god, you praise me like this, you know how easy it is for me to swell. Oh, Itachi, teacher, please be gentle, I'm still a kid. Fortunately, Lanier promptly shut down the Ox Talisman and armament Haki's increase. Otherwise, if Itachi was slapped like this, I'm afraid I can get the lunchbox directly. 56. Uchiha's current situation. The construction worker of the ninja world. One update. Let Itachi stand still, Lanier said with style. Itachi, after the battle just now, the teacher hopes you can understand that you still have a long way to go in the future. Be careful not to be arrogant and impetuous. Do you understand? Yes, teacher. Students still have a lot to learn. Itachi said humbly and respectfully. After being beaten like this, how could he be so proud? Just be a good student. Itachi didn't hate this feeling. On the contrary, there is no need to maintain the balance of the village and family, just work hard to become stronger. The teacher is still super cage level strong. Is there anything else he needs to ask for? Yeah, but don't underestimate yourself. Elite Jonin's strength can be considered a backbone force in Konoha. In the future, you will be promoted to Elite Jonin and Minister Anbu. If you don't understand anything, just ask Nara Shikaku. Although he is not very powerful, he is still very good at handling these things. Nara Shikaku, thanks, I was offended. But he didn't say it, because even Itachi couldn't be beaten, and the daimyo could only pin him to the ground. Teacher, look how well behaved Itachi is. Lanier couldn't help but give him a headache. No wonder Itachi likes doing this to Sasuke, it's actually addictive. The assessment of Itachi ended. Lanier turned around and said, Hong, Anko, let's go. Let's go outside the village to see if Hema is slacking off. Nara Shikaku, go back to the Hokage office and filter out the documents that I need to review. You can make your own decision on documents below S level. Then, Lanier just left Nara Shikaku and Itachi, and left with Yuhi Kurenai and Anko. Nara Shikaku glanced at Itachi. He seemed helpless and said, the previous third generation, Sarutobi Hiruzen never let me handle any files. Teacher is not a person who is greedy for power. How can he compare to Sarutobi Hiruzen? Itachi said calmly, teacher's goal is not just to strengthen Konoha. I hope Shikaku-senpai can share his efforts with the teacher. Well, this is my duty. My father has wanted to communicate with Shikaku-senpai for a long time. I wonder if after my father returns from hunting Danzo, Shikaku-senpai may come to the Uchiha clan to talk to him. This will also allow Itachi to apologize for today's rudeness. Where's the rudeness? It's just an assessment. Nara waved his hand. Speaking of which, Fugaku and I are still classmates at the ninja school. It has indeed been a long time since we got together. When Fugaku comes back, I will send a greeting message. Then I'll be waiting for you, Shikaku-senpai. I'm going to do my business first, see you later. Watching Nara Shikaku leave respectfully, Itachi let out a long breath. The Uchiha clan, in the past Konoha, but what the families of Konoha couldn't avoid was comparable to the villagers' attitude towards Naruto. Everything has changed since Lanier arrived. Teacher, I really don't know how to thank you. So, Itachi can only work hard to become stronger and kill everyone who stands in your way for you. Simple seal and one-hand seal. After thinking about it for a while, Itachi also left in a flash. He is too weak. For the teacher, he must become stronger, stronger, stronger. In order to prevent being onlooked, Lanier directly used the chicken charm to levitate and take off, and then hugged Anko and Yuhi Kurenai. The three of them all tacitly ignored the case of Lanier controlling others from a distance. Now, even if Sage of Six Paths comes, Lanier can only fly by himself. When we arrived outside Konoha Village, the first thing you see is a large number of soldiers who are busy cutting down trees to clear the space for the new city. Later, the Chunin troops will follow and use various, earth-style, to fill the land or level it to repair the ground. After that, a large number of soldiers would swarm forward and divide each area clearly with white paint according to the drawings. Jonin of the Grandmaster Earth-style uses, Earth-style seismic core, to dig out square cubes of earth and stone within the land within the specified scope of use. Later, Genin will carry the load-bearing pieces cut from giant trees. The pillars were used to lay the foundation, and then a group of ninjas used the Earth-style wall to erect the walls, allowing the Akamiki clan who turned on the doubling technique to finally build the roof. A mansion is just finished. As for 57, Hyuga is a good brick mover. Infrastructure genius Kazuma. 2 updates. As for the bare walls, inside, those who will move in later will need to add them themselves. With the cooperation of many ninjas, buildings of civil structure quickly stood in the designated area. This is the progress. Lanye thinks it's the infrastructure maniacs from the Dragon Kingdom who have come, so this is just half a dozen, right? Enko and Yuhi Kurenai are used to it. Obviously, in their opinion, these operations are basic operations. Lanye pretended to be calm and flew to another area. Then I was surprised to find the Hyuga clan really did what they originally said and laid the foundation with 8 trigrams air palm and revolving heaven. Good guy. A group of people hit the designated area with 8 trigrams air palm and blasted a big hole through bombing. The most terrifying thing is the revolving heaven of gyroscope spin. It was spinning in circles like a drill bit, not to mention it drilled a hole in place, but it was also very round. As a taijutsu family, although the Hyuga clan is not as big as the Akamiki clan in terms of size, they are all trained in taijutsu. One member of the Hyuga clan can do the work of 5 civilian ninjas. This Hyuga clan is really good at moving bricks. Enko smiled and said, I didn't expect that the Hyuga clan, who used to be aloof and noble, would be so efficient at work. This is the first time I have seen them. Oh, are the Hyuga clan the same as the Uchiha clan? Lanye asked curiously. That's not true. Enko shook his head and said, although I don't think too high, I still have the idea of a wealthy family. I don't belittle or comment on some common people's food and things. I seem very aloof, just like an outsider. Similar. Hiss. Good guy. Enko, the 2 girls, had never been in the sky before, so they subconsciously held Lanye's hand. When she shook her head, she said, Dwang, Dwang. Lanye almost stood up on the spot. What's wrong with you, Daimyo? Yuhi Hong asked with concern. It's okay, let's go see other places. Lanye quickly changed the subject. Compared with the manual work of the Hyuga clan, for the Uchiha clan, it became a complete brain job. To know, Sharingan can copy ninjutsu, so as long as one Uchiha knows the ninjutsu, it can be spread to the entire clan in a short time. Then, Earth-style castle wall. All members of Uchiha Chunin and above are using this Earth-style to pull up walls one after another in the designated area, and then harden them with other Earth-style ninjas, and a section of the wall is completed. And some elite Jonin and family elders are Earth-style promising change. This is a super powerful advanced Earth-style, mastered by Kazuma's subordinate, Fudo. The caster's blood is required as a medium to cast the spell. After activation, a black magic circle of the summoning spell will appear. A map will be designed in advance, and a large amount of prepared soil and rocks will be used to directly uproot a maze. In order to catch up with the progress, Kazuma. He summoned Fudo from the fire temple and asked him to teach these elite Jonin of the Uchiha clan step by step. Then, all large mansions, building complexes, and even large fortifications can be completed in minutes by giving them a hastily prepared map and deploying a large number of soldiers to dig out soil and rocks. When Lanye first saw it, he couldn't help but praise Kazuma. He is simply an infrastructure genius. In contrast, people from other families will not play a big role in the future. The secret technique of Shadow of the Nara clan, the heart-turning technique of the Yamanaka clan, the secret art of parasites of the Aburame clan, summoning dog family of the Inuzuka clan, of the Sarutobi clan. Feel sorry. At most, they have more chakra attributes, but they don't really seem to have any other specialties. And even so, Kazuma still gave full play to their specialties, and arranged for them to serve as tool men, traveling to and from Konoha City, the original capital of the country of fire, at high speed, and using seal scrolls to bring back a large amount of supplies, equipment, and food. Compared to ninjas, that 200,000-strong army was the main force in building Konoha City. After all, no matter how convenient the ninjas' ninjutsu is, the materials they need are collected by soldiers, and the chakra is not unlimited. Generally, the chakra will be restored after working for a while. The soldiers don't use it. They can work continuously with high intensity. As long as they have enough food, the Konoha forest will be dry for you. Leaving Kazuma as the person in charge of Konoha City is indeed the right thing to do. Lanye nodded with satisfaction. You have a wise eye for pearls. Yurihong complimented her at the right time. Lanye immediately cast an admiring look, and put a little force on Yurihong's waist with his right hand, causing the latter's earlobes to be stained with a layer of crimson, and looked at Anko in panic. Seeing Anko just staring down with interest, he didn't notice anything strange about her. Yurihong was relieved, and then met Lanye's teasing gaze. Yurihong. She hurriedly looked away, lowering her head and not knowing where she was looking. As for Lanye's mischievous hand, I don't know whether it was because she was afraid of being known by Anko or because she acquiesced. Yurihong did not do anything to deal with it, but just suffered it silently. It's just like, acquiesced. 58. Danzo is on the run. Tsunade and Jiraiya. 3 updates. On the border of the land of fire and the land of grass. A wolf-looking team was running wildly. The leader of the old man's right eye had a scarlet color, and Mangekyo with a four-pointed shuriken could be seen spinning in the distance. Exactly Shimura Danzo is also. Now he just felt extremely aggrieved and cursed that damn name more than once. If I hadn't assassinated the previous daimyo, would you have had a chance to take office? Sarutobi Hiruzen, that old man, obviously he acquiesced in the assassination, why should you hold it on my head? And didn't you say that you won't really send high-level ninjas to chase you? Look what's behind me, how dare Orochimaru take action against me? Hitaki Kakashi also has Mangekyo. That guy Uchiha Fugaku also has Mangekyo. And this damn Hyuga Hiyashi. Damn Byakugan, he actually has a detection range of over 50 kilometers. I have 16 secret bases. I have carefully cultivated my elite talents. Sarutobi Hiruzen, UBD. You are the most ruthless one. I'm the one who takes the blame for you. Shine, Baguio Road, ah. From Danzo's abnormal thoughts, we can see how embarrassing his current situation is. It almost drove him crazy. Those who come after Danzo. Or it's just for the 100 million reward. Or he still bears the hatred of killing his father, taking away his wife, avenging an old friend, etc. It can be said to be full of motivation. 3 days and 3 nights of pursuit. Danzo, who was chasing him, was hiding here and there without stopping, with no intention of turning back and fighting. How to spell? Konoha's high-end combat power has reached nearly 30%, and all of them are Jonin level. There are also, one-eyed Mangekyo Kakashi, Eye Mangekyo Uchiha Fugaku, Soul Intact Orochimaru, Suicide Squad Captain Sarutobi Hiruzen, Hyuga takes the lead Hyuga Hiyashi. It's all cage-level existence. What did Danzo hit him with? Hit him on the head. Even though there is, Mangekyo Distinguished Heavenly Gods, there is only one shot of, Distinguished Heavenly Gods, and then it will fall into a, skill cooldown, that lasts for more than 10 years. He can't give it to anyone enough. All he could do was run for his life. Only, there are so many people who miss him. Danzo is dead. Just when Danzo was about to enter the country of grass, 2 figures blocked his way. One of the figures has a white hedgehog head, the tear trough is painted with red oil paint, and the word, oil, is written in big words on the forehead protector. None other than Jiraiya, one of the, Sannin. Beside Jiraiya, a loose kimono could not hide her proud figure. It is the, Sannin, Tsunade Haim, Princess Senju, the strongest European talent, the legendary big fat sheep, Tsunade. Both of them, are cage level. Danzo still had a sense of luck, thinking that he might have just, accidentally bumped into him. Command the route to go around it. But, bang, Tsunade stepped on the ground, crushing the ground and creating a deep abyss comparable to her chest, which stood in the direction Danzo and the others were leaving. Jiraiya, on the other hand, stared closely. As long as someone dares to jump across the deep ravine, he will spray you down with, Inferno style. Danzo stopped with a livid face and stared at Tsunade. In no mood, Tsunade and Jiraiya looked down simultaneously, avoiding the Mangekyo in Danzo's right eye. This made some of Danzo's little calculations immediately come to nothing. Tsunade, Jiraiya, why are you stopping me? Danzo said angrily. Think of your seniority, you still call me uncle. Ha, Tsunade sneered. If the second grandpa hadn't misjudged you and Sarutobi Hiruzen, would you be worthy of becoming the second grandpa's disciples? You, Danzo, let me ask you, my brother Senju Naoki was eviscerated in a trap, was it you or Sarutobi Hiruzen who did it? Tsunade snapped. Danzo's eyes flickered, is this why? That, is it possible to operate it? He immediately said. Although I support the research on Wood Style's blood inheritance limit, the project was approved by Sarutobi Hiruzen, the list was provided by Mitokado Homura, and Orochimaru was the one who carried out the project. I am only responsible for inviting members of the Senju bloodline to participate in the experiment. As for Senju Naoki, I was not there at the time. On the contrary, Orochimaru, Senju Naoki's teacher, died under his eyes. You said, who is the one? Tsunade clenched his fists, his handsome brows furrowed tightly. He was about to explode, but was stopped by Jiraiya. Tsunade, calm down. I told you to wait here, not for a fight. Orochimaru and the others are right behind, won't we know when we confront each other in person? Jiraiya persuaded. In the past, it was impossible to confront each other because of the identities of Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen. No more worries now. Tsunade didn't answer, just stared at Danzo. Today, she must find out the truth behind the near annihilation of the Senju clan. 59. The double ninja rises. The unexpected strikes absolutely show up. 4 more. Seeing Tsunade trying to stop them, Danzo was also very anxious. When the troops behind him come after him, can he still escape? If you don't do one, you won't stop. Danzo gritted his teeth and said, Aburame take the route. Yamanaka wind. The 3 of you contain them, the others follow me. The words fell. 2 figures jumped out from the team and rushed towards Tsunade. Ha, no one can leave today. Tsunade shouted and raised his right foot, then quickly dropped his, painted foot, on the ground again, creating a deep ravine that encompassed everyone in front of him. When Danzo and others escaped from the deep ravine, Tsunade and Jiraiya both bit their fingers and used their summoning technique. Bang, bang, the 2 huge clouds of smoke dissipated, and 2 dozens of meter-large summoning beasts, part Katsuyu Sage, and Gamabunta, stood in front of Danzo and others. Tsunade stood on top of their respective summoning beasts, looking down at the scattered root member. Wentai, toad oil. The giant toad Bunta, who had a giant pipe in his mouth, a bandage around his waist, and a short sword, didn't even have time to speak. He opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of toad oil transformed from chakra. Jiraiya above his head simultaneously sprayed out fire style, igniting the huge amount of toad oil, turning into an overwhelming, oil fire bomb, covering all the root members. Damn. Defense. Under Danzo's command, the roots also showed off their magical powers. Water style water barrier, wind style grade breakthrough, earth style wall, wood style tree boundary wall. Seeing multiple shields formed by multiple wooden vines growing from both sides of the deep ravine, protecting most of Anbu's, wood style tree boundary wall, Tsunade's pupils could not help but shrink to the size of a pinhead. Wood style. The roots actually have wood style. Then the information brought by Jiraiya is true. Jinbe actually used the body of her great-grandfather to study wood style with the descendants of the Senju clan frantically. Damn you, Danzo, you dare to intrude on Grandpa's rest. Tsunade gritted his teeth, and was about to form the seal to release, 100 healings mark solution, and then activate, ninja art, meiotic regeneration 100 healing technique, to kill these bugs first. In no mood, a ball of fire suddenly hit her from behind. Katsuyu responded promptly, split part of Katsuyu's body as a shield to block the fireball. Unexpectedly, as soon as the fireball hit the ground, it turned into a sea of fire, burning half of Katsuyu's body. Ah, it hurts a little. Katsuyu yelled slowly, and detached the burned part with his backhand, discarding it on the ground and burning it up with the flames. Katsuyu's true body, Katsuyu's sage, still stays in the Shikibone forest. The one that was summoned is only part of the body and can be discarded at will. Tsunade turned to look at her attacker, and saw a man wearing a black trench coat embroidered with red clouds. His eyes were strangely glowing green, looking at her faintly. Who are you? Konoha is dealing with traitorous ninjas, get out. Tsunade shouted angrily. Haha, the granddaughter of Senju Hashirama is really arrogant. The visitor said in a hoarse voice. When I fought with your grandfather, you didn't say anything. Tell me to get out. Ha ha ha. Wind style suppression, lightning style pseudo darkness, water style water curtain, fire style head hard work. 4 elements of escape techniques were sprayed out from the mouth of the attacker one after another, forcing Tsunade to jump away from Katsuyu. The rest of Katsuyu's body was directly sent away by wind, thunder, fire, and water. But before leaving, Katsuyu sprayed tongue-tooth acid at the visitor. The corrosive liquid fell from the sky and would dissolve everything upon impact. Those who are forced have to use Earth-style Earth Spear Wall to block. This is a variant application of B-level Earth-style Earth Spear, which is already in the category of A-level Earth-style. Tsunade took the opportunity to quickly approach the visitor. She was a physical ninja and did not have many long-range means. But after the Earth-style Telephone Spear Wall was dissolved by the tongue-tooth mucus acid. However, 3 different masks came out, and they sprayed various fire, thunder, and wind ninjutsu at Tsunade, all of which were B-level or above, so Tsunade had to move around to dodge. And the other end, Jiraiya was also stopped by a strange figure. The attacker seemed to be a puppet master. He sprayed out a large number of poisonous needles and summoned various puppets to prevent him from getting away. Bunta, keep an eye on that old thief Danzo. Don't let him get away. Jiraiya shouted. But, before Bunta could find Danzo from the sea of fire from the fire-style toad oil bomb, waves of huge amounts of water style swept over, directly submerging everyone nearby. At the same time, Zetsu, a half-black, half-white creature with a pitcher plant on its head, quietly emerged from where Danzo was. Shimura Danzo, come with me. Z said in a low voice. 60. Xiao Danzo is officially launched. 5th update additional update for Ling Masheng. Shimura Danzo, come with me. Z said in a low voice. Who are you? Danzo stared at Z with Mangekyo warily. You still have 16 seconds to think about it. The large army behind is about to catch up. We don't want to face them. Those who want to survive can only choose to believe in us. Ju said to himself. Danzo only thought for 2 seconds before making a decision. Take my men with you. I'll go with you. I can't take too many people. I can only take 3 with you. You still have 9 seconds. Then. Wait for this water style to subside. The one who attacked Tsunade, the one who attacked Jiraiya, the one who unleashed a huge amount of water style, and the 3 of Danzo, Aburame Taken, and Yamanaka K's all disappeared without a trace. And almost the next moment, Kakashi and other big troops chasing Danzo finally arrived belatedly, but Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru were not in the team. But that's right, the Kingdom of Grass is to the west and east of the Kingdom of Water, and spans the entire Fire Kingdom. How could Orochimaru and the others really come after them? I'm afraid that except for the original person who did it initially, it was Shadow Clone or even others pretending to be it. Tsunade-sama, Jiraiya-sama, Kakashi shouted across the remaining members of Anbu, do you two know where Danzo is? Tsunade and Jiraiya both looked pale. Damn it, what kind of organization was the person who attacked them later? Subsequently, Tsunade just turned his attention and surrendered to the remaining members of the route. Now that Danzo is gone, you will be responsible for his sins. The Kingdom of Rain is adjacent to the Kingdom of Grass. Danzo, Aburame Taken, and Yamanaka K's, under the indifference of Scorpion, the excitement of Kakuzu, and the cold eyes of Hoshigaki Kisame, came to rain Shinobi Village where the drizzle was falling. Don't be too familiar with Danzo here. During the Third Ninja War, as the border between the three countries of Iwagakure, Konoha Village, and Sunagakure, the Country of Rain was directly used as a battlefield, and it was unknown how many innocent civilians in the Country of Rain were affected. Once, Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan became Jiraiya's disciples. After learning the skills to survive in troubled times, they founded the Akatsuki organization. Thanks to Yahiko's efforts, Akatsuki has developed healthily and has a certain say in the Land of Rain, almost on an equal footing with the ninja world demigod, Hanzo of the Salamander. But at this time, Danzo targeted Akatsuki. He did not allow peace in the Kingdom of Rain, so he secretly instigated Hanzo of the Salamander to deal with the Akatsuki organization, which ultimately led to Yahiko's death. But there is no doubt that the one who really killed Yahiko was Danzo himself. But this was just a trivial thing that Danzo had done, and he had almost forgotten about it long ago. Until he met Konan, known as the Angel, in Rain Shinobi Village. Danzo recognized Konan and the puppet named Pen on the spot as the Yahiko corpse. It turned out to be them, those once weak ants. I remember there was a boy with circle eyes. We must not let them know that Hanzo of the Salamander was instigated by me. Otherwise, if such a powerful organization pursues me with Konoha, think about that scene. Danzo just can't help but regret it. Do not misunderstand. It's not that I regret instigating Hanzo of the Salamander, but that I didn't eradicate it in the first place. While thinking, Pain said, Shimura Danzo, you have two choices now. Join Akatsuki. In the future, we will support you to become the new Hokage. Or, I will let Kakuzu chop off your head and hand it over to the Fire Lord. The name of the National Congress is exchanged for the bounty, which serves as the organization's operational funds. Danzo secretly breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Pain's approach. This guy really didn't know it was him. At this time, he finally understood why Kakuzu looked at him very excitedly on the road. This guy turned out to be the money bag of this organization. He thought for a moment. Now that the new daimyo has announced a 100 million bounty, and the major families in Konoha are pursuing him fiercely. Hiding in the Akatsuki organization and waiting for opportunities to fight back to Konoha might not be a good choice. Didn't Pain also say that he would support him to become the new Hokage? Then use your strength to realize my dream. Thinking of this, Danzo said calmly, as long as I can become a Hokage, I can work for your organization. This is my sincerity, 100 million taels. He took out a space scroll, and after releasing the seal, a lot of silver scattered on the ground. Kakuzu's eyes glowed green. He flew directly onto the pile of money and declared his sovereignty over the pile of money. You are very good. I, Kakuzu, recognize you. Kakuzu said to Danzo with satisfaction. Then, in this way, Danzo took root in the organization, Akatsuki, that he had brought disaster, to 61. Orochimaru's poisonous plan, a small-scale ninja battle. 6th update additional update for Little Dragon. Water Country, outside Kurdicker. Orochimaru, Uchiha Fugaku, Hyuga Hiyashi, Yamanaka Hichi, Aburame Shuei, Inuzuka Kane, and Sarutobi Hiruzen were standing side by side on the top of a mountain, looking at the outline of Kurdicker in the distance. That's right, Orochimaru directly dragged all the heads of the 7 families here. Hiss, he's coming soon. Orochimaru looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Teacher, please pay more attention. If you are discovered, HMPH, you don't need to say more. Sarutobi Hiruzen snorted. You can just go ahead and do it. I will abide by the agreement with the daimyo, and I will not be ambiguous if I need to break up the relationship. Hiss, thank you, teacher. Orochimaru smiled coldly. This moment, even Fugaku and Hyuga Hiyashi, who were most unhappy with Sarutobi Hiruzen, did not speak sarcastically. But, it seems like what the daimyo said, you are really just old, bewitched by that guy Danzo, and still have the magnanimity of a Hokage. Hyuga Hiyashi commented, oh, it's a mistake, it's just a daimyo who cherishes his talents. Fugaku snorted disdainfully. He wants your brother to hang himself and hand him over to Cloud Shinobi Village, and you still speak for him. I'm just discussing the matter. Hyuga Hiyashi said calmly. Fugaku still wants to speak. Orochimaru said coldly, that's enough. Don't forget the reward given by the daimyo for this mission, but it's an S-level forbidden technique. After you quarrel and return to the village, you can find a place to go by yourself. Now we focus on the mission. Originally, according to his identity, all the leaders of the Konoha clan were present, and Orochimaru was not qualified to scold or order them. But who made Orochimaru worthy of being a daimyo? This S-rank forbidden technique was the mission reward that Orochimaru asked for them. Yes, Fugaku and Hyuga Hiyashi both shut up, but still looked at each other with their own opinions. On the contrary, it is the controversial Sarutobi Hiruzen. His old face was very indifferent, and he was dressed in a bunker, with a determination to die in his eyes. If it is possible, he really plans to die here. In this way, he was also kind to the other 6 people present, and he even had an explanation with the daimyo. In the future, the Sarutobi family will no longer be attention because of his involvement. According to the planned position, we will disband on the spot to explore the intelligence. We will meet here in 3 hours. Orochimaru gave an order, and the 7 people scattered. Except for the weakest 3, Inuzuka Kane, Yamanaka Haiichi, and Aburame Shuei, they are in a group because they are elite jonin. The remaining 4 cage levels all acted alone and entered Kurdicker. I have to say I'm lucky. The guy Black Zetsu was transferred away by Nagato to rescue the old thief Danzo. In Kurudicker's base camp, only Uchiha Obito is still there. But Mangekyo is not a Byakugan, and does not have large-scale warning or search capabilities. Orochimaru and the others were able to come and go freely, and thoroughly understood Kurudicker's current situation. When we meet again, Fugaku was the first to speak. This 4th Mizukage is actually even more stupid than Sarutobi Hiruzen. As long as it is within the limits of blood inheritance, he will directly suppress it. Or even exterminate the clan. I found out that the Minazuki clan, which possesses the boundary of ice-escape blood inheritance, was actually used by the Daimyo of the Kingdom of Water to use the strong anti-war sentiments caused by the long-term civil strife in the people to frame the Minazuki clan for conspiracy to rebel, and designed to almost destroy their clan. After killing them all, only a few people escaped, and now they are hidden among the people and cannot be found. This Daimyo of the Kingdom of Water is not as bold as our Daimyo. Sooner or later he will. It only took 3 hours to find such detailed information. No need to ask. Fugaku definitely uses Mangekyo a lot. Orochimaru said nothing and waited for the next report. Hyuga Hiyashi followed. I found the clan of the Oniden clan. They seem to be the family of the 2nd Mizukage, so. He glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen and his next words were self-explanatory. Just like the Senju clan of Konoha, they were targeted. That's fine. This is an attainable goal. On behalf of the trio, Yamanaka Haii said, we have not found any large families, but we have obtained some information through secret techniques. There are many small limited blood inheritance families or secretarial families. Nowadays, the number of people is sparse. Lingding branches are in there is a list recording their general locations in various places in the Water Kingdom. Orochimaru's eyes lit up. That's right, this is it. There are so many complicated blood inheritance limits that he can get more data through comparison. Immediately he said, Teacher Sarutobi, I wonder what your harvest is. I found the clan of the Fugaku Yoruichi clan. Outside of Kurudicke, they are all a group of fighting madmen with very unruly personalities. Fugaku, I am not talking about you, I am just talking about the matter. HMPH. Fugaku snorted disdainfully. Didn't anyone find Terumi Mei? Orochimaru frowned. I don't have this. I do not have either. Same as above. The 6 people's replies made Orochimaru a little unhappy. Terumi Mei is the only person named by the daimyo. Although it seems to be mentioned casually, Orochimaru must show his value. After thinking for a while, Orochimaru suddenly had a plan in mind. Teru the Yoruichi clan are all fighting mad, right? Then muddy the waters in Kurudicke so that they can have a chance to fish in troubled waters. Chief Hiyashi, I leave you with the task of making the list. Chief Hiyashi will assist you. As for the Oniden clan, I'll leave it to you, Mr. Sarutobi, and Chief Joei and Chief Jin to convince you. If you refuse, I need as complete a body as possible. At last, Chief Fugaku, I wonder how many people your Mangekyo can control at the same time. What are you going to do? Fugaku frowned. Hiss, Orochimaru sneered. I'm going to use Kurudicke's ninjas to start a small-scale ninja war. 62. Kurama, do you want to sign a summoning contract with me? One update. Just when Orochimaru was in Kurudicke, he was about to make a big move. Lier is also preparing for a big event in Konoha, releasing 9 Tails. Exactly, he is preparing to release 9 Tails, but the details are still under negotiation. At this time, he was in Kurama's dream, floating in front of Kurama, talking about the details of release. I have been very sincere. I am willing to directly lift most of the seals, so that you can diffuse part of the chakra yourself without signing a summoning contract with Naruto. Why are you still unwilling? Lier was very puzzled. This is equivalent to, the landlord doesn't want the tenant to pay rent, but he doesn't have to sign a contract to let you have SX for free. Why do some tenants disagree? But Kurama just refused. Do you think I can't break free from this seal? Kurama shouted disdainfully. I'm just too lazy to break the seal. After you lift most of the seals, don't I still have to stay in this sealed space? On the contrary, I am too lazy to break the seal. I still owe you a favor, so I won't do it. Co-author, it turns out that I was afraid of owing a favor. Then Lier understands. Okay, you can continue to stay in this sealed space. I want to improve the environment for you, but you are not happy anymore. Lier scratched his head and turned to leave. His visit this time is not a new choice in the god-level selection system. It was Naruto's teacher Iruka who came to report that Naruto had leaked the 9 Tails chakra in class. Iruka's parents also died on the night of 9 Tails, and he was still familiar with the 9 Tails chakra. Only, Naruto easily retrieved it at that time without causing any casualties. Lier understood it as soon as he heard it. Kurama had already agreed to his proposal. Just thinking about it, let's do ideological work and release 9 Tails to free range. After all, Naruto's darkness is his regret. The tailed beasts were locked into the sealed space, for no reason, which was a bit inhumane to Lier. Just thinking about changing it. Don't you think Kurama would refuse? That's strange. Kurama has changed his gender. That's not right. In the anime, it was clear that he used a different method to seduce Naruto in the early stages to break the seal. As for it saying it can break the seal by itself, Lier is right that he is a tsundere. Kurama wants face, so he should put gold on his own face. And just when Lier was about to leave the dreamland, Kurama below struggled several times, but finally shouted, "Wait a minute." Lier stopped and turned around, looking at Kurama in confusion. Kurama said coquettishly, as a daimyo of the land of fire, you don't know how powerful you are in combat. Clam. Kurama asked him what his fighting power was for, but Lier thought about it. With his current abilities, even if Sage of Six Paths comes, it would be delusional to kill him. Seal. At worst, he'll get stuck in a bug and keep going back in time. Yes, Lier responded directly. No one in the ninja world can kill me yet, what's wrong? Kurama was obviously shocked. Then there was a look of suspicion on his face. Just you. No one in the ninja world can be killed. The Senju Hashirama who pressed it in the first place is dead. Lier didn't mean to prove it. How to prove it? Suicide in front of it. He skipped the topic and said, "Why are you asking?" "Why, you figured it out and asked me to lift the seal." "No, the old man from Six Paths said that the most troublesome thing is owing a favor." Kurama shook his head and refused. "Then you want it, quote. Kurama was silent. Lier could see that Kurama seemed to be arrogant again. "What are you trying to say? Can you still get sick?" Out of curiosity, Lier simply folded his hands and waited, watching Kurama do his own ideological work. After a few minutes, Kurama finally convinced himself, and said in a charitable manner, "Seeing that you have no ability to protect yourself, I will sign a summoning contract with you. I will summon you when I go out. When your life is in danger, I will consider it saved you. Lier, help me." Did Kurama not hear what I just said? And why would this guy want to sign a summoning contract with himself? At this time, ding, it is detected that the host is faced with a choice, and the god-level selection system is started. Please make the following choices. Option 1. Refuse to sign the summoning contract with Kurama. Reward, Elf Ball, ×1. Option 2. Agree to sign a summoning contract with Kurama. Reward, Summoning Technique, ×1. It actually solved the problem of him not having chakra and being unable to cast the summoning technique. But Lier scratched his head. The first consideration is not a matter of whether to sign or not, but signing the summoning technique is okay, but using the summoning technique seems to require blood. Bite your own finger. Lier looked at Kurama, who looked away from him, looking arrogant, and asked a question that confused him. "Kurama, is it possible to use summoning contract without blood?" Kurama was stunned. Not using blood? Why, this is impossible. Even if the Six Paths old man and the old man signed it, blood must be used as the medium to summoning. "Oh, that's okay. System, I choose 1, reject." The selection is successful and the reward, Elf Ball, has been distributed. Elf Ball, one of the important props in Pokemon, its main function is to capture Pokemon and become your partner. Learn, it's for Kurama. 63. Pet Little Kurama, Kurudicker's Coup. 2 updates. In the Hokage mansion, Lier looked at the cute little Hinata and hugged the cute little orange Kurama, and somehow felt a little healed. He couldn't help but show a kind smile. "Hey," little Kurama said angrily, "is this the freedom you told me? To be held by a little girl as a pet? I don't agree, UBD. Badge Yalu, Nizne." Although little Kurama's attitude was very repulsive, his body was honestly held by little Hinata. Otherwise, even though little Kurama now only has a very small amount of chakra, it is still Ninetales chakra, and the strength is more than enough to break free from a 6-year-old child. "Well, I know, you don't like being held by little Hinata at all." Lier smiled evilly and said, "Little Hinata, you have eaten. You just hugged the pet and you have to wash your hands. Do you understand?" Great teacher." Little Hinata put down little Kurama with some reluctance, and then jumped to wash her hands. On the contrary, little Kurama was put down and stared at Lier with a pair of dead fish eyes. "BD, I was just talking, but you actually let that little girl go." The little hand stroking the hair on the body felt like an inexplicable magic, making it so comfortable that it almost made a sound. It suddenly stopped. This experience is neither good nor bad, and the treatment given to it is neither good nor bad. Seeing little Kurama's dead eyes, Lier shrugged helplessly. That's how tsundere feels, you can't imagine it. As for why Kurama turned into little Kurama, mainly because he was worried about Kurama's bad temper, Lier used the Pokeball to contain only a very small amount of Ninetales chakra, which mainly contained a small part of Kurama's consciousness. The main consciousness still stays in the sealed space to prevent it from being invaded. So, although Kurama has become a little Kurama, he can still walk around freely and is not too threatening. Lier is relieved too. Although little Kurama was always yelling, he never said anything like, "It's better to go back to sleep." Joke. It has been imprisoned for more than 50 years since it was captured by Senju Hashirama, and it has already had enough sleep. It's little Hinata. Children are irresistible to cute things, so little Kurama became her new playmate. Then, in this way, little Kurama has a place next to Lier, little Hinata's little pet. But, except for little Hinata and Lier, no one else dares to play the fox. No matter how little Ninetales chakra it is still Ninetales chakra. The culprit of the Ninetales night. Who among those who experienced that night would dare to treat little Kurama as a pet? But precisely because of this, The Jonin who knew the inside story also admired and respected the daimyo even more. Even nine tails can be tamed, what is there that the daimyo can't do? The land of water, Kurdicker. Fugaku and Orochimaru worked together to control all the top leaders of the Yoruichi clan with illusions. Only a child was left in a cage. He has white hair, green eyes, and a red dot between his eyebrows. He was imprisoned in a cage because he was sick, and was prepared to be used as a human shield for the subsequent war. Yes, war. Toru the Yoruichi clan was originally a warlike clan, but they were so marginalized by the Kurdicker 4th Mizukage and the daimyo of Water Country. Their members died in various missions, one after another. How could they be willing to accept it? Like the Uchiha clan, they have been ready to reverse for a long time. Regardless of success or failure, the Toru Yoruichi clan will shine brightly, at least bite a piece of 4th Mizukage's flesh. Only, due to Orochimaru's intervention, the plan to attack Kurdicker was advanced. Quietly, led by the leader of the Toru Yoruichi clan, all combatants in the clan gathered and launched a suicide attack on Kurdicker. Toru Yoruichi clan. As a blood-limited user of dead bone pulse, he can freely control bone bud cells and osteoclasts, making bones harder than steel. He is born with the hardest shield and the sharpest spear. Dead bone pulse 10-finger piercing bullets. The free fingers were shot out in all directions. If a low-level ninja didn't pay attention, he would be shot through his limbs and his combat power would be greatly reduced. If he was badly injured, he would be killed with a headshot. Dead bone pulse Tsubaki's dance. The arm bones are their weapons. The bone knife combined with precise and soft physical skills can make multiple consecutive attacks, defeating the opponent step by step. Dead bone pulse Karamatsu's dance. Dozens of bones grow into a set of bone armor, which can be called a condensed version of Susanoo. When fighting at close range, there is no need for too much defense at all, just to exchange injuries for injuries at the risk of death. But often, only their bone knives pierce the opponent, while the opponent's weapon is only embedded in the bone armor. The over 100 Toru Yoruichi clan launched a lightning attack, catching Kurdicker off guard. All the ninjas are moving closer to the Mizukage building. Some are going to protect the 4th Mizukage, and some are going to fish in troubled waters and kill the 4th Mizukage. After all, the blood mist was so brutal that many Kurdicker ninjas held grudges against the 4th Mizukage, and even supported the Yoruichi clan's glory moment. And in the dark, Orochimaru and others are acting quietly according to the plan. Taking advantage of the chaos, he directly caught the target, knocked him unconscious and took him away. As for whether to become a part of Konoha or join Orochimaru's experimental bench in the future, there was plenty of time to talk slowly afterwards. In the midst of busyness, Fugaku suddenly found Orochimaru. Found it. Terumi Mei, a member of an anti-Mizukage force, has 2 bloodline limits of lava style and boil style, and is preparing to cooperate with the attack of the Wei Yoruichi clan to capture 4th in one fell swoop. Mizukage. Hiss. Orochimaru's eyes lit up. Let's go. We must take her away. I also discovered some interesting information. What? There is someone in this anti-Mizukage force who actually has Byakugan. Oh, I will inform Hyuga Hiyashi to handle it himself. The words fell. Orochimaru used the reverse summoning technique and sent his snake to report the news to others. Most of the targets have been almost snatched. The next main goal is to kidnap Terumi Mei. This trip to Kurdicker restocking can be considered a success. 64. Big and White Tsunade. Jiraiya vs Itachi. 3 updates. While things are going well on Orochimaru's side, most of the people who were chasing Danzo returned to the village after 2 days of fruitless searching. At this time, they were running together around Konoha Castle. The area around Konoha Village had already been turned upside down, leaving no room for them to run. The leader, Might Guy, was crying and shouting. This is the promise of youth. Since Danzo will escape, then run around the new city 100 times in one breath. If you can't finish it, do another 1 million frog jumps. Other ninjas. Filled circle __. They are also old. Why did you get so excited in the first place that you followed Might Guy and the 3 of them to participate in some promise of youth? The most outrageous thing is, it just so happened that Konoha Village was upgraded to Konoha Castle. And Uchiha Itachi hasn't joined the chase team yet. They don't know yet. Itachi had already become the daimyo's disciple. When they were chasing Danzo to no avail, he had already passed the elite Jonin exam and was promoted to Anbu minister. But Itachi did not break his promise and showed up in the second half of the race to join the long-distance running team. Although it was an accident that he failed to participate in the pursuit, the punishment must not be less. After Lier learned this, he nodded with satisfaction. Although Itachi has the potential to bring a filial son, but as long as the conflict between the family and the village no longer exists, he is still very trustworthy when he does not get sick. But he didn't think much about it now. Looking at Jiraiya and Tsunade who returned with the hunting team in front of him, Lier silently opened the drawer and put on a pair of sunglasses that someone left inside. So big, so white, so dazzling. Although I restrained my gaze, Tsunade didn't pay attention to this, but folded his hands and looked at the new daimyo and new Hokage. She had already heard the complete version from Kakashi about the whole process of criticizing Sarutobi Hiruzen and forcing Danzo to rebel against the village. Especially hearing, at the conference, Lier also reserved a space for the Senju clan, and killed dozens of Naka and Jonin from the Shimura clan who murdered the descendants of Senju. Tsunade's interest in Lanier became even more intense. He did something she had never been able to do. And Lanier, I go, your embrace of hands is even more magnificent. Fortunately, he had the foresight to wear these sunglasses, otherwise he would be found to have his eyes wandering there, and his majesty would be gone. Feeling guilty, Lanier also released some Conqueror's Haki, trying to cover up the fact that he was peaking with a domineering temperament. This worked really well. Tsunade noticed his little trick. Apart from fellow repeat offender Jiraiya, as someone who has unclear feelings for Tsunade, although he also feels that the daimyo may be someone of the same kind, he is still a little jealous. Ahem. Jiraiya coughed and said, my subordinate, Jiraiya, please see your name. Subordinate Tsunade, please see your name. Tsunade then knelt down and bowed his head. If it were just Hokage, their strength and status wouldn't necessarily be like this. But Lanier is a daimyo, the king of the Fire Nation. Only, when Tsunade leaned over, the papaya. I can't stand it, I can't stand it. I didn't expect Tsunade to be the real bear. It's been 1,000 years. Is there much difference between 1020 and 1050? It's the same as little Hinata. And, don't I still have a rejuvenation elixir? Thinking like this, Lanier didn't forget to ask the two of them to get up. Jiraiya, stop looking around for information from now on and teach Naruto properly. Lanier said, what's going on with you, a cage-level ninja, running around instead of sitting in the village? What, son of prophecy, let me tell you, it's Naruto. But, Jiraiya obviously didn't expect Lanier to make this request, and couldn't help but frown. Just stay in Konoha, then how can he get the materials to, ahem, find the prophecy's son? If this were Sarutobi Hiruzen, he would turn around and run away in a minute. But Lanier, Jiraiya thought about his words and said, Daimyo, my subordinates need to collect intelligence in the ninja world. They may be stationed in Konoha. Collecting intelligence. What information do you want to know? I'll tell you directly. Lanier took off his sunglasses and looked directly at Jiraiya, Conqueror's Haki looming over him. The pressure made Jiraiya's hair burst. Strong. Definitely a strong one. Seeing it is perfunctory, Jiraiya could only say truthfully, Daimyo, you don't know something. I received the prophecy of the great toad sage from Mount Myoboku. The prophesied son who will save the ninja world, right? Lanier held the pearl of wisdom in his hand and said, then let me tell you, Uzumaki Naruto is it. Quote. Judging from Jiraiya's speechless expression, it was obvious that she didn't believe what Lanier said. But Lanier doesn't care. With a wave of his hand, he said, as the daimyo and Hokage of the Fire Country, I give an order that until Uzumaki Naruto learns Rasengan, you can guard Konoha City without my permission. Jiraiya's expression was even more aggrieved. Fortunately, Lanier did not give up and said, but if there is a suitable S-level mission, you can also apply with me. You have to understand that cage-level experts are the foundation of a country. I can't let you wander around outside. Don't accidentally burp your farts then. Jiraiya, daimyo, you may not know my strength, otherwise. Weasel, Lanier shouted. Brush, Whist in Anbu costume, Itachi suddenly appeared, bowing his head respectfully and half kneeling, waiting for Lanier's order. Go and fight Jiraiya. Don't worry about pupil power consumption. Just don't use Izanagi, Lanier ordered. As soon as Izanagi was used, Sharingan was immediately disabled. He was really not sure whether it could be cured. His teacher, Itachi stood up and looked at Jiraiya. Mangekyo behind the animal mask stared so hard that Jiraiya's hair stood up again. No, he just hasn't come back for a while, and the village has changed drastically. Kakashi has Mangekyo. Now comes another ferret, Uchiha Fugaku's eldest son, Kan. It's not too much to have a fight with someone as soon as you come back. Just when Jiraiya hesitated, Lanier added, as long as you can defeat Itachi, I don't have to restrict your freedom. Jiraiya. Okay, come. Jiraiya was the first to turn around and lead the way out of the Hokage office and towards the nearby training ground number 1. After Itachi handed Lanier his luggage, he followed suit. For a time, Tsunade and Lanier are the only ones left in the Hokage office. Nara Shikaku and Yuhi Kurenai both had trivial matters and went out to do some work. 65. A bet with Tsunade. Jiraiya is serious. 4 more. When only Lanier and Tsunade were left in the Hokage office, Lanier silently put his sunglasses back on. Tsunade couldn't help but have doubts for a moment. Otherwise, what are you doing wearing sunglasses in broad daylight? But the domineering aura around Lanier made her deny a certain conjecture. How could a superior with such a domineering temperament be as mean as Jiraiya? But compared to these, Tsunade said, Daimyo, I am hemophobic and can no longer fight for Konoha. I shouldn't be forced to stay in Konoha, right? Oh, are you sure? Lanier smiled and said, are you sure you have hemophobia? Of course, what did I lie to you for? Tsunade said simply, Shizune has followed me for so many years, she knows best. Kato Shizune, Kato Dan's Jr., was taken by Tsunade as his disciple. But, let's make a bet, Lanier suddenly said. What? Tsunade almost thought he heard wrongly and raised his eyebrows. What did you just say? A bet? Yes, bet. What are you betting on? Tsunade was even more moved. She hasn't made a bet with a daimyo yet. If I could win a big name, you should be able to make a lot of money, right? Let's bet on Jiraiya and Itachi, who loses and who wins. Lanier said confidently. I bet on Itachi. Are you sure? Tsunade's eyes widened. If it were other things, such as normal gambling, she might really hesitate. My family knows their own business, so the nickname, Big Fat Sheep, is not unfounded. But then this, even though that guy Jiraiya is a bit crooked, he still has some strength. There's no way you could lose to an 11-year-old kid, right? Obviously, Tsunade didn't look at Itachi just now. He had been blocked from the news for many years, so he didn't know that Itachi had awakened Mangekyo. Otherwise, it's a pity there is no other way. Tsunade said, full of information. Tell me, what's the bet? One condition. Lanier raised his index finger. A condition? Yes, one condition. Lanier took off his sunglasses and stared at Tsunade. I can tell you clearly that after I win, I will treat your hemophobia. This is just a psychological barrier that can be overcome. And you can make arbitrary conditions for me. Any. Tsunade's eyes lit up. Okay. I agree, as if he was afraid that Lanier would regret it. She has already thought about asking for a large sum of money. As for losing, she never thought about the possibility of losing. Okay, that's it, Lanier said. It's a deal. Tsunade smiled brightly. He was going to have a lot of gambling money again. Let's go and see them fight for the sake of our bet. Lanier stood up and walked out side by side with Tsunade. He glanced at Tsunade's talent from the side. He was indeed gifted. Hiss. What's wrong, Daimyo? Tsunade clasped his hands and said, it's too late to regret now, I'm going to kill you. No, it's okay. Just at this time, there was a loud boom outside, causing Lanier to divert his attention. Otherwise, if he makes a fool of himself, Tsunade will have to discover the true identity of his SP. He hurriedly said, it seems like something serious is going on outside. Let's leave quickly. Then, Lanier activated the rabbit charm quickly, grabbed Tsunade's hand and ran out of the Hokage building like lightning, which surprised Tsunade. How could a daimyo run so fast? As for being held by the hand, she didn't pay much attention. Bang! There was another loud noise, the sound of the battle between Gamabunta and Itachi's Susanoo. Susanoo was holding a large red buckler that looked like a vibranium shield in her left hand. She could easily catch the heavy sword slashed by Gamabunta. On the contrary, Itachi waved the gourd in his right hand, and the flame-shaped sword shot out from it, making Gamabunta avoid it and unable to parry it. Obviously, Gamabunta was also vaguely aware of the horror of this 10-fist sword, which would be sealed if it was struck. After a few embarrassing battles, Gamabunta finally yelled helplessly, Jiraiya boy, you are calling me here after just a competition. You don't look like an elder at all. Then it turned into white smoke with a bang, and the summoning technique was released and returned to Mount Myoboku. Jiraiya, this. He looked up at the hill like Susanoo with a slightly bitter look on his face. Even if he activated Mangekyo at the age of 11, Susanoo has already activated his second form. That's right, Itachi's Susanoo is already based on a skeleton, covered with meridians and flesh, shrouded in a coat like chakra, and fully unlocks his exclusive weapons, 10-fist sword, and Yata mirror. Otherwise, without these two artifacts, Gamabunta wouldn't have been defeated so quickly. But, I haven't lost yet. Summoning technique. Bang, bang. Two clouds of smoke rose on Jiraiya's shoulders, and two toad sages, Fukasaku Sennin and Shima Sennin, were squatting on them. Jiraiya. Sorry for the trouble, get ready to activate Sage Mode. 66. Cloud Shinobi Village captured 120,000 civilians. 5 more updates, please give me free tickets. Jiraiya. Sorry for the trouble, get ready to activate Sage Mode. Sage Mode. It is a state of using natural energy. This state can enhance attack and defense. At the same time, using Senjutsu Chakra can greatly improve the power of ninjutsu, taijutsu, and illusion. The only flaw is, natural energy cannot be stored, and the time it takes to accumulate during battle is too long, and its maintenance time is also very limited. The limitations are huge. Jiraiya's summoning is assisted by Fukasaku Sennin and Shima Sennin, which can complete and extend the effect of Sage Mode. Only, it is still a skill reading bar that takes several minutes. But, how long can Itachi wait for you? Joke. This is the task assigned to him by his teacher. And Lanier can replenish his eyesight, so why is he so timid? A massive amount of red energy surged out of his body, turning into the Karasu Tengu armor and covering Susanoo. The artifacts Juken Sword and Yata Mirror have richer details, and their power is also increased. That's not enough. Itachi used the Amaterasu in his right eye for his Juken Sword. The black flames swallowed up the fiery red color of the Juken Sword. It seemed as if the space was burning when he swung it, and even people's sight was distorted. Itachi didn't attack, he just stood there quietly, coughing violently and staring at Jiraiya. Jiraiya, it's just a competition, do you want to fight like this? Fukasaku Sage was shocked and said, Little Jiraiya, have you rebelled against the village? Then why is the Uchiha boy fighting so hard with you? Mangekyo is so abused that he will go blind in a few times, right? Jiraiya, clam. Mangekyo turns out to be blind if used excessively. Don't blame Jiraiya for being ignorant. In his time, there was no Mangekyo left in the world, and Sarutobi Hiruzen was very distrustful of the Uchiha clan, so he would not mention this information. Thinking of this, Jiraiya put down his hand and shouted, Lost. I admit defeat. You should accept Mangekyo. Anyway, Mangekyo is a Uchiha Madara level power, so it would be too wasteful to waste it in internal competitions like this. Weasel heard this. Susanoo's torrent of energy flowed back into Mangekyo, and he couldn't help but spit out blood. He knelt on the ground in pain and couldn't move. Blood seeped out from the mask and dripped on the ground. The consequences of Mangekyo overdraft can be serious. Tsunade was originally going to turn around and check on Itachi. But your blood is first class. Tsunade's body froze immediately, as if remembering some nightmare scene. He stood there trembling. Jiraiya immediately abandoned Itachi and swooped over to check on Tsunade. But he was stopped by Lanier with a wave of his hand. Let her adapt more and the anemia can be cured. Lanier said casually. Tsunade has cage-level combat power. It would be a waste if he cannot use it due to hemophobia. Jiraiya frowned tightly and looked at Lanier deeply. Can you actually stop him from turning away in a hurry? This great name. Not simple, but, what a mess. Jiraiya actually yelled. Let Uchiha Itachi consume his potential like this just to keep me in Konoha. Is it really worth it? Oh, I almost forgot. Lanier casually walked over to Itachi and patted him on the shoulder. The horse charm instantly cured all his backlashes and also replenished the vomited blood. Itachi wiped the blood from his neck, stood up, bowed to Lanier, and left instantly. Jiraiya, what the hell? Is this cured? Don't say it's him. Even the two-toed sages, Fukasaku Sennin and Shima Sennin, were both in shock. They don't know if Mangekyo's backlash has been cured, but even if it's just suppressed, it's still a top-notch medical treatment. Lanier just patted Itachi on the shoulder. Shima Sennin even said, Little Jiraiya, your name is not simple. We won't stay here any longer. Come to Mount Myoboku later. The great sage's prediction of the future seems to have changed. Fukasaku sage said, without waiting for Jiraiya to ask. The two-toed sages lifted the summoning spell and disappeared into 2 puffs of smoke. Jiraiya couldn't turn a corner for a while. There were a lot of accidents today and he had a bit of indigestion. Lanier doesn't care about him, just put it aside and do your own thing. She turned around and came to Tsunade, waving the blood-stained hand in front of her when she slapped Itachi. Tsunade immediately trembled violently. Dwang. That's right, that's one of Lanier's purposes. The main thing is to stimulate Tsunade and let her get used to the smell of blood. To put it bluntly, hemophobia is not a disease. This is only caused by some psychological reasons. As long as you adjust your emotions and position yourself, you can avoid this situation. And Tsunade is a fierce woman who has been on the battlefield. What kind of exciting scenes have she not encountered? Don't worry about her suddenly breaking down. So, she will be able to adapt to whatever stimulation comes her way sooner or later. At this time, Nara Shikaku suddenly appeared. He didn't bother to greet Jiraiya and hurriedly handed a piece of information to Lanier. Daimyo, urgent report from the border of Thunder Kingdom. A ninja force led by Wooden Golem, the second-tailed Jinchuriki of Cloud Shinobi Village, broke into the territory of the Kingdom of Fire and captured the nearest Nailin town, capturing 120,000 people of the Kingdom of Fire. Request Konoha must hand over Hyuga Hiyashi, the culprit who killed the Cloud Shinobi messenger, and pay compensation to the men of the Uchiha clan who have become disillusioned, otherwise they will start a war. Lanier, boom, his Conqueror's Haki, released for the first time without any restrictions. The surging soul power oppresses the nerves of everyone around him. Jiraiya's hair burst out again, and he looked at Lanier in disbelief. How could you have such a strong aura with such a famous name? Tsunade was even more shocked, and she finally regained consciousness from the hemophobia. As a ninja, her instinct made her stare at Lanier warily, and her whole body muscles tensed. It seems like I have returned to the time when I faced Hanzo of the Salamander. The worst thing is Nara Shikaku. He was already anxious about the border, but when Conqueror's Haki hit him, his vision went dark and he almost fainted. Anbu in the dark was even worse, and several people fell from trees. Although they woke up before landing, this flaw would have been fatal in wartime. These are all specially made by Jonin. Fortunately, when Conqueror's Haki spread further, Lanier controlled his momentum and turned around. It's quiet all around. Everyone did not dare to speak and carefully waited for Lanier's order. Cloud Shinobi Village is approaching fiercely, and many high-end forces are now in the Kingdom of Water. Your name, war or peace? Ding. It is detected that the host is faced with a choice, and the god-level selection system has started. Please make the following choices. Option 1. Suffer the anger, agree to Wooden Golem's request, and send him to the bloodline. Reward. Sweeping monk Buddhist knowledge enlightenment of Zen, ×1. Choice 2. Make a fuss and give in. First, appease Wooden Golem's emotions, and then act on your own initiative. Reward. Tsuneyoshi's death mode, beginner, ×1. Option 3. Attack with the whole army. The majesty of the great country cannot be violated. Send troops to the country of thunder. Reward. The right arm of the sealed one, demon god, ×1. 1. Send troops to the land of thunder. The chaos of Sengoku appears. 10k. Suck it up. Hypocrisy and arrogance. People came to your house and captured 120,000 of your people. Can this guy not lift the table? He couldn't stand it anyway. He didn't even make a choice first, but gave orders directly. I saw Lanier driving the chicken talisman and flying into the sky of Konoha. His words of calmness and self-power echoed in the sky of Konoha. All Fire Nation Jonin, generals, obey your orders. Cancel all tasks, stop all holidays, cease all operations, gather immediately at the conference room in front of the Hokage building. All ninjas return home and prepare supplies for war. All soldiers stopped building the city, packed up their supplies and prepared to leave. The villagers in the original Konoha village and the busy people in Konoha city all followed the majestic figure in the sky. Even though we are far apart, they could also hear the overwhelming anger from the daimyo's tone. What makes the daimyo so angry? Present, all the Jonin, as well as the Fire Country generals who had just arrived to help build Konoha city, dropped all the work at hand and rushed towards the Hokage building. The other Zhang and Genin also rushed home. The soldiers were even more densely packed. They dropped their construction tools and rushed towards the military camp, quickly dismantling the tent camp. Seeing this, the uninformed civilians. I also knew something big was going to happen. The other end, after Lier summoned high-end combat power and command, he also completed his choice on the way down. That must be Gan Li Niang. The selection is successful, and the reward, the sealed person's right arm, demon god, has been distributed. The sealed right arm of the demon god, Exodia, can be unsealed once every 24 hours, releasing the power that it can withstand the limit. When the demon god, Exodia, is collected, you will also transform into the demon god. It sounds a bit mysterious. But that's okay. When he meets her way, he will hit her first and he will know the effect. As soon as Lier landed, he was about to walk to the conference venue. Nara Shikaku said cautiously, Daimyo, Cloud Shinobi Village only dispatches the two-tailed Jinchuriki and the elite of a small force. We need to deploy an army so. Lier stared at Nara majestically and said impatiently, are you teaching me how to do things? Nara Shikaku, boom, my subordinates are guilty, it's just that the departure of the army is related to the fate of the country. If it angers the Kingdom of Thunder, then let's fight, Lier said without hesitation. Comparing the national power of the Kingdom of Thunder with our Kingdom of Fire, it is not the comparison between Cloud Shinobi and Konoha. Our army of the Kingdom of Fire just happened to lay waste to the Kingdom of Thunder, directly destroying the Kingdom of Thunder. I will take Cloud Shinobi Village for my own use, and then I will ask Fourth Raikage to find out who was right and who was wrong. Nara Shikaku, Tsunade, 8. This moment, all three of them clearly understand what confidence of a great country means. Tsunade seemed to have dreamed back to when his grandfather was still alive, and all the other four major ninja villages bowed to him. Who dared to say be? Where like Sarutobi Hiruzen, how could someone be kidnapped by Cloud Shinobi Village and instead have someone from his side die to apologize? There is no such truth in the world, only those with big fists are the last word. And now, the national strength of the Fire Nation lies in Lanier's heritage. N. Fourth Raikage also didn't expect that there would be Lier, a famous name from the Fire Nation who doesn't follow the rules. The conflict between their villages, why did they call the national army here? You don't follow martial ethics. But no matter what, no one can disobey Lanier's will now, and it is absolutely impossible to disobey Lier at this moment. The three of Jiraiya bowed their heads respectfully and knelt on the ground. I am willing to fight bloody battles for the Kingdom of Fire. Tsunade even forgot about her hemophobia. Very well, let's go and mobilize before the war begins. Lier took the lead and flew towards the conference venue. Tsunade and Jiraiya were shocked again. Flight, it is a symbol of strength in the ninja world. Then he caught up with him instantly. After a few days, the round conference table is used again. As the representative of the Senju clan, Tsunade sits on the left-hand side of the chair. The vacancies of the 6 clan leaders who followed Orochimaru to Kurdicker were replaced by the chief elders of each clan. In addition, 6 seats were added for the generals of the Fire Nation, who were themselves warriors who had experienced hundreds of battles. In the seats at the venue were hundreds of Jonin. These, all are the high-end combat power of the Fire Country. Lier did not sit in the first place, but was suspended in midair, sweeping across the mountains and rivers in a circle. Everyone who looked at him lowered his head to show respect. At the same time, I was shocked by the swallowing Conqueror's Haki. When the momentum reached its peak, Lier spoke in a deep voice. Cloud Shinobi Village kidnapped people first, defeated them later, and now they even dared to attack our Fire Country border and attack Blue Town. They also captured 120,000 of my people. This is a provocation to our country of fire. It is a contempt for my name. 5 generals, summon all the troops under their command to assemble in Nalan Town on the border of the Kingdom of Thunder. Open granaries and collect grain and grass for war. Anyone who dares to interfere will be killed without mercy. The country that sends troops in thunder. The clan leaders of Konoha will mobilize their personnel according to the personnel deployment during the ninja war. Except for necessary operations, all other combat personnel will set off with the army. Those who invade our land will be punished no matter how far away they are. Lanier's words are very resounding. Especially the last sentence, those who invade our land will be punished no matter how far away they are. Kept echoing in the venue and in everyone's minds. This momentum, this courage, this is their name. Although I will not be the first to start a war, I will never be afraid of starting a war. Nara Shikaku felt blood rushing in his chest and shouted loudly. Anyone who offends our land will be punished no matter how far away he is. Jiraiya. Those who invade our land will be punished no matter how far away they are. Might Guy. Those who invade our land will be punished no matter how far away they are. Kakashi. Those who invade our land will be punished no matter how far away they are. One after another was infected by Lanier's momentum, until finally everyone in the venue was shouting this slogan loudly. After amplifying the sound through the venue structure, it actually broke away the clouds above Konoha, and the sound that shot straight into the sky echoed in the ears of everyone in Konoha Village, and it lingered for a long time. Everyone understands that the war has begun, although I don't know why the war started, although I don't know who my opponent is. But when they heard the words, those who invade our land will be punished no matter how far away they are, they all felt heroic in their hearts, and their surging fighting spirit was condensed into practical actions. They all packed their combat bags and integrated into the 21st century as a family unit. 10,000 important ministers, and from the time Lanier announced the assembly to the completion of the preparation and dispatch of troops, it only took 20 minutes. This is the departure of nearly 220,000 troops. In other words, the magical prop, Space Scroll, can save too many problems of carrying combat baggage. Of course, only the wealthy Fire Nation can have so many Space Scrolls for combat. And before the large army sends troops, as a daimyo, Lanier, against all odds, took Tsunade and more than 60 jonin with him. After 2 Yoruichi days of rapid march, Lanier took the lead in arriving at 20 kilometers outside Nailan town. Take a short break to adjust your condition. Hyuga Hizashi is also further ahead, investigating the situation in Nailan town. As the patriarch of the branch house, although Hyuga Hizashi is the younger brother of Hyuga Hiyashi with the same origin, due to the limitations of Caged Bird, his exploration radius is only 15 kilometers, which is far inferior to Hyuga Hiyashi's 50-kilometer radius. Caged Bird's restrictions can actually cause such a big gap. Lanier was surprised. It is definitely impossible to be that big in the beginning. Tsunade continued. But Caged Bird is planted before the age of 6, which is equivalent to walking forward in shackles. The harvest of the same effort is far less than that. Over time, that's. Lanier nodded in understanding, thinking secretly, although the Caged Bird of the Hyuga clan protected Byakugan, it also restricted the development of the Hyuga clan. He knows. The limit of Byakugan is Tenseigan. Why is it that Sharingan can produce 2 Rinegons, Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Sasuke, but Byakugan has never been promoted? In addition to the lack of nourishment from the power of 6 paths, this Caged Bird may also be a problem. The big Tenseigan on the moon seems to be just a pile of white eyes. Well, Lanier shook his head. How could he, a famous man, dig out the eyeballs of his subordinates and use them as weapons? Can't. What's wrong? Tsunade asked. Are you worried about the next battle? Don't worry, Mangekyo with that Uchiha boy is specialized in restraining tailed beasts, so there will be no danger. Lanier glanced at Tsunade in surprise. Why does she seem? Are you very concerned about yourself? Seemingly reading Lanier's thoughts. Yes, I'm very curious about you. Tsunade said very directly. Of course, it's not about that, it's just that I saw the shadow of my great-grandfather in you, and I think there was some idea that might be in you. Accomplish. Oh, some idea. Lanier raised his eyebrows. Is that what he had in mind? Only. Before Tsunade could speak, Hyuga Hizashi had already returned from the investigation. Daimyo, it is confirmed that there are 2 Jinchuriki, 16 Jonin, and 48 Shunin in Nailan town. The civilians who were kidnapped are all in Nailan town, and they are restricted from going out by the young emperor's central committee. The defense is so sparse. Lanier was shocked. Not only did he bring 2 strong cage-level players, Jiraiya and Itachi, but he also had explosives like Kakashi and Might Guy, and 60 elite Jonin including Hyuga Hizashi. It can be said, with this team alone, he dared to attack Cloud Shinobi Village directly. In the end, this is the lineup on the opposite side. It feels like a punch hitting cotton with the wrong force. In no mood. Others couldn't help but murmur after hearing this. Do you think everyone is like you, ready to overthrow the country and start a war? The force dispatched by Cloud Shinobi Village already has nearly 1/10 of its high-end combat power. The rest have to perform tasks, maintain the continuity of the village, etc. It's quite a big deal. But no one would tell Lanier this. After all, Lanier had performed so well before, and they all assumed that Lanier knew the data. Then, Lanier waved his hand and marched the entire army in. Everyone in Tsunade stopped Lanier and refused to let him participate in the battle. You are the daimyo, the king of the fire country, and the shadow of Konoha. If something happens to you, the fire country will be in chaos. Hyuga said. Chai said firmly. Yes, teacher, it's just these people, it's enough to leave it to us. Itachi suggested. You should stay here with me. If it's your turn to take action, you have to wait until we are all killed. Tsunade said. Although I know you are doing it for my own good, Lanier says he is a coward. Even the Sage of 6 Paths came today and it didn't work, it was just finished in front of me. He activated the rabbit charm and disappeared. Only Hyuga Hizashi and Itachi, who were alert, could vaguely see an afterimage. Others, including Jiraiya and Tsunade, were unable to react. And, Tsunade was even more surprised to press him in front of Shangda. I don't know if it was an illusion, but he seemed to have been. Lanier said. I was running too fast and accidentally brushed. 11. Lanier said calmly. Now, will you go there with me, or will I give birth alone? Jiraiya and the others looked at each other. Their names. It seems like you don't need their protection. Just run so fast. Even if the 4th Raikage comes, I'm afraid they may not be able to catch up, right? After all, His lightning-style chakra mode is only explosive in a straight line, and is still a bit stiff in terms of agility and movement. Since you are so fast, Daimyo, we can rest assured, but please be sure not to leave the main force. Jiraiya said solemnly, I will protect the teacher personally. Itachi said as if he was swearing. Please Daimyo not to leave the range of his subordinates Byakugan. Hyuga Hazashi said, this is youth. For the country of fire, I will release all the energy of youth when necessary. Daimyo, please feel free to fight. Might Guy suddenly burst into tears. Lanye looked at him speechlessly. Although I know you are the future, Guy King, I heard that you seem to have just cultivated to the 7th gate. The door of death will not open, so why should you protect me? As for the injury caused by 8 inner gates opening the door to death, I wonder if the horse talisman can cure it. If I could, hiss. Lanye has decided, when I return this time, I will test it and see if 8 inner gates can be popularized in the army. There is no need for more grandmasters. As long as you can open 2 to 3, you can have genin-level combat power, and the army is in units of tens of thousands. By then, the number of ninjas in the land of fire will crush the other 4 major countries. Daimyo, Hyuga Hazashi suddenly said. They seem to have noticed us, a Jonin is moving towards us. Oh, how was it discovered? I don't know, it's not a big problem. Try to avoid civilians during the battle. Except for Jinchuriki, there is no need to leave anyone else alive. The body will be sealed and handed over to Orochimaru. Yes, everyone responded in unison. Next moment, except for Tsunade who stayed where he was with a helpless expression, everyone else followed Lanye and moved towards Nailan Town. Kakashi and others are all elite Jonin's luxurious lineup, and Lanye releases observation Haki all the time, so the warning traps set by Cloud Shinobi Village in advance have no effect at all. What effect? Quickly, everyone met Cloud Shinobi Jonin who was rushing towards him, but he was actually a man from Lanye's preparation forest. Samye, Cloud Shinobi Village elite Jonin, has a hot figure comparable to Tsunade. She is also a white and beautiful woman who is rare among the dark-skinned people in Cloud Shinobi Village. Her yellow hair and blue-green eyes add a bit of elegance. Lanye remembers that one of her mantras was, my shoulders are so tired. I understand everything, another top quality, and Samui seemed to be very surprised. He didn't expect that there would be a large army of Konoha here. AAF, Hyuga Hazashi would have made a mistake. Cloud Shinobi Village did not discover their whereabouts, but there was another reason. Seeing that the leading might guy had no mercy whatsoever, he decided to follow Lanye's wishes and kill without leaving any survivors. Lanye hurriedly shouted, wait a minute, this one is left alive. It was might guy who started, and he immediately stopped the car in a hurry. Itachi and Kakashi both acted, and the 3 Mangekyo just met each other. Elite Jonin Samui took control, and the panic in his eyes disappeared, hyperbolic absent-mindedness. Stay where you are. Lanye stepped forward and took a look at Samye, and could not help but admire the beauty of this woman again. Not only is he a replica of Tsunade, he also has youthful firepower that Tsunade does not have. Even if he is controlled by Mangekyo, he still has a high-minded temperament that cannot be concealed. She has looks, figure, and temperament. Yes, Lanye wants this guy. Samye, why are you here? Lanye asked, pretending to be stunned. Contact Cloud Shinobi Village's spies in the Land of Fire to obtain the latest information. Samye said dully. Oh, Lanye looked at Kakashi. You stay, meet up with Tsunade and take her to find the spy in this person. Do you understand? Understood. My subordinates will ensure that she and the spies are safely escorted to Konoha. Kakashi said solemnly, with the brilliance of a fellow man in his left eye. ... The name is actually one of our own. But others around him were also relieved about this. Their names still had weaknesses and were not really perfect. As for what to say, didn't Anko say anything without looking at anyone? Looking at Samye again, Lanye didn't linger too much and turned around and headed towards Nailan Town. He loves beauty, but he is not obsessed with beauty. He is not at all vague about when to do something. This made everyone even more convinced of Lanye. Quickly, everyone quietly arrived outside Nailan Town. When Might Guy and others dispersed, Lanye also spread observation Haki, covering most of Nailan Town. After several days of practice, this allows him to freely filter out unwanted information, and coupled with Hyuga Hazashi's Byakugan, it is very accurate to lock all Chunin. Then, Conqueror's Haki. Precise control allows Conqueror's Haki to only shock the targeted target, knocking it unconscious without affecting any civilians. But the noise caused was not small. Quote! Alert! The Jonin in Cloud Shinobi Village were keenly aware of the unusual movement and were preparing to take action. But immediately there will be 3 or more Jonin blocking their way. That's right, Lanye directly used the group fight tactics to bully you because there are few people. What happened? And he himself, together with Itachi, Jiraiya, and Hyuga Hazashi, they stopped the second-tailed Jinchuriki, wooden golem, who was about to leave. Unexpected discovery. This perfect Jinchuriki, who didn't have many scenes in Hokage, turned out to be a tall, long-legged lady, but she glanced at her with a cold gaze. The temperament of a strong woman is unmistakable. Another top quality. Tisk, tisk, tisk. How come there are so many top quality products in Cloud Shinobi Village? It seems that the idea of using her to test new abilities during the meeting needs to be changed. Compared to Lanye's leisurely style, By Wooden Golem is a bit muggle right now, probably because. Wooden Golem, be careful of the masked boy's eyes. Erway Matabi warned. That's Mangekyo. Don't look at it, it can directly control me. B. The famous Jiraiya, Byakugan, who was coveted by their Cloud Shinobi village. Both tails are afraid of Mangekyo. And Lanye, who looks at himself confidently. By Wooden Golem finally realized. Konoha may have already deployed a large number of high-end combat forces. Otherwise, it can't be that no one else has come to join us after such a long time. Who are you? Wooden Golem stared at the leader Lanye and frowned. Is Konoha preparing for an all-out war with Cloud Shinobi? Introduce yourself. Lanye smiled elegantly. I, Shihuan Lanye, the daimyo of the Fire Nation. Now is not a war between Konoha and Cloud Shinobi, but the Fire Nation has declared war on the Thunder Nation. B. This moment, By Wooden Golem finally realized that something was going wrong. How could it be that it was just a communication and testing between two ninja villages at first, and it suddenly escalated into a national war? She said in disbelief. The Kingdom of Fire declared war on the Kingdom of Thunder. According to the intelligence, you are the new daimyo who succeeded to the throne. Do you know what this means? Isn't the historical tragedy of the Sengoku Rebellion enough? There's nothing you can do about it. You were the one who started it. Lanye shrugged and said, compared with these things, shouldn't you care about yourself first? The chatting time is over, Itachi and Jiraiya. Superior, quote, said. Lanye also unleashed Conqueror's Haki, which will be enveloped by the Wooden Golem, once again weakening part of her power play. What, are they fighting in a group? The Wooden Golem also sealed a tailed beast, which was just a mutual fight, at best. Don't even think about it. The Wooden Golem screamed fiercely, Matabi's blue chakra overflowed, and turned into a tailed beast coat. The Wooden Golem provided a boost, and straight up there were two tails with full firepower. But unfortunately, her opponent is, Toad Sage, Jiraiya, Mangekyo, Itachi. Itachi was restrained by the Wooden Golem, making it impossible to look at him. His combat power was greatly reduced while he was restrained, and there was also a debuff bug provided by Lanye. Just a few fights. Just know by Wooden Golem. Even if they use the tailed beast clothes, they cannot be the opponent of these three people together, let alone Lanye who was watching the show. It's time to transform into a tailed beast, so let's fight Matabi. A.B. Do you really think Lanye is just a thoroughgoer? He used the rabbit charm to teleport behind Wooden Golem, put a hand under her arm to hold her upper body, and activated frozen fruit. The white ice mist spread, and the biting cold made Wooden Golem's thoughts slow down a little. While she was distracted, Itachi passed by Wooden Golem's eyes, and a pair of scarlet Mangekyo looked at it, controlling Wooden Golem in an instant. Itachi was so inexperienced that he failed to control the second-tailed Matabi. Yes, Matabi used chakra to wake up the Wooden Golem, allowing him to break free from Itachi's illusion, Mangekyo. But, just that moment of stagnation was enough for Lanye to perform. Sheep spell soul out of body. By Wooden Golem's soul left her body and floated uncontrollably in the air, while her body fell limply in Lanye's arms. Horse Talisman Restore. As a foreign object, the two-tailed chakra was forcibly driven away by the horse charm, and the tailed beast's coat disappeared. And the last, Monkey Talisman Animal Transformation. A flash of blue light flashed. The Wooden Golem's tall figure transformed into a teacup dog, which was held in Lanye's hand and fell into a deep sleep due to lack of soul. Please give me flowers 0. Follow closely. Jiraiya's 5 elements seal just keeps up. Although it cannot completely seal Matabi, it is still no problem to limit its tailed beast transformation. The soul that only Lanye can see is Wooden Golem. At this moment, he is also staring at Lanye in shock. Staring at the teacup dog. I couldn't react for a long time. This person, how come this person's methods are so well known? Lanye didn't care about the Wooden Golem's soul for the time being, but looked at Itachi. Itachi, you just controlled the Wooden Golem, but the tailed beast is awake. It only needs to disturb the Wooden Golem's chakra to wake her up. Teacher, Itachi has lived up to your expectations. Itachi lowered his head in shame. Be more careful in the future and don't make the same mistake again. Is teacher, taught Itachi. Lanye's eyes fell on the soul of Wooden Golem in midair, holding the teacup dog and thinking about what to do with the two-tailed Jinchuriki. Surrounding. The other Konoha Jonin also killed their targets. How could 3v1 be overturned? At most, he was slightly injured, not even a person who lost too much blood, let alone suffered any damage. Come here. The capture of Nailin Town was considered over. According to normal procedures, unless Cloud Shinobi Village really wants to go to war, it will only be arguing with Konoha, but since the second tail Jinchuriki is in their hands, they will eventually compromise and pay a certain price to redeem the second tail. Jinchuriki, only. Again, Lanye is not a normal name. So, Lanye looked at Tsunade who was coming and asked, Tsunade, Jiraiya, is there any way to safely remove the tailed beast without hurting Jinchuriki? The two of Jiraiya looked at each other, and after thinking for a moment, they shook their heads. Tsunade explained carefully. In order for Jinchuriki to use the power of the tailed beast, the two have a certain symbiosis. If Jinchuriki dies, the tailed beast will also die. The tailed beast will be drawn. Without it, Jinchuriki cannot survive. However, after the tailed beast dies, it can recondensate the chakra and resurrect. Quote, Lanye nodded to express his understanding. He stared at the long legs of the soul wooden golem, thinking about how to deal with it. Everyone waited with bated breath, for fear of disturbing Lanier's train of thought. I don't know how long it took. Anko, who was still relatively close, reminded carefully. Daimyo, the army is still marching towards here. Should we let them go back first? Go back, Lanier retorted subconsciously. What are you going back for? The Kingdom of Thunder hasn't been fought yet. Anko. QQ smiley face. Tsunade. Others sad face kakakak. What the hell? To the land of thunder. This moment, everyone finally understood why the daimyo had to mobilize his troops and assemble an army. It turns out that he really plans to start a national war. This will also be, after the Sengoku Rebellion, for the first time, one of the 5 heavenly kingdoms attack the other 5 great citizens. Accidentally, it will really be littered with corpses. The straight-tempered and powerful Tsunade was the first to say, Daimyo. No, starting a national war will destroy countless families. It will also give the other 3 major countries the opportunity to take advantage of it. The national war is no better than the ninja war. If the other 4 major countries join forces, the Fire Nation may. When Lanier heard this, he just blinked his left eye at Tsunade. Due to the position, only she could see it. Subsequently, his Conqueror's Haki filled the air, and he waved his hand and said, no need to persuade. Cloud Shinobi Village bullies people too much, and beats them up after they commit crimes. Now they dare to cross the border and invade our land of fire country. Crime, we, the Kingdom of Fire, will kill them no matter how far away they are. In this battle, the Kingdom of Thunder will fight even if they want to fight. They will fight even if they don't. Overbearing, the king's domineering aura shocked everyone and they couldn't come back to their senses for a long time. Have no choice, they could only look at Tsunade, hoping that he could persuade the daimyo again. But from Lanier's wink, hint, Tsunade understood that the daimyo had his own plans. He also kept silent. Everyone could only turn their attention to Jiraiya. Jiraiya, he bit the bullet and wanted to say something, but Lanier's observation Haki caught it and subconsciously looked over, holding Conqueror's Haki's gaze in his eyes, making Jiraiya choke. In the end, I chose to shut up. He was forcibly grounded as soon as he returned to Konoha, which shows the daimyo's attitude towards Jiraiya. If this is too much talk, I always feel like something bad is going to happen. For example, ordering all bathhouses to no access to Jiraiya. Have to say, Jiraiya's hunch was really accurate. Later, Lanier planned to introduce a Fire Nation law, which included the crime of violating a woman's will. But that's a story for another day. Everyone's hope finally fell on Anko. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Anko is not strong enough to protect Lanier. This is just because Lanier arranged for her to do things by his side for certain purposes. Can she blow the wind out of her ears? But Anko looks at his nose with his eyes and his heart with his nose, and ignores these people at all. The daimyo is so powerful Haki, he has successively reorganized the high-level officials of Konoha, built the capital of Konoha, and now rescued trapped civilians. How could his decision be wrong? ... Little fangirl +1. The 3 most qualified to speak didn't speak, and the other Jonin couldn't even speak. We can only take one step at a time. Didn't stay longer in Nalan town. Lanier took the strongest team and returned to join the main force. He asked people to send the sealed wooden golem and Samui back to Konoha, and then led the army directly through Uno country sandwiched between the 2 countries without any cover-up. The country of Tang was so frightened that it trembled. The daimyo of the Kingdom of Yu immediately sent an envoy here, wondering why the Kingdom of Fire was coming to attack them. We are not here to attack your country of Tang. We are passing by road. They bully people from his thunderous country too much. Anyone who invades our land will be punished no matter how far away they are. I heard it is borrowing. Tang Ziguo hurriedly cleared the way for the boss, and also sent food and supplies. Just to spend money to buy peace of mind. You can see how powerful the Fire Nation's military strength is. Such fanfare. The name of the Land of Thunder is not blind or deaf, so how could he not know about it? When I received the news that the army of the Kingdom of Fire had crossed over from the Kingdom of Tang and was about to march from the Kingdom of Frost into the Kingdom of Thunder, I was almost frightened to the point of cardiac arrest. Especially when he learned the whole story and was actually affected by the stupid temptation of a lowly shadow. That makes me furious. Obviously, the folk customs of the Kingdom of Thunder are doomed, and the Kingdom of Thunder also has a bad temper due to its reputation. Yes, although it was a bit weak to face the army of the Kingdom of Fire, the first thought of the name of the Kingdom of Thunder was not to beg for mercy. But touch it first. While he was gathering his troops, he also asked Cloud Shinobi Village to gather all its combat power. While sending envoys to the other 4 major countries, even the farthest country of Wind is no exception. Although it can't help them fight head-on, it can steal from behind. No way. If a war really breaks out, the Kingdom of Thunder will definitely not be able to defeat it, and it will have to find more allies. But far away water cannot dissolve near fire. The first thing he has to consider now is how to withstand the first wave of the Fire Country. The Fire Nation's army had grown from 220,000 to 350,000 in 3 days. There will be other Fire Nation armies that are gathering one after another. It can be said, except for the necessary checkpoints that were not moved, Lanier mobilized all the remaining troops that could be mobilized. Don't think that he sent troops blindly. 350,000 soldiers, including nearly 20,000 ninjas, is enough for him to crush the Kingdom of Thunder. although the rear area is in a void state. Facing the checkpoint locations of the Kingdom of Earth and the Kingdom of Wind, he always had enough troops left. If the two countries send troops, it will inevitably be stuck for a while, and then it may be possible to capture some of the territory of the Land of Fire, but it will never threaten Lier himself. As long as the daimyo of the Fire country is here, his army and most of the ninjas are also there. So the so-called lost territory, he can definitely use the Kingdom of Thunder as a base after taking over the Kingdom of Thunder to fight back bit by bit. Certainly, this is a worst-case scenario. And the fact is, the depth of hatred between the Land of Earth and the Land of Thunder can be seen from the fact that Iwagakure killed 3rd Raikage with 10,000 ninjas. The Land of Earth is the most happy to see the Land of Thunder and the Land of Fire fight. And the Kingdom of Wind. This country is really barren, and the cost of large-scale military deployment is huge, so we must be cautious. There is no absolute benefit. There is a high probability that the great names of the Kingdom of Wind will wait and see first. If the Kingdom of Fire and the Kingdom of Thunder are really at war, the Kingdom of Wind will definitely unite with the Kingdom of Earth, annex the fertile land of the Kingdom of Fire, and let the Kingdom of Thunder delay for them. Having said so much, why is there no mention of the Kingdom of Water? This is also thanks to Obito's blood mist, which made Kurdicker almost half disabled. Orochimaru previously sent back information and launched the Kurdicker political bee, almost crippling Kurdicker. Now Orochimaru is taking Fugaku and the others, looking for the blood inheritance boundaries scattered in the Kingdom of Water according to the list. Dare you dare to touch the famous name of the Kingdom of Water? Then Lier dares to order Orochimaru and the others to assassinate the daimyo of the Land of Water. They all fell out anyway, right? If you were capable, you would also send people to assassinate me. This is also the reason why several Cage-level warriors in Orochimaru did not participate in the conquest of the Kingdom of Thunder. It can be said, driven by interests, the Kingdom of Thunder may have allies, but there will definitely be no reinforcements. Lier, the Kingdom of Thunder will definitely be defeated. Yes, faced with the envoys sent by the daimyo of the Land of Thunder, Lier didn't even bring them to meet him. He just said, I want to negotiate and let your daimyo come to see me. Come and go. The daimyo of the Kingdom of Thunder also received it, and the attitude of the daimyo of the other 3 major countries made him understand the current situation of, I am just a fish. What can he do? The only option is to assemble an army of 150,000 and all the combat power of Xuanwu Village to confront the 35-strong army of the Land of Fire. Each of them will meet with their entourage in the center of the battle zone. The result of this meeting, it will also determine the pattern of this continent in the next 100 years. Once the war breaks out, the Sengoku Rebellion will sweep everyone away again. No. 1. Fortunately, avoid dark place. Nagato from the Land of Rain is also paying attention to this negotiation. If a war really breaks out, he may choose force. 2. Lier, the strategist. Gambler's Psyche's Raikage. 17K. Add more updates. Please subscribe automatically. In the war zone where the armies of the Kingdom of Fire and the Kingdom of Thunder were confronting each other, Kazuma skillfully built a temporary meeting hall using Earth style. The recent construction of Konoha Castle has maxed out his construction skills. The daimyo of the Land of Thunder, Hikawa Tsunami, is sitting opposite Lier, and behind him are his assistant, 4th Raikage, and Raikage assistant, Mabuyi. Lanier's gaze, inevitably, he will be sucked away by Mabuyi's extraordinary talent. Nest grass, it's only a little behind Sammy, and he's the 3rd-ranked player Lier has ever encountered. Although a bit dark, but this sweet black color has a unique taste thanks to the double bonus of appearance and figure. How come this girl from Cloud Shinobi Village either has a good temperament or is extremely talented? But, now is not the time to focus on that. He glanced around the meeting hall without leaving a trace, compared it with Tsunade who was following him, and then looked at Hikawa Tsunade, the daimyo of the Land of Thunder. Puff. Lier is not a professional, so there is no need to endure it. I laughed out loud. Hikawa Suna version. The famous father of the Kingdom of Thunder is probably not a talented person. Hinakawa Suna frowned and looked at Lier who was laughing wildly. His already dark complexion turned black on the spot. But now that he wants to seek peace, of course he can't do it. He could only glare at Ai angrily, causing thunder and lightning to surge all over Ai's body, as if he was about to explode. Tsunade and Itachi both took a step forward. Were they going to fight or something? Hinakawa Suna yelled angrily. What are you doing? You still haven't apologized. I sad face X. It was Mabuyi who pulled Ai down, which made Ai calm down. This is probably the reason why Mabuyi appeared on this occasion. Sorry. I'm sorry to bother you. After saying that, I retreated behind Suna Hinakawa, his strong body shrinking in his shadow, feeling aggrieved no matter how hard he looked. Lier looked at it with interest. Then he smiled and said to Hikawa Suna, tell me, what are the conditions for us to withdraw our troops? Tsunami Hinakawa didn't answer immediately. He was a little unsure about Lanier's attitude. This new daimyo is too young. It will inevitably be a bit unconvincing. Lier saw Hikawa Suna's concerns and said nonchalantly, if you don't say anything, then I will prepare for mobilization before the war. Move, members. Although this is the first time I heard this word, I know what it means by looking at the literal meaning. Hinakawa Suna's brows twitched, feeling a little aggrieved. Why do you keep shouting and killing me? Is it because of the tough folk customs of your Fire Nation? Or is it the folk customs of my country of thunder that are sturdy? Unexpectedly, 970, Can't beat them. Hinakawa Suna could only suppress his temper. I don't know about the Shihuan name. This is originally the conflict between Cloud Shinobi Village and Konoha Village. Why is it promoted to the Land of Fire and the Land of Thunder? Hinakawa Tsunami hinted. Cloud Shinobi Village's idiotic 4th Raikage offended you, go beat him up. Why are you arresting me, the Kingdom of Thunder? Haha. Lanier smiled and said matter-of-factly. This son was beaten, and of course Lousy had to step forward. But bullying children is boring, so of course Lousy gave him a good beating. This metaphor is very easy to understand. Tsunade even couldn't help but laugh a little. Isn't this daimyo too crazy? So that, who was likened to a son, had a big hash on his forehead. You can imagine how furious he is now, but in the face of the survival of the Kingdom of Thunder, he could only endure it. Suna Hikawa also felt uncomfortable, and he couldn't refute Qianlan's theory. You can't say Hidden Village is not his son, right? His Hinakawa Suna version still has a face. There was silence for half a minute. Hinakawa Tsunami said unwillingly, when the Fire Country and the Thunder Country go to war, do you think the other 3 major congresses will just sit back and watch? Don't the neighboring small countries also want a share of the pie? 3 big countries. Where did the 3 big countries come from? Lanier asked strangely. The daimyo of the Kingdom of Water still dares to reply to your message. It seems that Orochimaru and the others have made too little noise. I will ask him to go to the daimyo of the Kingdom of Water later. The question of spreading the famous name of Rikawa to the world. You are breaking the rules. Hikawa Tsunami gritted his teeth and said, the daimyo does not involve the ninja village, and the ninja village does not affect the great powers. This was the theory proposed by Senju Hashirama of the Land of Fire. Now you are sending cage-level combat forces to threaten the name of the Kingdom of Water. Aren't you afraid that other countries will learn from you in the future and send people to assassinate you? Is that so? Lanier said in surprise. Then please ask Daimyo Hikawa to send a message to those who come to assassinate and send girls as much as possible. This way I will look forward to it more. Said. He also activated the Saint's Eye, and the golden light actually flashed in his eyes, and when paired with Conqueror's Haki, it went straight to the brain, almost overturning the ordinary Suna version of Hinakawa on the spot. Fortunately, Lanier still kept his hand, and he wanted to get some benefits from Suna Hikawa's decision. Hinakawa Suna broke out in a cold sweat, finally realizing Lanier's true strength. He himself is probably a cage-level expert. It is precisely because of this that Lanier can overturn the rules unscrupulously because he is not afraid of being targeted in the same way. At the same time, it's not like I'm mindless in criticizing people. The timing and target I choose are very subtle. It is neither a country of wind where you can go barefoot without wearing shoes. Nor is it an earthy country with a bad temper. It is the country of thunder that is fairly wealthy but has no friends. And the country of water where their own village will destroy itself. And it also allowed the Kingdom of Wind and the Kingdom of Earth to see possible benefits. That is, the reduction of national power due to the bloody struggle between the Fire Country and the Thunder Country, and the fertile land that the Fire Country will be unable to control. These conditions are linked together. Without any one of these links, the Fire Nation will be attacked in droves. But Lanier just did it. So, now Hinakawa Suna version is sitting on wax. Through this short period of observation, Hinakawa Suna's version confirms that Lanier is the type who won't let go until there are benefits, and has the reason that a leader of a country should have, and will not be soft-hearted because of the possible displacement of his people after the war between the 2 countries. Now the signal Lanier is sending is, if you don't give me any benefits, I will kill you and take it yourself. Although the folk customs of the Land of Thunder are strong and fierce, what can Suna Hinakawa do if he encounters a master who is ready to stud with you as soon as he comes up? After weighing the pros and cons again and again, Hinakawa Suna could only say helplessly, Shihu and Daimyo, what conditions are required for you to withdraw from the Fire Nation? This is giving in. No way. The armies of the 2 sides were in confrontation, and a huge amount of food was consumed every day, which also affected commerce. As you can imagine, as the initiator of summation, Suna Hikawa must pay the final bill for these losses. How could he not be anxious? Easy. Lanier snapped his fingers. Itachi immediately took out a list from his sleeves and stepped forward to hand it to Hinakawa Suna's daimyo assistant. When I saw Suna Hikawa's version, his expression was livid with anger. Probably because this condition is too harsh. 1. The Kingdom of Thunder declared defeat and surrendered unconditionally to the Kingdom of Fire. 2. The Kingdom of Thunder will compensate the Kingdom of Fire for all losses incurred by sending troops during this trip. 3. The Kingdom of Thunder will pay 10% of this year's tax revenue to the Kingdom of Fire every year. 4. The famous general of the Kingdom of Thunder sent his eldest son, Hikawa Taiwaken, to the Kingdom of Fire to establish a friendly relationship. 5. The daimyo of the Kingdom of Thunder marries the eldest daughter of the former daimyo of the Country of Fire, and uses this to forgive the Kingdom of Thunder to demonstrate the good relations between the 2 countries. Okay, home, guy, there are more than 30 items listed. From compensation, protons, political Q, finance. Every aspect is taken care of and everything is weakened enough. Let alone Hinakawa Suna's version. Even when Tsunade first saw it, he directly said that unless the daimyo of the Land of Thunder was a fool, he would never agree. Lanier also made a second bet with her, and that's how Tsunade came to the conference hall with her. And now, that's when the bets are revealed. Tsunade is always wary of Hinakawa Suna's expression, and when he shouts, "I will fight with you," in anger, she will stop by, who is bound to get angry. In this absolute battle of physical skills, Itachi was still a bit underwhelmed. Tsunade Hinakawa did not get furious as Tsunade expected, but calmly pressed the list on the table. He didn't move his palm away for a long time, and the veins visible to the naked eye were crawling on the back of his hand. He is very angry, but he's enduring it. He can't afford it. Boom. Damn it. Damn it. You actually want me to be named after that fat pig. It doesn't matter if the eldest son is a proton. 10% of the tax revenue can be given as annual tribute to the country of fire. My name is unwilling to give in. That old man from the kingdom of earth, and the miser from the kingdom of wind. Our kingdom of thunder has perished. Do you think this young boy can give you the territory of the kingdom of fire that you occupied? Wouldn't we still have to fight in the end? But before that, my country of thunder. You want me, the kingdom of thunder, to weaken the power of the kingdom of fire for you. Dream. As long as the fire nation can withdraw its troops, we can negotiate on these conditions. At least save my name's face. Lier showed a winning smile. Originally, I was planning for him to raise the price all over the sky, and then Shirakawa Suna's counter-offer would fall to the ground. This voiceover suddenly triggered. It directly wiped out the bottom line of Hinakawa Suna's version. It will be easier next time. Without waiting for Tsunahi Hikawa to speak, Lier coughed and said seriously, "Well, Kun Tianming has a suggestion. The country of fire is willing to withdraw its troops without compensation, and sign a peace treaty with the country of thunder, and will not invade each other during the reign of the two lords. As a friendly country, isn't it normal for Daimyo Hinakawa to give you some food and grass from the fire country, as well as body-covering armor and weapons to prevent wild beasts from attacking, to show the atmosphere of the land of thunder? In addition, as the Hokage of Konoha, I am also willing to exchange an S-class forbidden technique with the 4th Raikage of Cloud Shinobi Village for the training scroll of Hell Thrust. Oh, by the way, this Daimyo's Raikage assistant named Azabui looks good, but I happen to be short of a Hokage assistant next to me. I sincerely invite her to work in Konoha. As for other conditions, for the sake of the friendship between our two countries, forget it. Hikawa Daimyo, what do you think? This passage, in fact, the conditions just proposed by Lier were changed from compensation from the defeated country to gift from the friendly country, and then the annual tribute, which was almost humiliating but not. How many beneficial conditions are removed? It gave enough face to the Kingdom of Thunder. Does Lier really look down on the tax in the Land of Thunder, or is it just 10%? But equally, there are also additional conditions for exchanging Hell Thrust. Although Konoha will also produce an S-level forbidden technique, Lier means that he will choose it himself. Lier could have chosen the useless water-style forbidden technique, and then replaced it with the strongest spear, Hell Thrust, from Cloud Shinobi Village at the bottom of the box. I don't agree, I said furiously. Hell Thrust is the secret of my Cloud Shinobi Village Raikage. How can it be exchanged to Konoha? In the worst case, let's start a war. Big name. I am willing to fight to the death for the Kingdom of Thunder. Back off, Tsunade shouted angrily. How dare you? How dare you be so rude to my name, the Fire Country? Itachi opened Mangekyo directly, already drawing the sword in his hand. It's about to start. It was Lier who waved Itachi and Tsunade away. Compared to Ai's nervousness, Lier was much calmer. He ignored Ai's furious gaze. Qingpao said, "It doesn't matter what you say. That's right, even though I is the 4th Hokage and the most powerful person in Cloud Shinobi Village. But now, whether it is war or peace, the decision lies with the two daimyo." Movie, what is that? Did I let you speak? Is there a place for you to speak here? Hinakawa Tsunami angrily shouted, "Back off. If you do it again, Cloud Shinobi Village will no longer exist." As daimyo, Hinakawa Tsunaban and Lier have the right to directly ban the ninja village. Certainly, normal daimyo would not do this. After all, others have ninja villages to cultivate high-end combat capabilities, but if you don't have one here, those who fall behind will be beaten. But this time, that time, now that the Kingdom of Thunder is about to be destroyed, why does Hinakawa Tsunami care about the strategic position of Cloud Shinobi Village? Compared to the unreasonably harsh conditions just now the conditions proposed by Lier can be said to be exceptionally preferential treatment. As Lier expected, what Tsuna Hikawa was thinking about at this time was just the secret technique of the strongest spear, Hell Thrust, so he gave it to him. Yes, after I retreated with a ferocious expression, Hinakawa Tsuna reported a friendly smile on his face. I'm sorry, Daimyo Shihuan. I am unable to discipline my subordinates. As for the conditions for Shihuan Daimyo's nomination, this daimyo fully agrees, but some minor changes are needed in the details. I wonder if this Hell Thrust can be changed to Lightning-style Chakra mode. Hell Thrust is known as the strongest spear, while Lightning-style Chakra mode is known as the strongest shield. Up to now, Raikage in the past has never appeared, and the Thunder God armor of Lightning-style Chakra mode has been broken by others. In other words, Iwagakure used 10,000 ninjas to kill 3rd Raikage. But Hell Thrusts, it is very likely to break through Lightning-style Chakra mode's Thunder armor. Compared to handing over the strongest spear, the strongest shield will also become ineffective. By handing over the strongest shield and leaving the strongest spear as a restraint, at least the Kingdom of Thunder will not be so passive. As for the situation of the other three major countries after the Fire Nation obtained the strongest shield. What does it have to do with the Kingdom of Thunder? It can be seen from this logic that it is not true that Suna Hinakawa, the great name of the Kingdom of Thunder, has no talent. Only, he was limited by the fact that his strength was not as good as that of the Fire Nation, and he also encountered an alien like Lier who would start a national war at every turn, so he didn't have the confidence to be tough. Very good. Lier also smiled and said, let's go then. I have paper and pen here, and I will also ask 4th Raikage to write on the spot and demonstrate it for my disciples. Even if Itachi possesses Mangekyo, he cannot directly copy secret techniques such as lightning-style chakra mode. But the old way, practice again on the spot. Not to mention learning, there is no problem at least verifying the authenticity and remembering it. I sad-faced Wu. He tried his best to restrain his violent impulse, the dazzling thunder light was flashing, and he seemed to have reached the edge of reason with his bad temper. If he really takes action, he will cause some real harm. Then this national war must be started or not. Hinakawa Suna shouted angrily in horror. What are you doing? Get out of here, UBD. General, I gave this daimyo an order to have the army surround and suppress Cloud Shinobi Village. He even stopped listening to the shadows. They are my own, what's the use of keeping them? Sheila, the thunder and lightning on Ai's body jumped more densely, and he was about to condense into a set of thunder god armor. Watch the show Lier, stand up at the right time. The seeds of conflict between Hikawa Suna and I have been sown. If the situation escalates and a national war really starts, he doesn't want to see it. Obviously after a few years of development, you can easily win. Why should we risk civilian lives now? Population is an important labor force. Only, before Lier could speak, the system came to join in the fun again. Ding, it is detected that the host is faced with a choice. The god-level selection system has started. Please make the following choices. Option 1. Persuade Raikage and make I agree with the conditions of the fire country. Reward, 3-inch tongue, ×1. Option 2. Add more fuel and jealousy to make I and Hinakawa Suna enemies. Reward, talking talent, x1. Option 3. Chase and fight fiercely, and then get the hell spike. Reward, Marine Admiral physique, ×1. Lier, who originally planned to just persuade and order some eye drops, was stunned. Immediately, my heartbeat suddenly changed and I changed my mind. I doesn't want to lose in such a frustrating way, right? Good, then I'll give you a chance. I will make a bet with you. Lier said, if you can take one punch from me without knocking me down, I will not need lightning-style chakra mode in this Mabui. But if you, falling down, this daimyo not only wants to hand over the lightning-style chakra mode, but also the hell burst. How? Upon hearing this, both Tsunade and I's eyes lit up. I immediately said in a deep voice, okay, just do as you say, Shihuan. Not bad, very good. System, I choose 3. The selection is successful and the reward, Marine Admiral Physique, has been distributed. Marine Admiral Physique, this is the result of a Marine Admiral's long-term hard training. It is a terrifying physique that can survive for 10 days and 10 nights. Experiencing a physique that was dozens of times stronger, Lier nodded with satisfaction. Just when I thought Lier agreed, Lier said lazily again, there is no basis for what you say, and what if I beat you to death with one punch? So you have to first get the lightning-style chakra mode and the training scroll of hell thrust. Just give it to Daimyo Hikawa for safekeeping first. If I lose, I believe Daimyo Hikawa will return it to you. Training scroll. This is the secret scroll that Raikages of all generations have read. This is Lanier's ultimate goal. Otherwise, who knows if I has something to hide. The principles of Rasengan and wind-style spiral shuriken are similar, but their power is completely different. No problem, I said simply again. I'll get it right away. Mabui, you can use the Send of Heaven technique to send me back to Cloud Shinobi Village. Tensong technique. Cloud Shinobi Village's time and space ninjutsu can move the target at high speed and teleport to the designated location in an instant. Only, because it is space displacement, rather than space shuttle, the teleported target will have a lot of friction with the air, and ordinary people will be unable to keep up with the too fast teleportation, resulting in the human body is torn apart and dies. This technique is usually mainly used to transport items, not humans. In other words, I, who has been practicing lightning-style chakra mode for a long time, has a strong enough body to be able to withstand it. Then, with the approval of Lier and Hinakawa Suna, Mabui faced I and formed a seal, and then saw a large amount of lightning splashing, and I disappeared. Lanier's observation Haki didn't capture any trace at all. 0.0. He turned to look at Itachi, who also shook his head. Interesting. Originally, I just fell in love with Mabui's body, but I didn't expect that there would be an unexpected bonus. The most important is, giving technique on this day does not require setting the coordinates in advance like Flying Thunder God. As long as the practitioner knows what to do. Why does it look a bit like the Hokage version of Marvel Portal? Even if it cannot transport humans, it is still good for transporting precious information or important documents. Sensing Lanier's gaze, Mabui turned to look at Lier, then lowered her head and tried to stare at her toes, but failed. It seems like Mabui doesn't hate me. Is it just pretending or is it real? While thinking, the lightning struck again, and I reappeared after disappearing. It seems that there is at least one ninja in Cloud Shinobi Village who has mastered the Tionsen technique. Snapped. I slapped a scroll that looked exactly like the sealed book on the conference table, but its thickness was only less than 1/10 of the sealed book. This is my Cloud Shinobi Village's Book of Seals, including the lightning style chakra mode and hell thrust you want. The content of the bet remains unchanged, but I want to change the bet to your Konoha seal. Book, I said confidently. After a pause, I added, of course, if you are afraid, we can follow the previous bet. Oh, this eye seems to want to give it a try and turn his bicycle into a motorcycle. Okay, no problem. Lanier agreed without hesitation. I entered the conference hall early. Lanier asked the system if he could knock this guy away if he punched with all his strength. The system's answer is, the right arm of the sealed one, Demon God, possesses the power of the Demon God and can break down all defenses lower than it. Can lightning-style chakra modes, Thunder God armor, be higher in level than the Demon God? Haha, this joke is quite cold. That is to say, Ai's Thunder armor is useless to Lanier, and he can only use his body to catch his fist. Lanier doesn't believe it. Could Ai's body be made of vibranium? Today, even if you are made of vibranium, I will break it into pieces for you. But just before the bet was about to take place, suddenly, Tsunade grabbed Lanier and said something in his ear. In order to prevent others from hearing the conversation, he still leaned against him. Hiss. After Tsunade finished speaking, Lanier couldn't help but question. Are you sure you want to do this? Point 3. I, Lanier, would like to call you the strongest shield in the ninja world. 24K add more updates, please subscribe automatically. Lanier, are you sure you want to do this? Don't blame him for questioning. He gambled with I with full confidence, and he was definitely sure of winning. But Tsunade just grabbed him and actually wanted to bet I. The previous bet on whether Tsunade Hinakawa would tolerate even half of those conditions was won by Lanier. From then on, Tsunade owed Lanier a condition that could be redeemed at any time and at any time. And now, Tsunade wants to bet again. If he wins, he will write it off. If he loses, he will add a condition. Don't you have a clear understanding of your gambling luck? Lanier complained. Stop talking nonsense. It's decided, Tsunade said unhappily. She can definitely recover a round. I had fought against her before, and her physical skills were better than hers, but even she couldn't break through the Thunder God's armor. That was still I when he was young. How strong should I be now? This daimyo is still too young and suffers from inexperience. After he loses, I will have another bet with I. Perfect. Tsunade said with confidence. As everyone knows, as soon as Lanier saw her expression, he knew that the game was basically stable. Tsunade is so lucky that he always loses in every bet. After all these years, he still doesn't know the rules of summary. The only few victories came at a price. No. It seems we have to use all our strength. Otherwise, if Tsunade wins, I'm afraid. Thinking of this, Lanier's eyes suddenly sharpened when he looked at I, and Conqueror's Haki opened unconsciously. The pressure made Hikawasuna somewhat breathless. He is just an ordinary person. Why do you, cage-level people, have to be so aggressive in the middle? Hikawasuna felt bitter, but he didn't say it. After this incident is over, we need to consider cultivating some cage-level ninjas. They cannot be threatened like the daimyo of the Land of Water. Maybe I can learn some ninjutsu too. Every daimyo from the Land of Fire can become cage-level, so I can definitely do it too. Can't help but, Hinakawasuna looked at the sealed book on the table in front of him, feeling a little moved. And at this time, Lanier and I also came outside and stood directly opposite each other in the open space between the two armies. A massive amount of thunder and lightning spewed out from Ai's body again, covering him and transforming into a set of Thunder God armor, which became as thick as substance under full force. The sizzling sound of 1,000 birds could be heard endlessly. I'm fine, you can have SX at any time, I said, patting his chest. He still doesn't believe it. Well-known new daimyo, so what if they are cage-level experts? There is a gap in strength between cage-level, and there is a relationship of restraint based on their respective strengths and weaknesses. He has killed quite a few cage-level experts. Lanier is also very satisfied with Ai's confidence. The more confident you are now, the more frustrated you will be when you fail. Ignore your defense. I wonder if your body can withstand my punch. Lanier has no run-up, which does not add much power and damages his image. 19 He walked slowly in front of I, and his handsome face, with the blessing of Conqueror's Haki, was enough to compete with the thunder-splashing, Thunder God armor. Armament Haki. The black-armed color gave Lanier a layer of black paint, but it still reflected the unique luster of metal. Cow Talisman power increase. The energy of the 12 Talisman is almost endless. Currently, Lanier's Admiral physique is far from carrying all the energy of the Ox Talisman. It also shows that the power of his physical body has been promoted to unprecedented heights. Just now, I originally had a somewhat contemptuous expression, but now he looked a little more solemn. Sense of crisis. A heavy sense of crisis. This experience, I only experienced lightning-style chakra mode when he was young and before Grandmaster. I might not be able to take the next punch. Just when I had doubts about his own defense, Lanier finally used it for the first time. He now calls it the ability to press the bottom of the box. The right arm of the sealed person, the demon god, the solution. Buzz buzz. There was an ancient bug ringing in everyone's ears, and a majestic golden shadow appeared behind Lier. His eyes were filled with a faint blood-red color, making everyone who looked at him feel numb. It seems like Yuruo is being targeted by Shinigami. The golden brilliance of the right hand of this golden shadow is obviously much more brilliant, and when Lier turns around to look curiously, he also makes the same turn back with Lanier's right hand. Only the right hand was turned around. The other parts of the body were not moved at all. That weird gesture made the soldiers and ninjas who were close to the front slow down their breathing, for fear of attracting the other party's attention. Horrible. This deterrence is so terrifying. The golden light is as bright as a god, but every move is as violent as the devil. Why do the contradictions in Ultimate appear on the same golden shadow? Besides, this mysterious golden shadow looks like I is trying to resist his blow. Is this really resistant? Not to mention other people, even I is a little skeptical now. This scene is so FG metaphysical. It made him a little suspicious. Could it be that this famous figure from the Fire Country had released an illusion to expose his flaws? Yes, it must be an illusion. There is actually an illusion that makes it impossible for me to break free. This great name from the Land of Fire should be at the cage level of the Grandmaster's illusion. It's rare, but it's useless. As long as I keep my heart and turn on the lightning-style chakra mode with all my strength to condense the Thunder God armor, even illusions can't do anything to me. When I regained his confidence, Lier also looked at the golden shadow behind him and recognized this guy almost at a glance. Isn't this the Dark Mage in Yu-Gi-Oh! Return to the Demon God. Exodia, why do you have so many fancy names? Wouldn't he understand just by labeling it Dark Master? With such a good appearance, the increase should be very strong, right? Lier expressed his expectation. He looked at I, who looked full of confidence, and couldn't help but nod in praise. He is indeed the fourth Raikage, he is indeed full of courage. Since you are so confident, then I won't stay behind and just give you a punch. Lier punched out a straight punch without any fancy, and the Dark Master behind him punched out his right fist simultaneously, and his fist landed on I almost at the same time. The difference is, Lanier's pitch black fist hit the Thor God armor, and the terrifying collision produced a series of shock waves, which scattered a large amount of thunder and lightning. It was almost pierced by Lanier's punch when it was teetering. But in the end, there was still a thin layer left, blocking Lanier's punch. But I didn't feel happy at all. Probably because, in the collision between Lanier's pitch black fist and the Thunder armor, the Dark Master's golden right fist passed through the Thunder armor's defense without any ripples and hit him solidly. Dong. In a muffled sound that was covered up by the roar of the collision between fist and armor, I flew out without any resistance, and an afterimage fell on the rocky wall of the line of sky, not far away in the Kingdom of Thunder. Boom boom. The dust was flying all over the sky, making it impossible to see what was going on inside. All one could hear was the deafening roar echoing, and those who possess the ninjutsu of sensing or bloodline limits all show a look of horror. This punch turned out to be. Even Lier himself couldn't help but question what was wrong with the scenes he saw and heard. Could this be a punch he punched? Wind-style grade breakthrough. Wind-style grade breakthrough. Wind-style grade breakthrough. The people in Cloud Shinobi Village couldn't wait to use ninjutsu to blow away the dust, revealing the bright gap, which made both the informed and uninformed people stunned. Isn't that a thin line of sky, natural danger? The peculiar terrain is 600 meters high and 900 meters thick. There is only one passage that can accommodate 3 people passing through it side by side. The Kingdom of Thunder occupies this place, which is easy to defend and difficult to attack, which is an important reason for surviving the Sengoku Rebellion. To attack by taking other roads, it would take more than tens of thousands of kilometers to travel and the army would march in a hurry for 3 days and 3 nights. But now, why does the one thin line of sky, natural barrier have an extra road that can just accommodate 1 person to pass through? After a long time, finally, people reacted. The punch that Lier just punched I actually made I crash through the 900 meter thick, 1 line of sky, rock wall. That's 900 meters. That's a rock wall. That's a 900 meter rock wall. ... Was it penetrated just like that? And it still retains its power even after being reduced by the Thunder armor. Oops, where's 4th Raikage? Could he be? Are you kidding? How is this possible? Quickly spread out and look for us. A group of Cloud Shinobi ninjas spread out to look for him, and Killer Bee, who was hiding in the dark, also rushed anxiously. Following the trajectory of the hole that was shot through, we traveled for another 16 kilometers. Along the way, we saw the hole that was shot through one after another. It was finally on a mountain wall that I found Moxa embedded in it. At this time, I was no longer human, and his formerly straight chest was now sunken. His body had already lost consciousness, leaving only a faint breath to prove that he was alive. He was beaten to the point of death with 1 punch. All Cloud Shinobi ninjas who know the physical strength of the 4th Raikage are shocked by it. Konoha's side isn't much better either. Were they so powerful in the first place? Especially Tsunade. She stared at the dying eye with her mouth open, even the fear of blood was forgotten by her, and she could not come back to her senses for a long time. Only the same question echoed in her mind. Could it have been him who could have delivered this punch? The answer is no. It was not impossible for her to break through the 900 meter rock wall and find a good position with all her strength. But then we still have to fly 16 kilometers. And break through all the obstacles along the way. She can't do it. Don't say it's her. Even if Senju Hashirama was alive, he couldn't do it. After a long period of shock, the Fire Nation finally straightened out their thoughts, and they all shouted excitedly. It's too exaggerated, isn't it a lie? The god of the ninja world. The new god of the ninja world. Daimyo Kamui Wushwang. Become the king of the world. The name is awesome. Anyone who offends our land of fire will be punished no matter how far away they are. Anyone who offends our land of fire will be punished no matter how far away they are. Anyone who offends our land of fire will be punished no matter how far away they are. Compared to the Fire Nation camp, which is as bloody as chicken blood, the army of the Kingdom of Thunder and the momentum of Cloud Shinobi Village were both reduced to a level of frustration that was visible to the naked eye. Their strongest fighting force, the 4th Raikage, can't even take a punch from the Fire Country Daimyo. It also, isn't this too frustrating to resist? This is not. Suna Hinakawa, the great name of the Land of Thunder, is completely terrified this time. Although he looks down on ninjas, 4th Raikage, and Cloud Shinobi Village, both verbally and in his heart. But there is no doubt that ninjas are the most lethal tools of this era, and I is also the signature of the Kingdom of Thunder against other major powers. Result, the signature of the Kingdom of Thunder fell down with one punch. Hiss. At this moment, Hinakawa Suna's eyes were full of fear, and his kimono was soaked with sweat. He couldn't imagine, if a war really breaks out with the country of fire, how long can the country of thunder last before it perishes when the number of its army, national strength, and high-end combat power are completely crushed? Yes, Hikawa Suna's version directly describes it as destruction. This Fire Nation daimyo will be another Senju Hashirama. Before he dies, we must not give him any chance to attack again. Thinking of this, Hinakawa Suna gritted his teeth and stepped forward boldly. Shihu daimyo, I am willing to agree to that part of the conditions you just made. The eldest son, Hinakawa Taiwaken, will go to the Land of Fire in the near future. The eldest daughter serves as a witness to the friendship between our two countries, and will send 15% of the tax revenue from the country of thunder every year as living expenses for the eldest son. After saying this, Hinakawa Suna only felt that his hands and feet were weak, and he was actually a little exhausted. Not only was he intimidated by Lanye's momentum, it is also because once these conditions are met, the Kingdom of Thunder is destined to have no chance of turning around before Lanye's death. I wonder what Hinakawa Suna would think if he knew that Lanye has an infinite lifespan and will not be killed. Lanye had just come to his senses at this time. He looked at Hinakawa Suna's respectful gesture, and just took the sealed book he handed him indifferently, indicating that he accepted his sincerity. Why don't you want free benefits? Although I look down on that small amount of tax, mosquito legs are still meat no matter how small they are, not to mention that people have raised 5 points. He is still in a daze. Is it really him who punched the fist? I go. This punch is so fierce. Stay. The sealed right arm of the demon god. The sealed right arm of the demon god, Exodia, can be unsealed once every 24 hours, releasing the power that it can withstand the limit. When the demon god, Exodia, is collected, you will also transform into the demon god. Cooling time 23 hours 21 minutes and 44 seconds. 24 hours cooling time. 24-hour real man, the interval is too long, and can only be used as a trump card. Under normal circumstances, it's probably like knocking down 90% of the Thunder God's armor, as defense with one punch, and it can be shattered with 2 punches. Yes, at least now if Uchiha Obito dares to come, watch me beat him to a pulp with 1 punch. Lanye nodded with satisfaction and turned around to leave. In no mood, Mabui suddenly hugged his thigh, knelt down and said, Shihu and Daimyo, please let Tsunade-sama save 4th Raikage. Mabui is willing to serve you sincerely. From now on, everything about Mabui will only belong to you. Mabui, I swear by the sun. The Kingdom of Thunder believes in the Sun God, and with its simple folk customs, swearing by the sun is basically a sure thing. However, Lanye did not answer Mabui's request immediately. Probably because, what is this? Can it be so soft? What you say is what you say, don't mess around. At this time, Tsunade also woke up from the shock and looked away from the dying 4th Raikage. Hemophobia occurred, behind the scenes. Hearing Mabui's plea to Lanye, she immediately said in a trembling voice, Daimyo, I can't cure this injury. If you command Shizune, her ability can only prolong the time of death. Maybe you can try it yourself. Tsunade had seen Lanye's medical ninjutsu that can restore Mangekyo's eye power. That's why I made such a suggestion. Mabui looked desperate when she heard Tsunade say, I can't save him. Unexpectedly, the last sentence made her eyes sparkle with hope again. He immediately hugged Lanye's thigh tightly and begged Lanye again to save OOOI. As an assistant to Raikage, Mabui is calm, full of wisdom and talent, and there is no way she would do such a mean thing. Even if she was lost to Lanye as a bet, obviously, her feelings for 4th Raikage are very unusual, they are most likely a father-daughter relationship. What? Other feelings? Can't. Not everyone is like Lanye, who has become immortal himself and is sure to make others immortal, so he doesn't mind the age limit. Since he is the father-in-law, he can still be saved. Seeing that the fire is almost done, Lanye coughed and said, how can I save him if you don't let go? Mabui quickly let go and watched Lanye walk towards Ai with tears in her eyes. The Cloud Shinobi medical ninjas surrounding Ai immediately gave way, but they didn't hold out much hope. After all, Ai's injury was really too severe. But the next moment, everyone was shocked again. Lier just stepped forward and put his hands on her. Ai's sunken chest arched up to a degree visible to the naked eye, and then his pale complexion returned to rosy, and even his breathing became calmer. When Lier stood up, Ai also woke up leisurely, looked at the people surrounding him, and finally looked at Lier. Did I lose? Iwubi said lonelily. Hey, that's right, your punch was too terrifying, I couldn't block it. I almost thought I was going to die. You are already doing well if you can hold your breath under my punch. Lier smiled enigmatically. Shihu and Lier, wish you to be the strongest shield in the ninja world. Wow, I stole a famous quote from Master Madara, so happy. Lier turned around and walked away without any sign of expression, with no intention of staying any longer. When he passed by Itachi, Lier cast a very appreciative look. When Mabui pounced just now, Itachi must have reacted, but he didn't stop him. Otherwise there will be nothing to follow. This move won Lanier's heart. Mangekyo moved in Itachi's eyes, his eyes are very sharp. Mabui looked at Ai deeply with a complex expression. After bowing at a distant 90 degrees, even though there was a glimpse of spring light, everyone including Hinakawa Tsunade silently looked away. This is that person, they dare not look at it. Subsequently, Mabui gritted her teeth in silence and chased after Lier. She swore by the sun that as long as the Fire Country Daimyo rescued Ai, she would be his from now on. Cloud Shinobi Village, the Kingdom of Thunder, even if she wanted to go back, I'm afraid they wouldn't have the guts to accept her, right? And Kibira also used his lame rap to tell him everything that had just happened. I stood there and watched the Fire Country's army retreat, and did not move for a long time. I don't know whether it's Lier who was showing mercy, or Mabui who was begging for his life. For a long time, I sighed deeply and returned to Cloud Shinobi Village with a lonely figure. The next era will belong to the Kingdom of Fire again. Put away all your thoughts, block today's information as much as possible, and let them suffer more. Kazuma, who was left alone to be instructed by Lier, smiled at Hinakawa Suna with his eyes narrowed. He came to receive the gift from the friendly country. The other end, although Lier returned to the court with his teacher satisfied, he still felt that something was missing. Although this, sent out, was reimbursed by the taken advantage of, it was still the same as the mobilization of troops. In the end, I got the sealed book of Cloud Shinobi Village, the two-tailed Jinchuriki, Samui, Mabui, and the Admiral physique rewarded by the system. Tisk, I still feel like I'm at a loss. Since you are here, come here, how about? FK him. 4. Tien Ziguo lays down his gun. Tsunade falls into the trap. 27k add more updates, please subscribe automatically. Anyway, I'm here, otherwise. Give him a vote. As soon as this thought appeared in Lanier's mind, he couldn't get rid of it. Nara Shikaku, bring me the map. Nara Shikaku, who was rejoicing over his victory, was stunned when he heard this. Now that I've finished playing, how can I return the map? Then my heart trembled. Could it be? He quickly took out the map and opened it in front of Lier with Yuhi Hong. Lanier's eyes stopped at the Kingdom of Tang and the Kingdom of Frost between the Kingdom of Fire and the Kingdom of Thunder, and then moved away. When he borrows the way, these two small countries were giving way and supplying food, grass, and fresh water. They acted like a younger brother respectfully greeting his elder brother. With this backhand, he beat them to the ground. If it hurts his reputation, he shouldn't do it so cruelly when necessary. On the right is the sea area. There are many isolated islands on it, but there is only one far away, and it is not connected to the island group at all. Nothing of value. Then it can only be the left one. The country of fields or the country of Taki. The country of Taki is not very prosperous, and half of the country is already bordering the country of Earth. If you try to acquire this place, you will be jealous of the country of Earth. Then let's go to the country of fields. Just right, there is no ninja village in Tianjiguo. It was originally because of the blind ninja village, established in the past. Now Orochimaru has not defected. Then he will take a little more trouble, collect and rectify you, and then bring the talents together to Konoha for further study. Thinking about it this way, I still give them the opportunity to study abroad. But you can't just fight, you have to have an excuse or something. I'm not very familiar with this Lier. He summoned a general and asked, is there any conflict between the Kingdom of Tien and the Kingdom of Fire? Contradiction. The general asked strangely. The country of Tien is a tiny place, not even 1/10 of our country of fire. How dare you challenge our country of fire? I have always been very honest, and I have never heard of any rebellion. My thoughts. No, what I'm talking about is a contradiction. Lier clenched his teeth and explained, then gave up. That's why I don't like chatting with you generals. We don't have a common language. Nara Shikaku, I want to take over Tien Ziguo, you think of an excuse to send troops. General, Nara Shikaku, Yuhi Hong, no, doesn't this require Banshee to return to the court? Why did you get interested in Tien Ziguo again? After a brief period of confusion, Nara Shikaku subconsciously used his smart mind and quickly thought of the reason for sending troops. How about, Daimyo, you order some ninjas to disguise themselves as wandering ninjas, attack the army and flee to Tien country, and then capture them directly on the grounds that they have trained wandering rebel ninjas to assassinate you. Snapped. Lier slapped Nara on the shoulder and praised him with satisfaction. Okay, not bad. I think you have the potential to be a strategist, so I will divide 100,000 soldiers and 300 Konoha shinobi, and I will leave it to you to capture Tien country. Nara Shikaku, hiss. He took a breath. Not only was he shocked that Lanier handed over his army to a ninja, but he was also hurt by the force of Lanier's hand. Having just acquired the admiral physique, his control ability is not yet that refined, so it is inevitable that he will accidentally injure something. Then, the fate of Tien Ziguo was thus decided. Nara Shikaku ran away with a powerful army of 100,000 people, chasing a group of wandering ninjas, who intended to assassinate the daimyo. Coincidentally, most of these 300 wandering ninjas are from the three major families of pig, deer and butterfly, with other families occupying less than 60 positions sporadically. Probably because this mission involves country to country, but it starts at B level. Although this mission is easier, the target is just a country that doesn't even have a ninja village of its own. But it's still an opportunity to complete tasks. To know, when Lanier reformed the remuneration mechanism, he also redefined the scope of tasks. D-level tasks such as finding the lost fat cat, planting rice for the villagers, and cleaning the sewage river were all chopped off by Lanier with a wave of his hand. The reason is, these things will be classified as urban sanitation in the future and will be done by soldiers. Del, unpaid. This is also the fundamental reason why most ninjas have to take on the task of Konoha City construction worker. The only missions that low-level ninjas can take on are those related to Konoha Castle. Back to business. Send Nara Shikaku to do the affairs of Tien country. After a while, Tsunade just showed up uninvited and got into Lanier's carriage, without any respect at all. It's not that I don't respect Lanier anymore, it's just that I no longer have formality and formality. Obviously, this is because he has a thorough understanding of Lanier's character, so he can get along with her so casually. Call me Lanier. You can also call me Shihuan. Lanier smiled and said, you and Anko can also be called me that way. Isn't it good? Yuhi Hong was still a little restrained. Call the daimyo by his first name. Even the famous princess didn't shout like that, right? Compared to Yuhi Kurenai, who was still a bit reluctant to let go, Tsunade adapted easily. I said Lanier, tell me, what is the principle of the medical ninjutsu used to treat I? Stimulate his cell potential, but how do you make other people's cells divide like regeneration? Although I can do the same. My own cells are stimulated, but other people's are. Co-author, Tsunade is interested in Lanier's medical ninjutsu. Although Lanier does not know medical ninjutsu, he understands the settings of medical ninjutsu in modern common sense and can pretend to be cool with Tsunade. For a while, the secret was not exposed, but it benefited Tsunade a lot. You're kidding, I can fool even Uncle Snake. Aren't you just as big as a bear? Look at me fooling you until you lose your body. When the conversation is almost over, Lanier throws out the 3 directions of eternal life. This biological supreme problem immediately interested Tsunade. I also want to participate in the research, Tsunade said with bright eyes. That's not possible. Lanier retreated in order to advance. This project is a secret among the secrets of the Fire Nation. Even you, Tsunade, can't do it casually. Set your conditions, Tsunade said directly. Oh, this is what you said, not counting the 2 conditions you lost. Lanier smiled as if he had failed to plan. Humph, it doesn't count, just tell me, Tsunade said, clasping his hands. It's very simple, that is, go on a date with me for a day. Tsunade looked shocked. On the other hand, Yuhi Hong and Anko outside looked like they had expected this. Didn't you become popular with them? In the past few days, you have arrested a woman from Cloud Shinobi Village. Is there a conflict? If you want to find a woman, I believe that Kurenai, Anko, and even the sworn Mabuyi will be willing to do it. Tsunade emphasized again. In other words, this is Lanier, the daimyo of the Fire Nation, and the man who almost killed I with one punch. Otherwise, if Jiraiya is replaced, Tsunade has already slapped her with a strange force, who is going to fight with you. Obviously, after only getting along for a short half-month, Tsunade's attitude towards Lanier was already completely different from the initial one. Is there any conflict in this? Lanier also emphasized again. You are you, they are them, I will allocate them. This time, Tsunade looked at Lanier seriously for half a minute, wanting to know Lanier's true thoughts. Yuhi Hong pretended to be invisible and huddled aside, watching silently. Although she was a little unhappy about Lanier confessing to Tsunade in front of her, it was more of a matter of course. As Lanier said just now, does this have any impact on softness? Based on Lanier's performance these days, Yuhi Hong said, there is no conflict. He is a great name and he is a strong man, these 2 reasons are enough. Finally, Tsunade spoke again with a straight face, do you know my age? Can this question be answered positively? Lanier smiled and said, unfortunately, I have researched an unexpected product before, which can restore a person's physical body to 18 years old without losing any strength. Really? The light in Tsunade's eyes was even more dazzling than before. Although I am a little more philanthropic, I never lie to my own woman. Who is your woman? Do you want the rejuvenation elixir? Can you be 18 again? Right, want. Go on a date with me for a day. I can use it for you first, and then cash it out after it works. Said, Lanier patted the back of Yuri Hong's hand and indicated that she would have this thing in the future. Shihi Hong smiled knowingly and didn't care. Actually, she is still young. ... If it's really as magical as you say. Okay, Tsunade gritted his teeth and agreed. There is both her curiosity about Lanye and her disbelief in the idea of returning to a physical body at the age of 18. Even her ninja art, meiotic regeneration. They only temporarily possess physical youth by activating cell activity, but cell aging is inevitable. This is the telomere shortening that Lanye just said. That rejuvenation elixir, does it really have the effect Lanye said? Boom, if I can really get back to 18. It's not impossible to date this interesting little guy. After all, I am only 18 years old. Compared with my breasts now, my breasts at that time were not bad at all. Lanye smiled. Originally, I just wanted to be honest first, and then boil the frog with a little warm water. But I don't know what impressed Tsunade these days that she had accepted him unconsciously. Hey, you must be coveting my handsomeness, superficiality. Point 5. The possibility of universalizing 8 inner gates across the entire army. 7k. Since it was already agreed, Lanye took out the rejuvenation elixir and handed it to Tsunade. Looking at the small white pill, Tsunade couldn't help but look suspicious. Are you sure that as long as I eat it, I can return to 18 years old? Yes. Lanye's attitude was firm. How could the system lie to him? No side effects, certainly. Then, just eat it directly. Can. Tsunade hesitated. Thinking about Lanye's performance during this period, he was a powerful Haki without losing any details, and he didn't look like someone who would talk nonsense just to trick others. Just take the rejuvenating elixir. The elixir melted in her mouth and flowed into her stomach as a warm current, and then spread warmly throughout her limbs. She could clearly feel that the upper limit of ninja art, meiotic regeneration, was continuously rising. The maximum number of cell divisions is the upper limit of ninja art, meiotic regeneration. So, her cells are really increasing the number of classifications, which means that her body is becoming younger. Not only has the amount of chakra not declined, but she has returned to her youthful stage because of the increased vitality of the cells. However, for Tsunade, who has a huge amount of chakra and has a 100 healings mark, the increase is not obvious. But the youthful vitality is real. After a brief shock, a wave of sleepiness came over him, causing Tsunade to yawn greatly, and then he lay down directly towards Lanye. Since he is really young, let's give this little guy some interest first. Nephrite is in my arms. Most of Tsunade's bear rested on his lap, and that large area. Wonderful, indescribable. Although Tsunade has returned to 18 years old, she has only changed from a mature queen to a beautiful queen. The overall body shape has not changed much, and the most outstanding advantage is not only that it has not shrunk, but it is also much taller. This is data obtained from Lanye's personal experience while Tsunade was sleeping. But it's a pity. After Tsunade woke up, he was sure that he was really 18 years old again, and he was excited to study himself. The agreed, one-day date. Of course, you have to wait until you return to Konoha before you can make a different appointment. As for the data on rejuvenation elixirs, Lanye excused himself by saying, it was just an unexpected product while studying telomeres. I took one, and it was the last one. Next comes the big arrangements. Lanye ordered all troops to collect twice as much supplies as they came from and return to the place where they came from, and all of them would be given half-year military pay. It can be regarded as a reward to the army. Congratulations for this defeat over the Kingdom of Thunder. For the soldiers of the Country of Fire who had just marched for a few days without even fighting, this was a great harvest. Of course, these, consumption of the reward army, must be paid for by the Kingdom of Thunder. Lanye also brought 150,000 soldiers back to Konoha to continue the maintenance of Konoha City. But Tsunade plunged into Orochimaru's laboratory, seemingly making some major discovery, and couldn't squeeze in a day of dating. Lanye said he understood. Doesn't he only have Tsunade to flirt with? At the Hokage mansion, I had a meal with little Hinata, whom I hadn't seen for a few days, and while stroking little Kurama, I experienced Yuhi Kurenai's massage. Very leisurely. As for the pile of files, Itachi is a good boy and smart. Isn't it reasonable to temporarily replace Nara Shikaku? In this regard, Itachi and the Uchiha clan are very excited. The Daimyo actually asked Itachi to handle Hokage affairs on his behalf. Does that mean Hyuga Hizashi saw it, but there was nothing he could do? Who told little Hinata to be only 6 years old? And his eldest brother Hyuga Hiyashi is not here either, he is still in the Kingdom of Water. We can only wait and see what happens. Compared to the game between Uchiha and Hyuga, the other people in Konoha seemed much more innocent. They put up lights and colorful decorations to celebrate the return of Guy from the Land of Fire. Suppressed by Sarutobi Hiruzen for decades. Now that they are famous and proud, they must be happy and happy. For a time, people everywhere in Konoha are praising Lanye's deeds, especially the story of him knocking Ai away with one punch. It happened right in front of the army. It was passed down by word of mouth and Lanye was deified in the end. For these, when Lanye saw that outrageous, mythical story, in the morning newspaper, did he actually regard the Dark Master as his proof of the incarnation of God? How can such an outrageous story be reported to the newspaper? Tisk, we need to create an official newspaper so we can control the fishing boats. It just so happens that the previous plan for the Aburame clan can be rolled out. Previously, Lanye accidentally noticed the Aburame clan leader during their first meeting. Just discovering this, low presence, talent, coupled with the Aburame clan's secret art of insects, wouldn't that be good material for news? Hongdu, Lanye called. Brush. Hongdu, who had been hiding in the dark, appeared. He no longer bowed his head and half-kneeled rigidly, looking directly at Lanye and waiting for instructions. She cannot treat Lanye, who has a high status, as a friend, like Tsunade. But my close superiors and future bookings. It's still okay. Go to the Aburame clan and call for their highest-ranking person. Lanye said. Yes. Enko left in an instant, but instead of running towards the Aburame clan, she ran towards the mission department. Which ninja would still carry one at home these days? Those who don't have any tasks, or those who need to exercise, can all take the Konoha City construction task, exercise while working, and earn a lot of task points. Lanye had just won the sealed book from Cloud Shinobi Village, and the redeemable list in the quest department the next day included many lightning styles, including lightning style chakra mode. Hell Stab is at the top of the list, along with Flying Thunder God technique, Dark Walk technique, and other S-level forbidden techniques. They can all be redeemed with mission points. Isn't this enough to save mission points? Construction tasks are generally carried out by families, who will directly assign a city area to be responsible for, and then dispatch a certain number of soldiers to match. Enko didn't know which city district the Aburame clan was assigned to today. So she needs to go to the mission department first and ask. Before entering the door, Kakashi and Might Guy also walked out together. Hey, Kakashi, today's youth is still endless. Let's move bricks for youth. Might Guy is still very energetic. Kakashi took revenge on his father and no longer looked as listless as before. But it's impossible to be as active as Might Guy. He walked with an expressionless face, not moving away from Might Guy and pretending not to recognize him. This was the biggest change. Meeting Hongdu head-on, Might Guy greeted him warmly. Hey, Hongdu, weren't you chosen by the Daimyo to join Anbu? Why did you come to the mission department? It's Kakashi and Guy. Hongdu smiled heartily. I'm not here to take over the mission, I'm here. Ahem. Kakashi interrupted. Guy, it's better not to inquire about Anbu's affairs. Ah, that's right, I was wrong. Might Guy scratched his head in embarrassment. Ha ha ha, I always don't pay attention to these. Youthful mistakes have to be paid for. Today I have to move enough 100,000 yuan brick. Kakashi. Red beans. Fortunately, the two of them were aware of Might Guy's habit of being overly enthusiastic, so they didn't say anything more. Kakashi said. Then let's go perform the mission first. Lightning style chakra mode requires 10 million mission points, which will take a long time to save. This is youth. Might Guy suddenly burst into tears. Kakashi. I received your declaration of war. Let's work together. Sweat will never betray anyone. Become stronger for Konoha and the land of fire. Sprinkling hot tears, Might Guy has already rushed to their designated city area to move bricks to make the Fire Nation stronger. Kakashi. Kakashi raised his forehead and said, then I'll leave first, and so will you. In the future, just tell the mission without asking anyone. I'm not that stupid, Hongdu said in dissatisfaction. I'm not on an Anbu mission now, but the Daimyo asked me to find. Stop. Kakashi quickly took a step back. When it comes to the Daimyo, you must be more cautious. The Daimyo is the future of Konoha and the land of fire, so don't always be careless. Hey, yes, yes. Enko curled her lips and said, you are obviously younger than me, but you still always lecture me. Kakashi, you are so boring. Her teacher is Orochimaru. Kakashi's teacher, Namikaze Minato, is Orochimaru's classmate Jiraiya. Although the two are close in age, they are a generation apart. You can never be too careful. Everything in Konoha now is hard won. Kakashi sighed. Then he waved his hands and chased Might Guy. Enko also knew that Kakashi was doing it for his own good, but he was just a little unhappy. And Kakashi on the other end. He actually saw that she was not suitable for Anbu's job, but who said she was appointed by the Daimyo. It must be her good luck to be favored by a Daimyo. But the Daimyo seems to have a bit of philanthropy, and there's a red one, and the two female ninjas from Cloud Shinobi Village. The Daimyo is still a strong cage-level person, and we don't know her future. Forget it, I'd better save enough mission points for lightning-style chakra mode first, then become stronger and go find that old thief Danzo. Quickly, Enko brought the great elder of the Aburame clan, Aburame Shikawa, which made Lanye have a hard time holding back his laughter. Aburame Shikawa, Aburame hemorrhoids. Ah this, why didn't I realize before that Hokage has so many funny names? Under preconceptions, Lanye looked at the wrinkles on Aburame Shikawa's face behind his collar, and couldn't help but think of the wrinkled. PFF. Ha ha ha. Aburame Shikawa didn't understand Lanye's laughter, so he just stood silently, waiting for Lanye to speak. I laughed for half a minute. Lanye suppressed his smile and did not explain his actions just now. He simply explained the core of the establishment of Fire Nation Daily. That's it, some important events or international events are communicated to the people of the Land of Fire through newspapers every day. Quote, the technology of printing in newspapers is very simple. The difficult thing is how to remain neutral and collect intelligence. Aburame Kai, the Aburame clan has been quietly contributing to Konoha. I am very optimistic about you, so I am ready to leave this matter to the Aburame clan. What do you think? Fire Nation Daily, a newspaper founded specifically for the Land of Fire and the Daimyo. Let's not talk about making money or not. Just because of this identity, for oil. The female clan is a gold medal for immunity from death, so they don't have to worry about the subsequent drastic changes in their reputation and their decline. Lanier's reforms in the past few months have been so great that anyone who cares will be aware of his ambition. Reform represents opportunities as well as crises. Now, with a gold medal to avoid death in hand, how could Aburame Shikawa refuse? Immediately, he lowered his head and half knelt and said, I am willing to share your worries for you. Thank you for your trust. At that time, I can put some articles on refining the basics of chakra, and then I will relax some ninja-related knowledge. I will create a tutoring mission in the mission department, so that civilians can hire ninjas to go to their homes to provide one-on-one guidance and practice. Go collect the information about this expedition and write a fair article to suppress the mythical stories spread outside. That's almost enough for you to publish as your first daily report from the Fire Nation. After that, you will have to collect intelligence on your own. Lanier talked about some ideas easily, and Aburame Shikawa just walked and got busy. Nothing happens left or right. Lanier asked Yuhi Hong to help Itachi handle the documents, while he took Mabui and strolled to the interrogation department. He came to see the captured wooden golem and Samui, so it was not easy to bring Yuri Kurnai with him. After all, Lanier is also very interested in these two. Anyway, the second tail Jinchuriki, played by Wooden Golem, is one of the most important combat forces. That is to say, Ai and Hinakawa Suna were so shocked by Lanier's punch that they forgot to talk about redeeming Wooden Golem. Lanier is going to take advantage of them before they remember. Let's conquer the Wooden Golem first, and get back the two tails that were sent away by Senju Hashirama. Before meeting the two girls by Wooden Golem, Lanier glanced at Mabui who was following closely. Although this black beauty had sworn allegiance to him before, Lanier did not rush to do anything to her, but kept her calm. Today, this was the first time he summoned Mabui since that day. I wonder if she is mentally prepared. I want you to help the Fire Nation later and persuade Wooden Golem and Sam to submit to the Fire Nation. Can you do it? Lanier asked softly. Sammy immediately showed a complicated look on his face. Help the Fire Nation to rebel against their former companions. From a fundamental point of view, Sammy must have wanted to refuse. She only willingly followed Lanier to the land of fire and Konoha because of the bet and the promise to save Ai. We are also ready to assist and even sacrifice ourselves. You can do things that are detrimental to the Kingdom of Thunder. This moment, the promise she swore to the sun and her loyalty to the former Cloud Shinobi village left her in a dilemma. Seeing her like this, Lanier nodded in agreement. If Mabui agrees or refuses without hesitation, it can only be because she is dealing with Lanier's answer. It's only been a few days. How could you change your relationship wholeheartedly just because of a bet and a promise? There is a high probability that he is still in Konoha, and his heart is in Cloud Shinobi. Now this posture of being unable to make a choice. On the contrary, it shows that Mabui is really ready to keep her promise and is willing to dedicate everything to Lanier from now on. But when it comes to issues involving the Land of Thunder, or Cloud Shinobi Village, there are some. Boom. Why would the daimyo of the Fire Country ask this question? How should I answer? You want me to betray Cloud Shinobi Village? ... Please give me flowers, but I swore to the sun that from now on he will be my master. Lier, it would be easier if you just asked me to sacrifice myself or something, but facing my former companions. Lanier, he was just trying to test Mabui's attitude, why did it involve sacrificing himself? But, this is your own, voluntary, choice. Forget it, Lanier said magnanimously. You can still think about Cloud Shinobi Village, which shows that you are not an ungrateful person, which is good. I won't make it difficult for you. You don't need to worry about Wooden Golem's affairs. But Samui is just a Cloud Shinobi Village elite jonin. If you persuade her to submit to me, I can send you a copy of the sealed book of the Kingdom of Thunder and send it back. Quote, the important point is that Lanier is the one who surrendered. At that time, Lanier made a bet with I, and I returned quickly, obviously not copying the sealed book. And for such an important secret technique, it is often impossible to have a backup. Otherwise, the possibility of loss will be greatly increased. Ma Bui heard this. I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and then looked at Lanier's leaving back with gratitude. This daimyo of the Kingdom of Fire is very different from the daimyo of the Kingdom of Thunder. He has strong cage-level strength and a lofty daimyo status, but he does not use ninjas as tools. On the contrary, Mabui was extremely shocked when he first heard about Konoha's reform of all mission rewards belong to individual ninjas. Subsequently, as Raikage's assistant, she was a rare brain in Cloud Shinobi Village. She quickly understood the impact of this reform on ninjas and the financial control of Konoha by daimyo. It can be said, the lives of most civilian ninjas in Konoha will be easier and more prosperous, and they will be grateful to Lanier for this and sincerely support him. After Lanier is no longer a Hokage, the next Hokage will be embarrassed to find that Konoha Shinobi Village will have almost no income, and all funds need to be allocated from the Land of Fire. The mood of the famous name Lanier. In this way, Konoha wants to reappear a root like Shimura Danzo or a mediocre Hokage like Sarutobi Hiruzen. Once there are signs, it is likely to be discovered by Lanier. Strong strength, keen policy, decisive killing, and preferential treatment to civilians. This great name of the Fire Country really makes people want to know more about him. 0. Mabui didn't even notice. When a woman becomes curious about the opposite sex and wants to know more about him, this is often the beginning of her fall. That's it for Tsunade. Now she is studying in her spare time. Lanye's figure will always pop up unconsciously, thinking about what new news this famous person will make. Her disciple and assistant Kato Shizune keenly discovered Tsunade's anomaly. Concerned. Tsunade-sama, are you tired? Do you want to rest for a while? Ah, rest. Tsunade was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly said, yes, it's time to rest. Then I'll rest for a day. You don't have to rush to analyze the cells. I'll give it to you tomorrow. I have detailed data. Quote, yes, Tsunade-sama. Subsequently, Shizune watched Tsunade leave the research room with brisk steps, and couldn't help but feel a little curious. Tsunade-sama has become different since he went to the Daimyo carriage. He is no longer as confused as before. And I haven't been to a casino for a long time. Is it because of the famous name? This moment, Shizune, who had never met Lanye before, also became curious about Lanye. Lanye wanted to convince Wooden Golem and Sam Yi, but it was obviously not feasible in a short time. The long-legged, strong woman is played by Wooden Golem, who refuses to take either soft or hard advice, but is determined to redeem her with Cloud Village. She is the second-tailed Jinchuriki, and the perfect Jinchuriki. There is a source of strength. By Fume, Samui was not so determined, but there was no such thing as a bet, so she insisted on sticking to her identity until she was sure that she had been abandoned by Cloud Village. Elite Jonin's ethics gritted his teeth and did not reveal any information. And Lanye gave an order not to torture the two women. How could he let others touch the woman he liked? Every day Mabuyi would visit the two girls, mainly talking about Lanye's changes in the trees and leaves and their mating with Ai. But it was no use. If it weren't for the fact that Mabuyi turned to Lanye himself instead of the Fire Country or Konoha because of the bet and the oath. The two girls, Wooden Golem and Samui, probably ignored Mabuyi. It's a stalemate here. Lanye does have a Yu-Lao red rope, so you don't have to choose it. But Lanye always feels that it shouldn't be used here. Just spend it now, maybe there will be a turn for the better later. If not, just wait until I annex the Kingdom of Thunder, and you will also be my subjects. In this way, the matter was shelved for the time being. 3 days after Lanye and the others returned to Konoha, Makai took the lead and Nara Shikaku returned with a full load. The space scrolls carrying 10 carriages, most of which were bought from the Kingdom of Thunder, contained massive resources. Preliminary estimates. This time I sent troops to the Kingdom of Thunder. Not only did I not suffer any losses, but I also made over 80 billion taels. This does not include gains from tailed beasts, ninjutsu, and personnel. So you can still make money by fighting, especially the ninjas of Sarutobi Hiruzen's generation. In the second and third ninja war, although Konoha was always the victor, it never received a decent trophy. After all, Sunagaku is so poor that if he doesn't agree with someone's unconditional surrender, he can fight with you barefoot and not afraid of wearing shoes. It's a good thing that he didn't use this to ask Konoha to compensate for anything. Where did the loot come from? Although the other 3 ninja villages are wealthy. But how can Sarutobi Hiruzen dare to ask for too many trophies? Not to mention that the lion opened his mouth and asked the defeated party to make up for all the expenses incurred in starting the war. Although there are occasional conflicts between big countries, there are no major conflicts. Yes, this is also the first time that the Fire Nation has received a war dividend. Lanye didn't take this seriously. Where is this? Once the real chaos begins, the winner will take all, and then the real harvest will begin. It's another 2 days. Nara Shikaku returns with good news guy. Relying on the dirty water of the wandering ninja, and the intimidation of 100,000 troops, the daimyo of Tiano country had no capital to fight. Then I heard that the daimyo of the Kingdom of Thunder sent his eldest son to the Kingdom of Fire with tribute to marry the obese eldest daughter of the former daimyo of the Kingdom of Fire. Those who can reach the position of daimyo, even if you are not a good person, you can still tell the tricks behind the fig leaf. The daimyo of the Kingdom of Thunder bowed to the Kingdom of Fire. Then Tien country had no idea of resisting and simply surrendered, following Nara and Shikaku to Konoha to meet Lanye. But now, Lanye didn't have time to see him, but was discussing something with Tsunade and Might Guy. The possibility of 8 inner gates being spread across the entire army is 8. 6. 8 inner gates formation. The eldest sister of the harem. 12K additional update for Little Dragon. Originally, Lanye was leisurely basking in the sun in the Hokage mansion, thinking about what to fix next. The main reason is that Orochimaru and the others are still in the Kingdom of Water, searching for other blood inheritance realms scattered outside. Without this scientific research talent, a lot of work cannot be carried out. For example, developing more productive food crops. For example, the secret technique that allows ninja beasts and ninjas to merge. For example, can his powerful escape ability be popularized? At best, Lanye is just suggesting ideas, and the actual implementation does not require Orochi to preside over them. Tsunade can't. Although her hemophobia has improved, it is still far from being cured, and blood is inescapable in her field of expertise. As the saying goes, Tsunade comes. A figure jumped down from the roof and landed in front of Lanye. Lanye's eyes couldn't help but sway. Tsunade punched Lanye on the head and said angrily, "Kid, where are you looking?" This punch was not forceful. Compared with Jiraiya, who was always crippled, he was obviously treated differently. "Ah, if I wasn't greedy for your body, why would I ask you out?" Lanye said matter-of-factly. "Tsunade, who faced Poseidon for the first time, was stunned by his straightforward expression of, "I love you, Shangda." "So, are you so confident? Is he not wrong? Is she the one with the wrong momentum?" Tsunade reorganized his thoughts and made sure there was nothing wrong with him. It was this kid who was playing tricks. He immediately raised his eyebrows and wanted to punch Lier hard, maybe give him a punch. Snapped. Lier easily took Tsunade's fist and held on, saying, "In addition to Shangda, you also have a temper that doesn't take my identity seriously. You have the aura of a big sister. From now on, you can control my harem. Live." Tsunade. 700. The more you say it, the more outrageous it becomes. Is this a harem? A-hole, who wants to take care of your harem? Tsunade didn't know whether he was embarrassed or angry, so he punched him hard. Snapped. Lier safely received Tsunade's fist again. The strength given by his admiral physique was almost the upper limit of human beings. Unless Tsunade uses strange power, it is impossible to be stronger than him. "Are you sure you want to fight me?" Lier raised his eyebrows and said, "Although I can't deal with you like there are still other ways." Brush. A layer of black paint painted Lier into a black man, and even the original cloth of the royal robe was glowing with metallic luster. When Tsunade's hand was held by Lier, her first reaction was, "So hard. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Is it similar to Earth-style Earth Spear body technique enhancement? Is there black physical enhancement in Earth-style? Or maybe he has awakened the blood inheritance limit?" All kinds of questions flashed through. Tsunade's power is increasing. You want me to manage your harem, right? Tsunade smiled dangerously. Although you are a daimyo and can legally take concubines, Tsunade, am not wanted by anyone. Do you want me to share it with others? Then conquer me head on. Quote, click, click. The wooden chair Lier was sitting on was sacrificed in the struggle between the two. But Lier is still sitting, with the presence of the old god. The suspension of the chicken charm allows him to exert force in the air without a fulcrum. On the contrary, the ground beneath Tsunade's feet had spider cracks growing in all directions. Ox Talisman power increase. Admiral's physique has already strengthened him to a certain upper limit. Based on this, the bold Talisman once again bannered. This 1+1 is far greater than 2. If paired with armament Haki, that is a powerful punch that can knock out 99% of the Thunder God's armor with one punch. Tsunade only uses chakras, strange power, to increase it, but it is still difficult to shake the triple increased blue spit. After a stalemate for less than half a minute, Lier suddenly stood up. He was 1.88 meters tall enough to look down at Tsunade, staring into Tsunade's eyes over their wrestling hands. "Now, do I conquer you?" Suppression of strength, looking down from height. Then there is the domineering style given by Conqueror's Haki. Have to say, Tsunade was stunned for a moment. Turn out to be, is there really anyone stronger than Grandpa in this world? But then, Tsunade came back to his senses and said, "It's still far from true. Look at me, huh?" Just when Tsunade was about to unleash his full force, little Kurama suddenly ran out of the house, obviously disturbed by the movement here. The familiar scent of Ninetales chakra made Tsunade stunned for a moment. Why are Ninetales here? And, so cute. Lier looked back at little Kurama and understood why Tsunade reacted this way. "You know this, Ninetales. I brought him partially out of Naruto's sealed space. For the time being, he can be considered my pet." "Hey, who is your pet?" "Not me," little Kurama roared, "but with its current appearance, it really has no deterrent effect." Lier waved his hand perfunctorily, even if he heard what it said. "A-hole, Ba-jay Yalu, angry old man." Just when Tsunade thought Ninetales was going to explode, he transformed into a tailed beast and beat him wildly. Little Kurama turned out to be. He ran away cursing. Ran. Did Ninetales just run away? Based on Tsunade's knowledge of Ninetales' temper, how could it tolerate others calling it a pet? While Tsunade was in a daze, Lier took the opportunity to rub her blonde hair with her left hand, making it smooth. As expected of the youth of 18 years old. Don't worry, Kurama is a Tsunere. Once you get to know him, he won't be so harsh after you pet him a few times. Tsunere, how many times have you masturbated? Tsunade didn't understand. What adjectives are these? Has she really lost touch with the times these years? Oh, these are all words I invented myself. It's probably. I like it but I'm too embarrassed to say it. Actions and thoughts are always opposite. Lier explained. Tsunade. She wondered if Lier was insinuating her. Now Tsunade just has a crush on Lier. But due to the short time we have known each other and the fact that I have to share it with other women, I don't know how to express it for a while. He could only change the topic and said, "Is it okay to let Ninetales run away like this?" Grandpa said it is very dangerous. I guess they are all looking for little Hinata. Kurama is actually very lazy. His biggest hobbies are basking in the sun and licking his own fur. Lier shrugged and said, "You say it is dangerous. It was obviously Uchiha Madara who captured it to deal with your uncle. Not to mention being beaten up by Senju Guanyin on the backhand and sealed until now, it is quite miserable." Is that so? Tsunade hesitated. Why is your version of the story different from what she heard? Lier didn't bother to explain. He said directly, "Time will tell everything. Did you come to me to fulfill your promise and go out on a date for a day?" "Ah, I'm willing to admit defeat." Tsunade slapped his chest. "Tell me, where should we go for a date?" "Training ground no. 1. Forest of Death, or Hokage Rock." Lier, you call these places dates. And, when you slapped your chest, didn't you notice that I was still holding your fist? Tisk tisk, I didn't expect that I would be forced to take action. Not bad, very soft. The sensation in my legs that day was indeed correct. Lanier thought to himself. Tsunade also reacted belatedly, but it seemed that she took the initiative. Fortunately, Lanier, who aspires to be a Hokage Poseidon, is not a straight man. He let go of Tsunade's hand very freely, took her left hand and walked back outside the Hokage mansion. Let's go, I will teach you today what a normal date is like. Konoha is the official ninja village of the Land of Fire. Rich businessmen and celebrities come here to post tasks and hire ninjas. There are also many entertainment facilities. Lanier hasn't exerted himself yet. It's just shopping, eating, and watching movies, paired with the occasional earthy love words. It gives Tsunade an unprecedented experience. What has she been exposed to since childhood? Takeshi, the god of ninja world Senju Hashirama. Text, the mechanisms are exhausted Senju Tobarama. Cold, unknown sexual orientation Orochimaru. SX, only knows how to give pleasure to Jiraiya. She is a Senju princess and a Hokage disciple. She has strange powers and a gambling hobby. Before she has developed, no one is pursuing her except for her identity. My only boyfriend, Kato Dan. The relationship was established in the ninja war, but it broke down before we could do anything. Where have you tasted the sweetness of love? What a joy to be coaxed by Lanier. Lanier also likes the scene when he makes Tsunade laugh. It's called Tough Waves. The only trouble is, Lanier was so loved by the villagers that he went out without makeup at first. The villagers who came to watch said that the whole street was blocked. I had no choice but to change my outfit and put on a mask to avoid another traffic jam. Strolling around, the two of them left Konoha Village and came to the construction area of Konoha Castle. They could hear a series of enthusiastic cheers from a distance. Steel tempers steel, brothers temper brothers, youth is never ending. It's okay, Kakashi, youth is always accompanied by mistakes, don't worry, I will move these bricks. If you don't believe in yourself, no matter how hard you try, it's worthless, so Kakashi, believe that you can lift the same number of bricks as me. It sounded quite passionate at first, but why did it change later on? Tsunade and Lanier looked at each other and both guessed who this person was. How about going somewhere else? Tsunade suggested. It was rare that she was so happy today, and she didn't want to be ruined by Might Guy's precious beast. Lanier also agrees. Just when I was about to agree. The system is here to cause trouble. Ding. It is detected that the host is faced with a choice. The god-level selection system has started. Please make the following choices. Option 1. Agree to leave and continue to develop a relationship with Tsunade till the home run. The reward. Descendants will hit every target, ×1. Choice 2. Refuse to leave and work hard to move bricks in order to build the Kingdom of Fire. Reward. Special brick hidden weapon, ×1. Option 3. Other options. Talk to Might Guy to discuss the universalization of 8 inner gates across the army. Reward. 8 inner gates formation, ×1. Lanier. Choice 2. Abandon it decisively. He, the name of the Land of Fire. Moving bricks. It loses his identity. It's definitely not because the rewards are not good enough. As for option 1N. Choice 3. System. If I choose 1, can the system help me make a home run? Ding. No. Hot chicken. I choose 3. The selection is successful and the reward, 8 inner gates formation, has been distributed. 8 inner gates formation. Gain the ability to open the 8 inner gates open, rest, wound, do, king, shock, and death 8 gates. After opening the final, 8th gate of death, the body also will rapidly collapse and die due to the side effects of the surgery. A moment, Lanier absorbed all the information of the 8 inner gates, including the memories of Might Guy's future experience after he opened the 8th gate of death, and evolved into the Emperor Guy. Then he determined one thing, the horse talisman can heal the injuries of death's door and force it to close. Then Guy, can you recycle it? Lanier couldn't help but feel eager to give it a try. He pulled Tsunade, who was about to turn around, and walked towards Might Guy. I suddenly remembered something that is related to the future of the Fire Nation. You and I can come together to provide advice. Lanier explained. Tsunade heard this. He was also curious and let Lanier drag him over, appearing in front of Might Guy who was moving bricks with passion. I saw him carrying a 10-meter-high, earth wall brick, on his back, running forward as if walking on flat ground, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Kakashi is not as resistant as Might Guy. He equips Might Guy with earth wall bricks. Tang Tang and Tang Tang are hiding God tier. Are you actually doing this job? It's probably because I didn't receive the high-level mission. Visible. How much do they need mission points now? Kakashi noticed the appearance of Lanier and Tsunade immediately. Although Lanier was disguised, Tsunade did not change at all, and Kakashi recognized her. And when card 3.1 Cassie saw Tsunade and Lanier are holding hands, to have such a close relationship with Tsunade, who is still a young man and has extraordinary bearing. Kakashi quickly dropped what he was doing and came over. Jonin Kakashi meets the Daimyo. 55 Come on, don't be so jealous. You don't have to salute me when you see me for no big reason. Lanier said casually. Guy and I have something to talk about. Go and call him over. The mission is ahead of schedule. Settlement. Quote, yes, Daimyo. Kakashi didn't even ask what 55 open meant. Before he even got up, he turned around and looked for Might Guy who had run away. Tsunade couldn't help but sigh. This is the first time I've seen Kakashi so diligent. I used to read books written by that guy Jiraiya, and he was so decadent. Yes, Hatake Tsukumo's death gave him a big blow, and that Sharingan was a burden to him, so that he had long-term chakra deficiency, so his energy seemed to be weak. A bit sluggish. Quote, oh, Tsunade said in surprise, you even know this. Did you see it yourself? Or did you get it from intelligence? My disciple has 2 Mangekyo. If I restore his pupil power, can I still use it? Lanye shrugged. That's true. Tsunade nodded, and suddenly changed his subject. Your ability to restore Mangekyo's eye power wasn't a healing ninjutsu, right? Was it the blood succession limit? Hee. Lanye squeezed Tsunade's hand. I will tell you the truth after you are completely my woman. Tisk, who cares? Tsunade turned to look at the sky, although he is disdainful, but she didn't punch Lanye to the sky like she did to Jiraiya. The second one didn't withdraw his hand and let Lanye play with it. Tsunade actually has a hidden Tsunere attribute. I will develop it carefully in the future to see if there are other attributes. 7. Compete with Guy Emperor for 8 inner gates. 6k. Kakashi moved quickly, dragging the equally excited Might Guy back. As soon as we meet, Might Guy just shows his hot-blooded homosexuality. Hey, Daimyo, are you looking for me? This is really exciting. No matter what the task is, it will never go wrong if it is given to the youth chasing Might Guy. I will do whatever it takes, even if it means igniting the fire of youth. I will definitely complete the mission for the Daimyo. For a more youthful and sunny Fire Nation, Might Guy's machine gun, show of loyalty, was accompanied by tears in his eyes and a running nose. I almost gave Lanye goosebumps. Kakashi stared with lifeless eyes. Ruined. How could Might Guy get sick now? Raw. The Daimyo can understand that he is sick. Shut up. Kakashi ignored Might Guy's tears and snot, and covered his mouth. The Daimyo has a task for you, just complete it well. What are you yelling about? Please give me your orders, Daimyo. Kakashi said respectfully to Lanye. But the hand holding Might Guy had no intention of letting go. That's what Might Guy is. He doesn't mean any harm. Tsunade also explained. He is our precious beast in Konoha, but he is still very strong in physical skills and is a reliable person. Looking at Kakashi and Tsunade's reactions, Lanye smiled strangely. No. Lanye rubbed Tsunade's blonde hair. Am I so intolerable in your eyes? My subordinate is guilty, Kakashi hurriedly confessed. TCH, the way you treat Cloud Shinobi Village and the Land of Thunder makes it hard for people to believe that you are a kind person. Tsunade retorted rudely and slapped Lanye's mischievous hand away with his backhand. Lanye doesn't care either. He waved his hand for Kakashi and Might Guy to get up, and casually prepared to find a place to sit next to them. Daimyo is not allowed, Kakashi shouted hurriedly, and then used his hands to form seals as fast as his body, and slapped his palm on the ground to form a throne using the earth style. The most thoughtful thing was 1.5 seats. In this way, Lanye could sit down with Tsunade, but because of the crowd. As soon as Lanye sat down with Tsunade, he realized Kakashi's good intentions. Good. As expected of a card palace, he knows his preferences for people of his generation very clearly. Stop standing, sit down, Lanye said. Kakashi did not use the earth style this time. He knelt down in front of Lanye and raised his head to wait for the daimyo's instructions. Might Guy also belatedly shut up. I don't know where I went wrong, but I just listened to Kakashi. The posture can be said to be respectful, with a bit of humility. Hey, it makes you feel like I'm mistreating you, Lanye complained. The white mist spread from his feet towards Kakashi and the two. They were so startled that the two of them shuddered and tried to dodge. However, they thought that 19 was released by the daimyo and forced themselves to stop their instincts. The white mist turned into ice cubes, lifting the two of them up to Lanye's level. It doesn't matter if others have a low profile. Kadian and Gai Huang still deserve respect. As for kneeling down or something like that, this is the most common sitting posture in daily life, so Lanye ignored it. After doing this, Lanye ignored Tsunade's surprised look and said, Emperor Gai, I remember that you practiced 8 inner gates, right? Can you open the door of death now? Emperor Gai, Might Guy is a little confused. When did he get this title? But he still said immediately. Reporting to the daimyo, my subordinates have not yet reached the physical level to open the door of death, but they can also be forced to open it, but the amplification effect may not be ideal. Why? Oh, even if your physical fitness is not up to standard, you can force the 8 gate to open. Lanye was a little surprised. Why does the 8 inner gates formation he inherited not have this knowledge point? Yes, Might Guy nodded. My father, in order to save us, he forcibly opened the 8th door of death to Bloom Youth under the premise that he could only open the 7th scene door. However, the increased strength was not ideal. He only killed 4 of the 7 ninja swordsmen, but was unable to pursue any more. When referring to Might Guy has no sadness or nostalgia, but longing. Obviously, he also hopes that one day, when the person or thing he wants to protect needs it, he will blossom into his most dazzling youth. Lanye nodded thoughtfully. The operation of forcibly opening the 8th gate of death should be possible only after the 7th gate is opened. Might Day's physical strength should only be around Shunin, but by forcefully opening the 8th death gate, he briefly gained cage-level combat power. But compared with the future, King Guy, who almost kicked out the finale, it's still a bit far behind. As the 8 inner gates so powerful, Tsunade suddenly said, Guy, so your father broke up the 7 ninja swordsmen. I remember Might Dai as Genin, right? The second grandfather seemed to have given him guidance for a while. I didn't expect it to be. Tsunade did not participate in the third ninja war. He has been wandering away to avoid reality and does not know these detailed information. That's why he was so surprised. With his forbidden technique, Genin can actually fight against the 7 ninja swordsmen composed of 7 elite Jonin. And let the 7 ninja swordsmen, 4 dead and 3 fleeing. This is a bit beyond her understanding. Ninja battle, shouldn't it be compared with comprehensive strength such as ninjutsu reserves, taijutsu training, and chakra strength? Yes, the 8 inner gates forbidden technique was practiced by second generation under the guidance of my father. My father just realized the idea of second generation. Might Guy said, the unsolved mystery, the real developer of 8 inner gates, has been officially certified. The idea is Senju Tobarama, but it was Might Dai who actually put it into practice. Emperor Guy, do you think one must be a physical genius to practice the 8 inner gates? Lanye asked, although he also obtained the ability of 8 inner gates formation, because he has not practiced it personally, the knowledge of these theories is still missing. Might Guy was stunned when asked. Obviously I haven't thought about this type of question, and I was a little confused by the question. Still Kakashi responded, talent should not limit the cultivation of 8 inner gates. Even if I copy Sharingan and practice without a system, I can open the second gate, but the third gate is the master. Both physical and mental without reaching the standard, it is impossible to find the existence of the third life gate. In other words, for ordinary people, they all have the 8 gate. As long as they are trained enough to withstand the load of opening the 8 gate, anyone can open the 8 gate. Is it the difference between more and less? Lanye concluded, it should be no problem. Tsunade said with bright eyes, I know the existence of the 8 gates of Kai, Shu, Shang, Du, Jing, and Death. If you give me some time, I think I should be able to open them too. The first few doors, Lanye, do you want to spread it to Konoha shinobi practitioners? As soon as these words came out, Kakashi and Might Guy were both shocked. But then Might Guy objected, no way. The practice of 8 inner gates is extremely difficult and time-consuming. Unless you are a ninja who specializes in physical skills, you will not have time to practice ninjutsu and illusion. And for those without talent, for ninjas, it takes a lot of time to open only the first few 8 inner gates. Only after opening the 4th gate can there be a considerable increase in combat power, and this also requires talent. To put it this way, the gains outweigh the losses. Tsunade shook his head regretfully. I also agree with what Might Guy said. But when Kakashi saw Lanye holding the Jirju, an idea flashed in his mind. Isn't the name meant to be popularized by Konoha shinobi? If you don't train Konoha shinobi, you can't train ninjas from other villages, right? Perhaps it is to give those ninja school students who have no talent and have been eliminated, so that they can specialize in 8 inner gates to form considerable combat power. Vaguely, Kakashi seems to have caught something, but he has been unable to catch it. And at this time, Lanye slowly said, Emperor Guy, ordinary people also have chakra, but they have not been cultivated, so it is very small. If you are asked to practice in the army and practice 8 inner gates with soldiers who can persist, what do you think? Can they master it? Boom. Kakashi felt that his thoughts suddenly became clearer. Yes, army. They all ignored the existence of the army. Although they are ordinary people, they have to train their bodies all year round. They naturally have a foundation in taijutsu, but they have no chance to practice chakra, let alone ninjutsu, illusion and so on. Letting them practice 8 inner gates is just a change of the usual practice. It's the best that can be achieved, and it doesn't matter if it doesn't. And even if the probability is very small. But in the face of a huge army numbering tens of thousands, this tiny probability will be infinitely magnified. Imagine, a group of soldiers who are purely trained in the 8 inner gates. They have not consumed any resources of Konoha. Even if most of them cannot open more than the 4th injury gate, it is still very easy to defeat a genin. Even a small number of talented people can fight against chunin, and a very small number of geniuses can fight against jonin. If only there could be someone who could open the 7th door or above. That's full cage level combat power. This, totally extra combat power, hiss. Both Kakashi and Tsunade couldn't help but take a deep breath. Isn't this too bug? Only Might Guy frowned and said, but Daimyo, I can't lead so many disciples to practice the 8 inner gates. And teaching on such a large scale may leak the 8 inner gates, right? You don't need to bring them all. Lanye said easily. It's enough for you to compile a basic training plan for 8 inner gates, coupled with the knowledge to open the first gate, and distribute it to the whole country later. If you can open the 3rd gate, as soon as the door opens, we will gather in Konoha City and be led by you. Might Guy's eyes lit up when he heard this. Yell, can it still be done like this? Daimyo, you are so smart. I never thought that I could do this. Might Guy admired. Suddenly, Tsunade said abruptly, although it is only the first door, if it is spread across the entire army of the Fire Country, it will inevitably be stolen by spies from other countries. If it is studied for decades, it is not impossible to restore the 8 inner gates. Have to say, Tsunade's worries exist. Might Guy relied on Senju Tobarama's first idea to create 8 inner gates. Are there no physical geniuses in other countries? This is a problem that must be faced. But, Lanier just smiled lightly. Decades. It doesn't take that long. As long as he has at most 10 years of development time, he can push the ninja world on an equal footing. By the time, all he could see was his land, surrounded by. What does it matter if the people of my own, Water Province, research the 8 inner gates? But, Tsunade's question opened up Lanier's thinking. Since everything is going to be stolen, how about a big one? Well, you reminded me, then change the universalization of the army to the nationwide popularization. This way, the base will be larger, and more physical geniuses can be collected. Lanier said. Tsunade. She couldn't help but pinch the soft flesh of Lanier's waist and said angrily, did you not listen to me? I told you everything. It will be leaked. Lanier immediately activated his elemental transformation and turned into ice mist to avoid the evil hand of pinching meat. Then he grabbed Tsunade's hand and explained. Don't worry, your worries won't be a problem in less than 10 years. Tsunade's anger froze, and he heard Lanier's ambition. Kakashi's eyes flashed and he tasted it. Only Might Guy said stupidly. Well, do you want to organize this information? Yes, please tidy it up. Lanier nodded. Okay, Daimyo, I will sort it out as quickly as possible. Please give me half a year. Wait. Lanier turned to look at Might Guy and repeated. What did you say? Half a year. It's just the foundation of the first course, why does it take so long? But there are a lot of basic trainings. Don't I have to demonstrate and record them one by one? Might Guy also said strangely. It won't take half a year, right? But it only takes me half a year to cycle through all my training. Lanier understands. Might Guy is training and recording at the same time. For example, if he has to perform 100,000 frog leaps today, he will record 100,000 frog leaps. Couldn't you just demonstrate 10 instead? Kakashi also said helplessly. Daimyo, why don't you ask your subordinates to help Guy prepare information? Okay, then I'll leave it to you. Don't let Emperor Guy make any fools again. Lanier breathed a sigh of relief. Apart from being unreliable when dealing with pornographic publications, Cardian is still very trustworthy at other times. However, Lanier still underestimated Might Guy. Seeing that everything is settled, Might Guy suddenly said, Daimyo, I watched the showdown between you and 4th Raikage before, and I was very excited. I thought for a while. Guy, Kakashi shouted and interrupted. Don't mention that matter. Might Guy scratched his head and wondered, why can't you mention it? It's just a duel of youth. Guy, how dare you do anything to the Daimyo? Kakashi hated the iron. You don't know who to fight with, but you want to fight with Tianming. If you are not careful, you will. But, although Might Guy is naive, he has a saying, those who are careless will have good luck. This is not. The system opened the door for Might Guy. Ding. It is detected that the host is faced with a choice. The God-level selection system has started. Please make the following choices. Choice 1. Agree to the duel and convince Might Guy of his physical skills. Reward. Mangekyo Tsukuyomi, ×1. Option 2. Encourage and let Might Guy open the 8th door of death before challenging again. Reward. Mangekyo Nami, ×1. Choice 3. Reject the duel and scold Might Guy for his wishful thinking. Reward. Mangekyo Parallel Import, ×1. Lanier noticed the rewards for options 2 and 3. What the hell is this? Mangekyo Parallel Import, Mangekyo Nami. System, please explain who these two Mangekyo belong to. You're not making this up, right? Ding. Mangekyo Parallel Import, Uchiha Shin's Mangekyo Eye Technique. Mangekyo Nami is the Mangekyo Pupil Technique of Uchihajiri. DKCJ. The former Lanier knows. Uchiha Nobu, the villain in Hokage Ninja Gaiden, 7th Hokage and the Scarlet Flower Moon, was originally Orochimaru's experimental subject and will not cause ovulation if any organ is transplanted. The unique constitution of repulsion reaction. And, because he worshipped Uchiha Itachi too much, he changed his last name to Uchiha. And the Mangekyo in his right eye is even more unspeakable. It is Mangekyo who can control the item by touching and marking it with his left hand. It can be said that it is very useless, and it can be called the weakest Mangekyo. And Uchihajiri. The name sounded familiar, but Lanier didn't remember it for a while. Mangekyo Nami, #BB, is a Nami. Hey, I'll go. Remembered. Uchiha Yiri, in order to restrain Izanagi, the ultimate illusion that can change reality with Sharingan, created Izanagi, the illusion that you will always be trapped in as long as you don't repent. So it turned out to be her own Mangekyo. Speaking of which, the Uchiha clan also cheated 2 Sharingans to play tricks on them. Let's look at Hyuga, who is also a member of the Konoha Eye Technique rich family. In addition to the basic ability of rolling eyes, he has also developed the ability to roll his eyes 24 hours a day. Having figured out the source and ability, of course Lanier chose without hesitation. Choose 1. Mangekyo. Tsukuyomi, at least has Tsukuyomi's space, which allows him to do whatever he wants. Mangekyo Nami, just traps people in an illusion and is not very operable. Speaking of the system, why is Mangekyo the reward for the duel with Emperor Guy? Ding. The 630 system reward has nothing to do with the options but is determined by the host's needs. I need Mangekyo. How come I didn't know? Ding. Please find the rules by yourself. Okay, I choose 1. The selection is successful and the reward, Mangekyo Tsukuyomi, has been distributed. Mangekyo Tsukuyomi, the strongest mental level damage type illusion in Mangekyo, which can freely control the time and quality of Tsukuyomi space to torture the opponent and make him exhausted. Goal: 1 moment can be extended up to 3 days and 3 nights. A warm current appeared in the left eye, and then disappeared quickly. Lier already has the ability to use Mangekyo Tsukuyomi, and it is not unable to be turned off like Kakashi and can be freely operated. I wonder what the consequences will be if I use Tsukuyomi on Itachi. Thinking like this, Lier did not forget to say, it just so happens that I recently read the Book of Seals and learned 8 inner gates. Guys, please help me see if I have made any mistakes in my practice. Hey, Daimyo, you have also practiced 8 inner gates. Might Guy said with gleaming eyes, really? Really? This is the ability that a man should really learn. This is youth. Wow, woohoo. When Might Guy is happy, tears and snot run from his nose again. But Tsunade looked at Lier strangely and asked, you practice 8 inner gates? Why didn't I know? After Tsunade came back, Lier is leading the team to attack the Kingdom of Thunder, and the time we spend together is not short. Oh, I just took a few glances when I got it. Lier said easily, isn't it because the first door wasn't even opened? HMPH, should we make another bet? A bet, okay. Tsunade did not learn the lesson at all and said confidently, what to bet on? What is the bet, or is it an arbitrary condition? Just bet on which 8 inner gates the first open. Lier was even more confident. Let me choose. Okay, you can take your pick. Lier said generously. He still doesn't believe it. Can Tsunade bet that he will open the 8th door of death? Anyway, the horse charm is there. Just when Tsunade was about to gamble on the 7th gate, Lier would have to open the 8th gate and then close it. Tsunade smiled and said, how about changing the bet to 3 conditions? She owes Lier 2 things. If she can win, Lier will still owe her a condition. No problem. How far can you open the door? As far as I can. I suppress you. You can't open the 8th door of death. Tsunade smiled triumphantly. Do you think she would worry about her face and guess at the front door? No. In order to win, Tsunade can do anything as long as he is not cheating. Lier no longer acted like he was confident of winning, but frowned. I, who should cooperate with you in the performance, worked very hard. As expected, Tsunade couldn't help but hug Lanier's head and said, there's no use regretting it now. Kakashi, Guy, you have to bear witness to my bet. Lier, who was held in Tsunade's arms, experienced for the first time what it means to wash face milk. So scary. Kakashi turned his head silently, his one eye full of envy. Boom. Is this one of the things Jiraiya-sama is most looking forward to? It should be similar to burying your head in the pillow, right? That doesn't seem to be a big deal. Lier listened to Kakashi's voice and said that you, a Poseidon, don't understand. Buried in a pillow. That's a huge difference. Quickly, Tsunade also let go of Lier, who was still unsatisfied. His face still showed the joy of victory, and he didn't care at all about the sweetness he just gave Lier. Yoshi, decided. After you go back, consume the conditions and do it again 100 million times. Lier looked at Might Guy with high fighting spirit. Both of them were determined to win. This battle, don't hold anything back, fight for the glory. Nai Yao Z. 8. The 8th door of death opens. New ways to use Tsukuyomi. 14K additional update for Little Dragon. Lier stood up and looked at Might Guy, the fighting spirit in his eyes colliding. Fight for glory Nai and glory Z. Lier and Might Guy are fighting with high spirits, and Tsunade is also looking forward to it. If he wins this time, he must give Lier a good blow. I haven't been to a casino for a long time. In addition to being busy, what I am more willing to do is still have no money. Kakashi looked very helpless, always feeling that maybe every day. Then, Daimyo, please show your 8 inner gates training progress, and then have a fight with your subordinates. Might Guy said without hesitation. No problem. Lier smiled. Subsequently, he opened the first door easily. This is to lift the limitations of the brain in order to exert 100% of the physical ability, can overload and consume one's own energy to increase attack and speed. But no change can be seen from the outside. Might Guy is also preparing to compete with Lier to test whether Lier really has 100% control over the physical body. Only after 100% control can the next door be opened. But Lier immediately opened the 2nd dormitory gate and the 3rd birth gate in succession. Opening the door lifts physical fatigue restrictions, overloads the physical body's energy to restore physical strength, and offsets the fatigue caused by the energy consumption of opening the door. This is also the reason why Kakashi can frequently use Mangekyo Kamui in the later period without being paralyzed directly like in the early stage. Raw Gate. Further improve attack and speed, the last safe zone of 8 inner gates. Come here. The changes can already be seen from the outside. Lanier's skin was slightly congested and turned red, and wisps of green energy escaped, rubbing against the air and emitting a blue halo, blowing the tips of his hair to float against gravity. Tsunade looked a little surprised. Lier in this state actually makes her feel so handsome. Oh, it's actually the 3rd life gate. Might Guy was even more shocked. It's been less than half a month since you got the sealed book, right? It's already open to the 3rd life gate. How is this? Your physical skills talent. I'm really looking forward to fighting with you. Because Lier had a record of knocking out I with one punch, although the 3 of them were a little surprised, they did not question it. The 4th injury door opens. At this point, the physical body has been damaged, and you have truly entered the danger zone of the 8 inner gates. This is the true 8 inner gates state. Bulging veins. It gave Lanier a rare fierce aura. Lanier's whim. He picked up his collar and tore it off, tearing off the camouflage clothes he had put on, revealing his admiral physique, with muscles as hard as cast iron. The painting style has also changed from the initial, delicate, to heroic, and now the tough guy image. Oh, the 4th wound. No blood vessels burst, perfect control. Daimyo, can you continue? Can you continue? Might Guy roared in anticipation. I didn't expect the Daimyo to be such a genius. Only Tsunade looked at Lanier's figure and vaguely sensed something was wrong. This kid can't really. Impossible. If you open the 8th door of death, you will die. It's just a bet, it doesn't mean it won't happen. Lanier did not open the next door immediately, but moved his hands and feet with great interest, and found that the current state was almost the same as the 30% blessing of the Ox Talisman. TB. Brush. Lanier just moved, as if using the body flicker technique, he dodged 10 meters away. There is probably a 20% increase in spell-free spells. Is this only the 4th injured goal? Are 8 inner gates so powerful? Now he can probably kill I with one punch. As for damage or something, the horse charm is working all the time. Once the capillary blood pores are damaged, they will be repaired before the blood flows out. There are no injuries at all. #B%. 5th Duman open. Lanier's face looked even more beautiful, his pupils shrank to almost nothing, turning into a white eye state. When the chakra overflowed, it caused wind pressure, blowing everything around him away, and raised a small sandstorm. The 5th gate. Awesome. So awesome. Might Guy was extremely excited. Daimyo, try to see if you can run on the air without using other abilities. As long as you can run faster than walking, you have complete control of this gate. Walking on empty air. This ability is still very rare in the ninja world, and is usually a symbol of the strong, but for Lanier, it is very common. But he hasn't tried running through the air yet. Lanier bent down and gathered strength for a moment, and stepped on the accelerator with a boom. When the ground was crushed, he also turned into an afterimage and flew out on the ground, and then suddenly turned 45 and cut diagonally towards the sky. Run through the air. It wasn't just 3 steps. Lanier ran straight away for 3,000 meters, and then he turned a corner and ran back with ease. It's incredible. Daimyo, you can actually fly in the sky. You didn't use your ability to fly, right? This is incredible. Daimyo, your physique is really too strong. This is cage level. Obtain the increase of the 5th Duman. Might Guy is very excited now and wants to start a fight with Lanier right away. He was worried that if this state lasted too long, Lanier would lose his strength later. Then we can't fight. But Lanier gave him another scare. The 6th scene door opens. The 7th shocking door opens. He actually opened 2 doors directly. Come to the last step of 8 inner gates, the 7th amazing gate. Even with Lanier's physique, even though the Arima talisman continued to heal, the load at this moment was extremely terrifying. The severe pain seemed to tear apart his flesh, muscles, and bones, making him grimace his teeth. Could it be so painful? His sweat was evaporated by the high temperature on his body surface, producing blue steam that enveloped him. His skin completely turned blood red and was covered with ferocious veins, and his hair was washed away by the airflow until it was furious, as if the god of war came to the world. Trembling with fear, Lanier in this state now. I'm afraid I can knock I away with one punch without using any boost, right? So shocked, horrified, unbelievable. No. Am I under an illusion? Might Guy opened the 4th injury gate, in disbelief. The agitated chakra made him immune to most illusions, making him sure that what he saw was the truth. Daimyo, mastered the 7th amazing gate, of 8 inner gates within half a month. This, what a genius. Even he, Might Guy, has been training for more than 20 years and can only afford to open the 7th gate recently. As Might Guy's best friend, Kakashi has been stuck on the 2nd gate. Only then can we realize how powerful Lanier is now. He has now lifted up his forehead protector, staring at Lanier's surging chakra cover, speechless for a moment. Horrible. It's simply too scary. If the Daimyo hadn't punched him now, he wouldn't even have a chance to activate his god power, right? Only Tsunade fully realized something was wrong. Especially when Lanier made a fist with his right hand, raised his thumb, and pressed it toward his heart. Wait a minute Lanier. The 8th gate of death. I give up. Hey, stop it. Open. Blood red. Eyes full of blood red. It was the color of Lanier's blood that had been evaporated by high temperature, dyeing his whole body red. Even his hair and eyebrows were blood red. He no longer looked handsome, only remaining ferocious, as if he was a devil crawling from hell onto the earth. Be terrified. 8 inner gates formation. Might Guy roared in shock. The real 8 inner gates formation. Blood red steam like his father. It's so unbelievable. Door of death. Might Guy's passionate emotions were extinguished by a basin of water, and he looked at Lanier in the 8 inner gates formation, in disbelief. He couldn't believe it for a long time. Does this open the door to death? Just to demonstrate the progress of his 8 inner gates. Kakashi and Tsunade simply lost their ability to think. No. Why did it open? Why did you open the door to death? How did it become like this? No wonder the 3 of them were so out of sorts. After all, with Might Day's demonstration, First, can the 8th door of death in the 8 inner gates be opened casually? If you open it, you will die. There is a picture in the upper right corner, so cool. Only Lier remained calm. He endured the bone-scratching pain that was, as if he had been thrown into a grinder, and punched the sky. Boom! An air cannon blasted into the sky, distorting the line of sight visibly into a trajectory, and the clouds blocking the path were directly penetrated to reveal the sun behind it. The range is over several kilometers, and the power is concentrated without dissipation. As this Shishong, it turns out it's that simple. And it's just a casual punch. If I punch with all my strength, it should be stronger than before when I didn't use the right arm of the sealed person, demon god. As expected of the power you have to trade your name for, you are indeed powerful. Subsequently, Lier hurriedly used the restoration ability of the horse talisman to get rid of the unclosable side effect of the death door, closed the 8th death door, and the violent chakra flow gradually subsided until he finally returned to Lier's true form. Except for the stones that were flying around and embedded in the earth wall bricks, Lier's messy hair and badly damaged pants. Everything seemed to have calmed down as if nothing had happened. Lier doesn't even have a wound. Tsunade 3 people sad face kakakak. Tsunade 3 people, 1_. Ah this, what situation? Didn't Lier just open the 8th door of death? Why are you standing here fine now? Brush, brush, brush. One after another figures appeared in the surroundings. Lier's powerful chakra reaction and the air cannon that penetrated the clouds just now were very loud. But after seeing Lier, after confirming that the daimyo was safe, he turned around and left without looking back, and spontaneously persuaded other people who were approaching him to stay away. But none of the 4 Kakashi paid attention to this. Tsunade walked up to Lier, who looked slightly distorted, and poked his chest to make sure he was not alive. You're not dead. Tsunade lost his voice. Huh, you expect me to die? Lier endured the pain and turned around in confusion. I didn't know when I discovered that Tsunade was actually wearing 2 lines of tears. The tears fell down on her chest and made a large area wet. A lot of wet. Looking at that outline, before Kakashi could react, Lier quickly used the chicken charm to grab the coat he had just taken off, covering Tsunade's youth. Tsunade looked at Lier blankly, unable to recover for a while. How can the 8th door of death be lifted? Might Guy asked in disbelief. Oh, it's just too painful to keep the death door in place, so I closed it. Lier said matter-of-factly. Might Guy's whole person is shattered. Is this what he asked? No, what he wants to know is how the name closes the door to death. Can the door of death actually be closed? So was his father able to do it back then? B. Too many questions. With Might Guy's little brain capacity, it is simply impossible to handle it. Usually at this time, he would simply ignore it to avoid dire consequences. But this time he wanted to know too much. So, he was in a state of panic. Kakashi, who is still an outsider, has preliminary ideas. Daimyo, the death door in the 8 inner gates generally cannot be closed. You just dared to open it. Are you sure that it can be closed? Ah, yes. Lier stopped teasing Might Guy and explained. I have a very special ability. Even if I can't close the 8th death door, I won't be in danger. At worst, he commits suicide. If the time goes back 10 minutes, the 8th door of death will be closed. At this time, Tsunade finally reacted. TTB. He hugged Lier so hard that Lier gasped. I have just opened the 8th door of death. If I don't move, it will be the same as, the blood is not flowing smoothly after squatting for a long time, like the pain of ants eating my heart. Being hugged so hard, no less than my legs were numb, and I stepped on them so hard. Simply, of course, being pushed so hard by Shangda, and then pressed so hard, it was really pushing him. This is probably pain and happiness. Only, when he heard Tsunade's cry, Lier understood that the shock this time was probably a bit big, and it scared Tsunade out of his previous psychological shadow. 2. After all, it's rare to fall in love with someone again, and if it's such a big deal, I guess Tsunade will never fall in love again in this life. Seeing this atmosphere, Kakashi silently grabbed Might Guy, who wanted to ask more questions, covered the latter's mouth tightly, and used Earth style to escape quietly and left. Hugged for a long time, Tsunade finally calmed down and stood up with a rare vulnerability. From now on, absolutely, never leave me, Tsunade said word by word. As long as you promise me, I agree to be your harem eldest sister. That fright just now, apparently it also made Tsunade think clearly, no longer worry about other thoughts, and bravely expressed her feelings. Lier is also serious Kaido. No, we will live forever and help me manage the harem forever. Okay, it's a deal. This is for you. Tsunade pulled out the green Shinigami necklace from her gully, which was condensed by Senju Hashirama's chakra and had the effect of partially suppressing the tailed beast. Bye. Anyone who has worn it so far, except Tsunade, is useless. But, who is he Lier? People who are not afraid to come to Sage of Six Paths. I immediately took over the chakra necklace. It still had a slight warmth on it, so I knew who it was without asking. He put it directly on his neck and nodded with satisfaction. This is Tsunade's token of love. Should I return a token of love? What are you going to reply to? There are not many valuable items that Lier can give, nothing more than 12 talismans, Yuelao red rope, and elf balls. But these are not good for Tsunade. System, it's time for you to take the stage. I really need a token of love now. Originally it was just a casual try, Lanyu didn't hold out much hope. Did not expect. The system is still very face-saving. Ding. It is detected that the host is faced with a choice. The God-level selection system is started. Please make the following choices. Option 1. Give a token of love in return and kiss Tsunade on the forehead. Reward. Mystique Bloodline Gift Edition, ×1. Option 2. Give a token of love in return and hug Tsunade for 10 minutes. Reward. Wolverine Bloodline Gift Server, ×1_. Choice 3. Give back a love token and unlock Tsunade Home Run. Reward. Colossus Bloodline Gift Edition, ×1. Oh haha. This system is very good. Not only the rewards can be given away, but the selection is also very understanding. Kisses, hugs, home runs. Forget about the last one for now. Lanyu can just cuddle with Tsunade right now, but if he wants to take it further, he still needs to cultivate a relationship. It's definitely not because he is worried about not being able to win. Will the system and Mystique's bloodline make Lanyu become like Mystique? Ding. I will. That's a pity. Originally, Lanyu wanted to choose both 1 and 2. He also looks forward to Tsunade being able to manage an army by himself. Although this effect can also be achieved by transformation technique, if it is too overdone, it will still be lifted due to chakra disorder. But everyone wants Tsunade to become a smurf. Excuse me. I choose 2. Successful selection. Reward has been distributed. Wolverine Bloodline Gift Edition can control the super self-healing factors of cells and accelerate the efficiency of cell division. The mutant ability of bone cytokines can be controlled to make it grow or strengthen. Significantly increases the upper limit of cell division. After hugging the target for 10 minutes, you can choose to give this bloodline as a gift. Lanyu hugged Tsunade without saying anything. The latter stiffened for a moment, but did not push Lanyu away. The two of them just cuddled in silence. Until 10 minutes later, Tsunade suddenly raised his head in surprise and stared at Lanyu wanting to ask something. However, Lanyu lowered his head and kissed her lips, blocking all her questions and clearing her thinking ability. With this raw look, it's definitely our first kiss. I found a treasure. After confirming the relationship with Tsunade, there was no time to cultivate the relationship to speed up the progress bar. Tsunade just ran back to the laboratory and responded with great enthusiasm to Lanyu's blood inheritance limit transferred to her. But Lanyu didn't let her go easily. Before leaving, let Tsunade take away a tube from him at the cost of knee pillow and facial cleanser. Blood. He said that he wanted to study the blood inheritance limit that can transfer the blood inheritance limit to others. Tisk. I didn't expect Tsunade to be a research geek. Lanyu shrugged and looked at Yuhiko and I. Fortunately, you are always by my side. It's great. Yuri's ears turned red, and she looked down at the tips of her toes. She could only see so little. Next to him, Naruto buried his head silently in the pile of documents. You can't see me. You can't see me. The Itachi called by Lanyu is a muggle. I'm still an 11-year-old kid. Lanyu just hugged Yuhihong and looked at Itachi. Itachi, you are here. I have some questions to ask you. Just look at me. Itachi instinctively raised his head and looked at Lanyu, then saw a familiar eye. Mangekyo. Lanyu's left eye, Yuanren, has Mangekyo. And it's exactly the same Mangekyo as himself. Subsequently, Itachi just entered the Tsukuyomi space that he was familiar with. But this time he is not the one who casts the spell, but the one who was cast by the spell. Itachi was immediately shocked. What the hell? Can blood succession limits be recreated? And it's a direct copy of Mangekyo's. Lanyu looked at the dark space of Tsukuyomi, with only Mangekyo's blood moon hanging above his head. A little confused. Why is it so dark? Itachi, how can we use the Tsukuyomi space to create a tortoise effect? That's right. Lanyu is here to let the original owner of Tsukuyomi teach him how to use Tsukuyomi. It can be said to be shrimp and pig heart. This is input chakra into Mangekyo, and the Tsukuyomi space will change according to your thoughts. Itachi replied blankly. He hasn't calmed down yet. Next moment, Lanyu followed suit, and the black Tsukuyomi space changed the scene, and a surging yellow river appeared under his feet. Then it's new toy experience time. With 12 talismans, he doesn't have to worry about the consumption of eye power, chakra, and energy at all. Kejin's creation is over. Itachi watched Lanyu transform into Iron Carriage, Nomo's TV set without a big head, Iron Bird that can fly in the sky, and Tin Box that can emit fire, in Tsukuyomi space. No doubt for a moment. Did he live for 11 years in vain? Otherwise, why didn't he know any of these things? Until the next day, Lanyu transformed the amusement park on a whim and took Itachi to experience a pirate ship, roller coaster, tunnel of death, high-altitude bungee jumping, etc. Itachi finally understood. His previous method of stabbing people with a blunt knife was too rough. Look at the teacher's methods. Even he looked a little bit overwhelmed. Lanyu didn't expect it at all. He just had a sudden idea to take Itachi to experience an unexperienced childhood, which would be considered as a way to torture the enemy by experimenting on him. After Lanyu saw the horror house, he suddenly thought of an interesting way to use Tsukuyomi. Itachi, can Sharingan open its eyes and even advance as long as it is stimulated? Lanyu confirmed again. Yes, teacher, the more powerful the extreme fluctuation, the more capable it is of unlocking higher level Magatama, until the final Mangekyo. Mangekyo is not the end, there is Eternity Mangekyo, Rinnegan, and 9 Magatama Rinnegan above. Lanier made a casual comment. It was Itachi who left the Tsukuyomi space with deep thoughts. And in the outside world, playing, for a day is not just less than a second. Lanier's hands are still on Yuri's red waist. Itachi, go and find 10 children from your tribe who haven't opened their eyes yet. Lanier ordered. Is teacher. Itachi didn't ask why and left immediately. Lanier also stood up and walked to the newly constructed floor-to-ceiling windows, looking at the direction Itachi left with great satisfaction. In addition to the pupil technique, Mangekyo Tsukuyomi also has the basic 3 Magatama abilities of insight, reproduction, and illusion. Until then, Nara Shikaku, who was buried in a pile of documents, dared to speak. Daimyo, the Daimyo of Tien country has been waiting for your announcement. No, let him change the country of Tien to the province of Tien, and then hand over the power of the army to Kazuma. Let Kazuma take pictures of our generals and bring the same amount of troops to replace them. The troops of these provinces distribute them equally to various places in the country of fire, and replace equal numbers of people from each place and send them to the location of the general's original army. What Lanier said is a bit convoluted, but Nara Shikaku understood the essence of it just by hearing it. Renamed Tianji province and declared sovereignty. Deploy Tianji province's army to make it lose the ability to make a final comeback. Nephew, the Tianji province army was dispersed and integrated into the Fire Nation army, subtly digesting these potential threats. Let the generals of the Fire Nation control Tianji province's army, and Tianji province's chance to reorganize its army has been wiped out. One simple operation, a country of fields can always only be a province of fields. Nara Shikaku once again sighed at the strength of the daimyo, and then respectfully stepped down to make arrangements. Without Nara Shikaku as a lightbulb, Lanier would be even more. Yuhi Hong. Wait for your name. I'll close the door first. Point 9. Little boy 2 pillars. The ninja world extends the order of grace. 7K. Kakashi, why did you drag me away? Ichiraku Ramen. Might Guy complained to Kakashi. This was the first time he had said this since he lost the chance to fight Lanier yesterday. Kakashi would initially explain, the daimyo has already opened the 8th gate, and you're still giving me a shit. But Might Guy's answer was, just because the daimyo is strong enough, he has the urge to challenge. If I don't even have the courage to challenge the strong, how can I become a strong one? This hot-blooded and brainless person is very Might Guy. Later, Kakashi didn't bother to say more. Anyway, with a brain as simple as Might Guy's, many people can't even match their names and faces. Come to think of it, they can't remember this problem for long. But this time he was wrong. For the strong, Might Guy was really thinking about him and nagged Kakashi all day long without taking a break. Finally, Kakashi said helplessly, if you really think that, you and I will quickly prepare the basic introductory textbook for 8 inner gates. When we go to see the daimyo, can you challenge me again? Oh, then what are you waiting for? Let's go. Might Guy was bored after picking up the ramen, so he dragged Kakashi and started to walk out. Hey, wait, I haven't paid the bill yet. Kakashi shouted. Oh, I almost forgot. Might Guy scratched his head in embarrassment and explained to Shoda. Boss, we are not trying to avoid paying the bill. It doesn't matter. Before the construction of Konoha City, our noodle shop entertained everyone for free. Tita said with a smile. Although the number of guests we can receive every day is very limited, we can still do our best. Huh, it's free again. How cool is this? Might Guy licked his mouth with unsatisfied content. I still remember eating at Q Barbecue yesterday. Although it wasn't as exaggerated as free of charge, it was still a fragile discount, which can be said to be a loss in business. The same goes for bathhouses, hotels, etc. All services related to city construction are highly discounted. This allows ninjas, who could have doubled their pay, to live twice as comfortable. Duh, why is this for you? I heard Shoda sincerely say, the daimyo first exempted the ninjas from the commission of remuneration, and then built a capital in Konoha. Not long ago, he even marched to conquer the Kingdom of Thunder regardless of the cost. The cost was quite high, and we also hope that we can do your part and share a little pressure for the Fire Nation. As that's so, Might Guy was even more puzzled. But, the daimyo led us to defeat the Kingdom of Thunder. Isn't there some kind of friendship compensation? Master Kazuma just brought back those carriages. Even if they are all gold and silver treasures, how much wealth can he have? Shoda said with emotion. Although Might Guy and Kakashi are elite jonin. But as for the 10-carriage space scroll, I still have no authority to know. For a moment, I didn't know how to respond. Just at this time, members of the clan, wearing a windbreaker plus sunglasses set unique to the Aburame clan, held up a sign and silently walked past Ikirakura. According to the past, even with such strange behavior, the Aburame family will most likely not be ignored. But this time, the 3 people's eyes were fixed on the words on the sign. Exclusively authorized by the daimyo. The Fire Nation Daily, used by the Fire Nation, is officially opened. Today's news. The causes and consequences of the great victory over the Thunder Nation. Highlights. Exclusive authorization from daimyo. The later, victory over the Land of Thunder, is also a hot topic nowadays, attracting more people to be interested. Might Guy immediately walked over and stopped the Aburame clan from buying a newspaper. The members of the Aburame clan remained silent throughout the process, collecting money, giving newspapers, and continuing to parade with 697 placards. It can be said that there is no intention to sell. But Might Guy and the others didn't care about this. Each of the three of them took a newspaper and read it. Front page headlines. The title, shocking. The Kingdom of Fire defeated the Kingdom of Thunder and received 80 billion war dividends. Is very eye-catching. No need to ask. This title was written by Lier. In the following article, it was described in the simplest terms, starting with, Cloud Shinobi envoys arrogantly took people captive, followed by, Cloud Shinobi village captured and held hostage the border town and threatened 120,000 people. The Daimyo was furious and summoned an army to attack Lier. Country declared war and ultimately won. The writing mainly expresses Lanier's glorious moments such as, the Daimyo fights for the glory of the Fire Nation, and, the Daimyo fights against the Fourth Raikage and defeats them. Some words were also allocated on the gains of, 10 carriages filled with 80 billion compensation from the Kingdom of Thunder, and, Cloud Shinobi Village lost to the Daimyo Cloud Shinobi Village's sealed book. However, the details such as, the two-tailed Jinchuriki were led by Wooden Golem to capture the border town, Konoha Village captured 2 Cloud Shinobi ninjas, and, Lier won the gambling battle with Mabui, were not mentioned at all. This is the benefit of controlling the media. It allows people to know what they want them to know, while concealing some things they don't want them to know. Of course, Lanier's original intention in founding the Fire Nation Daily was not to control these things, but simply to use newspapers as a carrier to enhance the sense of belonging of the people of the Fire Nation. What else can make its citizens more proud than a strong country? This is not. When I learned that, the Fire Country not only did not lose money in the war, but actually made a lot of money. Might Guy's first reaction was to ask Shoda, boss, look, you can actually make money from the war because of your fame. So should I still charge a little for the meal? Isn't it time to shout, dumbing is awesome. How did Might Guy get the idea to pay the bills? I was also stunned for a moment when Might Guy asked. Then he smiled and waved his hands and said, the Kingdom of Fire has won a great victory. In order to celebrate the marriage of the eldest son of the Daimyo of the Kingdom of Thunder and the eldest daughter of the former Daimyo of the Kingdom of Fire, our shop will be free for the next half-month. Please come to our shop more often. Okay, the Fire Nation's finances may be under pressure to provide free. Even if the Fire Nation wins wars and earns war bonuses, it will still be free. It doesn't matter if this hand beating is patriotic or not. Anyway, this good reputation has been established. I believe that after half a month, there will still be an endless stream of guests every day. Watching Shoda go back to work in the store, Kakashi couldn't help but sigh. It's great to have a daimyo here. Yes, Might Guy nodded. My income has doubled, I can afford to eat meat every day, and I can directly exchange it for forbidden technique level ninjutsu. I will be rewarded as long as I work hard, and now I can eat for free. That's great, Kakashi smiled. Although he and Might Guy had different size, Might Guy expressed the thoughts of most ninjas. Since Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped down, in just half a month, Konoha has gone from a time when everyone was in danger and Uchiha was about to rebel, to now being full of smiles everywhere. This is all due to the great name. At this time, Naruto, who had blonde hair, ran over with a group of friends. He ignored Kakashi and the other two and entered Sandal Noodle Shop King. Uncle Hands, I brought my friends to eat ramen again, Naruto shouted carelessly. I'm treating you today, everyone must be full. I just inherited my parents' inheritance and the 4th Hokage pension. Naruto now has more money than the average small family. It's Naruto here, Tejita responded, explaining the reason he just mentioned for free half a month. Oh, is Big Brother so powerful? Then I will eat an extra bowl of noodles today. Marvelous, eat quickly, I have to go back and tell my mother after eating. Yes, Naruto, let's eat quickly. We will play at my house later. My dad bought me a set of ninja game props. Really, do you have Big Brother's god robe? Naruto asked in surprise. How can we wear the daimyo's god robe? But there is the Hokage robe of your father, the 4th generation. That's great, eat it quickly, take me with you, and I. Listening to the noisy conversation inside, Kakashi's eyes wet unconsciously. Teacher, it's the disciples' incompetence that made little Naruto. Oops, Might Guy slapped Kakashi on the shoulder. If you really feel sorry for Mr. 4th generation, you can actually adopt Naruto. Adoption. Kakashi was a little moved, but then hesitantly said, after all, Naruto is Nine Tails Jinchuriki, the daimyo, will you agree? What's this? Might Guy smiled mysteriously. I met the daimyo's disciple Hyuga Hinata the day before yesterday. Do you know what she is holding? 9 tails, holding, Kakashi said in surprise. Isn't it possible? The size of 9 tails. I don't know, it's the size of a cat, but it's definitely the same as the 9 tails chakra we faced back then. Might Guy confirmed. Now Kakashi believed it. Back then, on the night of 9 tails, Might Guy wanted to bloom youth and compete with 9 tails, but Kakashi pulled him down. Then he fell into deep thought. How did 9 tails end up in Hyuga Hinata's hands? And if the tailed beast is taken out, won't Jinchuriki also? Thinking of this, Kakashi couldn't help but lift up his forehead protector, and 3 Tomo Sharingan looked at Naruto in the Ichiraku noodle shop. Although he couldn't directly enter the sealed space without looking at each other, the huge chakra of 9 tails could still be seen. 9 tails has not been pulled away. This made Kakashi relieved, and then he became even more confused. What operation? From the Sarutobi clan, Sarutobi Hiruzen held the Fire Country daily, his eyes were unfocused and his brows were furrowed. After a long time, Asuma opened the door and rushed into the house without knocking, and opened the door loudly when they saw him. Brother, why are you still grounding me? I have to go see Hong. And why hasn't father come back yet? Could it be that damn daimyo who did it? Shut up, Hiruzen yelled. You are not young anymore, it's time to be sensible. Take a good look at this information, do you think our father can do it? Hiruzen threw the newspaper to Asuma and asked him to read it word for word. Looking at Asuma's angry expression gradually changed to horror. It only takes less than half a month, right? Things have changed in Konoha and the Land of Fire. Is this fake? Asuma still couldn't believe it. Are you authorized by the daimyo and organized by the Aburame clan just to deceive you? Who do you think you are? Are you the son of Hokage? Or a cage-level strongman? Hiruzen said heartily. Asuma was also hit hard and his eyes were a little wandering. Could it be? Is it really impossible for him and Yuhi Kurenai? See Asuma's thoughts. Hiruzen sighed. I didn't want to tell you. Yuhi Kurenai doesn't like you in the first place, she especially hates people who smoke. What? Asuma stood up and retorted. But why didn't she say it before? Because her father Yuhi Mako didn't care. Hiruzen said calmly. The Yuhi clan sacrificed most of its members on the Night of Nine Tails, and Yuhi Mako almost died. After that, Yuhi Hong answered your pursuit, don't you think it's too coincidental? After a long silence, Asuma said bitterly. Is it really impossible? Hiruzen did not answer directly. Instead, he said, yesterday, many people saw the daimyo holding Lord Tsunade while playing in the village. Really? Asuma regained hope. So Kurenai is. Yuhi Kurenai didn't respond at all. Even though I spent a lot of money to find out from Nara that she and the daimyo were in the Hokage office, I was still very worried. Asuma understands. This is Yuhi Kurenai still accepting Lier who already has Tsunade. Hiruzen continued to attack. The daimyo is the lord of a country, and he naturally has a harem of 3,000. The daimyo is the Konoha Hokage, and he is your immediate superior. The daimyo is still a cage-level strongman and can defeat the 4th Raikage head-on. Asuma, why do you compete with the daimyo? And why do you let Yuhi Junhong choose you? Word by word, sentence by sentence. Asuma was so disheartened that he finally understood the gap between him and Lier. His complexion was gloomy, and his eyes had lost their luster. Hiruzen didn't hit Asuma anymore, got up and left to give him some space to think. Before closing, Hiruzen turned his back to him and said, Asuma, my father is not here, and the family has many things that need me. I don't have time to let you understand it bit by bit. It's time for you to grow up. Hokage office. Lier was listening to Kazuma's report. Standing next to him was Kurenai Yuhi, whom Asuma had longed for. The two of them were still holding hands under the desk. Of course, this cannot be hidden from Kazuma, who is an elite jonin. But the latter looked down at the floor very wisely. What he is reporting is about the resistance to the relocation of the Fire Nation's capital. Many ministers and nobles are resisting the relocation of the capital. They control 30% of the Fire Nation's wealth. If we cannot appease them, we should not let them go. Assassinate them. Oh, I had expected it. Lier said calmly. Go and issue an announcement. From today on, the stipulation that the eldest son inherits all family property will be changed to all descendants of all princes and nobles. Each generation has the right to equally share the inheritance of their fathers, even if it is a concubine from the side house. Quote, Kazuma was stunned for a moment. No, isn't this talking about the threat from those ministers and nobles? Why did it get involved with someone else's inheritance? But Naruto, who was immersed in the sea of documents, had a gleam in his eyes. Originally, only the eldest son inherited the family property, which also allowed the family's power to accumulate infinitely, achieving qualitative changes through quantitative changes. But now it has been changed to the point where all heirs have the right to inherit that originally huge family property. When the family patriarch dies, the more children he has, the more shares he will be divided into. How much will be left after the eldest son finally gets his share? It doesn't even take 2 generations. As long as they are divided in this way, all the nobles who can't get rid of their tails will be completely disintegrated invisibly. What? The clan leader doesn't want to divide. Then we have to ask him whether his other sons, except the eldest son, will answer. There are big names behind them to support them. How can these children who originally received nothing, especially the second child, be willing to give the boss a meal without even having some soup just because they were born late? There will definitely be some fuss. In this way, they can break their own heads internally, so how can they have the energy to go against the great names? Hiss. With just one order, the threat of the ministers and nobles uniting was easily shattered. Although it will take some time, in at most 20 years, the Land of Fire will be the name of the great name. The daimyo's talent is so terrifying. Naruto surrendered to Lier again. It's just that he predicted one thing wrong. Lier is not prepared to wait 20 years. This second article, all positions in the future, whether they are ministers of the Fire Nation, Konoha Shinobi, or army soldiers and generals, once they are over 45 years old, will be classified as legal. At the retirement age, one must hand over the duties at hand to future generations in advance, and retire within half a month of reaching the age of 45 to enjoy his old age. This seems to be allowing those who live long lives to enjoy their old age. In the ninja world, 45 years old is already an advanced age. But in fact, coupled with the previous article of shared property inheritance rights among heirs, doesn't that mean that as long as the minister is over 45 years old, he will have to branch the property? This directly covers less than half of the people, and the rest, basically, he is about to reach 45 years old. After all, people with status are more likely to live longer. With both hands spread like this, the alliance member who wanted to go against Lier blew himself up on the spot. Nara Shikaku's response to Lier was simply disappointing. I really can't believe that the daimyo is only 20 years old. Doesn't he have the secret technique to stay young like Tsunade-sama? Nara murmured to himself, but he definitely didn't dare to ask. Kazuma is not as sharp-minded as Nara Shikaku, but the advantage is that he doesn't talk too much and does whatever Lier asks him to do. As for Lanier's reversal, of course it was not what he thought. He just read more history and knew that in order to consolidate his position, Emperor Wu of the Han dynasty implemented the Tianfa order to divide the vassal states and make them smaller and smaller. Those with many heirs even. Some were only allocated the territory of a village. With this lesson in mind, Lier adheres to the use principle and copies it without any pressure. Subsequently, Lier issued some more policies, defining Konoha City as the commercial capital of the country of fire, policies and tax incentives. I believe it will be soon. A large number of businessmen will flock to buy the newly built empty new city, and it will not take long for it to be overcrowded. Wait until Lier has the general direction under control. Just leave the details to Nara Shikaku to perfect. Get up, stretch and prepare to get off work. Turning around and looking, he saw Yuhi Hong's adoring eyes staring straight at him. Oh, Lier hooked her chin and teased. Don't admire me too much, but take practical actions. I'll be waiting for you in the room tonight, see you there. Although Yuhi Hong has the temperament of a young master, she is a real young child. How can you stand up to Lanier's teasing? Immediately he blushed and looked at Nara Shikaku, who was buried in the pile of documents. He suddenly leaned forward and kissed Lier on the cheek. So heartwarming. When the daimyo is handling political affairs, he is so handsome. Yo, you actually attacked me unexpectedly. Lier said in surprise. No, I can't bear this loss. Let me pay you back. Nara Shikaku lowered his head even lower. You can't see me, you can't see me. After playing around with Yuri Kurenai for a while, Lier took her out of the Hokage office, but instead of going back to the Hokage mansion, he walked towards the Uchiha tribe. The Uchiha clan had already moved back to the core of the village, so they were only a few steps away. The Uchiha clan, as the whole clan's daimyo fans, whenever they saw Lier, they all bowed their heads and half-kneeled respectfully, paying their respects to the unruly head of their only king. They did not stand up until Lanier's figure disappeared. Don't say. Being able to make the arrogant Uchiha be so respectful, Lanier's vanity was greatly satisfied. As for telling them not to salute, it's not at the level of Kadian or Guy King, so it's not qualified for Lier to bother talking nonsense. Quickly, Itachi heard the news and came with a row of elderly elders, headed by the great elder, Uchiha Futai. The names of these people are very funny, almost like a joke. Teacher, you are here. These are the elders of Uchiha. If you don't open your eyes, the children have been prepared for you. Well, let's clear the way. This time, Lier is here for this group of children. The purpose, just to experiment with the interesting idea that he suddenly came up with yesterday. If it succeeds, the Uchiha clan is afraid that there will be another big outbreak. It is not a dream for everyone to be like a dragon in the future. Quickly, Lier saw 10 Uchiha children, all dressed in the kimono of the Uchiha clan, aged between 4 and 7 years old, sitting there quietly on their knees. Lier looked at a certain child with some surprise and recognized him. This is not 2 pillars, Uchiha Sasuke. Picture attached in the upper right corner, super cute. Itachi also sent his dear Auto. Sensing Lanier's gaze, Itachi explained. Sasuke is suitable for you, teacher, so he will be here. Do you know what I'm going to do? Are you willing to do it? Lier said with a faint smile. Itachi hasn't spoken yet. Futai seemed to be worried that Itachi said the wrong thing, and said first. No matter what you want to do, it will definitely not harm them. It is their honor to contribute to you. The standard dog-licking argument is that this richness rivals that of Fugaku. What the great elder said is, teacher, you will not harm Sasuke. Itachi echoed. Look at the second pillar again. He was only 6 years old at the moment, and he was looking at Lier cutely. He didn't understand why his favorite Oni-chan and his stern uncle were so afraid of this big brother. Seeing this, Lier didn't ask any further questions. He was just curious about Itachi's inner thoughts, and asked casually to see if it could be activated or externalized. As for Itachi's answer, just listen, respect now, just because he can give Uchiha a living space and even hope that she never had before. Things to come, nothing is as reliable as coming on your own. Pinching little boy Erzu's cheek, Lier was ready to test his idea. I wonder if it can be realized. Something about Tsukuyomi, new usage, 10, Tsukuyomi Era of Terror, Mangekyo Double Awakening, 11K add more updates please subscribe automatically. That day, Lier took Itachi to relive his childhood in the amusement park of Tsukuyomi Space, and when he saw the horror house, he suddenly had a sudden idea. If you throw the Uchiha children here who haven't opened their eyes yet, can you scare them enough to open their eyes? Then the thoughts spread out. Why a horror house in an amusement park? He has Tsukuyomi space. You can completely reproduce the Pen Fairy, Sadako, Gaia Coconut, and so on from the previous life at a 1:1 ratio, copy them over. Just those horror movies Lanier watched. It's definitely possible to go 3 days and 3 nights without wearing the same clothes. Don't you believe those kids can survive without being scared to death? Thinking of this, after Lanier asked Itachi to select suitable candidates, he went to polish those horror movies. Remove some elements that are not found in the ninja world, or add explanations of the plot, so that the intimidated target can be more immersed in it. For example, Midnight Ring. The background of the era and so on are quite in line with the current ninja world. However, the TV that climbed out had to be replaced with the current black and white TV, and the matching music also needed to be adjusted. This process took most of the night, which made Mabuyi, who originally thought there would be a night attack, staying alone in an empty room for 1 night. If it weren't for the sheep charm, Lanier is probably still catching up on his sleep now, so he doesn't have time to come here. These 12 talismans are not very functional, and they can be integrated into the physical body. Thumbs up. Lanier looked at the 10 children in front of him. Suddenly I felt that it would be a bit of a waste to just use Tsukuyomi Era of Terror on them. Tsukuyomi Era of Horror, Lanier's name for his horror film world. Anyway, Tsukuyomi has a lot of space, so let's get more. He turned to look at Futai and said, go and find 10 people each who can open the first Magatama, the second Magatama, and the third Magatama. Yes, Fugaku agreed without any hesitation, and then quickly went to supervise him personally. Just less than 2 minutes. He brought back 30 Uchiha members, and most of them were members of the younger generation, with only a few who turned on Sanmagatama in their 30s. It seems, most of the backbone members of the Uchiha clan are just staying nearby, just for this moment. This wealthy state is also thoughtful. Letting these 30 people blend into the children's camp, Yi said softly, look at my left eye. Everyone trusted and complied, even the adults didn't even turn on Sharingan. Even Fu Dao and others subconsciously looked at it. Tsukuyomi Point Era of Terror. The big windmill rotated into a shuriken Mangekyo, absorbing all the people staring at his left eye into the Tsukuyomi space. Then, Lanier just found that the consumption was ridiculous. The horse talisman and sheep talisman were replenished hundreds of times before the release of Tsukuyomi was completed, creating a Tsukuyomi space dozens of times wider than before. Look again, good guy. It turned out to be hundreds of Uchiha members. Even Anko, who was protecting him in the dark, and Yuhi Kurenai who followed him, appeared in front of his ministers. Obviously, at that time, everyone subconsciously followed Lanier's words and stared at his left eye. Never mind. Anyway, 40 sheep are being driven, and so are 100 sheep. Then let's take a walk together. Just right. Test how effective his Tsukuyomi Era of Terror is on adults. Driven by his will, Tsukuyomi space forms one independent space after another. Each space is exclusive to a single member, and the playback progress follows a unified template. A group of lens walls are formed, arranged in front of Lanier. Only red beans and red beans. Lanier was called to his side and he naturally hugged the 2 girls. Why don't you keep watching? Lanier said with a smile. As soon as you said look at your eyes, I subconsciously looked at them. Hongdu curiously looked around at the camera wall. What is this? What are they doing? Although Anko has been following Lanier recently, she doesn't know the importance of Mangekyo at all. I knew there was such a limit to blood inheritance, but Shu and Itachi had looked at each other. Why did she go to see Mangekyo when she had nothing to do? But the sunset is red. Accompanying Lanier, she had not only seen Itachi's Mangekyo and Fugaku's Mangekyo. So, she knows that everyone's Mangekyo is different. Even if they are father and son, they are similar at most. This made her recognize Lanier's left eye just now, which was exactly the same as Itachi's Mangekyo. Everyone is confused. When was Itachi's Mangekyo dug up by Lanier? That's right, this was Yuhi Kurenai's first reaction. Although she was shocked that Lanier actually gouged out his disciple's eyeballs, Yuhi Hong was very sensible and did not ask any questions, but just kept thinking silently. Lanier noticed Yuri Hong's abnormality, and after a moment's thought, he knew what she was thinking about. He explained softly, it is my blood inheritance limit. It can imitate other people's blood inheritance limit. This is actually Itachi's Mangekyo Tsukuyomi. I have developed a new function, which may be able to create more geniuses for the Uchiha Japanese clan. Your blood inheritance limit. Can you copy the blood inheritance limit of others? Yuri Hong was stunned. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. So far so good. Although transplanting other people's organs is very common in the ninja world, this does not mean that everyone can accept it. She was still worried just now. However, Anko was surprised and said, it's actually the blood succession limit that can even be reproduced by Mangekyo. Lanier, you are so awesome. Of course, I have something even better. Do you want to try it tonight? Lanier raised his eyebrows. HMPH. I'll try it, but are you sure you don't want to go with Tsunade-sama first? Anko replied without any hesitation. Ouch, this little girl is so heartless that she doesn't understand this. Lanier couldn't help but smile and said, first come, first served, Tsunade will definitely not mind. Then according to what you said, Sister Hong should go first, right? Anko tilted her head and looked at Yuhi Hong. Yuhi Hong didn't react, she was still digesting the previous news just now. Subconsciously asked, what should I do first? It's related to Lanye, so you just have to tell me whether you agree or not. Hongdu said with a bad smile. Lanye, of course that's no problem. No matter what it is, Yuhi Hong just agrees first. Ha ha ha, Lanye, you're welcome, I've made arrangements for you tonight, Hongdu said with a smile to Lanye. Hearing this, Yuhi Hong finally understood what she promised. Xiao Yu's face turned crimson, but she did not explain or refute Hongdo's words. This is the default. Lanye has some thoughts, but now is obviously not the right place. Yes, he just changed the topic and said, look at their performance. But the action at hand is more aggressive. Shihi Hong is a little used to it, but it is only seen from time to time. Enko simply ignored it and looked at the camera wall with interest, looking very interested in the group of Uchiha members who were being chased by Sadako above. Of course, the chasers were mainly children. The adult Uchiha members, even if they don't know the existence of Tsukuyomi, are fighting with Sadako one after another. Even if it is just the dynamic enhancement of a Magatama, they can fight Sadako back and forth. It seems that Sadako has no threat to them. Lanye decisively changed the theme for these people: 18 levels of hell. Tongue-pulling hell, scissors hell, iron tree hell, evil mirror hell. Since you don't want to use mental intimidation, you can only use physical torture. But the picture was a bit bloody. Although Anko and Yuhi Kurenai are ninjas, they will definitely not be unable to adapt, but the blue side was deleted. In other words, they lost control of the progress of those Uchiha members. After the set of physical torture is over, without Lanye's operation, we would have to start all over again. I hope everyone is okay after this. Quickly, at the end of the second hour, the first winner finally succeeded. To Lanye's surprise, success is not the easiest thing for children, but Uchiha Rich State, as the elder of the Uchiha clan, of course he has activated the 3 Magatama, and he has experienced hundreds of battles and he disdains horror movies. Sadako was beaten up when she first appeared. Please give me flowers. No way, Lanye couldn't make targeted adjustments to control the illusion of more than 100 people at the same time. The strength that was originally used to deal with children was a bit insufficient in front of the elite Jonin. So he was thrown into the 18th level of hell, and he who performed well in the front. After being randomly thrown into the 5th level of steamer hell, he actually stumbled. Steamer hell, that is to say, throw it into the steamer, weather it after steaming and deforming, and then put it into the steamer again. Futai seems to be afraid of heat, so after just staying there for a while, his energy fluctuated extremely. At this time, Lanye. He is currently cultivating a relationship with Yuhi Hong and the 2 girls. Didn't pay attention. It's time for Futai to break free from the Tsukuyomi space. Yes, break free. Because of his richness, he turned on Mangekyo. And one of Mangekyo's pupil techniques is obviously a phantom pupil technique that can compete with Tsukuyomi. It directly breaks free from the limitations of Tsukuyomi's space and brings it into reality. When Lanye noticed it, Futai had already broken through the Tsukuyomi space. Can you break the Tsukuyomi space? At least Mangekyo level, right? Sure. It took less than 2 hours and it was shipped. Hearing Lanye's murmur, Yuhi Hong said in a trembling voice, Mangekyo. Has anyone awakened Mangekyo? Well, it was Uchiha Fu who broke my Tsukuyomi space. I'm afraid it's difficult to achieve 3 Magatama, it can only be Mangekyo. Lanye said, wow, then isn't our Konoha stronger? Anko urged. Let's go out and have a look. When you go out now, the time you go out and the people who go out behind you are less than 1 second outside. Is there any difference? Lanye explained. Besides, you don't want to see if the people behind you will advance. That's it. Okay. Lanye showed a smile when he saw the big-hearted Hongdu left behind. Why didn't you realize before that Hongdu is so, getting everything you want? TB. Lanye glanced sideways at Yuhi Hong who was standing next to him, but his eyes were still fixed on the camera wall. As a master of illusion, Kurenai Yuhi is actually afraid of seeing horror. Horror movie. This is nonsense. By chance, there are many clips in horror movies that Yuhi Hong can learn from, so she couldn't bear to miss even half of the scene, forcing herself to watch even though she didn't want to watch it. Smear. Cute contrast. Xiaoyu Shirahong is stuck next to you, and you are watching a horror movie with a fearful expression. How can you still look like a queen in front of others? Among all the women, Yuhi Hong is the most empress-like. Who would have thought that she is actually quite timid? Tsunade. I prefer the arrogance of my eldest sister. No one is so aloof. Others are just too different. But each has its own advantages. Time continues to pass. I don't know if no one opens their eyes anymore. There are still open eyes, or Magatama advancement, but the eye power is not enough to break out of the Tsukuyomi space. In short, no one can escape the Tsukuyomi space anymore. After 3 days and 3 nights, everyone wakes up in the real world. Then, Lanye saw a spectacular scene. 10 children, all 9 of them have open eyes, but almost all of them only have 1 Magatama. Only Sasuke's right eye is a Magatama. The 10-1 Magatama Uchiha all activated Sharingan, 6 of them evolved into 2 Magatama, and 1 evolved into 3 Magatama. There are fewer of the 10-second Magatama Uchiha, with only 3 evolving into 3 Magatama. What surprised Lanye the most was, among the 10 San Magatama, one of them also evolved Mangekyo. She's still a girl about the same age as Itachi. Pity. Not straight Mangekyo, but crooked Mangekyo. Looking at the rich state of the great elder, he is also Mangekyo. Lanye walked up to the girl and asked, "What's your name?" 3BH. 11. The soul is on the left and the Shikigami on the right. Homura suffers again. 7K. Lanye. What's your name? The girl who turned on Mangekyo didn't even react. She looked at Lanye blankly, with some admiration and other emotions in her eyes. Daimyo. Her name is Uchiha Izumi. Futai hurriedly stepped forward and said, Izumi was a foreigner who just recognized her family tree, and she doesn't understand the rules yet, so don't be surprised. On one side is the family genius who opened Mangekyo. On one side is the daimyo who has the power of life and death over the family. Futai doesn't want to offend anyone. Before the great elder realized it, he had also turned on Mangekyo. Lanye didn't care about Izumi's attitude, but thought of an interesting thing. Uchiha Izumi, Itachi, a filial son who could even stab his parents in the back, was the only one to kill her. In the foreign novels, Itachi finally let Izumi fall into Tsukuyomi forever and spent her life happily. So, Tsukuyomi's upper limit is actually more than 3 days and 3 nights. Lanye felt that he understood the key settings. There is no blame for Kwanmi's rudeness, geniuses can always get some preferential treatment. He waved his hand and said, except for Weasel and Futai, everyone else please step aside. People who have not awakened Mangekyo have no status here. All the Uchiha members hurriedly retreated to Lanye. Such a large-scale eye-opening and advancement made their respect for Lanye even higher. But Lanye didn't look at them. Instead, he looked at the Uchiha child in the array, the only one who didn't open his eyes. 9 out of 10 have their eyes opened, and they have the blood of the Uchiha family. It may be difficult for them to follow the path of ninja in the future. Just paid attention to it. Lanye simply withdrew his gaze and looked at Kwanme again. What is your Mangekyo eye technique? Generally speaking, abilities like Mangekyo eye technique are the ultimate trump card of ninjas. The less people know about them, the better. But Lanye is different. He is a daimyo of the Fire Nation, a Hokage of Konoha, and a supporter of the Uchiha clan. He is qualified to know both emotionally and rationally. Yes, Itachi and Futai just watched in silence. Ah, how do you know this? Izumi asked blankly. She had also recently opened the 3 Magatama, and Itachi had never mentioned Mangekyo. This was really the first time a flower girl had ever been on a sedan chair. Itachi was about to step forward to teach, but Lanye waved him back. Simple, you will know after you release Mangekyo. Don't worry, I can replenish the consumed pupil power. Lanye said. Yours is Benba Mangekyo. It should be mainly auxiliary and will not directly increase combat power. Let's take a look. Oh, let me give it a try. Izumi obediently urged Mangekyo, and then she shed tears of blood again with a look of pain on her face. The turning of Mangekyo's windmill into a phantom also gave her feedback about Mangekyo's pupil ability. But nothing happened, it was like, empty and big. Well, as soon as Izumi used Mangekyo, she was so exhausted that she fell to her knees. Lanye stepped forward and supported her. Itachi swayed and saw Lanye's movements freeze again. But Kwanme's, 370. While she was holding Lanye tightly, her expression was slightly distorted. The experience of opening Mangekyo for the first time. It's uncomfortable. Lanye used the horse talisman to heal Kwanme, and her original pain disappeared in an instant, giving the impression that it was just an illusion. What kind of pupil technique? Lanye asked again. It seems to be Jinhan and Shikigami. Izumi said uncertainly. The left eye, Jinhan, can forcibly peel off the enemy's soul and imprison it in the left eye. The right eye, Shikigami, can summon the soul of the left eye. The soul imprisoned by the soul fights as my Shikigami. I don't know the rest. The little girl was also innocent and told everything she knew. Lanye nodded understandingly. How do you describe this pupil technique? Both the upper and lower bounds are infinite. Take a look at how high the priority of this soul binding method is to peel off the soul. Is it possible to peel off just by looking at each other? Or does it need to be evenly matched? Or does the enemy need to be seriously injured? Or does the enemy need to be dying? Second, let's see how strong this Shikigami is. How many abilities does the soul have during life? Can the blood inheritance limit be inherited? Whose chakra is consumed? Can it be broken up and then condensed like the impure world reincarnation? These must be tested one by one to know the specific data. After thinking about it, Lanye looked at Itachi and said, go to the interrogation room and ask Ibiki to bring Mitokado Homura. Its teacher. Itachi left instantly. Lanye looked at Futai again with eyes full of joy. The latter hadn't realized yet that he had also activated Mangekyo. Reluctantly reminded. Great Elder Futai, haven't you noticed that you yourself have also awakened Mangekyo? What, me? Futai was stunned for a moment, then ecstatically said, I have awakened Mangekyo. I have awakened Mangekyo too. Ha ha ha. Thank you, Daimyo. Thank you, Daimyo. Famous. Ha. Lanye raised his eyebrows. How do you know the word awesome? Ah, this is the description that my subordinates accidentally heard from the junior members of the clan, saying that it was the daimyo when you praised someone. Futai said cautiously. Turning on Mangekyo did not change his status as a dog leg at all. It spread from Naruto. Izumi suddenly said. Naruto said it was you, the daimyo, who taught him. Lanye thought about it carefully. When did he say this in front of Naruto? I think should not be. But Kurama has heard of it many times. Could it be that Kurama taught Naruto? Although a small part of Kurama's consciousness is here with Lier, his body is still in the sealed space, but he sleeps most of the time. I heard that Naruto Nine Tails chakra escaped before, but it was quickly taken back. It seems that the two of them get along well. Without asking too much about these, Lier tilted his head and said, "Great Elder Futai, try your Mangekyo Eye technique." Yes, Futai immediately activated Mangekyo, and shed 2 lines of blood and tears, but did not say a word. Subsequently, his expression suddenly became extremely awkward. ALXI, his Mangekyo pupil technique is very shameful, but I can't see anyone again. Faced with Lanier's gaze, Futai could only say bitterly, "Daimyo. The Mangekyo pupil technique awakened by my subordinate is called illusion immunity and temperature immunity. It means literally, immune to illusion control and immune to temperature damage. However, these 2 pupil techniques do not need to be activated by subordinates. Even if Mangekyo is not activated, they can still be effective at all times. Lier, when I type, it's not that he has a problem, it's that he thinks you have a problem." What the hell? Lier is not surprised by the 2 powerful eye skills. After all, he started Mangekyo in his 50s, which is not much better. If I were really talented, I would have opened Mangekyo long ago. Oh, what the hell is passive? Can you be immune even if you don't open your eyes? Does Mangekyo Eye technique still operate like this? Lanier's thinking made the rich man even more embarrassed. This Mangekyo pupil technique cannot be said to have no combat power, it can be said to be basically useless. Are the Uchiha clan afraid of Genjutsu? That is to say, in terms of immune temperature, you can slightly restrain fire style, ice shield, etc. Don't move, I'll give it a try. Lier explained. White ice spread from his feet, climbed up to Futai's instep, and froze him into an ice sculpture within seconds when the latter gave up his defense. How's it going? Can you break free? Lier asked. Although Futai cannot hear, most of the Uchiha clan can read. Kacha. Kacha. Futai broke through the ice and stood there calmly, waiting for Lanier's next explanation. 182. What else can Lier explain? He casually ordered. Practice Susanoo more. When you are almost blind, let Itachi bring you to me to recover. I hope your Susanoo's combat power will be stronger. I obey. Futai felt very embarrassed. Especially Izumi stared at him with her Mangekyo open, making Futai even more embarrassed. It turned out to be embarrassing in front of juniors. He is afraid of heat and cold, but even his wife never knows about it. Fortunately, at this time, Itachi returned with Ibiki and Mitokado Homura, invisibly relieving Futu. Futai quietly stepped aside, put away Mangekyo and became invisible. When Mitokado Homura saw Lier, his reaction was extremely horrified. Filled square PA. Obviously, the experiment of the saint's eye is still fresh in his memory. If he hadn't been sealed and couldn't speak, he might have said something. Ahem. Lier looked at Izumi. Use your Mangekyo soul retention on him. See, is it okay? Kwanmei hesitated. After all, more than half a month ago, Mitokado Homura was still a high-ranking official in Konoha and one of the driving forces behind the exclusion of the Uchiha clan. He is also a disciple of Senju Tobarama, so of course he is not friendly to the Uchiha clan. What are you afraid of when the daimyo asks you to do it? Futai scolded. You are never allowed to question the daimyo. Even if it means your death, you are not allowed to hesitate. The loser proved himself again. Izumi trembled at the scolding, which made Lier frown in dissatisfaction. I'm here, what are you shouting for? You scared me. Lier scolded him back. Yes, my subordinate is wrong. Fugaku returned to his original position. At this time, when Izumi saw that Lier was dissatisfied with the head of her family, she also hurriedly activated the Mangekyo soul holding in her left eye, and a beam of blue light shone at Mitokado Homura, making the latter's eyes glazed over. And from a perspective that only Izumi and Lier can see, the blue light beam kept trying to pull Mitokado Homura's soul out, but Mitokado Homura had no intention of surrendering, and also struggled to get into the body. The two were in a stalemate for a few seconds. In the end, Izumi's left eye was soaked in blood and she lost her vision. Mangekyo soul binding will expire at any time. It seems, the priority of Mangekyo hunting is indeed not high. But, Lier healed Izumi and said, try again. This time, while activating the Mangekyo pupil technique, go over and stab him with a kunai. The weasel next to him heard this. He handed over his kunai very consciously. Kettle portal, he finally understood that this famous man actually used him for experiments again. What's even more outrageous is, Ibiki, remove the seal from him. Lier ordered again. Ibiki quickly lifted the seal for Mitokado Homura. The latter is free. Before he could ask for mercy, the blue beam of light from Izumi's left eye had already hit him again. Mitokado Homura's eyes were dull since then, and the original momentum of getting up was also stopped, and he fell back to the floor again. His mobility was stripped away. But Izumi can move. She came to Mitokado Homura with a kunai in hand, and was about to stab his leg. Futai on the side questioned softly. Izumi stabbed kunai for a moment, then turned to the heart. She also participated in the Third Ninja War and killed people. PFF'd. Mitokado Homura's soul, which was still wrestling, lost all its power in an instant, and was absorbed into Izumi's left eye by a blue beam of light. Good, Lier praised. The limit of this, Mangekyo hunting soul, is not high, and it is easy for the enemy to break free. But during the confrontation, when the enemy's soul and body are separated, the body loses its mobility. Doesn't it become fish to be slaughtered? It doesn't matter whether the limit is high or not, it's just a matter of kunai. Use your Mangekyo Shikigami to take a look. Lanye reminded. Izumi nodded, activated the Mangekyo in her right eye, and projected a blue figure, which was the soul of Mitokado Homura. At this time, the soul Mitokado Homura seemed to still have his own consciousness. He looked at himself on the ground with a kunai in his heart, and then looked down at the blue figure. For a moment, he couldn't believe that he was dead, but apart from moving his head, his hands and feet remained motionless. It seems to be restricted. I can control Mito, his actions. Izumi covered her right eye and said, in addition to consuming the eye power when releasing it, my chakra is slowly consumed after that. The eye power is not consumed. Oh, if maintaining a Shikigami only consumes chakra instead of eye power, then the upper limit of this, Mangekyo Shikigami, is much higher and can continue to fight. Let's go to your Uchiha training ground. Lanye said, teacher, I will show you the way. Quickly, a group of people arrived at the Uchiha training ground, and the irrelevant personnel had been cleared away. Izumi, let Mitokado Homura attack Ibiki with all his strength. Lanye said, yes, the name, quote. Next moment, the soul Mitokado Homura burst out and rushed towards Ibiki. His movements were extremely agile. It seemed that he no longer had the limitations of his old body, and his physical skills had returned to his peak. The nodes for releasing ninjutsu and the use of time between battles. Combat awareness is extremely precise. It can be said, now the soul Mitokado Homura is so fierce. And, he actually has water style with sharp hands. I think he inherited Senju Tobarama. For a time, the beating actually made Ibiki a little embarrassed. Even though Ibiki is from the interrogation room, his elite Jonin's combat power is real. A.B. Kwanmei's face is a little pale, she seems to be under a heavy load. Okay, stop, Lanye shouted. The fighting souls Mitokado Homura and Ibiki both stopped. In addition to the complex gaze, the former looks like a robot standing still. The latter was slightly out of breath. Close to cage-level combat power. Ibiki commented. I just don't know why, but he didn't release his best S-level water style, which can definitely kill many times. Ibiki looked at Izumi, she could only answer this question. It's chakra. His chakra for releasing ninjutsu consumes me. Izumi said with a pale face. My chakra is not enough to support the release of S-level water style, so he can't release it either. The amount of chakra. Lanye frowned. This, Mangekyo Shikigami, has to be said to be extremely powerful. It can directly restore the strongest combat power of the old Mitokado Homura to his prime. But if you want to consume your own chakra, Mitokado Homura alone can squeeze out Izumi, a few more. Can I have a few more? Kwanmei, do you think you can still restrain other souls now? Lanye asked. Kwanmei felt it, he confirmed. Yes, and it should be released at the same time, but my chakra amount. Oh okay, Lanye already has several solutions. Only, the most ideal thing is, ding, it is detected that the host is faced with a choice. The God-level selection system has started. Please make the following choices. Option 1. Accept Izumi as a disciple, restart Hashirama cell research and transplant it. Reward. A mortal's physical disability, times 1. Option 2. Accept Izumi as a disciple and give her a horse charm to give her unlimited chakra. Reward. Healing magic complete, times 1. Option 3. Accept Izumi as a disciple and give her to Tsunade to teach her 100 healings mark. Reward. Mangekyo soul, times 1. Are all three of them apprentices? It seems that the system also recognized Kwanmei's potential. And, you can also make multiple choices, as long as the conditions are met. But, Mangekyo Jinghan, he already has Mangekyo Tsukuyomi, if he has this Mangekyo again, wouldn't it be? After all, he only has 2 eyes. System, how many Mangekyo can I have at most? Ding, infinite, that's okay. Then what will happen if I give the horse talisman to complete the task first, and then get the horse talisman back? Ding, the system will recycle the rewards that have been issued. It seems that there is no chance to exploit loopholes. As for the choice, Lanye never thought about it. Although Hashirama cells will have functional cases in the future, Naruto's chopped off hand was replaced with Hashirama cells. But let's not talk about the time and cost of research. Just as Tsunade's grandfather, Lanye also has to take care of Tsunade's feelings. Sage body means it has stronger self-healing ability and more chakra. My horse talisman can also do the same. System, I choose 3. Successfully selected, the reward, Mangekyo Soul Binding, has been distributed. 1. Mangekyo Soul Capture, a pupil technique that can extract the target's soul and imprison it in the left eye. The target's physical body will be unable to move while it is locked. Mangekyo Juhun also has a left eye, so it is still placed in the left eye. Lanye can choose whether to use Tsukuyomi or Soul Binding at will. The only limitation is, only one Mangekyo eye technique can be used at a time. TB, because he is not the matched Mangekyo, his Susanoo cannot be activated. Pity, but I have quite a lot of abilities now, right? Lanye glanced at the system panel that he hadn't looked at for a long time. God-level selection system. Host. Shihuan Lanye. Age. 18 years old. Rewards. 12 talisman complete. Time rewind. Conqueror's Haki. Voiceover. Lao Red Rope. Rejuvenation Pill. Observation Haki. Eye of the Sage. Rear. Admiral Physique. Frozen Fruit. The Right Arm of the Sealed One Devil. 8 Inner Gates Formation. Mangekyo Tsukuyomi. Wolverine Bloodline Bonus Edition. Mangekyo Soul Retention. Unconsciously, he is already considered a boss-level figure in the ninja world. I just don't know if I can compare to Master Madara and Dazu. Lanye looked at Izumi, rubbed her head and said, put away Mangekyo. Izumi put away her soul Mitokado Homura as she was told, and turned it into a faint blue light that sank into the Mangekyo of her right eye. Following the fierce consumption of pupil power and chakra, Lanye restored her, and her pale complexion returned to rosy. Izumi, do you want to be my disciple? Itachi is your senior brother, Lanye said warmly. Futai's eyes lit up when he heard this. Seeing that Kwanmei was still in a daze, I couldn't wait to rush up and agree for her. This is the disciple of the Daimyo. With Itachi in front and Izumi behind, the position of Hokage is still within reach, so why worry about the Uchiha clan not being able to prosper? But Izumi did not answer immediately, but turned her head and glanced at Itachi, as if asking. Lanye patted Izumi on the head unamusedly. Okay, it's settled, Itachi won't oppose me. Disciple doesn't dare. Itachi immediately expressed his stance. I know you are raising a filial son, so treat Kwanmei well, otherwise I won't be able to forgive you in the future. Lanye said in one word. The amount of information is a bit large. Itachi was a little stunned when he heard this, and couldn't react immediately. Izumi suddenly said, I just treat Itachi as an older brother. It's not what you think, Daimyo, W. Lanye glanced at Kwanmei. This little guy seemed to have something to say. Let it go, it mainly depends on what your conditions are like when you grow up. You must have some strengths. Lanye had already looked at Ibiki and said, where are all the bloodline death row prisoners who were previously transferred to Orochimaru? Back to the Daimyo, in Lord Orochimaru's laboratory. That is the former root headquarters. Just right, Tsunade was also doing research there, so we took care of it together. You guys should disperse, Itachi and Izumi will follow. He took 2 disciples to the location of the laboratory. Lanye asked Itachi to take Izumi to find a death row prisoner with blood successor limits to test whether the Shikigami can retain the blood successor limits. Just step into the laboratory where Tsunade is. Just walked in, I saw Tsunade operating a microscope, leaning over the blood sample to study it, while her disciple Shizune was watching. Tsunade's hemophobia is gone. That's right, after all, you have me, and the previous fear will disappear. Besides, Shizune actually wears a mesh shirt too. This girl next door temperament. I'm just thinking about it. Tsunade stood up when he heard the noise, and when he saw it was Lanye, his frown immediately relaxed. She stepped forward and said calmly, why, you missed me after not seeing me for a day. My boyfriend is here to see his girlfriend, what's the problem? Lanye said matter-of-factly. HMPH, look at me. Empty hands. No, I have brought you a disciple. Immediately, Lanye introduced Kwanmei's situation. You want me to teach her 100 healings mark. Tsunade got it right. It depends on your wishes. If you don't want to, I'll think of another way. Lanye said dotingly. If Tsunade refuses, then there is no shortage of Mangekyo, and there is no matching one yet. The use of Shikigami is optional. In no mood, his doting attitude made Tsunade, facial cleanser. Holding Lanye's neck, Tsunade was very unhappy and said, am I not willing to contribute to Konoha at all in your eyes? Tsunade relaxed slightly, allowing Lanye to speak. Of course my woman can do whatever she wants. Who dares to kidnap her morally? Lanye 3.1 repeated. Lanye was leaning against Tsunade's chest. Even though they were separated by a lot of money, he could still hear her heartbeat speeding up. It's a heart-pounding feeling. And then, woo, Tsunade finally agreed to teach Izumi, but whether she could learn the 100 healings mark depended on her own talent. Sealing techniques and medical ninjutsu all require extremely superb chakra control abilities. Even with Mangekyo, it only reduces the difficulty, but whether you can master it or not depends on your talent. But Lanye is confident. Since the system asked him to hand it over to Tsunade, Izumi must be able to learn it. However, Izumi's experiment gave Lanye another surprise. Shikigami can retain the blood inheritance limit. This gave Lanye a lot of thoughts of manipulation. For example, Impure World reincarnation comes to Senju Hashirama, and then lets Harumi bind her soul again and summon her into a Shikigami. But after thinking about it, Lanye had better suppress this idea for the time being and discuss it with Tsunade when it is really necessary in the future. I believe that if a crisis comes, Tsunade will not care about this. After, Lanye also asked Futai to gather the entire Uchiha clan, including those who had been washed away by Tsukuyomi Era of Terror, to experience the wave again collectively. The number of people in the Uchiha clan who have opened their eyes has reached an unprecedented 30%. And, most of them are middle-aged and elderly people who have exhausted their potential, and it is difficult for them, who are civilians, to open their eyes. Under 10 years old, basically, 99% of them can open their eyes, including many children who have not yet entered Jonin school. It is even simpler than the Hyuga clan who need to practice to open their eyes. The only child under the age of 10 who didn't open his eyes was the child in the first batch. When Lanye thought about it, he just sighed and didn't take it too seriously. It's a pity, although the 3 Magatama bloomed a lot, no new Mangekyo appeared again. But the Uchiha clan is already very satisfied. For Lier, from the original Dog Legion who only obeys what is told, to the brainless team-licking dog. Now who dares to say that the name is not good? You will immediately be targeted by a group of pink eyes. This news, of course, it was also featured in the Fire Nation Daily. While many families in Konoha were envious of the Uchiha clan, their attitudes became more friendly. To say that it was because of the favor of Daimyo in the past. Now, as long as the Uchiha family waits for the younger generation to grow up, they will definitely become the most powerful family in Konoha. And even, the most powerful clan in the ninja world. Jonin 50% or 3 Tomo Sharingan, please understand. And after it spread throughout the land of fire. In addition to praising the power of the name, the common people also feel at ease from a strong foundation. Their ninja village in the land of fire is the best in the world. Who dares to trouble them? In this way, a peaceful half-month passed. During this period, Lier did not cause any trouble, but focused on bringing over the laws from his previous life. And finally, Orochimaru, who has been going to the land of water for more than 40 days, returned to Konoha Village with a huge team. 12. Orochimaru is finally back. Don't be so pampered. 5k. After more than 40 days, Orochimaru, who was harvesting people in the Kingdom of Water, finally returned to Konoha Village with a mighty team. How many people are there? There were 7 people including Orochimaru, Uchiha Fugaku, Hyuga Hiyashi, Yamanaka Hichi, Aburame Shuei, Inazuka Kane, Sarutobi Hiruzen, 6 clan heads, 4 cage levels, and 3 elite jonin leading the team, but they were still stopped by Kazuma. Outside the built walls of Konoha Castle, even, to be on the safe side, Kazuma. Only Orochimaru and Fugaku, who were favored by the Daimyo, were allowed to enter the city. The other 5 people divided the team into 5 parts and were heavily guarded. This made some of the bloodline members who originally came to seek refuge panic. Why are we imprisoned? Don't let us enter the city but send troops to guard it. Isn't this a trap? Where is Orochimaru-sama? We want to see Orochimaru-sama. Yes, we are going to kill Orochimaru-sama. The 5 people left behind, Sarutobi Hiruzen, couldn't help but look warm and angry. Even though I was angry because Kazuma was so disrespectful, I was also angry because this person believed in Orochimaru. Why? Is Orochimaru that charming? Are you allowed to trust him so wholeheartedly? Atelli, where is it inserted? Among the excited crowd, there is also a small group of people who maintain a wait-and-see attitude, looking coldly at the people booing around them, unmoved. Especially a cold little boy with a sickly fair complexion and a bright red eyebrow. Beside him, there was also a young man with a gentle temperament standing, surrounded by several birds, who seemed not to be afraid of them at all. But such people are only in a very small minority. Faced with the clamor of most people, Kazuma just asked his subordinates to surround him. In addition to a large number of soldiers, there were no less than 1,000 working ninjas who were also temporarily recruited. When these large troops, mainly Chunin, arrived, the people below also noticed something was wrong. How could there be such a large number of ninjas appearing? Exit. But even though they were feeling uneasy, no one dared to continue shouting. Kazuma watched the whole process coldly and sneered when he saw this. Sure enough, as the daimyo said, a dog that barks cannot bite. Unconsciously, some of Lier's classic sayings from his previous life have been widely spread. Hokage Mansion, in the restaurant. Lier had just gotten up and was having breakfast with little Hinata, Yuhi Kurenai, Anko, Mabuyi, Tsunade, and Shizune. Because it was the first time for Shizune to have dinner with a daimyo, she seemed a little cautious. Although it was also Tsunade's first time, he was generous and had no worries. The relationship was already confirmed and everyone belonged to Lier, so why should he be polite? Although Mabuyi has been here for only half a month. But due to her previous identity, she still can't let go. As for the other 3 daughters, they have become accustomed to it. Especially little Hinata, thanks to the recent food intake, her strength has also increased significantly, making her eat even harder every meal. As we all know, if there is a foodie at the same table, it can stimulate the appetite of others. So Lier also had a big appetite and couldn't help but eat more. At this time, Itachi suddenly ducked outside the door, bowed his head and half knelt and said, "Teacher, Master Orochimaru is back." He and Master Fugaku are waiting outside the door to be summoned. "Oh, Orochimaru and the others are back," Lier said in surprise. "There must be nothing to eat on the way. Let them both eat together. Hong, tell the kitchen to add more food and bring 2 pairs of chopsticks." 17. Is teacher. Okay Lier. Kurenai Yuhi immediately got up and went about her business, and Mabuyi, who was an ostrich, hurriedly caught up with her. The huge shaking caused by her small steps made Lier look sideways. Tsunade raised her eyebrows when she saw this. She knew why the daimyo favored her. But there are no negative emotions. After all, since it was decided that it was Lier, of course, he was already prepared for the current situation. TB. In terms of capital in this area, who else can she lose to? Quickly, the 2 Fugakus walked in through the door and were a little surprised to see a table full of people. Orochimaru looked at Tsunade next to Lier and paused. But surprise is surprise, the 2 of them did not lose their etiquette, and bowed their heads and half kneeled in synchrony. Orochimaru, Fugaku, you are back. You don't need to kneel down when you see me from now on. Just bow. Lier waved and said, "Come on, let's eat together and talk while eating." Orochimaru and Fugaku looked at each other. When Fugaku was still hesitating whether to serve it, after all, he was sitting at the same table with the daimyo. Yuhi Hong and the others are girls, and they can also be said to be family-oriented. One of his subordinates, will it be overstepped? Orochimaru has already taken action. Had a heart-to-heart talk with Lier. Orochimaru has long recognized that Lier is a big name who doesn't stick to trivial matters. As long as he is talented and has the potential to be recruited, he will tolerate him. Yes, he went directly to the seat 2 seats away from Shizune and sat down without moving his chopsticks. Food and other things, how can scientific research be interesting? Fugaku saw this. He had no choice but to hurriedly sit down next to Orochimaru. He sat upright and carefully without daring to move his chopsticks. Lier took a few bites. Seeing how restrained Fugaku was, he didn't try to persuade him. Everyone has his own way of being in the world. After he releases his kindness, it is his business how others respond. After swallowing a mouthful of sushi, he asked casually, Orochimaru, are you satisfied with this harvest? Very satisfied. Orochimaru smiled and stuck out his tongue, but when he saw Lier's eyes glancing at him, he paused again. It's a bit uncomfortable not being able to lick your tongue in front of the daimyo. Tsunade, who was about to curse, was a little surprised when he saw this and swallowed his words back. She glanced at Orochimaru strangely. I don't know how many times Tsunade mentioned it before. Orochimaru still licks when he should, so why did he change his temper today? Tsunade looked at Lier. The problem can only be with the man himself. How did Lier make Orochimaru so calm? Even Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't do it before. Tsunade is becoming more and more curious about Lier. Lier didn't notice Tsunade and nodded. As long as you are satisfied, is there anything you need me to know? He did not ask Orochimaru to report the details of this operation. It is not only the trust in Orochimaru, but also the fact that the 7 Orochimaru people will hand in their respective mission reports later. No need to ask now. Hiss, Orochimaru sneered and said, I have accomplished all the things you asked me to do. Oh, Lier said in surprise. He didn't explain many things, but everything was planned. Such as Kimimaro. For example, Sakunuken, who may be the opportunity to combine the ninja beasts. Another example, Terumi Mei, a ripe peach who says she hates marrying but in reality no one likes her. Not bad, not bad. It seems that your harvest this time is very good. Lier smiled and said, tell me, what reward do you want? As soon as these words came out, not to mention Orochimaru and Tsunade, they were all stunned. No, daimyo, you have spent manpower and material resources to gather Orochimaru the materials he needs for the blood succession limit. Moreover, everyone is counted as a sub-S level mission, and they will directly receive the mission reward of Forbidden Technique. Why are there rewards? As everyone knows, in Lier's eyes, these blood inheritance limits are the foundation of his future development. The domination plan that was originally planned to take 10 years can now be shortened to 8 years or even shorter. Isn't this worthy of a reward? Orochimaru was the first to react, his eyes flashing with some emotion. Speaking of rewards, he really has a forbidden technique that he really wants to study. Only, I mentioned it to Sarutobi Hiruzen once before, but was rejected unceremoniously, so I didn't mention it again after that. Now, with the daimyo's character, he should be able to agree, right? Thinking like this, Orochimaru said decisively, as for the pure world reincarnation, forbidden technique recorded in the sealed book, I wonder if the daimyo can let my subordinates study it. Tsunade's eyes suddenly became sharp. Pure world reincarnation, the forbidden technique that Senju Tobirama studied to resurrect Senju Hashirama, is a terrifying forbidden technique that plays with the souls of the dead. Orochimaru, what do you want to do? What surprised Tsunade even more was, faced with Orochimaru's outrageous request, Lier just thought for a moment and said, I can give you the entire sealed book, including the one from Cloud Shinobi Village. But you have to promise not to show it to others, and report to me first if you encounter a suitable grant. Especially I have to be present during the experiment of pure world reincarnation. Can I do it, Tsunade? Orochimaru, quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Except for little Hinata who was still eating a lot, even Orochimaru, who made the request, was stunned by Lier's generosity. Give him the entire sealed book. Is there such a good thing in the world? Especially Fugaku, after working hard for more than 40 days, they just got the right to watch forbidden technique, and it was not something they could choose on their own. As a result, daimyo, you gave the entire sealed book directly to Orochimaru. And it also comes with the sealed book that was just captured at Cloud Shinobi Village. My own son has never been so loved. There was silence for more than 10 seconds. Tsunade frowned and said, Lier, isn't this too childish? That's a sealed book. Otherwise, let's just give it to pure world reincarnation. Orochimaru was stunned upon hearing this. It turned out that the daimyo was going to play the trick of raising a price in the sky, saying a reward that no one could understand, and it seemed logical to take a step back and only give pure world reincarnation. What's the point of this? Lier said matter-of-factly, it's useless to leave these materials here. I've already learned what I need to learn, and it's useless to cover up what I can't learn. It's better to leave it to Orochimaru to study and enrich it. With his knowledge base, he might be able to develop more powerful ninjutsu or results that would be beneficial to the Fire Nation. Orochimaru, He thought he had an insight into the daimyo's methods, but he didn't expect that the daimyo really valued him so much. Orochimaru had mixed feelings in his heart at the moment. He hadn't had such a big psychological fluctuation in a long time. Boom. Does the daimyo really value me so much? Hiss. It seems that we must produce some results as soon as possible, otherwise the pressure on the daimyo will be great. Bingo. Have a look. Have a look. Orochimaru already thinks about himself. When dealing with eclectic talents like Orochimaru, we must give 100% trust and support. Let him know, in the entire ninja world, no one or anywhere can provide a better scientific research environment than Lier. Then Orochimaru will work hard to maintain his status. After all, Orochimaru is really not interested in fighting. As long as he can pursue the truth quietly, he will be satisfied. Until then, Fugaku and others finally recovered. The way he looked at Orochimaru was also different. Is Orochimaru so trusted by the daimyo? Tsunade didn't speak again. If Lier was just a famous person, she might still have a few objections. The sealed book is of great importance. But Lier is not only a famous name, but also her man. That's okay. A proper reminder is enough. If Lier insists, then as a woman, all she has to do is support her. Single quote. Then I won't be polite. Orochimaru said softly. He didn't promise anything, but it was this silent gesture that better expressed his attitude. Well, it's a small matter, let's eat. After eating, I'll go see the people you brought back. Lier greeted. This time, although Orochimaru didn't like complicated food, he picked up his chopsticks and ate slowly. The great names have spoken, so I have to give them face. Fugaku was also a little confused and picked up his chopsticks. When he regained consciousness, the food was already in his mouth. It was definitely impossible to spit it out, so he had to bite the bullet and eat it. He kept an eye on Lier out of the corner of his eye, fearing that the latter would be angry. But Lier just ate on his own, asking little Hinata to eat slowly from time to time. Since this little guy was able to eat enough, gradually, his style of painting changed a little bit. He was no longer as timid and unconfident as before. He also had his own best friend in the ninja school. This change makes Lier very satisfied. Although a weak girl is pitiable, as his woman, you still have to be more confident. Quickly, end of breakfast. Orochimaru, Fugaku, Tsunade, and Shizune saw little Hinata's appetite for the first time, and they couldn't help but look at her. How does this small belly hold so much food? Are you sure you were from the Hyuga clan and not the Akamiki clan? Little Hinata was a little shy due to being stared at. She hid behind Lier and twitched his sleeves to avoid showing her face. Lier said without being amused, stop staring at little Li's Hinata. Take a walk and go outside the city to see the results of Orochimaru's battle. Fugaku, you should go back to the clan first. As the clan leader, you have been away for so long and you were busy. Regarding the forbidden technique of rewards, I will distribute them uniformly later. Then, Fugaku has resigned to the Uchiha clan. I hope his heart is strong enough. Leftover, except for Mabuyi who was sending little Hinata to the ninja academy, everyone else walked to the outside with Lier. But it was definitely not a group of people rushing there. This would be a disgrace to his reputation. Chicken spell, take off. Rabbit spell, it's you. Lier led a group of people to the outside of Konoha City. From a distance, he saw the heads of people divided into 5 square formations. Lier was shocked to see them. So many people. This. There must be thousands of people in each square, right? Even if there are very few who have ninja-level combat power, even if they have awakened the blood succession limit, there are also very few. But the restricted bloodline they carry is real. Wait more than 10 years. These people have spread out in the country of fire. The bloodline-limited families of the country of fire may be able to crush the other 4 major countries. Yes, Orochimaru's title is, the strongest human trafficker in the ninja world is indeed well deserved. Lier praised him. Orochimaru is a question mark. When did he get this title? But before he could ask, Lier had already flown to Kazuma's side and landed next to him. Kazuma had already been waiting with his head bowed and half kneeling. See the famous forum. See the name. See the name. The loud shouts of the Konoha shinobi and soldiers alerted the more than 5,000 blood successor members of the Kingdom of Water. They also knelt down and followed the shouting. One after another, the shouts pierced the sky and echoed over Konoha City. Lier stood on the city wall, looking at the crowd of kneeling heads below, filled with ambition. This is his capital to conquer the world in the future. 13. When young people are strong, the country will be strong. Lier spent a lot of money to buy horse bones. 10k. Looking at the crowd of heads below, Lanier's heart was full of ambition. The system also sent an approval at the right time. Ding. It is detected that the host is faced with a choice. The God-level selection system has started. Please make the following choices. Option 1. Strictly screen and put the refugees from the Kingdom of Water into the interrogation department to check whether they are spies. Reward open double angle bracket transformation technique close double angle bracket ×1. Option 2. Secretly alert, resettle the refugees from the Kingdom of Water, and then send personnel to investigate one by one. Reward, Lion's Roar, ×1. Option 3. Open the city gates wide, allow refugees from the Kingdom of Water to move into Konoha City and provide them with basic supplies. Reward, Rasengan, ×1, T. 3 choices, 3 attitudes. But look carefully, As long as choosing one is contradictory to choosing 2 and 3, that means Lanier can choose more than 2 and 3. Coincidentally, choice 1 made Lanier unable to take action at all, both in terms of practices and rewards. System, I choose 2 or 3. Successfully selected, the rewards, Lion's Roar, and Rasengan, have been distributed. Lion's Roar, one of the 72 unique skills of Shell-In. Condensing internal strength to release a sonic offensive in the designated direction, a Lion's Roar suppresses the heroes. Rasengan, concentrate the chakra in the palm of your hand, flow it in irregular directions and compress it to form a non-attributed chakra ball as big as your palm. After being hit by Rasengan, chakra disorder will be caused for a short time. Let's not mention Rasengan for now. This Lion's Roar saved him some trouble, as he didn't have to ask people to go back to get the loudspeaker equipment. With so many people looking at him eagerly, why not waste some chicken soup to win people's hearts? Digested the information on 2 new abilities. Lanier has the ability to activate the Lion's Roar. Although he has no internal power, he can use it with the help of the system, whether using chakra or consuming the most basic physical strength. Everyone who comes from the Kingdom of Water, my name is the Daimyo of the Kingdom of Fire. I welcome you to abandon the darkness and turn to the light. You have made a wise choice to come to the Kingdom of Fire. The increase in the Lion's Roar is very powerful. Lanier was like a subwoofer, and the thunderous sound made Tsunade and others around him want to cover their ears, but they couldn't do so due to the situation. Fortunately, Lanier discovered it in time. He waved them to leave for now. Next is his personal performance time, so don't grab attention here. Tsunade and others all retreated. Under the city wall, the refugees from the Kingdom of Water stared at Lanier quietly, waiting for the sentence of the great name of the Kingdom of Fire. Lanier started his poisonous chicken soup speech. For this day, he copied many speeches from his previous life. He flew up into the sky so that everyone could see him. I believe that many people are not calm right now, and are worried that this daimyo will squeeze you for something else because of his so-called fear. Here, as the daimyo of the Land of Fire, I promise that no matter what Orochimaru and the others have promised before, they will definitely come true. 250. And we will also welcome you. There will definitely be necessary review in the initial stage, but as long as you pass, you will be treated equally and you will all be the subjects of this daimyo. Especially for young people of the right age, the ninja school is also open to you. This is the theme I want to talk about today. The first thing that makes a country strong is its people, and the first thing that strengthens its heart is the strength of its young people. If a young man has ideals, his country will have hope. A young man's wisdom will bring wisdom to the country. A young man's wealth will make his country rich. Strong young people will make the country strong. Young people who are independent will make the country independent. If young people are free, the country will be free. If young people make progress, the country will progress. A young man is better than the 4 great powers, and the country is better than the 4 great powers. If a young man is strong in the ninja world, then the country will be strong in the ninja world. Within the territory of the Fire Country, you can safely use your surname, use your blood lineage, and use everything you were once proud of. Don't worry about the pursuit of the Kingdom of Water and Kurdicker. As long as they dare to set foot in the Kingdom of Fire, the Kingdom of Thunder will be their fate. His Kingdom of Water cannot accommodate all of your people, but my Kingdom of Fire can accommodate you. The Kingdom of Water is afraid of the blood inheritance limit, but this daimyo's Kingdom of Fire can accommodate it. His family in the Kingdom of Water cannot be left behind, but this daimyo's Kingdom of Fire can accommodate it. You don't have to worry about getting killed because of this. This daimyo hereby assures you that anyone who dares to be unfair can report it to any Konoha shinobi or come to my Hokage building. Anyone who has Konoha shinobi, officials and soldiers of the Fire Nation receive reports and do not deal with them. The person found out will be sentenced to prison at the least, or expelled from Konoha City at the worst. Those who cause serious consequences will be guilty of the same crime. Later, I will release the new laws of the Fire Country. Everyone can read them carefully. However, if there is any unfairness, you can send a letter to the suggestion box set up by this daimyo. I want this Land of Fire to have no more darkness. This daimyo wants this country of fire to have no injustice from now on. This daimyo wants this Land of Fire to become the joy of the ninja world. Through the spread of the Lion's Roar, Lanier's speech was like the sound of a vast bell. Not only could it be heard clearly by the 5,000 Water Country refugees below, it could also be heard by the entire Konoha City behind him. In the observation Haki he dispersed, Tsunade and the others, who had already retreated several hundred meters away, were all looking up at Lanier in the sky with burning eyes. Lanier's words were so inspiring. A strong young man makes a country strong. No more darkness. Let the Fire Nation dominate the ninja world. Make the Land of Fire a paradise for the ninja world. Is this his ambition as a daimyo? Boom, boom, boom. Daimyo, I hear your will. Was Lanier so ambitious before? BJCD, you are indeed a confidant who understands me. Ordinary people with the same goals as me cannot understand. Is it Big Brother's voice? Although I can't quite understand it, it sounds like it's very powerful. Is this the name of the Fire Country? Finally there is a daimyo willing to accept us. Sure enough, it's exactly what Orochimaru-sama said, the Fire Country daimyo will definitely understand our. This famous person, whoever dares to oppose me will assassinate him. It is an honor for me and the horse to be able to ride a horse for a great name in this lifetime. The great name of the Fire Country. If you can really do what you say, even half of it, I, the Ghost Lantern clan, will recognize you. This moment, too many thoughts were captured and sent to Lanier in the voiceover. It was also for Lanier to confirm. As expected, his carefully excerpted speech touched the depths of everyone's hearts and gained a wave of loyalty. Refugees from the land of water. Feel relieved that there is finally a country that can accommodate them. People of the Fire Nation. Be inspired by their great ambition and kindness. Look, this is the name of their Fire Nation. Are you envious or not? Hey, don't give it. If you really want it, then just defect and run. The atmosphere fell into an excited silence, and everyone was moved by it, but for a while they were unable to express their excitement in words or actions. Finally, long live the Daimyo. I don't know who shouted, and then there was a roar of mountains and tsunami. Long live the Daimyo. Long live the Daimyo. Long live the great name. Lanier listened with a smile on his face and a PK in his heart. And cursed him with an early death. I can only secretly think, he who doesn't know is not guilty, but I will have to change this slogan I copied from somewhere later. The refugees from the Kingdom of Water feel at peace. Lanier asked Kazuma to send soldiers and scatter them in various areas of Konoha City in family units to prevent them from gathering on a large scale. And, small families and large families with ninjas are placed next to others. It can be considered as precautionary measures. But other than that, remember, warn your subordinates and never have a bad attitude. They have just arrived, and even if they feel temporarily reassured by my words, it will take practical actions to make them completely come back. In addition to checking in according to the arranged area, reminder, remember. It is a reminder, not a warning. Remind them not to go out in the near future to prevent any class meetings. People from the interrogation department will investigate later, so you don't have to worry about this. Take out sufficient supplies from the newly established Konoha City warehouse. The basic supplies for these people must be sufficient. Food must be given half a month in advance. There must be meat, vegetables and staple food. If there are babies or the like, then give extra milk. Remember, hearing Lanier's luxurious treatment, Kazuma was a little dumbfounded. No, none of his soldiers are treated so well, right? But even though I have doubts in my heart, Kazuma still abided by his good quality of, do not tell, and took orders to make arrangements. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been listening to the whole process, stared at Lanier thoughtfully. He vaguely guessed something, but not sure. Others also seem to understand, and don't understand why Lanier treats outsiders who just came to the Kingdom of Water so favorably. This is real money. Tsunade is the most direct. I didn't understand, so I asked, Lanier, why do you treat them so well? Given their previous situation, even if they are given slightly lower treatment, they shouldn't have any objections, right? I don't understand. Lanier smiled and said, Itachi, Kurenai, Mabui, Orochimaru, do you know why I did this? Itachi and Yuhi Hong were still deep in thought and did not speak immediately. Orochimaru glanced at Mabui but said nothing. Obviously he guessed it, but he didn't say it. Mabui hesitated for a moment and said uncertainly, Daimyo, you want the ninja world to know your attitude towards those who take refuge. Yes, he is very smart. Lanier smiled and patted Mabui on the shoulder. I call this, a horse bone bought with 1,000 gold. Horses with thousands of miles of horses often exist in the world, but small horses do not always exist. There are too many talented geniuses, but how many can really grow? As long as we deal with the first batch of Water Kingdom refugees and show that I will go to war with Water Kingdom for them, what do you think those geniuses who are oppressed in other countries will choose? Wool and cloth. Hiss. Everyone was in awe. The Daimyo's plan was really brilliant. They all expressed admiration. Daimyo Hideaki. What a great plan. The name is so awesome. Daimyo has a good mind. Lanier, your heart is really dirty. You can think even more than my second grandfather. Listen, listen. Lanier quickly laid his hands on everyone to stop talking. Good guy. Is it okay to praise him for having a really dirty heart? These people, after all, are not as good at licking as Fugaku and Futai. Lanier thought to himself. As usual, we praised Hyuga Hiyashi and others who had been working hard on the journey, and then, finally, they were allowed to go back to their families. They are all heads of the clan, so they will be busy next. Chief Hyuga, you can pick up little Hinata from school tonight. I'll give her a few days off. Lanier said. Yes, thank you, Daimyo. Hyuga Hiyashi replied calmly, but the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up. No matter how strict my father is, there will still be feelings for the children. As for everyone else, Sarutobi Hiruzen stayed silently, as if he had something to report to Lanier. Tsunade pulled Orochimaru away, going to go have a drink with Jiraiya. Sannin finally reunited and had a good chat. Kurenai Yuhi also took Mabui to the Hokage building, and Shikaku Amira couldn't be busy there alone. Hongdu hid in the darkness and continued to protect Lanier. Itachi was about to leave, but Lanier shouted to stay. How are Izumi and Tsunade studying? Lanier asked. Back to the teacher. Izumi and Tsunade-sama are making rapid progress in their studies. They have mastered low-level medical techniques and are currently learning healing jutsu. Itachi said respectfully. Well, your father has returned to his clan, so I'll give you a day off today. It's teacher. Thank you, teacher, Itachi said with a rare smile. Sasuke has been pestering his disciple to teach him ninjutsu. Today I can spend time with Auto. Go ahead. Sasuke's talent is pretty good, I'm very optimistic about him. Sasuke will be very happy to hear this. His goal is to become a strong shadow like you, sensei. Then he should work hard. Its teacher. The disciples will supervise him. After a brief warm conversation between master and disciple, Itachi left. Lier and Sarutobi Hiruzen were left alone. The daimyo, his subordinates, discovered something wrong in Kurdicker. Sarutobi Hiruzen said respectfully, "It seems, there are eyes in the dark that have been staring at us, but my subordinates." But he couldn't be found. Moreover, Kurdicker's policy in the blood mist is also very abnormal. During the time we were in the water country, the 4th Mizukage never showed up, only a few elites showed up. Shinobi came to pursue them, but after they went to Orochimaru to find the daimyo of the land of water, they gave up the pursuit and hunkered down in Kurdicker, not even accepting missions anymore. There's definitely something weird in there. Oh, what is your judgment? Lier asked with interest. My subordinates guess that this Kurdicker's 4th Mizukage, I'm afraid, has been replaced by someone. I just don't know which force they are from, but they are definitely not from the Kingdom of Water. People, otherwise they would not spare no effort to kill their companions. Sarutobi Hiruzen Jinping said firmly. In the blood mist, no matter how much I heard about it, I didn't go and see it with my own eyes, how bloody it was. Even though Sarutobi Hiruzen was once mediocre and was deceived by Danzo into killing many geniuses one after another, he still felt ashamed of Kurdicker 4th Mizukage. This shows how terrible this method is. Lier was a little surprised. Sarutobi Hiruzen's sense of smell is so sensitive that he has already vaguely noticed the existence of Run Earth. Well, I understand, Lier said calmly. Who did you tell this about? My subordinates have not told anyone because they are worried that the information will be leaked. Perhaps you are worried about being robbed of your credit. Lier nodded and said. The Sarutobi clan has been a little quiet recently, just keep it that way. Just pretend that you don't know the information about this matter for the time being. My subordinates know. Go ahead and become the principal of the ninja school after changing the clan leader. There will be many children going to school this time, and you will be busy. It is my honor to be able to share my worries with you. Sarutobi Hiruzen retired with satisfaction. To this day, the Sarutobi clan finally broke away from the influence of Sarutobi Hiruzen in the past. From now on, he is him, and the Sarutobi clan is the Sarutobi clan. Although the Hokage position should not be considered in the short term. The future is promising. As soon as Lier returned to Hokage's office, 7 mission reports were delivered. Lier took Orochimaru's copy and looked at it with interest, and threw the other 6 copies to Naruto, asking him to summarize the key points and make a brief introduction for himself. It's nice to have someone to call you. During Orochimaru's mission briefing, Lier learned more information. The Minazuki clan, also known as the Snow clan, was destroyed, and it was very clean. Orochimaru and others searched to no avail. The Wei Yoruichi clan was attacked as a spear in Kurdicker because of their warlike character. Now only Kimimaro, whom Lier wanted, is left, and all the others were killed. Kimimaro also brought his best friend, Jugo, who is suspected of having the blood inheritance limit of communicating animals. Although the Onidang clan was a family that had a Mizukage, they were particularly targeted because of this. Therefore, after promising huge profits, they were still persuaded by them and the whole family moved to follow. Orochimaru ran away. It was also because of this that Kurdicker had to send a small force to pursue him, and then retreated under the threat of his life being threatened by the daimyo of the land of water. Also Kidomaru, Tayuya, Sakin, Ukin, Jirobo. These team members who once established the Sound Ninja Village in Orochimaru were found one by one in the Kingdom of Water. Lier never expected this, but he actually found them all. This can only say, Kurdicker was really crippled by Run 2, and the Land of Lost Water was looking for talents. Suddenly, there was a piece of information that surprised Lier. It turns out, can she even be kidnapped by Orochimaru? Lier can only express his sincere emotion. He is indeed the #1 human trafficker in the ninja world. 14. Hokage beautiful back leaves. Terumi may delivered to your doorstep. 16K. Orochimaru's original text. Intercepted the assassination team sent by Sunagaku to assassinate the 4th Mizukage, possessing the blood succession limit scorched style. After Yamanaka Haichi's interrogation, it was actually an exchange with Kurdicker. In exchange for Hager's life, in exchange for an armistice agreement with Kurdicker, his subordinates took it upon themselves to fight him back to the land of fire. Plus, Lier has some impressions. She likes to wear backless clothes. In the scene when her disciple asked her to turn around, her beautiful back and long legs were exposed. There is a picture in the upper right corner. Cough cough cough. What is even more rare and valuable is that Hayakura is one of the few women in the ninja world who can compete with Tsunade in terms of natural talent. As for the rare scorched style blood limit, Lier doesn't care. She has a figure and is willing to show it off, another top-notch figure. Although Yi Kang was very loyal to Sunagaku, when he was betrayed, he felt as much hatred as he used to be loyal to him now. In the 4th Ninja War, after being reincarnated by the impure world, Yagura's first goal is to seek revenge from the ninjas of Sunagaku. It shows how much he hates being betrayed. My love needs to be shared again. Lier sighed, and he said it openly and without any fear of being reported to the other little sisters by Yuhi Kurenai. Mabuyi couldn't. She is now the one who is dedicated to being the Blue King. What can Yutihong do? Of course, he asked thoughtfully. Do I need to summon Terumi Mei? This is because Lanye's extra love is for Terumi Mei, whom he promised to kidnap. Wait a minute. In response to Shi Raihong, Lanye continued to read the mission report. There isn't much information worth paying attention to later. There are only two that Lanye can pay attention to. One is that Terumi Mei, as the leader of the anti-Mizukage faction, has two blood inheritance boundaries, lava style, and boil style, and is recognized by the anti-Mizukage faction as the next generation successor of Mizukage. The reason why Orochimaru was able to capture it, in addition to his personality charm, as the #1 trafficker in the ninja world, there are also his promises. Quote, My subordinates speculate that the daimyo you named to bring back Terumi Mei is to cultivate her talents and then arrange for her to be transferred back to Kurdicker to seize the position of 5th Mizukage and indirectly control the lifeline of the country of water for the future unification. Laying the groundwork. Therefore, I lured her back to Konoha on the pretext that you will help her seize the position of 5th Mizukage. This Orochimaru is also interesting. It turned out that Lanye's simple SP was transformed into ambition, and he had all the excuses to conquer Terumi Mei. Picking up girls for the sake of unifying the ninja world. For the sake of the Fire Nation, I can only agree with tears. It is worth mentioning that Terumi Mei and Kakashi are the same age, they are only 21 years old this year. Another piece of information worth paying attention to is that there is a special Jonin named Ao in the anti-Mizukage faction who has a single Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. In order to prevent Terumi Mei from having a rebellious mentality, Hyuga Hiyashi proposed to temporarily leave his life and Byakugan in the hands of the daimyo. Deal with it together. Green. He is considered a high-level supporting actor. I heard that he is also a villain in Hokage Ninja Gaiden Part 1, Boruto Turn. Just him. Can you be a villain? To know, although Ao's ability to use the Byakugan has greatly improved his perception, it will have strategic significance for Kurudicker's detection and defense in the future. But he ignored the improvement of his own strength. Ao not only does not have the talent to develop the gentle fist of the Hyuga clan's Byakugan, but he also does not have the ability to integrate the Byakugan into his own ninjutsu system. Even when I saw Uchiha Shisui, my first thought was to escape. It can be seen that he has no ambition to be strong. On the contrary, the white eyes in Shing's eye sockets are very dangerous, so that, in the future, Anbu and the chasing troops in the Mist Ninja Village will prepare Ao with the automatic guard Byakugan, charm that even Mizukage cannot solve. As a result, after a serious decline in combat power, can he still be a villain? The weakest members of the Akatsuki organization are all at cage level. It can be seen that this Hokage Ninja Gaiden Part 1 Boruto spin that is not burning at all, is so crotch-stretching. Back to business. Mentioning this green, Lanye also thought of the caged bird about Byakugan, which limits the potential of the Hyuga clan. This is the precious combat power of the Fire Nation. Although he acts as a humanoid radar most of the time, he is also a descendant of Otsutsuki and one of the two major Aijutsu bloodlines. Lanye still doesn't believe it. Even if Byakugan cannot directly evolve into Tenseigan, it has the same level of power as Sharingan's 3 Magatama and Mangekyo, so it can still have this potential, right? Thinking of this, Lanye said, let Terumi Mei and this Ching come over. Yes, Yuhi Hong walked to Hokage's office and soon brought the two people who had been waiting outside early. When Narashikaku saw Terumi Mei for the first time, he finally understood why the daimyo wanted to bring her back by name. So tempting. She has an enchanting figure, green eyes with hooks, long criss-crossed brown curly hair covering her right eye, and a smile on her mature and dignified face, which makes people feel gentle and friendly. He seems to have the affinity of a superior person. But Lanye knew that these were all things Terumi Mei was forced to pretend. She has two blood inheritance boundaries. After being discovered, she was trained as the 5th Mizukage, and her words and deeds were also learned according to the standards of the Mizukage. How could such a life be easy? It must be very hard. Lanye said with emotion. Hard work. Terumi Mei was stunned, and politely Kaido said, I just traveled a little bit, and it won't be hard for Kurudicker's rise. Lanye sighed. Terumi Mei's remark reminded him of those left-behind children who are sensible and calm when their parents go out to work. Saying the most sensible words, enduring the pain of not being able to desire. Is it very hard? Lanye thought so and said so. Carrying Kurudicker's future on my back, I have to pretend to be what everyone expects for the sake of the light, and carry the burden together on behalf of everyone. It must be very hard. Terumi Mei was completely stunned this time. She didn't expect this Fire Nation daimyo, who was so handsome that it made people want to do something, could actually understand her inner thoughts at a glance. Just like a girlfriend who can only grit her teeth and persist when she is single, she will take off all pretense and vent her feelings the moment she sees her boyfriend. Lanye's words made Terumi Mei lose her guard. I didn't know how to react for a long time. This made Ching beside her frown. I am very dissatisfied with Terumi Mei's rude behavior in front of the famous people of other countries. But just when he was about to remind him, however, he suddenly noticed that his vision went dark, and he subconsciously opened the white eye of his right eye, but still saw nothing. He could only vaguely sense the name of the fire country sitting in front of him. He didn't even look at him, but he exuded a terrifying aura. Obviously, this is when Lanye saw Ching trying to reprimand his own woman, and used Conqueror's Haki to give him a reprimand. Although it was only released against Ao alone, the aura of calmness and self-restraint added by Conqueror's Haki brought Terumi Mei back to her senses. She took a deep breath and expanded her already bulging talent a little more. Lanye couldn't help but look sideways, and Conqueror's Haki closed in. Cough cough cough. The grim atmosphere returned. Terumi Mei put on the mask again, wearing that warm smile, but her eyes were more curious about Lanye. You were joking, Daimyo of the Fire Country. The hope you carry will only spur me instead of pressure. Terumi Mei said with a smile. But no one present believed this explanation. Lanye bypassed the topic and said directly, Orochimaru promised you on my behalf that he will help you become the 5th Mizukage, so it means that I have agreed. This 5th Mizukage will be you, and it can only be you. Haki. It will be you, and it can only be you. No room for negotiation. Haki. This is a temperament that Terumi Mei has never seen before. Although she was raised as a Mizukage in the past, in the final analysis, she is just a group of underground rats, otherwise she would not be respected as a Mizukage. Where can I find someone with the temperament of a king? If there really is, then Hokage is not him. Terumi Mei. After all, although she has 2 blood inheritance limits, it only means that she has potential. Boom. Handsome. Thoughtful. Return Haki. Oh my god, this is my perfect lover. Pity, I still have to fight for Kurdicker. I am not qualified to pursue love. Lanye was a little surprised when he heard Terumi Mei's inner words. Haki, is he determined to make Terumi Mei the 5th Mizukage? It's very simple. When the Akatsuki tissue is almost developed, Runtu will give up Kurdicker, which he has crippled, as a base to carry out the Infinite Tsukuyomi plan. And as the 4th Mizukage of Jinchuriki, he will definitely be captured and given to the Gedo statue to devour the tailed beast. Kurdicker at that time, let alone cage level, even elite Jonin can't find a few. Terumi Mei already has the foundation of the anti-Mizukage faction, and she has cage level combat power with the limit of double blood inheritance. If she is not the 5th Mizukage, who can be? But, is it so easy to be excited? She is indeed the future queen of hate marriage. In that case, I won't be polite. Thinking like this, Lanye pretended to be serious and said, but there is no free lunch in the world. I wonder what you can give to let me, the Fire Nation, support you in becoming a Mizukage. Arrive. The exchange of interests. Terumi Mei kept in mind the conditions given by the elders before and chose a condition that was more sincere but far from the bottom line. At that time, as Mizukage, I will conclude an alliance with Konoha to advance and retreat together and hand over. Stop, stop, stop. Lanye waved his hand and said, have you misunderstood something? Even now, Kurdicker is almost crippled by your 4th Mizukage. How much combat power will be left in the future? We have made an alliance to advance and retreat together. The premise is equality. Do you think Kurdicker will be equal to me, Konoha? Terumi Mei got stuck with one sentence. How can this be equal? Hey, don't tell me later. Just now, you, the country of fire, are going to conquer the Kingdom of Thunder, and at the same time, you can send several cage-level experts to act in the Kingdom of Water. The Daimyo of the Kingdom of Water are forcing them to not even dare to reply to the Daimyo of the Kingdom of Thunder's request for help. How is this equivalent? Take your head to equalize. According to Lanye's idea, the conditions given by the elders before were to throw away the bottom line. It seems that Lanye may not be able to. Terumi Mei glanced at Lanye, who just frowned and made her heart flutter. Confirmed. ... Please give me flowers. It's impossible to impress Lanye. Thinking about it, when Terumi Mei saw Yuri Kurenai, her eyes suddenly lit up. She thought of a very constructive condition. No, and she died for Kurdicker. Take another breath. Terumi Mei tried to slow down her tone and said slowly, in that case, how about I hand over Kurdicker to you? What? Ching was shocked, and then objected. This isn't FKU. Lanye's Conqueror's Haki is a 100% riot, sweeping up Ao like a tsunami. Ao is like a small boat on the vast sea facing a storm, his eyes spinning. They all rolled their eyes and even fainted. Although he is a special Jonin, he was promoted because of his Byakugan. The real strength is probably only elite Chunin, even if you can withstand Lanye's full release of Conqueror's Haki. And Terumi Mei, who was next to Ching. Although he was not enveloped by Conqueror's Haki, he was slightly affected, and he deeply realized how powerful Lanye's aura was. Song suppressed Ching with just a thought. There is no chakra fluctuation, just pure momentum. This moment, Terumi Mei, who doesn't understand Otherworld Conqueror's Haki, has a common understanding with many Konoha shinobi, Lanye, the god of the ninja world. Otherwise there is no way to explain. Why can he suppress Chunin with just a thought? Terumi Mei is not only not angry that her subordinates were suppressed, but there is something slightly wrong in her eyes, as if she is risking a peach blossom. So handsome. No way. It's not that she, Terumi Mei, is too silly and sweet, but that she has never met Lanye, a king with such a temperament, in Kurdicker. She sat in a well and watched the sky and bumped into Lanye as soon as she went out. Who can survive this? Even Tsunade was conquered by Lanye. How could she, Terumi Mei, be able to withstand it? Lanye noticed something was wrong with Terumi Mei's eyes and felt that he should strike while the iron was hot. Said, what did you mean when you just said that you should leave the village to me? Terumi Mei came back to her senses and said, I mean, since I am the Mizukage of Kurdicker in the future, then if I become your woman, isn't it Miss Shinobi? Even if the village is handed over to you, After you help me seize the position of Mizukage, will the Kingdom of Water be able to fight for it? Lanier almost agreed directly after hearing this. Good guy, he originally thought that he would need to work hard to win. So you delivered it to your door yourself. But if you think about it carefully, Terumi-Mei didn't know the future direction, so how could she know that the 5th Mizukage would be at her fingertips? I thought that the Fire Nation needed to expend a lot of resources to help her ascend to the throne. And with the current strong strength of the Fire Nation that has just defeated the Thunder Nation, it is just the Mizukage successor, launched by the anti-Mizukage faction, and it obviously has no capital or qualifications. He promised to make Lanier's heart flutter. So, it seems that all Terumi-Mei can do is promise herself. It can be said that he sacrificed his life for the sake of righteousness. It's just, aren't you worried that I will annex the Kingdom of Water? Aren't you from the Kingdom of Water? Lanier asked with raised eyebrows. The Kingdom of Water is afraid of our limited blood family and has instructed the 4th Mizukage to exclude our limited successors. Why should I support his name? Terumi-Mei asked in return. Oh, then why do you think it's okay for me? Just because of what I said outside the city. Lanier became interested. Yes, not entirely. Terumi-Mei showed a mature and charming smile and said, since entering the city, I have seen the prosperity of Konoha. All the ninjas and civilians have. They are all working hard while praising your kindness. After entering Konoha Village, I even found statues dedicated to you in every house. Isn't this enough to explain? Lanier heard this, knocking on the desk thoughtfully. Mabuyi subconsciously took a half step back. She thought she was working at 4th Raikage. But no one paid attention to her, they were all paying attention to Lanier's reaction. Terumi-Mei is the most anxious. I don't know if she can succeed with her empty-handed trick of trapping her husband. In this attention, Lanier frowned, which made Terumi-Mei's heart skip a beat. Really, who is famous in the land of fire without beauties? How could he be tempted by a female ninja with a low status in a hostile country? Just when Terumi-Mei was disappointed, Lanier complained. Why are they enshrining my statue? I'm not dead. Shikaku, go make an announcement and say that you will build a statue of me in the central square of Konoha City, but don't worship at home. Terumi-Mei, Sunset Red, Mabuyi, Nara Shikaku, ... Although the 4 of them must have something they want to complain about, they definitely don't dare to say it in front of Lanier. I can only hold it in due to internal injuries. At this time, Lanier seemed to have just come to his senses and said a little disgustedly, you said you treat me as my woman and I help you fight for Mizukage. Yes. Terumi-Mei exhaled and said solemnly, don't worry, as long as you don't target Kurdicker like 4th Mizukage, I will definitely take you as the leader, Kurdicker. At least during my reign, everything will be controlled by your will. Here Terumi-Mei played a trick, that is. Chuan, 15. Take down Terumi-Mei, the temptation of Snake Lady. 11K add more updates please subscribe automatically. Terumi-Mei played a trick, that is, she only relied on Lanier's will. When she steps down, or Lanier is 100 years from now. Kurdicker has probably calmed down a little bit, and now he wants to do something else. That is a matter for future generations and has nothing to do with her. Of course Lanier also heard Terumi-Mei's tricks, but he didn't expose them. If you enter his door, you will be killed by a bat. Give me eternal life. Of course, on the surface, Lanier was still very indifferent, pretending to hesitate and think for a while, which made Terumi-Mei trigger the voiceover again. Boom. Will the Fire Country Daimyo agree? Will he agree? Looking at his hesitation, I'm afraid he won't agree. Sure enough, the status of ninjas is still too low. The Fire Nation is the strongest among the 5 major nations, and the great names of the Fire Nation look down upon me even less. It's rare to find a heartwarming place, and the result. No, now is not the time to think about feelings, we have to think about Unanimous Village. Kurdicker needs me to win the support of the Fire Nation Daimyo. As if he had made some kind of determination. Terumi-Mei gritted her teeth and said, Daimyo of the Land of Fire, I know that you are a cage-level expert, so I dare to make a request. I hope to be alone with you for some time. I have better conditions for you. Oh, Lanier, who was intrigued, became interested. Have a look. Doesn't this raise new conditions? Lanier waved his hand. Kurenai Yuhi, Mabuyi and Nara Shikaku left the Hokage office one after another. When Nara Shikaku passed by Aoki, he picked up the back of his neck and cleared away the surrounding Anbu. They were all reassured that Lanier could destroy 4th Raikage with one punch. Everyone is gone. Before Lanier could speak, Terumi-Mei raised her hand and hooked her belt, directly. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Hiss. Ah this, is it so smooth? She is indeed a woman who can compete with Tsunade. Seeing that Terumi-Mei wants to continue. Although Lanier was also looking forward to it, he frowned and waved to stop. No, what do you mean? He stared at Terumi-Mei's evasive eyes, but his peripheral vision was aimed at. Terumi-Mei was obviously very shy, her ears were red and she lowered her head and looked hard at the floor, she is so talented after all. Faced with Lanier's questioning, Terumi-Mei said weakly, the only thing I am confident about is mine. I know that you are in a high position and look down on us ninjas, so I don't ask you to treat me. I just ask you to save Kurdicker and my comrades. For this reason, I am willing to listen to you and do whatever you want, or maybe you, Daimyo, shouldn't you? Don't you like women? Lanier, I want to develop a relationship with you first, but you actually said that my sexual orientation is abnormal. My damn, do you need to endure this any longer? Lanye activated the spell-free spell and disappeared into the Hokage office with Terumi Mei in a gust of wind. 404 billion words are omitted below winking face. 12 hours later, on the dining table of the Hokage mansion, there is Terumi Mei, but Tsunade and Shizune are missing. After Lanye had a hearty meal, it was as if he had come back to life. He took a long breath and patted his slightly bulging belly. Seeing Terumi Mei's blank look, he couldn't help but frown. How can you become stronger if you don't eat? Even if I can make you the 5th Mizukage, I still need your own strength. Unless, are you ready to stay by my side? Quote, Terumi Mei's delicate body was shocked. Then she picked up her energy and picked up the rice, expressing her thoughts with her attitude. But in my heart, boom, I didn't expect him to be so strong. 12 hours. Or, let Ching go back and choose a Mizukage. It's fine if I stay. What a rare marriage partner. If you think about it this way, becoming a Mizukage is no good. No, the people in the village are still waiting for me to go back and take them out of their misery. I have had high hopes since I was a child, and I can't let them hope anymore. Then, when the village is transformed into a better place, hand over Mizukage to others and then come find Lanye. Yes, that's it for 740. I'm so smart. Obviously, Lanye's powerful combat power allowed Terumi Mei to be completely captured in just one day. In this regard, Lanye's vanity was also greatly satisfied. I glanced at the nymphomaniac Terumi Mei. Lanye until now, finally, he remembered Ching who was stunned by him, or rather the white eyes in his eyes. Although Terumi Mei is his woman now, she is not one of his own. Yes, Lanye said directly. Ming, regarding the ownership of Ao's Byakugan, it still needs to be returned to its original owner. But I will let Orochimaru transplant a new eye for him, how about it? Okay, Terumi Mei nodded happily and said, it's up to you to decide. I have no objection. Really, the woman's hands were all turned outwards, and it took less than half a day for Ching to give up. After you finish eating Anko, go and take out in person. Take out Orochimaru's place, finish it quickly, and then send the Byakugan directly to the Hyuga clan. Okay Lanye, now, except for Mabui and little Hinata who haven't changed their words yet, everyone else calls Lanye's name. This is a sign that Lanye has been recognized and can be further developed at any time. It just depends on Lanye's wishes. But, with Terumi Mei, they could only move back a little. Lanye looked at little Hinata who was busy cooking and smiled fondly. Little Hinata in the original anime was overwhelmed by his rigid father, and even his appetite had to be deliberately concealed in order to match the identity of the clan's eldest daughter. It is also sad to be in such a big family. But, in that kind of environment, can little Hinata be so talented in the future? Have to say, talent is really unreasonable. Those big fish are still women at the airport, but they can catch a lot of them. Sensing Lanye's gaze, little Hinata, who was immersed in cooking, looked up and met Lanye's eyes. She didn't blush directly like in the original drama, but she was still a little embarrassed. She struggled to swallow the food in her mouth and asked carefully, Teacher, are you too few disciples? No, how could it be? Lanye smiled and raised his hand to rub her broken hair. Eat more and see if you can break through your original limit. If you exceed Tsunade, I will give you a big reward. Oh, is there a reward? Little Hinata's eyes lit up and she asked eagerly, what's the point of surpassing Sister Tsunade? No matter what it is, I will definitely work hard. Lanye chuckled and said, you will know later. Like this, no matter what it is, I will definitely try my best to surpass Tsunade's sister. Little Hinata waved her little fist. Ha, then you have to work hard to eat more. Lanye laughed. Do you want to eat more? Good teacher, I will work hard, teacher. Little Hinata buried her head in eating again. Hearing the conversation between the two people, Yuhi Hong and other girls have understood what Lanye means to transcend. The talented Terumi Mei is a bit unpredictable. It was not easy to ask Lanye directly, so he could only lean towards Mabui beside him and ask carefully. Mabui, what do you mean by Lanye? Why do you want that little guy to surpass Tsunade? Mabui glanced at Lanye first. It was seen that Terumi Mei spoke at a low volume, but with Lanye's fighting ability, she could definitely be heard. Seeing Lanye smiling at him, he had no intention of stopping him. Mabui is Kaido. That's. Tsunade-sama is similar to you and me. Tsunade is similar to me in the same way as you. Terumi Mei was a little confused. Tsunade is a medical ninja from Konoha Village, specializing in physical arts. Mabui is from Cloud Shinobi Village and is the ninja secretary. She is good at the secret technique of the heavenly sending technique, but her combat power is not very high. She, Terumi Mei, is from Kurdicker and is a future Mizukage candidate. She is good at water style ninjutsu and is the only one among the three who has blood inheritance limit. Where does the common ground come from? Terumi Mei doesn't understand. She looked around carefully, especially noticing that little Hinata didn't look over, then stretched out her hand to weigh her heavy fruit, and gave Terumi a comprehension look. Terumi Mei didn't react at first. Look at Mabui's fruit, look at your own fruit, and compare the size of Tsunade's fruit. Quickly, a certain possibility emerged in her mind, and she looked at Mabui in surprise. Are you sure this is it? Mabui nodded to confirm. Yes, this is it. Terumi Mei. W. She looked at Lanye in disbelief. It turned out to be a famous person like you. Lanier shrugged nonchalantly and gave a provocative flash of lightning. YMIFGU. P.S. Pay attention to sentence breaks. Terumi May. What can Terumi May do? You can't just flip the table and get up, right? That is of course a choice. He ate in silence. Lanier smiled, quite shy. Early the next morning, Lanier, who has an admiral physique and a horse charm, came to the Hokage office feeling refreshed. Thanks to the existence of the desperate situation of reincarnation, Kurenai Yuhi and Mabui also slept well. They even thought that Lanier and Terumi May had gone to bed very early and had not done anything bad. This also triggered a discussion on combat effectiveness. Terumi May, who just fell asleep, I hope you won't cry after knowing the truth. Today, Lanier needs to meet and talk one by one with the patriarchs of the Kurdicker family who waited for him yesterday to no avail. The first to come, it is none other than Kaiden Raiden, the leader of the Onodin clan who was now the first wealthy family in Kurdicker. Del, Risshin. Lanier stared at Gui Dang Risshin and couldn't help laughing. Why do people in the ninja world have such strange names? Daimyo, is there anything wrong with my subordinate's name? Gui Dang Risshin asked carefully. I thought I was violating some of Lanier's taboos. Fortunately, his worries were unnecessary. Lanier just smiled and didn't say much on this topic. We in the Fire Country welcome the Ghost Lantern clan's choice to abandon darkness and turn to the light. After the normal screening process is over, I will arrange you between the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan, for the sake of everyone in Muya City. The heart also allows you to understand the two major clans as soon as possible. With the secret technique of water of your Ghost Lamp clan, although the first and second wealthy families in Konoha have no way, the third wealthy family can still compete for it. I, the Gui Dang clan, have no objection to this arrangement. Gui Dang Risshin said cautiously, I just don't know what this screening process is. They will be treated equally and the interrogation department will exclude them one by one. As that's so, Gui Dang Risshin seemed to have some concerns. Lanier knew what it was as soon as he thought about it. There will be no ninjutsu that probes the brain. This will cause irreversible damage to the brain. It is just a popularization and checking of identity. I will give you a Konoha City ID card to prove that you are a resident of the Land of Fire. Lanier explained. That's it, my subordinates are relieved. Gui Bodian felt relieved. I thought I was going to search my brain one by one. Brain damage is secondary. What they are most afraid of is the secret art of Water Gaiden of the Ghost Lantern clan. Thinking of this, Ghost Light Risshin couldn't help but think of the unique mission system in the overview given by Konoha last night. Get all the rewards. You can also redeem ninjutsu. Even the S-class forbidden technique can be redeemed. That, lightning style chakra mode, is the lightning style secret technique of TNK and the Ghost Lantern clan. The hydration technique, which can liquefy the flesh at will, rendering physical damage ineffective. Bating will turn the caster into a jelly sculpture-like object. Although the Kingdom of Water and the Kingdom of Thunder are separated by the sea, conflicts often occur due to tasks. This, lightning style chakra mode, makes them miserable. Now, if I can redeem this, lightning style chakra mode, I wonder if it can be integrated into their hydration technique, to create a water style chakra mode, or something like that. Thinking of this, Gui Dang Risshin tried and said, I don't know the name, but the source of income of my ghost clan is. Did you have any family business in Kurdicker before? Lanier asked. As long as a small number of tribesmen who are unable to practice will make a living by fishing. And even low-level genin can flow into the cracks of the building through water-based technique to do assassinations and steal secrets, so. Gui Dang Ritien almost made it clear. But Lanier frowned slightly. This made de Gui Dang Rishin's heart skip a beat. It seemed that they were from other villages after all. The treatment of this unique mission system, I'm afraid they were. But in fact, Lanier frowned because the income structure of the Ghost Lantern clan is too simple. Among the leaves, which big family doesn't own its own industry? Hot spring baths of the Hyuga clan. The Nara clan's deer antlers and medicinal materials business. The store leasing business of the Uchiha family. The Fire Nation daily newspaper of the Aburame clan. These incomes make the big family more resistant to risks, and at the same time, they have more funds to train younger generations to ensure the family's longevity. This is a healthy family. Look at the Ghost Lantern clan again. The main income is actually from the remuneration for completing tasks. If you are not stuck by Mizukage, who is? Just right, there is very little seafood industry in Konoha. After all, it is inland. Except for river fish and the like, which are relatively cheap, the price of seafood can be called luxury goods. You can let the Ghost Lantern family do it. Thinking like this, Lanier also said, you can't do this. How can your income only rely on tasks? If there are no tasks, how will the family live? We need to develop some family business. Konoha City is inland, and the seafood industry is very profitable. It's great that you, the Ghost Lantern clan, live by the sea all year round, and are very familiar with this. Later, you can organize those clansmen who cannot practice and hire some people from Konoha City, people to open up trade routes. The Ghost Lantern clan has just arrived, so they definitely don't have much savings, so let me personally invest a sum of money. From now on, I will get a share of the profits from this seafood business. Ghost Dang Risshin. Huh. Ghost Dang Risshin was shocked. It turns out that the purpose is not to treat them differently, but to find a new income channel for the Ghost Lantern clan. Ah, is this famous person so considerate? Gui Deng Rishan was so surprised that Lanye mistakenly thought that the 10% profit Lanye wanted was too high. Although it's a bit of a catch-all. But, after all, the Ghost Lantern clan is new here. If they don't bear his name, it will take a long time for the people of Konoha Village to accept them. But put his Lanye name on it. I believe that as long as there are no quality problems, people in Konoha will definitely buy it. He, Lanye, is famous, and you, the Ghost Lantern family, contribute, mutually beneficial. Any questions? Why can't you figure it out? Lanye frowned and explained the pros and cons, and then said, now that you, the Ghost Lantern clan, have not yet established a firm foothold, you have to understand what now is good to attack. Ah, Gui Deng Rishan was dumbfounded again, and then he realized what he was doing and hurriedly said, Daimyo atones. I was just surprised that you didn't refuse the task for the Gui Deng clan, and you also thought about the future of the Gui Deng clan. It's definitely not for the sake of the future. I am trapped by this layer of interests. In order to express my apology, I am willing to hand over 90% of the profits to you, Daimyo. Please also ask Daimyo. Stop, stop, stop. Lanye interrupted with a wave of his hand. Give me 90%, why are you just running errands? You can do the task, but what about the people below? I'm not Danzo, I don't have such a black heart, then. Just 20%, that's it. This, 1 inch. Yes, I obey my orders. I am willing to lead the way for the great name. Gui Deng Rishan said solemnly. As the saying goes, without comparison, there is no harm. The Ghost Lamp clan is in Kurdicker. That is the hidden danger that is regarded as the big enemy. All kinds of strict defenses and surveillance are carried out, and the tasks are also done for them to do the dirty work. Now in Konoha, mission rewards are doubled, and various ninjutsu forbidden techniques can be exchanged. The Daimyo and Hokage also put themselves in their shoes to increase their income sources. Are these things comparable? From now on, this fire country will be the home of their Ghost Lantern clan. Who dares to move? Close the door and release the water to drown them. With emotion, Ghost Lantern went back every day to announce the good news to the worried clansmen. Next, there are some scattered small families, most of which possess family secrets. Some of them consciously give up their family secrets when they meet, but Lanye dismissed them and sent them away after saying a few words to reassure them. A team of 5,000 people, but excluding those who are independent, there are less than 30 people who actually have families. After Lanye met everyone one by one, that is to summon the people on the list, he had previously ordered in batches. First, Kimimaro and Jugo. Also coming with him is Orochimaru. Hiss, it's such a pity. Orochimaru said regretfully. Kimimaro has a very serious bloodline disease, and I'm afraid he won't live to be 16. Jugo also has a dual personality. His ability to have a violent personality is very strange. I'm still studying it. Middle. 17. That's it. Kimimaro, come here. Lanye waved to Kimimaro. Kimimaro subconsciously glanced at Orochimaru. Go ahead, just ask me to keep you by name, otherwise you will, hiss. Kimimaro heard this. Without hesitation, he walked around Hokage's desk and came to Lanye. Lanye rubbed the head of this, no little boy, and the healing power of the horse charm was activated. Kimimaro is still a child after all. Even though his sad childhood made it difficult for him to express his emotions, he raised his eyebrows in surprise because the pain he had been suffering from bloodline disease suddenly disappeared. Doll. That's it. Lanye also knows that Kimimaro is almost like a robot, and he still doesn't have much affection. It can only be corrected little by little later. Waved him back, Lanye looked at Orochimaru and said, I just treated Kimimaro. Please wait and see if the bloodline disease is cured or is just temporarily cleared. Oh, so fast. Orochimaru looked interested. Don't think about it, you'll never learn. Is there any limit to blood inheritance? Roughly the same. Could it be that the blood successor was eliminated? Orochimaru's eyes sparkled like never before. Up to now, the only blood successor that appeared in the ninja world was eliminated. Only Iwagakers, Chen escape. Stop guessing, I am the only one who knows this ability anyway. Lanye ignored the topic and looked at Jugo. What he said. Orochimaru, have you ever tried Sage Mode in Ruchi Cave? My talent seems to be that I cannot sense natural energy. Orochimaru frowned. Obviously, he was very upset about not being able to study the mysteries of the immortal. Then you have a chance. Lanye said. This Xuanwu should be born with the ability to absorb natural energy, but he cannot control it freely, and he has lived in an area rich in natural energy since he was a child, which is why Sage transformation gradually emerged. Orochimaru should also know that if natural energy cannot be controlled, it will corrode the physical body and the human heart, which is why Jugo has a second personality. That's actually him. It's just that after the Sage transformation, he couldn't control himself, so he became a violent personality according to his nature. Through Lanye's explanation, the way Orochimaru looks at Jugo is like the way Lanye and Terumi may look when they are alone. Hiss, then I have to study it carefully. Orochimaru said with great interest. Well, I have a direction. You can try to analyze Xuanwu's talent and match the ability to absorb natural energy with cursed seals. If you can fuse your soul fragments, you can still rely on these cursed seals even if you die in the future. Rebirth, Lanye suggested. This is a brand new road to eternal life. Hearing this, Orochimaru couldn't wait to hear it, and urged, Daimyo, do you have anything else to do? My subordinates may be a little busy now. I'm a little busy now, is that okay? Be restrained, don't scare the children. Lanier said speechlessly. Also, do you know that even for those on death row, in vivo experiments must be reported? Don't worry, my subordinates still cherish the research environment you provided. Orochimaru said bluntly. There is also a Kito Suigetsu in the Kito clan, as well as Kimimaro and Jugo. You can accept them as your disciples and teach them with Sasuke. Lanier added. That's it. Orochimaru hesitated. There are too many disciples to teach. Although Shadow Clone can be used to deal with it in the early stage, it will eventually distract his energy, so the scientific research time will be reduced. There is less room. In the early stage, they will be at the ninja school. Sarutobi Hiruzen is there. He has some skills in teaching students. Lanier reminded. Then I have no problem. Orochimaru simply agreed. Lanier thought for a while. The Eagle Squad is almost gathered, but Uzumaki is missing. By the way, the current Uzumaki fragrant phosphate is still working as a red medicine bag in the Grass Ninja Village, right? No, how could such a good talent be wasted by you? Lanier's first reaction was to tell Orochimaru to go out and kidnap this man. But then I thought, Orochimaru may not have the time now. He said, I have talked to Tsunade about optimizing seeds during this time. Go and talk to Tsunade and see if there are any suggestions or talents to recommend. The rest is useless. What's going on? Quote. Then, my subordinates, I have resigned. Orochimaru confessed and couldn't wait to leave with Kimimaro and the two of them. But when I walked to the door of Hokage's office, Orochimaru suddenly turned back and said, Daimyo, I heard that you have developed a unique new ninjutsu, which makes Mitokado Homura afraid of it. I don't know. The second subordinate, can you experience it? Huh. Lanier doubted his ears. Do you know the effect of my ninjutsu? I don't know. Orochimaru shook his head and said, but since Mitokado Homura can bear it, I believe it will be okay for my subordinates. No. That's not it, is it? It's just a new ninjutsu. Lanier was a bit dumbfounded. But my subordinates are very interested in all unknown ninjutsu, especially advanced ninjutsu. Orochimaru insisted. That's okay. Just in time to test it. Does this strong person identification technique have any effect on cage-level strong people? Sarutobi Hiruzen escaped a disaster. Lanier reminded. Then, others, close your eyes and turn your back to me to avoid accidental injury. The eyes of a saint. The art of identifying the strong. If nothing else, Yuhi Kurenai and Mabui must not be allowed to experience this before they lose their virginity. Nara Shikaku was the most agile. He took off his forehead protector and covered his eyes, almost sticking it to the wall. That report, he has seen it. Unexpectedly, Kimimaro was actually the second one to execute, just a little slower than Nara Shikaku, who had a prejudgmental nature. It's all confirmed. Lanier just stared at Orochimaru, his eyes glowed with golden light again, and then he spoke involuntarily. What is filial piety? What is love? Do you know the greatness of maternal love? Strong person appraisal technique. The golden light made the Hokage office look magnificent. Looking directly at Lanier, Orochimaru was pierced into his eyes by the golden light as he wished, and then turned into heat and sank to his abdomen. The pregnancy has grown to the level of 10 months in seconds, and waves of labor pains are coming. Even Orochimaru, who was already inhuman, couldn't help but groan at the first moment. Then, just showing a sick sneer, he held his 10-month pregnant belly and bowed to Lanier. Then I will leave first. Before leaving, Lanier clearly saw Orochimaru's unintelligible sneer. 14. Did it open up some strange new world for him? Uncle Snake won't evolve into Snake Lady. I didn't expect that cage-level experts would also fall victim to this trick. Is it because of Orochimaru that he volunteered to be tested? Or as long as you're not as strong as me, you can just hold on? Thinking about it, in the end, in Lanier's mind, Orochimaru's sneer, holding his belly, made him unable to get rid of it. Unexpected, a bit too fertile, ruined. I won't be broken by Orochimaru, right? This can't be done. Lanier quickly grabbed Mabui and dove in. Magic against magic, awakened his true nature and made sure he was not bent. This Orochimaru is a bit dangerous. No, we have to find a way to make Orochimaru a family, otherwise I'm afraid I'll go crazy. Lanier, who was still buried in Mabui's chest, thought so. Mabui, although Yuhi Kurenai and Nara Shikaku have their backs facing each other, their ears are not deaf. At the Jonin level, listening and speaking is just the basics. Daimyo, boom. Why did the Daimyo suddenly become like this? Is he hinting at something? But this is too. Can't you go back at night? Would you like to go to the Daimyo's room tonight? But Terumi-Mei doesn't live there. If I go again. 3 of us together. But this is the first time for me to be alone with a Daimyo. Hearing Mabui's inner monologue, Lanier looked at her in surprise, wondering when he could take over this black girl. It doesn't matter if she's black or not, as long as she's big and pretty. Only then did Lanier escape from Orochimaru's shadow and realize that something was not right. But it's okay. I am a famous person. No one dares to be B. Take time. He glanced at the system panel. God-level selection system. Host. Shihuan Lanier. Age. 18 years old. Rewards. 12 talisman complete. Time rewind. Conqueror's Haki. Voiceover. Yulao Red Rope. Rejuvenation Pill. Observation Haki. Eye of the Saint. Rear Admiral Physique. Frozen Fruit. The right arm of the Sealed One Devil. 8 Inner Gates Formation. Mangekyo Tsukuyomi. Wolverine Blood. Unification Gift Edition. Mangekyo Jinghan. Lion's Roar, Rasengan. So far so good, make sure the system doesn't give you any weird god-level choices. Otherwise, I really want him to conquer Orochimaru or something. And I also gave him a reward that he couldn't refuse. So what is he going to do? To go or not to go? Hiss, it's scary to think about it. Daimyo, what's wrong? Yuhi Hong asked, did you think of something important? Ahem, it's nothing, I just suddenly felt something. Lanier waved his hand to indicate that it was okay. Although Yuhi Hong was a little strange, she took a half step back and didn't speak again. On the other hand, Mabuyi's expression was even more complicated. Could it be that the daimyo was thinking just now? So that's why you felt it. So what scene was he thinking about? Is it the same scene as she imagined? Did the daimyo still like this type of tune? If the daimyo really asked her to do this, will she agree or refuse? For a time, Mabuyi was in a state of confusion. The folder she was holding squeezed and spread her pride, causing Lanier to look sideways. Mabuyi, it's over, it's over. The daimyo just hinted at her with his eyes. But she didn't read the clues. Just when Mabuyi couldn't help but ask, Lanier straightened up calmly and said, what? Shikaku, you go to the mission department and issue an S-level mission, and ask an elite jonin to lead a team to the country of grass. Uzumaki's Uzumaki clan members brought it back and tried not to use force, but there was no need to be afraid of using force. It's the name. Nara ran away as if he was running away. Joke. It's not a good thing to stumble upon your superiors, unspeakable, secret. Yuhi Hong also turned around at this time, silently comparing her and Mabuyi's envy, and fell into deep thought. So, is this why the daimyo didn't pull her out just now? There's something wrong with the atmosphere. The 5 people who were originally going to meet, Kitamaru, Tayuya, Sakanuken, and Jirobo, were sent to study at the ninja school. The strength of these 5 people is mainly due to the Earth Curse seal. The talent of the original body. I can only say that the previous issue was on par, but not yet at the level of a genius. Otherwise, then he won't be killed by Konoha's 12 strongmen. So, it seems like there is only one person left. After the last person waiting comes in, Lanier was the first to notice her talent, and as expected, she was someone who could challenge Tsunade. It seems that the talent is higher than Terumi Mei. T.O.B. Hiss. It's really cool to wear. Although the most beautiful back in the ninja world can't be seen from the front, the long legs are still of a young age, only slightly worse than those of Wooden Golem. That's right, the person who came was none other than Yakura, Sunagaku's elite jonin. See Lanier. Yi Kang also bowed his head respectfully and half knelt on the ground, and his talent became even more extraordinary immediately. Fortunately, Lanier's face was washed by Tsunade, and he had his face washed by Mabuyi just now, so he can still withstand it. But it definitely won't work after a long time. Yi Kang, don't you? Stop kneeling and stand up. Thank you for your name. Yi Kang stood up and jumped. Dwang. It's so sexy. Well, what do you have to say? Lanier's train of thought for Dwang was a bit broken. No way, women are the only flaw he can't help. I heard that Terumi Mei has become your daimyo woman, and you are willing to help her become a Mizukage. Except for the fact that I have less blood inheritance than her, all other conditions are better than hers. Shoo, I am also willing to be your woman. I don't ask to become Kage. I just ask that if you have a chance in the future, you must kill the 4th Kage. OBJ, in the future. This. Oh no. 1.3. The condition is to kill the 4th Kage, right? Isn't that something Orochimaru can ambush and kill? Because I was betrayed by the village. So I really hate the village because of my love. Isn't this cheap for her? Definitely in the future. Right, definitely in the future. But, Lanier is also planning to continue to whet Yi Kang's appetite this time. Unlike Terumi Mei's little nympho who has the hate to marry, attribute, Yi Kang is a pure ninja. Song is afraid that Lanier. There is no emotional basis. Just a transaction of the flesh. It's too boring. Yes, Lanier said. I will help you kill 4 people in the future. Dai Fengying. This is not a big problem. There was no light flashing in Yi Kang's eyes, only endless hatred. Quote. But before that, you need to find a way to make me fall in love with you so that I can help you kill the 4th Kage in the future. To make you fall in love with me, Yi Kang said without knowing why. Don't I just need to become your woman to get your help? Who told you this? Lanier was equally confused. Orochimaru told me last night. Yi Kang said calmly. This. Does Orochimaru also work as a matchmaker, part-time? Lanier scratched his head with a headache, wanting to refute this funny theory, but he seemed to have no reason to refute. Is Yi Kang right? Sunset Red, let the Danuga family sit in the round table, and now there is a faint tendency to become the 12 wealthy families in Konoha. Red beans. With special jonin abilities, he becomes Blue's personal Anbu. Mabuyi, recognizing Lanier saved 4th Raikage's life. Tsunade, after becoming the head of Konoha Research Department, Orochimaru was suppressed. Terumi Mei, the most successful representative directly booked the position of the next Mizukage. By 2 daughters, Wooden Golem and Sammy. Relying on his own unique conditions and being in the Konoha Interrogation Department, which was so frightening to enemy countries, he lived a very nourishing life. Little Hinata. As a result, the Hyuga clan has become more and more prosperous. The Uchiha clan, who once had a tit-for-tat relationship, has become more fond of the Hyuga clan because of their admiration for Lanier. It can be said, as long as you stay by Lanier's side, there are plenty of benefits. Ah this, no, I almost got around you. Lanier suddenly slapped the table and stood up. It's not that I can help you fulfill your conditions if you become my woman. This is a deal, it's that you are my love. A woman, so I will help you achieve your wish. This is love, the two are not the same. Yi Kang looked at Lanier and frowned, obviously not understanding what Lanier meant. I'll just let you in, and then you can help kill Luo Sha, right? Why go to such trouble? What kind of transaction, what kind of love? She just wants to make a deal. Boom. Didn't Terumi succeed directly? Why do you have to come here? Is this the unique hobby of this Fire Nation daimyo? I can only cater to his hobbies. I just don't know how long he will play. No matter how long it takes. As long as I can kill Luo Sha, I can kill the so-called Kage who betrayed my loyalty to the village. I am willing to pay any price. Listening to Yi Kang's firm words, Lanier felt a little pity for the most beautiful back in the ninja world. If you don't do the most beautiful back in the ninja world, why should we become someone else's plaything, just for the sake of hatred? Although I won't treat you as a plaything. Lanier is not ready to explain anymore, mainly because I feel a little guilty. He immediately made a decision. That's it. If you can catch me, I will help you kill the fourth Kage. Before that, you can live in my mansion. What's wrong with that? I understand. You go ask Hong and them. What do you think? Yi Kang had already made up his mind, so he had no objection. I will definitely make you fall in love with me. Help me kill the fourth Kage in the future. Yi Kang said firmly. Lanier's brows jumped wildly when he heard this. I love you. In the future. Ah this. Are you sure you are not an experienced driver? 16. Yi Kang's offensive. Curse mark. Caged bird. 6K. Chapter 15 has been released, a 10,000-word chapter, but you still need to read it. Hagura. I will definitely make you fall in love with me. Help me kill the fourth Kage in the future. Lanier. Regardless of whether Yi Kang really understands. But with this talent, he will definitely be an experienced driver in the future. Alright, okay, then it's settled. Lanier said, Mabuyi, take her to the Hokage mansion and arrange for her to have the second bedroom on my left. The master bedroom where Lanier lives has secondary bedrooms on the left and right sides, which were originally used for the Hokage's personal Anbu members. Now Lanier is usually accompanied by Anko, and at most when he is in the Hokage building, there is also Itachi. The other Anbu were all sent out by Narushikaku and the interrogation department to investigate this time's refugees from the Land of Water. Lanier was consulted for his opinion, but Lan didn't pay much attention to it. If Madara doesn't come out, Emperor Guy is his crazy fan. Is there anyone in the ninja world who can mess with him? Now the one on his right is Kurenai Yuhi, and the one on his left was originally intended for Tsunade, but even though Tsunade had established a relationship with Lanier, she refused to live in the Hokage mansion and returned to the Senju clan instead. The reason? Probably because during the first few nights, Lanier used her talent as a pillow to sleep on. As for Terumi, of course she slept with him. Now, on the left is Yi Kang, the woman who will help her kill the fourth Kage in the future. Let's see when she can pursue Lanier. If you chase, you will definitely catch her. It just depends on how she tinkers with it in the process. How can you be unhappy if you let the most beautiful girl in the ninja world pursue you? Before leaving, Yi Kang suddenly made a grimace at Lanier, then regained his composure and left the Hokage office with Mabuyi. Lanier. He turned to look at Yuhi Hong and said uncertainly, did she just make a face at me? Quote. Yuhi Hong pondered for a few seconds, then tentatively said, it seems, it's a blink of an eye. You can still be so ferocious in the blink of an eye. Lanier was shocked. Yuhi Hong didn't know how to answer. Lanier suddenly had a bad feeling. He had dug a hole for himself by letting Yi Kang pursue him, right? Or should we do the same as Terumi and just accept it? Just thinking. There was a knock on the door to the Hokage's office. Enter. Hyuga Hiyashi and Hyuga Hizashi walked into Hokage's office and bowed respectfully. See the name. Well, just bow down when you see me from now on. Lanier confessed. I called you here today because of the curse mark, caged bird of the Hyuga clan's branch house. I want to get rid of this habit. What do you think? Hyuga Hiyashi, Hyuga Hizashi. Caged bird is the cyan cross mark on the Hyuga branch house's forehead. It is a curse cast by the Hyuga clan to limit the Byakugan's ability and will not disappear until his own death. However, it completely destroyed the host's Byakugan. In this way, those who win the branch house can, safely, fight for the clan members and prevent Byan's bloodline from wandering outside. But, curse mark. Caged bird also has the effect of causing the brain tissue of the Hyuga clan to be destroyed according to the curse mark. This is also the fundamental reason why the Zong family has always been superior to the branch house. The difference between a clan house and a branch house is not based on talent, but the order of birth. The eldest son belongs to the clan house, and the second son belongs to the branch house. 500 Of course, there is another deeper reason, that is, Hyuga Hizashi's existence threatens Hyuga Hiyashi. Since the two have the same bloodline, then there must be only one person who is the head of the clan family, and the other person must be marked with a curse to become the branch house. This is to prevent vicious competition and siblings climbing the wall. This is also the fundamental reason why the Hyuga family is unable to achieve anything low or high. The head of the first wealthy family is never hereditary, but is held by those who are capable. Who knows how many of the Hyuga clan's seals have been sealed over the years and are geniuses with extraordinary talents. No matter how talented he is, as long as it is engraved with curse mark, caged bird, it will disappear from everyone. Don't you see me? In the 4th Ninja War, all the villains are armed with Mangekyo. Hyuga clan, it's all just soy sauce, and Hyuga Neji is the protagonist as a shield user. The gap is too big. Back to the present, Hyuga Hiyashi and Hyuga Hizashi looked at each other after hearing Lanye's words, but the light in their eyes was different. Hyuga Hiyashi is a little hesitant and unsure. Hyuga Hizashi has a little hope. Not long ago, Hyuga Hizashi hanged himself because of the conspiracy of Cloud Shinobi Village because he was a branch house. It's easy to say that it was to protect the clan and his brother Hyuga Hiyashi. To avoid war between Konoha and Cloud Shinobi Village. Isn't this a butcher's knife sent from heaven? This made Hyuga Hizashi, who became taciturn and guilty because his son Hyuga Neji was marked with curse mark, caged bird, even more inexplicable. But after all, he is the branch house patriarch and cannot show it. But now, the daimyo actually wants to change the rules of the Hyuga clan. Look at Hyuga Hiyashi's hesitant gesture. Hyuga Hizashi also knows that his brother is opposed to this system. After all, Hanabi is 1 year old this year, and will be there in 3 years. Only, due to the long-standing clan rules and clan elders, I can only endure it silently. Patriarch, sometimes it is involuntary, this is not. Although Hyuga Hiyashi agrees with Lanye's idea now, he can't say it. Otherwise, the elders in the clan knew that no matter what the outcome would be, he, the clan leader, had reached his end. Lanye also probably understands Hyuga Hiyashi's difficulties, so he directly made a decision. That's it, you hand over curse mark, caged bird to Orochimaru. I will allocate manpower there and give priority to cracking curse mark, caged bird. Hyuga Hiyashi. He can no longer remain silent at this time. Daimyo, I wonder why you want to get rid of this curse mark, caged bird. Hyuga Hiyashi said carefully. It's very simple. Caged bird limited the Byakugan's performance and allowed many talents who were supposed to grow to become elite jonin at best. Hyuga Hiyashi, you have cage level strength, and so did the previous clan heads. Most of them are cage level, but the branch house has never been cage level. Isn't this enough to explain something? Hyuga Hiyashi was silent again. There is no need for him to ask this time. Lanye said directly. I know what you are most worried about is the problem of Byakugan living outside. But why don't the Uchiha clan have curse mark, caged bird? How many Sharingan are living outside now? You have curse mark, caged bird, wasn't it because Kurdickers Ching took away your white eyes? Hyuga Hiyashi, I really can't refute it. Lanye's words continued. Although the Hyuga clan and the Uchiha clan are both called Konoha's two great pupil families, in my opinion, the Uchiha clan completely crushes you. In the past, the Hyuga clan could compete with the Uchiha clan not through individual strength, but your Byakugan can open your eyes as long as you reach a certain age. But this era has passed. The new genjutsu I developed for the Uchiha clan has greatly improved their chance of opening their eyes. Children under 10 years old have a 99% chance of opening their eyes. There are even 2 more people who have opened Mangekyo, including one. At only 12 years old, he will definitely be a strong player at cage level in the future. Fugaku, Futai, Itachi, and Izumi, 4 cage levels. How many of your Hyuga clan are there? How many of you are capable of fighting besides you? Have the Onodan clan also become a member of Konoha now? With their water-based technique and pure taijutsu, you are about to lose even your status as the second richest clan. Can you guarantee that other families will not rise? If the Hyuga clan does not make changes, they will be left far behind in 10 years, and they will only exist as humanoid perception tools. But this is something I cannot allow. It can obviously be very powerful, so why not develop it properly? Lanye paused. Give Hito and the 2 of them time to digest. Kai continued. As for the loss of Byakugan, I also have a strategy to deal with it. Rather than restricting my own development, I am more willing to let those who peep at it bear the price. Nara Shikaku, from now on, this daimyo is issuing a bounty as the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Anyone who is not Konoha but has Byakugan, Sharingan, Konoha Shinobi, depending on the situation, the priority will be to kill, wait for the eyes to be recovered, if not the enemy must send back intelligence as soon as possible, and Sleepy Leaf will immediately send Anbu to assassinate and retrieve the eyes. This mission is unified into S level. Those who successfully complete it will be recorded in the S-level mission record, a reward of 1 million taels, and a genin skill corresponding to the S-level of the Hyuga or Uchiha clan. The Konoha shinobi who sent back the information will have a B-level mission record and a reward of 10,000 taels. Except for Konoha shinobi, any citizen of the Land of Fire who successfully reports will be rewarded with a reward of 100,000 taels. This bounty will never be revoked during my reign. It must be distributed to all parts of the Fire Country within half a month. Do you understand? Understood. Nara nodded solemnly. The name is coming for real. Even if the report is successful, this B-level mission record will be a valuable qualification for promotion to Chunin. And 10,000 taels are also 10,000 mission points which can be directly exchanged for most C-level ninjutsu. It will also gain the favor of Hyuga and Uchiha, and it is not impossible to directly give him a ninjutsu. In contrast, although civilians cannot exchange for other rewards, this reward of 100,000 taels is still a huge sum of money. The point is, they don't need to pay anything for this, they just need to pay attention to whether there are Byakugan, Sharingan people, and see if they are Konoha shinobi. How relaxing is this? Hyuga Heihachi and Hyuga Hizashi also had their eyes lit up after hearing this. This method really works, although it is still impossible to prevent the leakage of Byakugan, compared with the increased combat power after the branch house is released, it is an acceptable price. Immediately, the two of them are directly under the soil, and only by giving this great gift can I thank Lier for his kindness. I am willing to fight to the death for the great name and never retreat. I am willing to fight to the death for the great name and never retreat. After all, they are a rigid Hyuga clan, and even this expression of loyalty is very rigid. Lier waved his hand, fired the beam of the chicken charm, and helped the two of them up from the ground. These two, the future father-in-law and the future uncle, couldn't bear it. Go back. If there are any stubborn opponents in your clan, ask them to come to the Hokage office to find me. Lier gave the final reassurance. Now Hyuga Heihachi and Hyuga Hizashi are completely relieved. Those elders suppressed them. Okay, you dare to come and challenge me. Hehe, it's not that I look down on them, but whoever dares to come will be the head of their clan or branch house. In this way, this matter is finally over. Leave the Hokage building, Hyuga Heihachi said. Hizashi, Neji is only 7 years old this year, there is still time, there is still time. Hanabi is also safe. I really didn't expect the daimyo to be Sarutobi Hiruzen. Compared with it, it's just. Hyuga Hizashi sighed and shook his head. Same as Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen is destined to be nailed to the pillar of shame, and he will be whipped whenever he wants. Then I will go back to the clan to announce this matter. Hizashi, UPJAA, go to the Uchiha clan and inform the Fugaku clan leader of the daimyo's decision. Hyuga Heihachi said, okay, it's a favor. Hyuga Hizashi couldn't help but smile this time. Without the suspicion from Hokage, we don't need to maintain a hostile relationship with Uchiha. It's easy. Han is simply, so, whoever wants to harm the daimyo must get through me first. Hyuga Heihashi's eyes were sharp. Haha, Hyuga Hizashi chuckled, the daimyo can destroy the 4th Raikage's combat power with just one punch. Do you need your help? The two brothers looked at each other and laughed happily, no longer as rigid as usual. The barriers created by the clan and branch houses are also disappearing little by little. Curse mark. Caged bird. Not only are the two families separated, but there is also family ties. Uchiha clan. But when Hyuga Hizashi came to visit, he was led directly to the clan territory. The Uchiha members I met along the way, there is no such thing as ignoring him with his eyes above his head, and he is more or less called Hizashi clan chief. Obviously, during this time, Hyuga Hizashi came frequently. Quickly, Hyuga Hizashi came to the training ground. Before he arrived, he saw 4 half-length Susanos, 1 red, 1 yellow, 1 white, and 1 blue. The fight was so shocking. Hyuga Hizashi looks very envious, Sharingan's ultimate power is so powerful. On the other hand, they just rolled their eyes. Although opening the eyes is simple, there is no possibility of further advancement other than expanding the distance and accuracy of detection. The daimyo's magical illusion has made Uchiha's eye-opening base catch up with my Hyuga. In the days to come, obviously, this is what Fugaku probably showed to Hyuga Hizashi, otherwise why would he call 4 Susanos to fight? Although Lier can replenish the consumed pupil power, but if the frequency is too high, it will cause Lanier's dissatisfaction. And the effect is also remarkable. Hyuga Hizashi no longer thinks about the name of Konoha's most powerful family and Konoha's most powerful pupil family. But secondly, they must keep it. When we arrived at the training ground, the 4 Fugaku also dispersed and Susanoo took a rest, letting Fudai practice with Itachi, Izumi, and Sasuke beside them, and then happily greeted Hyuga Hizashi. Hizashi, come here, why didn't Heihachi come? Fugaku greeted. In the past 40 days of carrying out missions together, Fugaku and Hyuga Heihashi's relationship has been managed well. This is also the reason why Orochimaru selected all clan leaders, with Lanier's partial authorization, in order to prevent further internal strife in Konoha. My brother and I just left from the daimyo, and my brother asked me to bring a message. Hyuga Hizashi smiled back. Oh, what's the news? Fugaku's attitude was tense. That's it, today's daimyo. Hyuga Hizashi roughly told what happened. I thought Fugaku would be very excited. Not to mention going directly to the Hokage building to thank the daimyo, but at least to show your commitment to follow him to death, right? In no mood. Although Fugaku was overjoyed when he heard this, it was still within a controllable range. Aren't you surprised? Hyuga Hizashi asked in confusion. The daimyo can be so considerate of our two clans. Compared with Sarutobi Hiruzen, shouldn't he be happy? The daimyo will ask you to eliminate the Hyuga clan. Curse mark. Caged bird, I have guessed this a long time ago. Holding the Fugaku wisdom pearl, he said, the daimyo has developed a new genjutsu for me Uchiha, which has greatly improved my ability. With the combat power and potential of the Uchiha clan, how could one favor one thing over another? The Aburame clan's Fire Nation daily is at the beginning, and the Onodin clan is also under the instructions of the daimyo to open up the seafood of trade routes. Look, other families will also be arranged one by one. What the daimyo wants is not a family, a village, or a country, but... After ordering Fugaku, Hyuga Hizashi also recognized the taste. Then he said in an oath-like manner, when the time comes, I, the Hyuga clan, will definitely charge forward and overcome all obstacles for the daimyo. It's impossible, Fugaku said confidently. Your Hyuga clan is still strong in reconnaissance, how can you directly attack the frontal combat zone? It's my Uchiha clan who should fight bloody battles. If most people in the current clan are stuck on the 3 Magatama, if we can fight. I'm afraid I can open a few more pairs of Mangekyo. When it comes to this issue, Hyuga Hizashi couldn't help but test it out. I wonder what the new genjutsu developed by the daimyo is. It can not only open the eyes of the children of your clan, but also allow others to advance. That kid Izumi is the daimyo's Mangekyo, right? Hyuga Hizashi did not mention wealth status. After all, he is the great elder of Uchiha. Is it unusual to have a Mangekyo? In the past, Uchiha was just preparing it and hiding it. Not only that, but also his richness. Fugaku looked at him with admiration. The daimyo's talent is so strong that it cannot be judged by ordinary people. He is actually a generation of Sama, not even a daimyo-sama. Is this how it goes? Hyuga Hizashi leaned forward slightly, but Fugaku said nothing. Hyuga Hizashi was so angry that he pointed at Fugaku in a funny way. You're going too far with this, aren't you? It's not that I won't tell you, but this involves some of the daimyo's strength. If too many people know about it, it will cause unnecessary trouble. We have all issued a silence order within the clan. Yes, anyone who leaks it will be punished by the clan. Fugaku explained. Hyuga Hizashi was a little surprised, then nodded in understanding. Since it's something related to the daimyo, we can't be too cautious. We finally waited for him, but we can't make a mistake. Hyuga Hizashi said with emotion. Of course, our guard force has a permanent unit stationed near the Hokage building. Speaking of the Ministry of Security, what about the new law that the daimyo just promulgated? I see a lot of it, that I don't quite understand. This, Fugaku once again showed an expression of admiration. The new law written by the daimyo is simply too comprehensive. It has made many things impossible in the past. Nowadays, there are laws to follow when making judgments. I really don't know what the daimyo is thinking. Politics, tolerance, illusion, body, and law are all so shameful. This is the blessing of my country of fire. Yes, this is the blessing of my country of fire. The daimyo just took Interumi-mei from Kurdicker yesterday, and he also brought many women with him. You said, if my Hyuga clan sends some girls, the daimyo will work with him. No, Fugaku shook his head seriously. This is not something we, as subordinates, can interfere with. We can create opportunities, but we must not do it openly. That's it. Okay, I'll listen to you. I said Hizashi, weren't you the most old-fashioned before? Now you know how to do this. Fugaku teased. Isn't that just a show to Sarutobi Hiruzen? I used to go peeking with you when we were kids. That's what you see. You have a blind eye. I Sharingan can't see through the wall of the female soup. You can't see through it, so you used a kunai. Ahem. So what? Hizashi, I went to the Kingdom of Water this time and found some interesting taijutsu secrets. Look, I understand. I won't tell Makoto that you chased her because you peeked at her and knew she was in good condition. UBD. Stop talking. Ha 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 ha. You still want to sneak attack on me. Cage level. Baga. What's the point of opening Susan? Don't run. I want you to know today that I, Fugaku, can still suppress you. That night, Lanye and Terumi-mei are in love in the master bedroom and want to do something. Suddenly, bang, Lanye turned on the rabbit charm and covered Terumi-mei with a quilt. Staring at the door angrily, someone dared to kick his door. Who was tired of living? Then, I saw him walking through the door with his long legs carrying a bowl, and handed it to Lanye with a calm expression. Lanye looked at the dark bowl in front of him and looked at Yi Kang in confusion. What are you doing? This is the white fungus soup I made by myself. Hong said that if he wants to capture your heart, he must capture your stomach first. Yi Kang Gubo said calmly, but I don't know how to make white fungus soup. I made it according to the recipe. That's it. I should be able to eat it. This moment, Lanye regretted letting the most beautiful girl in the ninja world chase her. This guy is actually a straight girl. 17. Getting started with 8 inner gates. Rewards for having children. 12K. Add more updates. Please subscribe automatically. What can Lanye do about Yi Kang's straight behavior? Of course, everyone in the bowl were thrown out. In no mood. Not only did this guy fail to learn his lesson, but he also personally prepared a table full of dark dishes for breakfast the next day. Charcoal grilled scorpion, cactus scones, camel hump barbecue. Looking at a table of completely unfamiliar dishes, little Hinata, who has awakened her foodie attribute, and Anko, who is already a foodie, were unable to put their mouth down for a moment. Lanye covered his head and asked, I won't say anything else, how did you get these ingredients? I asked the kitchen to prepare it yesterday. Yi Kang said matter-of-factly. Lanye immediately understood what was going on. He is a daimyo, and Yakura lives next to him, and Terumi-mei, who became her first woman, is also regarded as the daimyo's woman. The daimyo woman has an order, how can the kitchen not struggle desperately to get ingredients? It's unclear how much manpower and material resources were spent to find the unique ingredients of the desert in this fertile land. It's just the ingredients. Lanye is a little helpless. As long as the ingredients are unique, that's fine, but if it's all burnt but not brown, how can you eat it? For everyone's future safety, Lanier immediately called the people from the kitchen, ordered Yi Kang not to be allowed into the kitchen again, and then took everyone out to eat. These days, Lanier and the girls took turns going out shopping, and they also popularized some home-cooked snacks, such as roasted gluten, roasted ginkgo, and shandong pancakes. Now it can be regarded as planting good causes and reaping good results, and finally eating the taste of hometown. But Yi Kang is a little confused. She followed Kurenai Yuhi and asked why her method didn't work. I didn't know that your cooking skills were so bad. Yuhi Hong asked, dumbfounded, what do you usually eat when you go on missions? Dry food. Then what? There is none left. There is none left. Right. 11. Don't eat some meat or something. The smell is too great, it will affect my ability to carry out my mission, and it will make me gain weight. Yuhi Hong glanced at Yi Kang's two bulging balls and almost shed tears of inferiority. Can you grow so well just by eating dry food? Then if you eat more meat. Yuhi Hong is a bit autistic, let Yi Kang ask Mabuyi. How to make the daimyo fall in love with you? Mabuyi looked at the disguised Lanier in front of her and said carefully, in our cloud shinobi, if a woman likes someone, she will challenge him, and if she wins, she will take him home. If you lose, try again next time. Challenge the daimyo. Yi Kang frowned and said, but I heard that the daimyo almost killed your fourth Raikage with one punch. You also voluntarily followed the daimyo to save the fourth Raikage. You want me to challenge him? The corners of Mabuyi's eyes were twitching, could you not be so direct? And isn't this what you asked me yourself? She was so angry that she took a deep breath, but she still lost to Yi Kang's talent. Then, Mabuyi threw the blame away and said, then I have no other solution. Why don't you ask Anko? Good. Yi Kang found Hongdu and asked questions directly. Let the daimyo fall in love with you. I don't know. Anko shrugged. Then how did the daimyo fall in love with you? Yi Kang changed direction. I don't know. Teacher Orochimaru told me to ask him to find the daimyo, and then I bumped into the daimyo at the entrance of Ichiraku noodle shop, and I have been following him since then. Anko concluded. Oh okay. Yi Kang compared the size of Hongdu and himself, and nodded as if he had some understanding. What conclusion was drawn? He thanked Hongdu and rushed straight to Lanier. Lanier, who was grabbing a piece of cake in his mouth. Unexpectedly, Yi Kang hit him directly on the back. The Zhuang's lower body was so elastic that it bounced for a short distance. The hand cake was caught off guard and fell to the ground. Lanier staggered and looked at Yi Kang speechlessly. What tricks are you trying to do? Lanier said helplessly. How about it? I bumped into you just now. Did you fall in love with me? Yi Kang said calmly. Looking at the three-faced man who was comparable to Kimimaro, Lanier sighed helplessly. He was wrong. Forget about the fact that Yi Kang is regarded as a money-making machine by Sunagaku. He is constantly busy with various tasks. I am afraid that he has long forgotten the worldly ways. How is it possible to design a perfect pursuit plan? But if I take back my promise now, I always feel that it would be very embarrassing. Forget it, just give her a little training. It can be considered fun and let her find out how to be a woman. Why? Thinking like this, Lanier commented. Yes, it's a little bit worse than Tsunade, but it's not enough to impress me. It's a hindrance when performing tasks. Yi Kang seemed to be a little disgusted and said, why can't I impress you? Isn't this how Hongdu became your woman? Actually, Hongdu is just my personal guard at the moment, not my woman. Then, you can't just copy other people's routines all the time. You have to think about it yourself, for example, start with my hobbies. Lanier prompted. Yi Kang glanced at Terumi-mei thoughtfully, as if he had an epiphany, and immediately turned around and left. Terumi-mei asked strangely, Daimyo, what do you think she was thinking of? I feel like I'm not thinking of anything good. Lanier has a headache, but fortunately, Yi Kang finally left for the time being, and he could be quiet for a while. Teaching others to pursue him was nonsense. I bought enough of my favorite breakfast. Lanier asked Terumi-mei to send little Hinata to school, and then she went back to the Hokage mansion to practice. He brought Yuhi Hong and Mabuyi with him. Returned to the Hokage office. Sit there. The three of them were eating breakfast and watching Nara Shikaku doing her homework. Nara Shikaku, what should I do if my immediate boss is late for work and still has breakfast at the office? Of course I chose to forgive him. Nara Shikaku even silently lowered his sense of presence, focusing only on the files in front of him. He misses the old Sarutobi Hiruzen a little bit. He did everything personally and never gave him a chance to do anything. How could he be as busy as a dog every day now? Fortunately, Lanier doesn't really exploit his employees. After eating, he said, Lujiu, for many things like yesterday when the security department arrested a few drunkards, you can hire some assistants to help you deal with it, and just take a look at it after summarizing it. It's my honor to be able to share the burden with you, Daimyo. It's not tiring at all. Nara Shikaku immediately expressed his stance. Don't try to flatter Fugaku, you can't learn that trick. Lanier said disgustedly. I asked you to find an assistant to share the workload to prevent you from getting tired from dealing with trivial matters. In the end, I still need to correct those documents, which is very annoying. I obey my orders. You can divide things into D, C, B, A, and S according to the task level. D and C are handed over to your assistant, and B and are free to do it. S level can be handled by me. Lanier suggested. Road. Nara's eyes lit up when he heard this. How could the previous documents and information be so detailed? That is to say, they are divided into ordinary and dangerous categories, but generally it is not about going to war. It is all ordinary, which has caused the Hokage in the past to spend most of his time in the office. If only Lier had had this idea earlier and was willing to hand over some less important powers. It is indeed a more efficient way to handle things, although it all sounds simple. But just like Tsukuyomi era of terror, ordinary illusions are not unable to achieve similar effects. But the idea of having this training is the most precious. Nara Shikaku is about to start planning the standards for classifying affairs, what level is D and what level is A. But Lier, who wanted to come up with one thing after another, asked, how do they arrange those who are just individual blood limiters? Preparations are being made to conduct unified assessments for them. Those who pass will be identified as genin, and then talented people will be selected to participate in the Chunin exam. You will be required to preside over it at that time. Lier frowned. What about those who can't become ninjas? Arrange jobs for them. Nara asked carefully. Lier was speechless. When Nara saw Lanier's silence, he said that there was a big problem with his handling method. He quickly stood up and bowed 90 degrees, saying, this subordinate is incompetent, please forgive me. It's not like it's a punishment. Lier said casually. From now on, the results of the things you handle will be summarized and handed over to Mabuyi. If you see any problems, Mabuyi, please mention it to me. Yes. Nara Shikaku, Mabuyi, Kurenai, you guys, what do you think is the most appropriate arrangement for those blood successors without ninja talents? Lier asked. Nara Shikaku remained silent. He had thoughts that he couldn't say now. Otherwise, wouldn't it be considered passive and sagging? Otherwise, why didn't you handle it like this before? It was Yuhi Hong who took the lead and said, send people to teach them how to refine chakra, become ninjas as much as possible, and tap into their bloodline limited combat power. It's feasible, but it's a bad idea. They're not too young anymore. They're just special jonin at most, and they won't bring much improvement to Konoha's combat power. Lier shook his head. Yuhi Hong was a little discouraged, but after all, she was not a professional at this, so that was good. On the other hand, Mabuyi, who was Raikage's assistant, was full of intellectual beauty. After thinking carefully, she suddenly realized the key, the blood successor limiter. As Lier said, these blood successors are not too young, otherwise they would have been sent to the ninja school to Sarutobi Hiruzen, and there would be no need for Nara Shikaku to arrange it. I'm just practicing now. It is difficult to achieve high levels of achievement in the future, and some may not even be able to become ninjas, let alone activate the blood succession limit. It's a bit of a waste of resources. B. The blood lineage limit can be inherited. VX. Get married. Mabuyi said with sharp eyes. Let them get married. Especially men. They must marry more women. Let them pass down their blood inheritance limits, and spread the resources invested in them to become ninjas to these children. They have more potential to become the high-end combat power Konoha needs. Not bad. I actually realized the key. I'll give you a reward. Lier hooked up Mabuyi's clothes and asked her to bend down and peck her on the mouth. Mabuyi's eyes were originally full of wisdom, but she immediately became panicked. Ha. Lier laughed out loud. It was quite interesting to tease this intellectual female assistant. Nara lowered his head habitually to avoid the dog food that Lier stuffed, but there was some regret in his eyes. This question is not difficult. He believed that he could figure it out if he thought about it carefully. B. As Lier just said, he allocated too much time to trivial matters, so that when dealing with these bloodline limiters, most of his energy was spent on. There are people with ninja talents. He didn't have much time to think about it, so what he should have thought of originally was revealed by Lier from Mabuyi's mouth. Fortunately, there is no chance of redress now. Nara Shikaku retorted. Daimyo, why don't you issue a long-term mission to urge high-level ninjas and blood successors to have more children? The general potential of their descendants will be greater. As long as the rewards are in place, I believe that in 10 years the mid to low-end combat power will be abundant. Quote, not bad, you also know how to draw inferences from one example. Lier praised. I really didn't expect this. In this way, we can implement a policy to encourage childbirth and reward people according to Genin C level. Chunin B level, Special Jonin and Official Jonin A level, Elite Jonin S level are calculated. If you are the owner of the blood inheritance limit, the level will be increased by 1 level, and this part of the reward will be based on the maximum. It's available at a low price, but it doesn't count mission records and cash redemption, it can only be used to redeem ninjutsu. Quote, Nara Shikaku, Yuhi Hong, Mabuyi, what the hell, if Elite Jonin gives birth to a child, will it count as completing an S-level mission? Although only mission points cannot be redeemed, except for those who really need money to live, which ninja would redeem mission points now. Theoretically, even Genin can produce an S-rank forbidden technique just by hugging her. Please give me flowers, 0. Even if calculated based on the minimum salary. If Elite Jonin gives birth to a child, that's 1 million mission points. It can be directly exchanged for an A- level ninjutsu. And, Daimyo, what if you have had children, or multiple children at one time? Nara asked eagerly. His children are all in Jonin school. If it doesn't fall into this category, it would be a bit sad. Forget it. Lier waved his hand and said, If you are capable of giving birth to 10 children at once, I will directly exchange it for you for S-level forbidden technique. Anyway, those ninjutsu are just knowledge. Is it difficult to make several copies? Nara Shikaku, it is definitely impossible to give birth to 10 children in one child, but he can marry a few more. Feel sorry. Except for the daimyo, even the eldest son of the daimyo can only marry one person. In no mood, Lanye said, it is too much to have 10 children in one litter. How about changing the law so that Chunin can have up to 2 legal partners, Jonin 3 legal partners, and Shadow? Unlimited levels. The blood inheritance limit can add one more person, even if it is not a ninja. Nara Shikaku sad face, #y. This moment, Nara Shikaku suddenly has the motivation to continue to become stronger. Go to cage level, he just missed the mark. But, daimyo, do you think, our Nara clan's secret shadow technique, can it be regarded as the blood inheritance limit? Nara Shikaku said with bright eyes. It can be seen that he has great contributions to the future prosperity of the Fire Nation. Lanye's encouraging childbearing announcement. Soon, according to the bounty order issued, they were sent to the entire country of fire. Other areas are fine. There are not many people with ninja talents or blood inheritance limits. But Konoha City exploded. What? Giving birth to a child is considered a C-level remuneration. A certain 10,000 years genin was shocked. I swore a Hokage oath not to get married before. Since it was called by the daimyo, then I will now. Looking for a husband. .00. Immediately, he looked at his teammate and wife and said, Mika, how about we give birth too? I don't want it. Genin refused. Why? We are both ninjas, so we can receive double rewards. But it takes a year to have a baby. I will be unable to go on missions for a long time. In the end, I will still lose money. But, you have to give birth after all, right? That will be in the future too, we are still young now. $70 billion, compared to a family where both husband and wife are ninjas. Those single male ninjas who were still unmarried soon found the correct way to get married, marrying civilian girls. Although most of them have no emotional basis, but thinking about the tasks with C-level rewards. Why don't you get what you earn for free? The highest level their genin can perform is C-level. There are also ninjas. I used to feel that I was in a high-risk industry and was afraid that other girls would reject me, so I took the opportunity to confess this time. This very well solved the situation of too many boys and girls in Konoha City. Over the years, many men have been killed in the ninja war. On the contrary, women account for a low proportion of ninjas, accounting for about 70% of Konoha. And, Konoha City is newly built, and there are endless people to live in Konoha Village. Among the people Lanye attracts through preferential policies, most of them are girls. For nothing else, it's basically the same as in the previous life. I want to go to Beijing, Shanghai and Guangzhou to pay tribute to my rich husband. Although the ninja has a lower status, he makes money. Lots of money, few things to do, long absences from home, and the possibility of failure on missions. Isn't that how you can receive money? And he can be called the programmer of the ninja world. A similar scene, it was happening everywhere in Konoha City. But not all people want to hug her. Some people, although they are cage level and have top level blood inheritance limits, are still loyal to their wives. This is not. Fugaku gave up his 2 children and gained some alone time with his wife, Uchiha Makoto. Makoto, have you considered the new mission issued by the daimyo? Fugaku hinted. In the end, I still can't save my face. In no mood, Makoto misunderstood and said, are you discussing the marriage between Itachi and Izumi? Of course I have no objection. They are both cage level, and the children they give birth to will definitely be excellent. Shish, I forgot to tell you. Fugaku said seriously. I said it personally, I just regard Itachi as my brother, and I try not to treat the daimyo. We try not to do these things. Go ahead and take care of it. I also told Itachi to keep his distance and leave everything to Harumi to decide on her own. Quote, that's it. That's such a pity, I thought they would be together. Makoto sighed. Makoto, what do you think of the daimyo's treatment of my Uchiha clan? Grace and rebuilding are the lord who must never be betrayed. Then, daimyo now encourages procreation, do you think we are? Oops, so you want to, while the children are not at home. Although the encouragement of childbearing, this time also included female ninjas, there were almost no female ninjas who actually embraced them. Because it took more than a year before and after giving birth. If they have time to perform tasks by themselves, the remaining reward will be much more than before. Only those ninja families who originally planned to have a child, or Fugaku-style families who have children but have no idea, will take advantage of the subsidies and work hard. But Lanye didn't pay attention to these. He is currently dealing with something that can affect the future of the Fire Country. Apt, it's finally time for the second round of the Introduction to 8 Inner Gates, put together by Might Guy and Kakashi. Whether we can form the 8 Inner Gates army depends on this experience. 18. Application of Rat Charm, cultivation craze across the country. 6K. After more than a month of noise reduction outside Konoha City, basic functional buildings have been completed. The remaining resident facilities will be added little by little in the future. That's the developer's business. Each family's clan has its own family ninjas busy with work. If not, just set up a drawing and invite the Uchiha family, slap the floor and release, Earth-style promising transformation, and 10 large buildings are completed. Most of those who migrated because of Konoha City's preferential taxation and business policies were merchants and nobles. They either hired ordinary craftsmen or Konoha shinobi to build suitable mansions for themselves. Many jobs and C and B level tasks have been added to Konoha. Those who make the most money are, of course, the Uchiha family. After all, it can be constructed by just tapping the floor. How simple and convenient is this? It's just a pity. After all, there are only a few Jonin who can, Earth-style promising transformation. Their chakra capacity can only be released once or twice a day. In addition, they take on large projects that are time-consuming and labor-intensive, often requiring multiple Jonin to complete them together. Those low and medium-level construction tasks that are easier to complete are left to other Konoha shinobi. It's not like he will be hated again because he monopolizes the market. It seems, Fugaku is also working very hard to maintain the hard-won good situation. Against this background, most of the 200,000 troops brought by Lier and the 150,000 troops who followed in the subsequent crusade against the Kingdom of Thunder were idle. It just so happened that at this time, Might Guy and Kakashi sent 8 inner gates getting started, which is the fastest way to get started with the first gate exercise manual. Lier glanced at it. It's probably some crazy exercises that are almost self-mutilation, in order to squeeze the limits of the physical body, so that people can touch the threshold of the first door open more. But if you want to open the first door, you need at least the talent to become a ninja. After all, of the 350,000 troops, more than 80% have not practiced chakra. Originally it was supposed to be 99%, but because Lier asked the Aburame clan to read the tips for refining chakra to the Fire Nation daily, many civilians from the Fire Country followed the practice and refined chakra. Can extract chakra, but it is not possible to become even the lowest genin. Age and potential are both issues. The number of people who graduate from Konoha Shinobi School every year only accounts for less than 1/10 of the number of students who enroll. Yes, this introduction to 8 inner gates is not something that everyone can practice. It must at least have the foundation of being able to extract chakra at 440 inches and talent in physical skills. Pity, the plan of testing ninja talent mentioned by Lier and Daimaru has not yet been developed. We can only cast a wide net. This day, Lier summoned the commanders of the 350,000 soldiers. Joke, with 350,000 soldiers, where can he find a place for them to form an array? Just these 50,000 sergeants. The queue was a dense mass, and Lier stood on top of the stone sculpture of Senju Hashirama, as if he was seeing dark clouds. He chose the location for this speech next to the Valley of the End. Konoha Village was expanded into Konoha Castle, and the nearest city gate was only about 10 kilometers away from the Valley of the End. Standing on the head of Senju Hashirama, there is a waterfall behind and the 50,000 sergeants in front of you. Lier suddenly thought of a question. His rat charm can give life to dead objects. If it is placed on the stone sculpture of Senju Hashirama, will there be a super large version of Senju Hashirama? System, ding. The dead object that the rat talisman can give life to must be extremely similar to the original deity. The higher the similarity, the higher its ability to possess the original deity. In other words, this huge Hashirama under my feet cannot be resurrected. Ding. It can give life, but because the similarity gap between it and the original deity is too large, most of the deity's abilities will be weakened. Then if we create a one Senju Hashirama, can we resurrect a real Senju Hashirama? Ding. Yes. Oh haha. Found a new trump card. When I go back, I will have statues of Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, and even Sage of Six Paths made. When needed, put a rat charm on it, which will immediately become a powerful combat power. And rat charm plus impure world reincarnation equals double the fun. Write this down. Lier looked at the Master Chief below. The leaders were Kazuma and Might Guy. He activated the lion's roar to amplify the sound, and raised his voice. The purpose of gathering you here today is to give you a chance to become stronger. A chance to become a cage-level strong man. Yes, you heard it right. A chance to become a cage-level strongman. Might Guy, say hello to everyone. Lanier's voice fell. Might Guy directly opened the 6th scene gate, wrapped his whole body around the blue chakra air mask, stepped on the air and jumped into the air, and then punched at super high speed in the Valley of the End, bringing out the afterimage of Senju Guanyin. Ah da 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 da. Might Guy's fist blasted out fireballs, which were scattered and bombarded into the Valley of the End. Each fireball landed on the rushing water and exploded into hundreds of meters of water. After more fireballs swarmed over, these fireballs when the water splash explodes, it is evaporated into steam. From the perspective of the Master Chiefs, the flames surrounding Might Guy seemed to dye the sky red, as bright as the sunrise, as dazzling as a peacock spreading its wings. The 6th scenery gate Chao Peacock. This pure taijutsu that killed 30% of Chakra Kisami's clones shocked all the Master Chiefs at this moment. Although they don't understand ninjas, but they can still see that Might Guy's Peacock is completely relying on super high-speed punches to shoot out the air cannons. Look at the power. A small part of the Valley of the End below has been shrouded in steam, as if it is entrenched in a haze. Isn't it better to use manpower to create a natural landscape? After Might Guy falls, Lier finally said, the Might Guy just now is my elite Jonin from Konoha. In addition to the basic 3-body technique, he has practiced too many ninjutsu, and he knows nothing about illusions. The only Grandmaster is taijutsu. That's Konoha's level 5 art, 8 inner gates formation. 8 inner gates is a taijutsu that anyone can practice, even if you don't have chakra, even if you don't have ninja talent. But as long as you can endure hardship and endure hellish training, you can practice. You can learn the move Might Guy just did. It's called Peacock. Towards the Peacock. At this moment, 0905093195 Lu2213811561. All the Master Chiefs have memorized the name of this move and set it as their goal. He must learn this move. As for whether it can be learned, can it be learned? If the famous people say it can be done, then it must be done. But this is definitely not what Lier said when he mobilized people like this. And this is only the power of the 6th scenery gate, but the 8 inner gates, of course, there's the 8th gate, and there is a stronger Might Guy behind it. Please demonstrate it. It's the fallen Might Guy. He opened the 6th scenery gate, again and jumped into the sky. In the eyes of many sergeants, he opened the 7th scenery gate, and the surging chakra airflow cover even made a harsh sound. Might Guy formed a peculiar hand seal, which was different from any other ninja seal. It looked like a tiger's head in appearance. It is his unique, tiger seal. I saw Might Guy once again hit the Valley of the End without hitting the tiger seal. His super-killing right punch compressed the surrounding air into a tiger-shaped high-pressure air bomb. He dived into the Valley of the End like a roaring tiger and plunged headlong into the Valley of the End, into the mist he had hit earlier. Bang! Boom! An unprecedented explosion occurred. After the deafening loud noise, there was a rolling earth dragon that was comparable to an 8-magnitude earthquake. The sergeants who were originally lined up in a neat row staggered involuntarily, and some were caught off guard and were directly shaken. Fall to the ground, and in the Valley of the End, the fog and the river that had just been entrenched were directly cut off, and the massive water flow was blasted into the sky. Then it started to rain, sunlight, several kilometers away from Lushikong. It's a move that can even repel Uchiha Madara's Susanoo, the 7th gate, Hirutora. Even if it was the first time to see Lier with his own eyes, he couldn't help but marvel. As expected of King Guy, it's just cowhide. This moment, all the Master Chiefs are shocked like never before. This power, so scary, to know. This Valley of the End is the valley created by the battle between the god of the ninja world, Senju Hashirama, and the then powerful, Uchiha Madara. This trick of Might Guy, he was able to stir up wind and rain on the former battlefield of these two gods. Does that show his strength? Already comparable to those two. When Might Guy is about to fall, Lier waved and fired the beam of the chicken charm, pulled Might Guy over and patted his shoulder, and used the horse charm to cure him of the sequelae of opening the 7th gate. Once the 7th gate was opened, even if he quit, he wouldn't even move. It will also feel as painful as thousands of ants eating your heart. Lier had a deep understanding of this before. Might Guy wasn't too surprised by this. After all, Lier was someone who could even open the death door without any harm. He silently stepped aside and looked at Lier expectantly. Next, it's your turn. Lier waited for several minutes. After the sun rain ended, the shocked sergeants below finally came to their senses and reorganized their ranks. Lier said again. Once the final 8th gate of death is opened, the power gained will be super cage level far beyond cage level. Even if the former god of ninja world, Senju Hashirama, comes, an absolutely irresistible force. Although there are very few people who can open the 8th door of death, it is still possible. Now, let them see the power of the 8th door of death. Lier made a fist with his right hand, raised a thumbs up, and tapped his heart heavily. The 8th door of death is open. Without any preheating, open the 8th door of death directly from the 0 gate. When the blood-red steam that is different from the blue gas mask appears, Lier, who is like a devil coming to the world, makes all the Master Chiefs below horrified. But golden light condensed behind Lier, and when the shadow of Exodia emerged, Lier seemed to have become the devil himself. Then, Lier raised his right hand and punched far away without any pretense. Of course, added a little bit of stuff. Armament Haki, cow talisman power increase, punch with all your strength. A blood-red air cannon was blasted from Lanier's fist, followed by Exodia's only solid right hand. A golden light beam merged with the blood-red air cannon to coat it with a gold film, passing over the Master Chief's array at the speed of light. Broken air current. All the sergeants were pressed to the ground and fell to the open space in the distance with a roar that shook the sky, exploding into a mushroom cloud that almost occupied Lanier's field of vision. Boom boom boom. In the roar like the earth falling apart, the earth was torn apart. If Hama Yan Jisho hadn't been prepared and quickly used the earth style, several super beams cracked in the array. A 10-meter crack will swallow over 1,000 people. Subsequently, the violent airflow carried countless uprooted trees, boulders the size of millstones and other debris, and the shock wave of the mushroom cloud passed over everyone's heads, smashing the back of the Senju Hashirama stone sculpture. Like a hedgehog, the array that collapsed underneath was not attacked, but Lanier and the two of them, who were standing tall, were swept up. Before Might Guy takes action, Lanier activates the frozen fruit ability to build a thick ice wall under his feet, easily intercepting all the aftermath. Wait for the aftermath to dissipate. Lanier melted the ice wall, and debris like small mudslides were dropped above the stone sculptures. Then, he just saw it, and even he was shocked by the scene. The empty space where the mushroom cloud was blasted out by his punch now actually formed a sinkhole, with a diameter of more than 10 kilometers. And it's bottomless, like an abyss leading to hell. To know, the Valley of the End is only 6 or 7 kilometers long. That punch just now, it has surpassed Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. The sergeants below were unable to see the terrifying, hell sinkhole, due to their location. Lier had an idea. I simply cancelled the lecture that was to come later and took the team to take a look at the hell sinkhole, while the iron was hot. When we arrived at the hell sinkhole, Lier looked at the bottom, which was as deep as the Three Gorges Dam. A deep layer of water had accumulated at the bottom, forming a small lake, and the water level was still rising. It's impossible to determine how deep it is. This punch, it actually penetrated a certain stratum and released the groundwater. The people around him were shocked and lost their minds. Then he looked at Lier with fanatical worship, like a fanatical believer who saw a god. This is their name. The god of ninja world is nothing more than that, right? No. The Valley of the End next to it is a large circle smaller than the one blasted by the Daimyo. Looking at the cracks in the surrounding area during the earthquake, water is also overflowing. This punch may have hit the main artery of the earth. Given time, this place will also condense into a waterfall valley similar to the Valley of the End, right? Ahem, Lier finally encouraged. Have you seen it? This is the power of the 8th door of death. And as long as you practice hard, you can also reach this level. Of course I lied to them. Although Lier's punch just now didn't have the bonus of Night Guy, it did increase his abilities a lot. Didn't you see Night Guy staring at the sinkhole of hell, doubting his life? He didn't think that if he opened the 8th door of death, he would be able to kick out such a big hell sinkhole. And until then, it was those sergeants who suddenly woke up. What? Just now the Daimyo said he wanted them to practice. Boom. Can we actually practice? 8 inner gates. 8 inner gates. I can definitely do it too. Can I be as strong as the Daimyo? I don't seek to be as strong as the Daimyo. I only seek to be as strong as the previous Might Guy Elite Jonin. You can actually allow us incompetent people to practice. For the sake of the Daimyo. For the sake of the Fire Country. I must practice these 8 inner gates. How can a Daimyo be so generous? Looking at these voiceovers that either question or firmly believe, Lier immediately announced. That's right. I have decided to popularize this 8 inner gates cultivation method throughout the Kingdom of Fire. You will be the first batch of practitioners. Every day from now on, Might Guy will lead you to train in the morning, and in the afternoon you will train with the soldiers below. And anyone who can open the first door will be recruited into the Phoenix Force, composed entirely of those who practice the 8 inner gates. Anyone who is selected into the Phoenix Force will be promoted to 3 ranks. Their salary will be doubled. They will also be given a residence in Konoha City so that your family can move to the capital. But, practice 8 inner gates is a very hard and hard-working process. Do you have the confidence to endure it? Following Lanyer's inquiry, his answer was, yes. The yes of the roaring mountains and tsunami. The high-spirited, you. A determined, yes, obviously. The show of force, arranged by Lanier made these sergeants, who were the senior cannon fodder, yearn for and long for them. Just like when mortals face the opportunity to become immortals, how many of them can resist pursuing it? How do you say it in daimyo terms? Oh yes, just do it, Ollie. Lanier nodded with satisfaction. Now that the chicken blood is done, let's just sit back and wait for the results. After these beaten sergeants returned to their respective units, the news about the 3 punches in the morning and the 8 inner gates also spread like a prairie fire. Even, Lanier also asked Kazuma to arrange soldiers in an orderly manner to go to the Hell's Sinkhole, to experience for himself what shock means. Everyone's morale is at an all-time high. The exercise, recorded by Might Guy was distributed. All the soldiers turned on the crazy self-abuse mode and formed a group to train outside Muchang, shouting slogans loudly. In half a month, not a single soldier applied to quit, only those who were exhausted fell down to recuperate, and no one who was afraid of the training ran away from the battle. Soldier, I am so passionate about fighting for that tone, not to mention that this is an opportunity that may become cage level. Escape, isn't that a deserter? Even if he can't even refine chakra, he is gritting his teeth and practicing with the team. This cultivation of 8 inner gates is different from their usual practice. It can really disable people. Push-ups start with 10,000. Sit-ups, Tianwanji starts. Running around Konoha City will make you vomit. Konoha City is so huge now that ordinary people may not be able to go around it even if they run in a day. If Lanier hadn't proposed rhabdomyolysis syndrome and asked Tsunade to set up Konoha Hospital for emergency treatment, a large number of soldiers would have been trained to death. But even so, the soldiers who fall down every day and can never stand up again are also. In this case, only then did some soldiers apply to withdraw one after another, accounting for about 5.6% of the large army. It's harmless. Lanier asked Kazuma not to embarrass these soldiers. They were treated as they were before and how they are treated now. After all, the practice of 8 inner gates, it is indeed very inhuman. That is to say, a reckless man like Might Guy, who firmly believes that he can do it and ignores everything else, can be reckless to the end. In such crazy practice, finally, at the end of the first month, the first soldier successfully opened the first door, through practice. Although it's just a simple removal of brain restrictions, it doesn't even have the combat power of Genin. But it shocked everyone. This soldier is 21 years old and comes from a civilian family without any ninja foundation. It is for this reason that his success shows that the idea of forming an all-8 inner gates force is feasible. B. Could it be an exception? This soldier's success seems to be a signal that he has reached a critical point. Every day after that, there will be one or two who successfully open the first door, and as time goes by, the number of people will increase. Until the last 45 days, the number of people who successfully opened it in one day was already 144. Since then, it is also certain that the 8 inner gates is indeed universal. Only, the soldiers have innate physical bonuses, so they can start to succeed in just over 40 days. Ordinary people, without this stimulating environment and Might Guy's guidance through words and deeds, it would be difficult to persevere. But Lanye doesn't care about that. I've given you a way to become stronger. If you can't get it, it's your own problem. He waved his hand, directly announced, national promotion. Then, the rare Fire Nation cultivation craze has arrived. Servants, farmers, businessmen, and even some nobles all followed Might Guy's green-skinned teacher, in a strict manner. Although there are very few people who can persist, the probability of success is even smaller. It can't handle the large number of people. As the most fertile fire country, but with a population of over 90 million, even if the probability is only 1 in 10,000, 9,000 people can succeed. And as long as it succeeds, you can become a member of the Phoenix Force, and directly obtain the right to reside in Konoha City. But in this prosperity, there is a group of people who are acting in secret. 19. Payne's Fatwa, Resurrect Sage of 6 Paths. 12K Add more updates, please subscribe automatically. The cultivation frenzy of the Fire Kingdom is coming. So inevitably, Introduction to 8 Inner Gates was also leaked and placed on the desks of the 4 major ninja villages and other minor ninja villages. The Country of Thunder, Cloud Shinobi Village. The 4th Raikage and his new Raikage assistant, Darui, are discussing this information. Promoted in the whole village. It must be promoted in the whole village. I slapped the table and said, this physical skill is very good. Although the physical conditions are very harsh, even it takes me an hour to complete it, but it actually allows me to do it. The effect of the increase. This will be a great help to other ninjas, especially the ninjas in our village who specialize in physical skills. The effect of opening the door first. It means releasing the limitations of the brain and 100% mobilizing the physical body's abilities. And if ordinary people, no matter how hard you train, it's impossible to be 100% perfect, even for 4th Raikage. Yes, that's why he was so decisive and wanted to promote it to the whole village. 18. -20, could it be a conspiracy? Darui questioned a little. The technique that can increase the 4th generation's abilities is at least the S-level forbidden technique, right? 8 inner gates, 8 stages. After you open the first gate, are there no other hidden dangers? For example, you must open the second gate as soon as possible, otherwise. No, he won't do this. Aishen said. The name of the Fire Country is a domineering person, so he will definitely disdain to use such dirty methods. Since he dares to promote it nationwide, then I dare to promote it to the whole village. Quote, that's it. Okay then. Go ahead, Darui, you should also practice some training. You can't always rely on land done to suppress people. As a man, you should use physical skills to fight head-on. Yes, Earth Country, Iwagakure, 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki, and his son Huangshi looked solemn. This taijutsu is so good that Elite Jonin, the Grandmaster taijutsu in our village, was unable to get started for a while. Huangtu said helplessly, Father, how many times have I told you to call me 3rd generation? Onoki said angrily, yes, the 3rd generation project. Huangtu changed his words. The 3rd generation project, although the 8 inner gates are good, there are few people in our village who are good at physical arts. I'm afraid it will be difficult to research anything. Is that so? Haven't the spies in Konoha Village sent any messages back yet? Onoki asked. Returning to the 3rd generation project, our spies haven't replied for 2 months. It's most likely that they have. Hey, let's let it go. If it can be publicized on such a large scale, there may be some serious hidden dangers. Onoki shook his head and said, that kid Didera. Are you still tinkering with that art? Yes, Father, 3rd generation. Call him here. His explosion-style blood succession limit may bring me some surprises. Yes, the Land of Wind, Sunagaku. 4th Kazekage Rasa, gave the order to Yoshimaru, his wife's brother and Anbu minister. Taijutsu is too special in our Sunagaku. It is better to specialize in puppetry than to promote kung fu. This 8 inner gates, throw it to the ninja school and see who wants to learn it. Luo Sha ordered. Yes, although Gaara has not lost control and turned into a tailed beast recently, I still have some doubts about his ability. You continue to send Anbu to assassinate him. Luo Sha ordered again. This made Yoshimaru hesitate. After all, that is Luo Sha's biological son and his biological nephew. When Luo Sha saw this, he snorted coldly. A Jinchuriki who can't suppress the tailed beast's rampage is not a successful Jinchuriki. Gaara is still too uncontrollable. I changed my mind, unkind. Other Anbu were sent to assassinate him. Yoshimaru looked slightly happy when he heard this. Luo Sha finally found out about his father's love. Should he treat Gaara well? In no mood, Luo Sha said coldly, Yoshimaru, go ahead and use Gaara's mother to stimulate him and see if he can suppress Shukaku. Yaksha pills. Really? Luo Sha is still the cruel Luo Sha, and doesn't regard Gar's little son as a human being at all. What can he do? Reject Kage's order? He could only say bitterly, yes. The land of water, Kurdicker. Yagura, the fourth Mizukage, stood facing the wall like a doll. On the position of Mizukage, sitting there was Uchiha Obito wearing a one-eyed mask, and in front of him stood a black and white Zetsu. You said 8 inner gates is the forbidden technique used by Genin to disperse the 7 ninja swordsmen. Obito said in surprise. Yes, that's a very powerful forbidden technique. After opening the 8th door of death, as a Genin, he can temporarily have Kage-level combat power. Jueying said. Obito heard this. I turned over the Introduction to 8 Inner Gates on the table again, and what came to my mind was the watermelon head who wears green tights all day long, and the people he challenges every day. Pull. Obito crumpled the document into a ball and threw it into the trash can. I didn't expect that watermelon head to have such a powerful father. Obito said disdainfully. But with that amount of training, is it possible for ordinary people? At most, they are just genin who create some cannon fodder. The White Zetsu army is enough to handle it. That's right, such a powerful technique requires a lot of talent. Z said. Compared with these, I pay more attention to the new daimyo of the Fire Country. He has reintegrated Konoha. Strength. The original Uchiha genocide plan is basically impossible to implement, and now we have such a nationwide practice. I am afraid it will have a great impact on our future plans. No one can stop my plan. Stop me from seeing Lin. Obito said coldly. This daimyo is indeed talented, but it's a pity that he was born at the wrong time. Let Nagato deal with him. Originally Obito wanted to go there in person. But when he touched his waist, which was still hurting, it was the last teaching his teacher gave him before he died. It's better to play it safe and let others take action. Yes, no one can ruin the plan. Juyi made a pun. Do you want to use the magic lantern technique to summon Nagato? Yes, Obito nodded. The Fire Country daimyo promotes the S-level forbidden technique on such a large scale, but it will make the already unstable ninja world even more dangerous in the future. I believe Nagato will be very interested in him. Ho ho. Ju laughed a few times. Then he walked to Obito, who held him on his shoulders and was carried away by a twisting cyclone. Then Yagura, who was facing the wall and thinking about it, opened his eyes and sat back down at Mizukage's seat, continuing to deal with his previous official duties. I didn't even take a look at the Introduction to 8 Inner Gates, information that was rubbed away and thrown into the trash can. In Kamui space, Zetsu also crossed his legs and used the Gen ring, activating the magic lantern body technique to convert chakra into brain waves. After being received by Nagato in Kurdicker, he immediately used Rinnegan to amplify Zetsu and appeared in the form of a phantom. Is there any urgent information that requires the use of this technique? Nagato's puppet, Pen, asked. This is indeed urgent information. It seems that someone is about to start a new ninja war. Oh, say it. Pain's dead-faced tone showed obvious fluctuations. This is attention. With added embarrassment, Lanier's promotion of 8 Inner Gates will have an impact on the future of the ninja world. Expanded to, the powerful Fire Nation will definitely reappear. The Sengoku Rebellion. The Sengoku Rebellion was an era more terrifying than the ninja war. How could Pain, who has world peace as his ultimate goal, endure this? But, thinking of this information about Lanier's one punch to destroy the 4th Raikage, Pain felt that unless he took action, other members of the Akatsuki organization would most likely be delivering food. 4th Raikage's combat power. The current members of the Akatsuki organization can only draw with each other at best, never think about defeating them. Let's call everyone together for a discussion. Then, Pain used the Rinnegan's power to touch the rings used by all members of the Akatsuki organization to communicate, and illusory figures appeared one after another. Paper Escape Angel Conan, Red Sand Scorpion, Love Gold as much as life Kakuzu, the humanoid-tailed beast, Kisame the dried persimmon, Konoha Cancer Shimura Danzo. This is the current entire Akatsuki organization. Is there something important? Shie, who was hiding in his windbreaker, said impatiently in a hoarse voice. I'm making new toys and I can't go on a mission recently. Okay, as soon as it came up, it eliminated a fighting force. But Pain didn't take it seriously and had no intention of sending Scorpion in the first place. It means that the cause and effect have been explained thoroughly. Pain said. Who is going to carry out this mission? The Dark Saint, a famous figure in the country. There is a bounty of 300 million taels on the black market for this daimyo's head. Count me in, Kakuzu said happily. Whether you can beat him or not is another matter. You should at least give it a try, right? I'm still finishing the mission in the Kingdom of Water, and I won't be able to go back in the short term. Inukasaki Kisame said. Conan was silent throughout the whole process. She would not participate in this, as long as she guarded Nagato. Can't help but, everyone's eyes were turned to Danzo, who didn't have 3 Magatama on the left and right. This guy dug out his other intact eyeball and transplanted it with 3 Magatama Sharingan B. Danzo, who originally wanted to get away with it, saw this. He could only say, then let me lead the way and go to Konoha to see how this new daimyo is doing now. He didn't make a big deal about assassination. After all, he is very knowledgeable about his own situation. I know that if it weren't for the Mangekyo with Shisui, it would be difficult to get into the eyes of the people present. Then it's settled. Pain agreed. This trip is mainly for gathering information. If there is no suitable opportunity, don't alert the enemy. Obviously, Pain didn't have much expectation, as long as they could bring back some information to make his future operations go more smoothly. Before the meeting ends, Pain added, everyone should pay more attention to see if there are any suitable targets for recruitment. Our organization is still short of manpower. Immediately, the magic lantern technique dissipated, and the other people's phantoms dissipated, but Ju was left behind. Ju, where are you now? Pain asked. I just separated from Hoshigaki Kisame and are still in the Kingdom of Water. Then you also go to Konoha, but you don't have to join them. Come back to get some information, and then I will evaluate whether I need to take action. Pain ordered. Oh, don't you believe them, you're just asking for information. Engel's distinguished heavenly gods and Danzo's distinguished heavenly gods have an advantage against ordinary elite Jonin, but cage level is not so obvious, like the strongest shield that can defeat 4th Raikage in one fell swoop. Maybe Kakuzu can come back alive. Bar. Oh, then you still let Shimura Danzo go, his property is far more useful than his Mangekyo. I see. Well, I will go and bring back the information you want. I'm very confident about you in this regard. This time everyone's phantoms were gone. In the secret room of Kurdicker, Nagato and Conan opened their eyes together. Are you really planning to go in person? Conan asked. Jiraiya-sensei seems to be restricted from staying in Konoha recently. For our and Yahiko's dream, all people and things that stand in the way can be eliminated. Nagato said coldly. Hey, I know. Konoha Castle, Hokage office. Lanye didn't know that he was being targeted, and he wouldn't care if he knew. He was currently playing with several life-size wooden sculptures. They are Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobarama, Uchiha Madara, 3rd Raikage, Namikaze Minato, Sage of Six Paths and Otsutsuki Kagaya. It's not like they can't be made. Only, the soul of Sage of Six Paths is still floating in the ninja world. If another Sage of Six Paths is activated, his time for stable development will be gone. In front of everyone, Lanye made a strange seal with a solemn expression, and then patted it on the stone sculpture of Namikaze Minato, taking the opportunity to incorporate the rat charm into the stone sculpture. Blue lines were all over the stone carvings like circuits. As the petrified color faded, first his blonde hair was revealed, then his whole body, and finally turned into living Namikaze water. Door, standing in front of everyone. Nara Shikaku and Yuhi Kurenai, who knew Namikaze Minato, couldn't help but stare at him in surprise. What's happening here? What magical ninjutsu did the daimyo develop? And Namikaze Minato was also a little confused. His memory still lingers on the moment when Nine Tails was sealed and his soul was taken away by Shinigami. I was very puzzled by the sudden appearance in Hokage's office. Didn't I have my soul taken away by Shinigami? Namikaze Minato asked. Why did I return to Hokage's office? Is this Shinigami's illusory space? I'll explain this to you later. Lanye clapped his hands and said, try it. Is the Flying Thunder God technique still there? Well, I'm afraid that won't work. Namikaze Minato smiled gently, but his attitude was firm. I still don't know the identity of you and that lady, like Flying Thunder God. Wait, forbidden technique, I will not use it rashly. Namikaze Minato hasn't finished speaking yet. Lanye just kicked him, and it was so overwhelming. It also uses the ability to avoid spells, so most people can't dodge even the body flicker technique. Exactly, Namikaze Minato was born with extremely fast reflexes, but he had time to react and use the Flying Thunder God technique to dodge. As for the Flying Thunder God curse seal, although 6 years have passed, but of course, the Flying Thunder God curse seal he carved all over Konoha Village is still basically intact. Yes, between getting kicked and you might burp, and using the Flying Thunder God technique, Namikaze Minato subconsciously chose the latter, and disappeared in a flash. Never came back, but unfortunately, Lanye saw Namikaze Minato resurrected by the Rat Talisman, indeed after possessing the Flying Thunder God. He communicated with the Rat Talisman and forced himself to control Namikaze Minato to jump back using the Flying Thunder God. That's right, as the master of the Rat Talisman, Lanye has the authority to remotely control the resurrected Namikaze Minato. Otherwise, what are you doing by summoning something that doesn't obey your orders? The reason why Namikaze Minato was able to reject him just now. That's because Lanye didn't order the Rat Talisman to turn on the remote control mode, but turned on the free mode, so Namikaze Minato could refuse Lanye. But now, Lanye turned on the remote control mode, and Namikaze Minato couldn't even move his eyes. This made Lanye very interested in reviving a Sage of Six Paths. What if the Sage of Six Paths souls wandering in the ninja world are activated? Let Rat spell Sage of Six Paths, and Soul Sage of Six Paths, go. Ding, it is detected that the host is faced with a choice. The God level selection system has started. Please make the following choices. Option 1. Use the Rat Charm to resurrect Sage of Six Paths, attracting the attention of Sage of Six Paths, soul and heading towards the unknown. Reward. Observation Haki Heart, 1. Option 2. Resurrection of Sage of Six Paths without the Rat Charm, and continue to develop in a wretched manner and take away the enemies in the next wave. Reward. Conqueror's Haki Suppression, ×1. Option 3. Maintain Namikaze Minato's form and let her spend a wonderful childhood with Uzumaki Naruto. Reward. Marine 6 Style Cultivation Encyclopedia, ×1. Observation Haki Predicting the Future. Conqueror's Haki Condensed Suppression, Marine 6 Styles, 3 rewards, but 2 paths. resurrection or not. Sage of Six Paths, resurrection. To go with Sage of Six Paths and get the observation Haki Heart Network, Lier remembers to use it with Thunder Fruit. Not resurrected, you can get Conqueror's Haki Suppression, on par with Choice 1, and you can also get an additional Marine 6 style training tournament. Do you need to think about this? Of course, you have to choose the more surprising, exciting, and fun option 1. 20. Thousands of 8 Inner Gates. Namikaze Minato News, 7K. Of course, you have to choose a more surprising and exciting option. What a fart. If this, Observation Haki Heart Net, is replaced by Observation Haki Prophecy, Lier might still consider it. Observation Haki Heart Net, who knows when he will be able to give the matching Thunder Fruit. The rewards are not good enough. It's not cost-effective to have him face off against Sage of Six Paths, the biggest boss in the ninja world. It's better to choose 2 or 3. This wave of real rewards is safer. System, I choose 2 and 3. If the selection is successful, the rewards, Conqueror's Haki Suppression, and Marine 6 Style Training Encyclopedia, have been distributed. Conqueror's Haki Hyphenation Point Suppression. The invisible Conqueror's Haki can be compressed and condensed into a nearly solid body to suppress the enemy's energy and spirit, preventing the enemy from exerting its full potential. Marine 6 Style Cultivation Encyclopedia. All the training methods of shaving, iron body, paper arts, moonwalk, tempest kick, and finger pistol must be summarized and refined. This textbook is written by the former Marine Admiral Black Arm Zephyr. It is extremely valuable knowledge. 2 rewards flooded into my mind and were quickly absorbed. Conqueror's Haki Suppression, ability. It is from the 4 Emperor's Shanks, the Emperor-level pirate who plays Conqueror's Haki the best, and has been able to condense the formless Conqueror's Haki into something close to substance to suppress the enemy and weaken the enemy's strength. 2. Increase yourself with combat power. Actually, Lier had used similar tricks before to weaken the Cloud Shinobi Messenger's Jonin. It's just that the method is very crude, and it can only scare the weak, and can only affect those who are far inferior to him. When he reaches the cage level, he only has momentum. Now don't say it's cage level. Even the normal Madara is useful, but I don't know what will happen with the 6 Paths Madara level. But 6 Paths Obito is definitely no problem. The other reward, the 6 Marine Forms Training Encyclopedia, although only knowledge, did not directly allow him to learn the 6 marine forms. But, can a living person die of thirst from water? I have watched the animated Z blockbusters about the G family who lived a good life for 30 years. What can I do even if I am just a baby? Doesn't it mean that I can't drive? With the physique of Lier Marine Admiral. In almost tens of seconds, while digesting the training encyclopedia of the 6 marine styles, he also basically mastered the 6 marine styles. Open your eyes. Lier looked at Namikaze Minato, who was standing in front of him like a puppet, and thought it would be a good idea to exchange him for the Marine 6 Style Training Encyclopedia. Probably because these 6 marine styles are just physical techniques, which means they can be learned by taijutsu ninjas. Lier is a little moved, shouting to the air, "Hongdu, go and call Guy, and then wait for me at the number 1 training ground." Yes, Hongdu's reply came from the window, followed by the sound of him leaving instantly. Then, Lier sat leisurely on the Hokage seat and motioned Nara to tell Namikaze Minato what happened after he left. In fact, strictly speaking, this Namikaze Minato is not the original Namikaze Minato. It is just given the same memory and abilities as Namikaze Minato by the rat charm. Referred to as settings. Now if I open Shinigami's belly, I can pull out the soul of Namikaze Minato and then impure world reincarnation Namikaze Minato. Quickly, Namikaze Minato was stunned in silence after listening to Nara Shikaku's simple explanation. Lier thought he was digesting the content and ignored him, picked up the brief summary compiled by Nara Shikaku and looked at it. Recently, the influx of people into Konoha City was huge. Most of them are businessmen. After all, the Fire Country is the richest of the 5 major countries, and its capital is destined to be the most prosperous landmark. Furthermore, there are various business preferential policies and policies provided by Lier, which protects merchants externally and gives high status to merchants internally. This famous name cannot be supported. Yes, Lier just raised his arms and these businessmen moved over with their families. This is the appeal of a king of benevolence and righteousness. As long as he can bring benefits to the common people, he is a benevolent and righteous king. Besides, the biggest change is that the marriage rate in Konoha City has soared to 3,000% of the past, and most of them are originally single ninjas and commoner marriageable girls. Very few male jonin have remarried, and almost no chunin have remarried. As for female ninjas marrying multiple men, there is no such thing. It seems, the traditional, Yamato Nadeshiko, thinking still prevents them from making this decision. Furthermore, the time a female ninja spends on a 1-year mission is much higher than this birth reward. Lier had already expected this. Originally, he developed this fertility encouragement to allow men to have more children and raise more children. After all, it is easy to plant trees but difficult to maintain them. It is also preferred that civilian girls give birth at home, and both male and female ninjas can continue to maintain their fighting power. This is probably a common problem of black-hearted bosses who don't want to give maternity leave to their female subordinates. The reason why female ninjas can marry more than one is also open to show that everyone is treated equally. Anyway, Tsunade has found Lanier more pleasing to his eyes lately, and has already allowed him to wash his face before leaving when he goes to the laboratory for a walk. Delightful. Then there's the Phoenix Force thing. Up to now, there are 104 people selected from the army to open the first door. As for the public, because it was the person who started the national face-washing craze, there were only 3 people. But among these 1048 people, only 97 people, less than 100 people, opened the second break, and were promoted to the Phoenix second team. Phoenix Team 2, the team that started the second break. Corresponding, there are also Phoenix Teams 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 and 8, corresponding to the 6th gate remaining in the 8 inner gates. Up to now, in other words, Phoenix Team 8 only has a Might Guy, and the other 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7 teams are all vacant. But this is normal. 8 inner gates is very talented. The current number of people is only possible due to the huge base of vigorous promotion across the country. The veteran who opened the first door, equipped with enough equipment, the combat power is almost the same as that of a ninja who has not practiced C-level Jonin techniques. If he has just left the ninja school, he can beat him. After all, he has seen blood. And the veteran who has opened his second retirement, even if you are not equipped with complete equipment, you can still have Genin's combat power just by giving you a kunai, and you can continue to fight to become a super Genin. After the third door of life is opened, it can probably match the combat power of senior Genin and soon to be promoted Chunin. Then the 4th injury started. That is the soul that has truly stepped into the 8-gate escape, and its combat power will increase exponentially. The progress is pretty good. If you learn Lanier's Marine 6th form again, your combat power should be increased by several levels. It just so happens that 8 inner gates is for pure physical training, so learning the 6 forms of Marine is just right. And others, it is the dynamics of the families in Konoha City after their relocation, mainly focusing on the movements of the people who migrated from Kurdicker, especially the Onodin clan, which is focused on. But fortunately, these people are very honest and very polite to the original residents of Konoha. The newly opened seafood market only opened 3 days ago. Because it carried Lanier's name, just like the Fire Nation Daily, it was sold out by the residents of Konoha City that day. Stocking up at Noda Market, they were all wiped out within half a day, and Wei Deng Rishin almost jumped over with joy. Just half a day's profit. It's almost the reward for AB level mission. If they had this kind of income in Kurdicker, why would they bite the bullet and accept the dangerous mission given by Mizukage? It is also because of this. Wei Deng Rishin cherishes his current life even more, and instructs his clan members to be humble and easygoing. When he sees the old lady, he must give way even if he refuses to help. He must not cause any trouble at this critical moment. The dividends given to Lanier are also delivered every day, and they are delivered in person and are never ambiguous, and come with various types of abalone, giant squid and other top-quality seafood. That is to say, I can't learn Fugaku's method of licking. Otherwise, this ghost can definitely lick Lanier without any hesitation, and he will fight with anyone who competes with him. When I saw the brief, Namikaze Minato was still standing there, as if he hadn't recovered yet. Lanier couldn't help but frown. I'm already in the 4th Hokage. Is my understanding so poor? Sensing Lanier's dissatisfaction, Ma Bui couldn't help but remind him, Lanier, you haven't released the seal for him yet. Oh, I almost forgot. The current Namikaze Minato is in remote control mode, and cannot even blink. Lanier glanced at Mabui. Why didn't you tell me earlier? He pinched her buttocks in retaliation. He changed the remote control mode to the free mode. Namikaze Minato also immediately knelt down. 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, meet the Daimyo. He didn't mention anything about being fixed. This is the status of the Daimyo in the eyes of the Hokage. Get up, Lanier said casually. You also know the cause and effect. Sarutobi Hiruzen is in the ninja school. Naruto is also attending the ninja school now. Jiraiya probably took the materials from which bathhouse. You can watch the action yourself, but don't leave Konoha. The scope of the village. Although Konoha Castle was built, however, Konoha Village Lanier has not been demolished. It is still the iconic village of Hokage. It is now located in the center of Konoha City and is surrounded by an urban village. Yes, although he responded to Lanier, Namikaze Minato had no intention of leaving. This surprised Lanier, who got up to go to training ground number 1. What else is going on with this little son? If you have any questions, just tell me. I'm not a stereotypical famous person. Lanier said, my subordinate has something unclear, and I hope the Daimyo can clarify it. If it involves secrets that my subordinates cannot know, I hope the Daimyo will punish me. Namikaze Minato said cautiously, there's so much nonsense to say when you have something to say. Lanier said helplessly, I'm just going to bother these people who are so verbose and pretentious. Why don't we just point it out? May I ask you, Daimyo, how you resurrected your subordinates? My subordinates can sense that they are not in the form of impure world reincarnation, but my soul is not there either. I just cast the corpse seal, it turned out to be a failure. Please give me some explanation. Hiss. This Namikaze Minato is a cruel person. If you don't agree with each other, just open the limit 1 for 1 to seal all the zombies. If you have a soul, you will have a ghost. All your settings are derived from the rat talisman. Strictly speaking, you can only be a flesh and blood robot. But Lanier certainly couldn't tell Namikaze Minato that. Not too lazy to make excuses. He refused directly. Compared with these, you should think about how to face Naruto. You sacrificed your son and wife for the sake of the village. You, Hokage, have done enough. Frustrated, subsequently, Lier no longer cared about Namikaze Minato, walked straight past him with his head bowed and half kneeling, and left the Hokage office to go to the #1 training ground. Mabuyi followed closely behind. Only Nara Shikaku and Namikaze Minato are left in the Hokage office. When Lier goes far away, Nara sighed and said, "Fourth generation, with your understanding, you know you shouldn't ask this question. But, I'm worried it's still Shinigami's illusion. Are you worried that your soul will be taken away by other villages and you use secret techniques to obtain information?" Nara Shikaku understood Namikaze Minato's worries at a glance, shook his head and said, "You are doing this in the village. You will understand if you stay in the house for a while, or find Jiraiya-sama or your disciple Kakashi to review the Rasengan you developed." Quote, "I was the one who was abrupt. I can understand, after all, this resurrection from the dead. Do you know that you were just a stone sculpture like the stone sculptures next to you before, and the daimyo just used a ninjutsu? You are resurrected, as magical as ever. As always, you will understand the magic of daimyo little by little in the future." Nara Shikaku hesitated for a moment, and suddenly begged, "Master Fourth Generation, can I ask you a favor? Shikaku, you are also my senior, we don't have to be so polite. I hope, or maybe all the ninjas in Konoha hope that although you come back, please, you must not submit to return to the position of Hokage. It's good for the daimyo to be replaced as he is now." Quote, Namikaze Minato was a little confused. He was confused just now. Why is the daimyo in the Hokage office? Also has a Hokage attitude. I just saw Nara Shikaku immersed in processing documents. I thought that just like him and Sarutobi Hiruzen, the daimyo was supervising, and Nara Shikaku was the new generation of Hokage. Did not expect. The daimyo would temporarily replace Hokage. Isn't this the same as an emperor going to the battlefield and acting as a commander? But there is one thing to say. Although such scenes are rare, conquering in person can often provide a very good morale bonus. Street, why plead alone not to let him return to his position as Hokage? Seeing Namikaze Minato's confusion, Nara Shikaku said, "Go out for a walk, even if you can't leave Konoha Village, you can still find the changes in Konoha. That's it, I will consider your words. Then fourth generation, please go slowly. I still have a lot of things to deal with, so I won't send you off." Watching Nara Shikaku calling himself, fourth generation project, he returned to his seat to correct documents, but he himself was about to leave the Hokage office. I always feel like something is not quite right. Waiting for leaving the Hokage office, the ninjas I met along the way had smiles on their faces. After seeing Namikaze Minato, they were all stunned for a moment, but then they just smiled and nodded, saying, "Don't go to confidential places," and turned around to get busy. At first, Namikaze Minato was confused, why didn't she recognize him? From Nara Shikaku's narration, it seems like he died just a few years ago, and there is a Hokage rock hanging outside, so how could he not recognize him? Until, when he came to the street and saw the bustling crowd, he was surprised and thought that today was some kind of festival. In no mood, when some villagers saw him, they stepped forward and grabbed him. "I said Naruto, you have transformed into your father again. This is not okay," the villager said earnestly. "Although the great name regards you as his younger brother, you can't always go find him during the daimyo's working hours. The daimyo has so many things to do every day that he really can't afford to delay." Namikaze Minato, the co-author, is his son, and he often transforms into him and comes to the Hokage building. No wonder those ninjas were not surprised just now. R.B. Is the great name taking care of everything? May I ask who Li Wanji is? Oh no, this is not his line. It should be. From what he saw just now, it seems that Nara Shikaku is even busier. But, what makes Namikaze Minato happy is that Naruto seems to be very popular in the village, and any villager he meets can care about him so much. This is not. Then the villager said again, "If you are really bored, we can jointly build a famous bookstore. You are still at the age of studying. You can't run away every day. Lesson, otherwise how can you be a great Hokage like a daimyo when you grow up, right?" Blah blah blah. The villagers were stunned. Namikaze Minato listened with great interest, and it contained a lot of information about Naruto now. The villagers were surprised as to why Naruto was so good today. But I am more pleased than curious. After a period of teaching, Minato left with the purpose of being reluctant to leave. Why did you just leave? He hasn't learned what Naruto likes to eat yet. But, seeing that others around him were about to make a move, they also had the intention to come up and teach them a lesson. Namikaze Minato thought again. I decided to leave immediately and go see Mr. Jiraiya first. For convenience, he transformed and disguised himself, otherwise he would be mistaken for Naruto again. Finding Jiraiya teacher is also very easy. Namikaze Minato went to the nearby hot spring bath with ease and scanned the areas one by one to find the whereabouts of Mr. Jiraiya. But this time, he heard different news while taking a men's bath. I saw a group of Konoha villagers gathering together to take a bath and discussing something. Villager A. Naruto has eaten octopus balls at my house 13 times recently, and every time he dropped the money and ran away. This makes me feel very guilty. Villager B. Yes, the same goes for my barbecue. After eating, I leave the money and run away. I clearly said I didn't need to pay. Villager C. He comes to my house to play with my son, and he also brings souvenirs. Although they are not expensive, it is polite. Villager A. How come we didn't find out before that he is so sensible? Villager D. It's not that old thief Shimura Danzo. He encouraged us and killed Hataki-sama. Later he spread the news that Naruto is the real culprit of the Nine Tails Rebellion. The old man is very evil. Villager E. Third generation is the same person. It's really shameful that they would tolerate this scum. Villager A. If you ask me, I still have to blame the Daimyo. Villager B. Huh. Villager C. Huh. Villager N+1. Huh. Villager A also shuddered as everyone in the men's bath stared fiercely at him. He hurriedly said, still, why didn't the former Daimyo be blamed earlier? If the current Daimyo had taken office earlier, wouldn't that old thief Shimura Danzo have been removed long ago? Dash. So it's the one who cursed the former famous person. That's okay. Don't gasp when you speak next time, I almost kicked you. Stop talking, all the pebbles in my hot spring area have been knocked down. I didn't expect them to be friendly forces. It's a pity. That means I didn't bring any ninja tools, otherwise I would have just thrown my shuriken. Oops, I opened the door the first time, but this is what happened. I am a friend of the Phoenix Force. Yes, I just got promoted yesterday, so Guy instructor gave me a day off, saying that soaking in the hot springs can cure my wounds. It's amazing. I also practiced 8 inner gates for a few days, and it almost cost me my life. You soldiers are the real men. I admire you. I'm so impressed. Why don't you invite me to have a drink? I'll be the host and let's get started with Q barbecue. Wow, really? To tell you the truth, in the past, military pay was given to the family, so there was no money left for barbecue. Then just eat enough to keep yourself satisfied today. Do you have enough money? How about I share some of it? What are you talking about? I'm a senior carpenter. Do you know the Northern City Gate? I built it. Wow, it's amazing. You must drink this drink. Then what are you waiting for? Let's go. Then, a swarm of people got up and left, leaving Namikaze Minato in a daze. What the hell? He understood that insulting a daimyo led to a group of attacks, but why was it okay if he insulted the former daimyo? He also knew the 8 inner gates, and Might Day's regret was that he arrived a step too late. But why can civilians also practice cultivation? What about the Northern Castle Gate? Does Konoha need to build a castle gate? The most important is, listening to the initial conversations of these villagers, they seem to feel very guilty towards Naruto. Why feel guilty? Because I was harsh on him before, but now I want to make up for it but find that I have no chance, so I feel so guilty. Thoughts and searches were fruitless. Namikaze Minato kept silently using body flicker technique and flying thunder god alternately. Finally, outside a girl's bath, I arrived at the white-haired teacher Jiraiya. Long time no see, Jiraiya-sensei. Namikaze Minato greeted. Jiraiya was shocked when he heard this, and turned to look at Namikaze Minato, then showed disgust on his face. It's Naruto, don't bother me to collect materials. Jiraiya waved his hand to shoo away flies. Come to me after the first stage of Rasengan is completed. But the transformation technique is good. Even I didn't see the flaw right away. Quote, it's me, Minato, Jiraiya-sensei. Go back and practice Rasengan, or you can play ninja games with your friends. Oh my, there is a woman from the Yuichi family in there. Jiraiya screamed strangely and ran outside. Boom, a hole was punched through the wall of the women's bathhouse. Immediately, a white-eyed woman in a bathrobe rushed out. When she saw Namikaze Minato, her anger dropped and she rubbed his blonde hair. Thank you for the reminder, little Naruto, otherwise my sister wouldn't have noticed that BD Jiraiya. When my sister comes back later, I will bring you some delicious food. After saying that, the white-eyed woman chased Jiraiya like a storm. Look at the body flicker technique, which is at least an official Jonin. Although she is definitely not as fast as cage-level Jiraiya, she has a Byakugan and is difficult to get rid of. And while Namikaze Minato was confused, several pairs of lotus root jade hands came out of the female bath and dragged him unprepared into the cave. Thank you Naruto-chan, come and wash up with your sisters. Oh, why is little Naruto blushing? Why, you know the difference between boys and girls when you are only 6 years old. Don't be a bad example of that BD Jiraiya. If you really can't stand it, you can come to my sister to see her. Go away, she's a flat-chested girl. What's her name? Airport. Yes, Airport. Are you older and more respectable? Why don't you find a boyfriend? I heard that Daimyo loves big ones, I think I can. But the lowest person next to a Daimyo is a special Jonin. Why are you a genin? Slow down your noise, little Naruto, I'll accept it. Who said we had a fight? Little Naruto is mine, not mine, it's obviously mine. Among a group of salty pig hands, Namikaze Minato finally woke up and hurriedly used the Flying Thunder God technique to escape from here. I couldn't calm down for a long time. How could it be so scary? She is simply more, but Naruto seems to be quite popular. After Namikaze Minato calmed down, he found Jiraiya again. This time he didn't talk nonsense. He opened his hand and directly formed a Rasengan, and the sound of SSSSSSSSS made Jiraiya startled. You actually. Yes, I really am. You actually cultivated into Rasengan directly. Why? 21. Naruto explodes out of control. Test Marine 6 Styles. 13K. After confirming the identities of both parties with Jiraiya, he also confirmed that he was truly resurrected. Namikaze Minato also learned the cause and effect of everything. What happened to Naruto after his death? Shimura Danzo's sinister intentions, Sarutobi Hiruzen's contribution to the flames. The great name Lanye turned the tide. And now Naruto and Nine Tails live in harmony. For a long time, Namikaze Minato smiled bitterly and said, Teacher Jiraiya, do you think my father is very incompetent? None of this is your fault, it's Mr. Sarutobi, hey. Jiraiya sighed and took a sip of wine. After a long time again, Namikaze Minato finally spoke. Jiraiya-sensei, do you think, should I go see Naruto? Will he want to see me? No, Naruto has always missed you. He will definitely welcome you back. Jiraiya said very simply, contains soothing ingredients of Namikaze Minato. It's also the joy of finally getting rid of trouble once and for all. Finally, I don't have to be bothered by that kid anymore. I can finally put this trouble behind me and go out to favor, collect materials. The thought of being able to leave. Jiraiya hesitated for no reason. He had already stepped into the dozens of newly built bathhouses in Konoha City. If he left, isn't it a waste of time to prepare a backup plan by pretending to be a decoration master? Really? Namikaze Minato's eyes sparkled. Will Naruto really welcome me? Of course it is necessary. Jiraiya nodded firmly. Do not care. Let's trick this unlucky apprentice back first and take over the unlucky kid. Namikaze Minato obviously trusts Jiraiya very much. Listen to what he said. He also went to the ninja school happily, preparing to personally pick up Naruto from school. As for Jiraiya, of course, he didn't have the patience to do this, so he turned around and continued to collect materials from nowhere. Waiting for the place, there are already many parents waiting outside the ninja school. Seeing the arrival of Namikaze Minato, he also thought of him as Naruto. Hey, Naruto is dressing up as 4th generation Sama again today. Why doesn't Naruto enter the school? Shish, this must be Naruto or Jiraiya-sama. I also want a father to pick up Naruto, so transformation technique, a villager whispered. Then please keep quiet. Yes, it will be as it should be. Oops, let's just follow the normal process and exaggerate the name. Why do you need to praise your name? This time you encourage childbirth. My stubborn son got married in one day, and my daughter-in-law is a very well-behaved girl. Thank you so much for your name. What do you mean? My daughter was teased before that she didn't know how to use ninjutsu, but she was one of the first to join the Phoenix Force and now she has opened the second gate. Isn't that in Phoenix Team 2 anymore? Wow, that's awesome. Humph, so what if you are powerful? The Daimyo can punch a canyon bigger than the Valley of the End with one punch. What are you so upset about? No matter how powerful a person is, can you let him go to the battlefield? Hey, who are you looking down on? My name is the one who destroyed 4th Raikage with one punch. That's not what I meant. With our ninjas here, how can we still get the name? I'm telling you, it's not just that. I heard that the Daimyo is the reincarnation of the Son of God. When he fights, his name shines like gold. Listening to the parents talking about the more outrageous things 603 said, Minato was a little speechless. Is this famous name almost deified? Finally, the bell rang at the ninja school, and a group of little ones rushed out of the school like mythical beasts out of their cages, and were led away by their parents. Namikaze Minato swept his eyes sharply. Cage-level observation skills were used, but he was never able to find his son's position. Impossible. I heard that Naruto has blonde hair like him, which is rare in the ninja world. How could it be missed? Could it be school violence? The former Namikaze Minato, because she was an orphan, initially suffered from school violence. But later he became stronger, beat up those school bullies who dared to cause trouble, and then they were gradually forgotten in the depths of memory. But he remembered again and hurriedly raised his feet to rush to the campus. Just set off. I saw a teacher Chunin with gentle eyes, carrying a child with one blonde hair and one with black hair in each hand and walking out, while still giving verbal instructions. You're only in 1st grade, and you're learning other people's ninjutsu duels. And Sasuke, you actually used Sharingan. Is this an ability that classmates should use in a duel? Naruto, you too, the summoning technique taught to you by Jiraiya-sama is for communicating with Nine Tails, not for fighting with classmates. Can Bunta-sama be able to summon at will? Teacher Chunin was talking. Sasuke and Naruto looked at each other unyieldingly, intending to wait until Mr. Chunin left before fighting again. Namikaze Minato had no time to care about this, but stared directly at the blonde Naruto. Is this his child? At only 6 years old, he is already able to summoning Wentaibo. This talent must have come from his mother Shinkuna. She is from the Uzumaki clan and is very skilled in sealing techniques. It's almost time to meet. On the contrary, Namikaze Minato was a little timid. He stopped and stood there helplessly. At this time, a gentle voice behind him said, Master 4th generation, you'd better be mentally prepared. Mentally prepared? What kind of mental preparation? Who else is talking to him? Before Namikaze Minato could turn around and look, Sasuke turned his head because of the gentle tone. When he saw the person coming, his eyes lit up. He broke free from Teacher Chunin's iron hand and ran towards this side. Naruto, who had no opponent, also followed the self-light sweep. Then I saw Namikaze Minato. Her dazzling golden hair was too eye-catching, and her unique 4th Hokage God robe was something that ordinary people couldn't wear. When other villagers saw Namikaze Minato, they thought it was Naruto and didn't care. But Naruto saw it. The first instinct is to recognize, this man is his father, Namikaze Minato. Naruto immediately struggled to break away from teacher Chunan's iron hand, and flew towards Namikaze Minato like Sasuke. Namikaze Minato was relieved to see this. It seemed that teacher Jiraiya really didn't lie to him. He knelt down. He opened his hands and prepared himself for his son's first father-son hug. Te, snapped. Naruto's fist landed on Minato's nose without any hindrance. And, at this moment, Naruto is actually wearing the one-tailed beast outfit. Beat up Namikaze Minato with his tailed beast coat on. This is something Namikaze Minato didn't expect at all. He didn't expect Naruto to beat him up, and he didn't expect Naruto's tailed beast coat to open instantly. Yes, open instantly. Therefore, without any defense, he was punched and sent flying more than 100 meters until he hit a tree trunk and stuck to it for a few seconds before slipping to the ground. 2 streams of blood came out of his nostrils, staining his god-controlling robe red. Namikaze Minato didn't bother to wipe it, and looked at Naruto with a confused face. At this moment, Naruto's face was filled with tears. Even though the blood-red cover of the tailed beast's coat was hiding it, he could still see the tears flowing down his face. Naruto, who had been well-behaved in the eyes of the villagers these days, now showed vulnerability and unprecedented vulnerability. Ferocious. Why do you want to seal 9 tails in your son's body? Do you know how much I suffered for this? What do adults think of me? Before my big brother came along, I didn't even make any friends. I even have to eat expired instant noodles. Because no one cooks for me. No one sells me products. And no one cares about my life or death. Do you know how I have lived these past 6 years? Naruto roared so loudly that his tailed beast's coat sprouted 3 more strips because of his excitement. This made Namikaze Minato very worried, and he was not sure whether to interrupt Naruto's emotional venting. But if you don't interrupt. At this time, Itachi, who had just warned Namikaze Minato, was also protecting Sasuke behind him. Mangekyo appeared in his eyes, with a strong warning look. Seeing this scene, Kurama, who also wanted to take advantage of Naruto's loss of control to help him, mixed doubles, against Namikaze Minato, snorted in displeasure. But he also lost his tailed beast coat. It's not that Mangekyo is afraid of Itachi. It was an agreement with that brat. How could Tang 9 Tails break the agreement? Not many people paid attention to this interaction. At this moment, the surrounding villagers were looking at Naruto and Namikaze Minato with complicated eyes. They finally understood, regardless of whether the Namikaze Minato, who came to pick up Naruto is true or false, the sensible Naruto, in the eyes of everyone during this time is just a sensible face that Naruto pretends to cherish everything now. He was afraid that if his attitude was not good, these people who had finally accepted him would reject him again. But precisely because of this idea, this made everyone who was already guilty feel an indescribable feeling of humiliation. It was their previous meanness to Naruto that was doubly humiliating themselves at this time. Look what they have done. What have you put a child through? Naruto is still just a 6-year-old child after all, and he loses control as quickly as he comes. When he saw the strange atmosphere around him and the villagers looking at him with complicated eyes, it immediately aroused his once dark memories. They wouldn't stay away from him again because of what he just said, right? Naruto panicked. He wiped his tears with the back of his hand and shouted with a forced smile. "Ah, I was just kidding, ha ha ha, was it funny? You, don't care, I was just joking, don't ignore me again." He obviously said it with a smile. Naruto's tears couldn't be stopped, and the same was true of Namikaze Minato's tears. What kind of life would make a 6-year-old child so cautious? He instantly came to Naruto and pulled him into his arms. "Don't be afraid, I'm back and no one will bully you again." Namikaze Minato comforted her softly. Naruto, on the other hand, was in this father's love that he had never experienced before, and the emotions he had just put away burst out, and he cried out of control, just like an injured child asking his parents for help. Bang! Suddenly, a villager could no longer bear the condemnation of his conscience and knelt down in front of the embracing father and son. With the number 1 leader, the other villagers knelt down silently and sat down with the highest apology from the Fire Country. Expressing their apology for not being able to make amends these days also makes their conscience feel better. To the end, Itachi and Sasuke were the only 2 people still standing. Sasuke asked strangely, "Oni-chan, why do they have to kneel down? Didn't Oni-chan say that he can only kneel when facing a daimyo?" "Because they are atoning for their sins." Itachi rubbed Sasuke's black hair and said with emotion, "Fortunately, we Uchiha met the teacher, otherwise. I don't know if you, Odudu, will also." "What did you say, Oni-chan? I didn't hear you clearly." "It's nothing." Itachi tapped Sasuke's forehead and held his hand. "Let's go, it's almost time for father and mother, it's time to prepare dinner. Don't keep them waiting." "Okay." Sasuke followed Itachi towards the clan grounds, but couldn't help but look back at Naruto from time to time, feeling slightly worried. It seems that the father at the end of the crane is back. But Mr. 4th Generation is not. The tail end of the crane cried so loudly, and he didn't know how to be embarrassed. But he didn't even cry when I beat him. Who cares about that crane tail? After a long time, Naruto was crying, and he didn't know when he fell asleep in Namikaze Minato's arms. Namikaze Minato did not wake him up. The gentle princess picked up Naruto and left here in a flash. From beginning to end, after Naruto appeared, he didn't look at the villagers again. And after Namikaze Minato left, on the top floor of the teacher's building of the ninja school, through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the principal's office, one can vaguely see Sarutobi Hiruzen also half-kneeling. At this time, a figure suddenly appeared at the school gate, looking blankly at the village name who was kneeling down in a large area, a little confused. "Ah, I was just late to pick up Naruto. What happened? Is it the Daimyo? Has he been here?" Lier, who was being talked about by Kakashi, is currently on training ground number 1. "Guy, I called you here today. I have developed some new physical skills that will be very suitable for the Phoenix Force. You can help me test them." Lier said. "Okay, my dear, please feel free to FK me vigorously. For the sake of youth." Guy slapped his chest loudly. "This is because I want to use him as a punching bag." Why use the terrible adjective, gone? Are you still trying to FK you so hard? Gone. Now that Might Guy has said so, he can't be lenient. The starting point is to use the 6 styles shave. In an instant of 0.36 seconds, the ground is stepped on the ground at high speed dozens of times, generating explosive opposite force to move at high speed. The effect is exactly like body flicker technique. But there is neither the starting move of ninja body flicker technique, nor the chakra mobilization of body flicker technique. If the opponent is a Sharingan, Byakugan, etc., they rely on observing the enemy's chakra flow. Therefore, the ninja who judged his battle would definitely not be able to react. And shaving is different from the body flicker technique, which is straightforward. It can circle around the target. Yes, when Lier appeared beside Might Guy could barely react. Lier, who had an admiral physique, could move at a speed that ordinary people could not match. While Might Guy blocks, Lier finger pistol made a fist with his right hand, flicked his middle finger, and poked Might Guy's left arm. In the latter's horrified eyes, this finger without any chakra fluctuation actually pierced the metal weight he was wearing, the extremely elastic tights, and even his muscles. Finally it got stuck on his hard bones. 6 styles finger pistol. Gather the power of the physical body on the fingers, and use the hardened fingers to launch a strike between the electric light and flint. It has the destructive power of a bullet and can easily penetrate the flesh and even steel. Seeing Lier sweep over with his feet raised, Might Guy quickly jumped back to distance himself, almost avoiding the kick, but Might Guy did not relax at all. As expected, a faint blue light shot out from the tip of Lier's toe. It would have been impossible to avoid such a close distance if not for Might Guy's prejudgment and concentration. Might Guy bent down and made an iron bridge, letting the blue light blade fly past his eyes, chopping up a handful of watermelon head hair that was too late to escape. 6 styles Tempest Kick. Instead of kicking the enemy to cause damage, he rolls up the vacuum air blade to form a sharp slash. Originally, at this point, Lier can take advantage of the victory and pursue it. But he didn't. He watched Might Guy somersault and fly out, and then hooked his hand towards the ladder. "Come on, hit me." "Okay, open the 4th injury door." This Might Guy is also upright. If it were an ordinary person, he would definitely not dare to hit Lier directly. Might Guy not only dared, but also opened the 4th door. Only, faced with Might Guy's violent punches and kicks, Lier was as if he had turned into a small boat. No matter how violent Might Guy was, he was dodged by his strange twists and turns. Jumpsuit Kakuzu can't touch. 6 styles hyphenation point paper arts. After removing the power of the physical body, one can control the physical body as easily as painting on paper. Even if one is surrounded by thousands of flowers, one leaf will not touch the body. Might Guy is anxious. The 5th unique door is open. The 6th shocking door opens. Ah da 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 da. Good guy. Lier is a great guy. Is this product from the top? This is no longer whether paper arts can escape. That Might Guy's fist, with the blessing of the 6th Jingmun, is invulnerable, and he has no room to dodge. Originally I was going to use Iron Body to block it, but then I thought about it and there was a high probability that it wouldn't be able to block it. Sparks are flying from my fists, you want me to block them with my Iron Body? Then don't blame me if you are impatient. 6 styles Iron Body. The strength must be gathered from the rigorously trained physical body, giving it an iron-like hardness that cannot be broken by even ordinary bullets and knives. It will not be able to move freely in the initial stage, but as long as you practice to the deepest level, you can speed up the blood flow and make the blood flow faster. Movement is accelerated to restore mobility. But, it's just that the simple Iron Body obviously can't stop Might Guy's eager, fist sparks. So, armament Haki. Dang 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 dang. In the continuous sound of hammer and iron, Lier took Might Guy's fist spark, without changing his expression, but was pushed hundreds of meters away by Yu Li. Even the god's robe was not wrinkled. This is the defense power of top armament Haki. Seeing Might Guy attacking relentlessly again, Lier bent his knees and jumped into the air. Might Guy immediately jumped up and started to attack, but Lier kicked the air from the side and moved his body to avoid the punch. 6 styles. Moonwalk. Use strong foot power to step on the air to generate strong air holding force, allowing you to walk in the air like stepping on stairs. But Lier can dodge in the air, and so can Might Guy who has opened the 6th gate. Immediately, he stepped on the air. I wonder if it was kicked by Lier, and changed direction to kill. Then Lier also stepped on Moonwalk to dodge. Might Guy steps on the air again to chase. Lier stepped on Moonwalk to dodge again. Might Guy is also. After the situation remained deadlocked for more than 10 seconds. In the end, Might Guy, who opened the sixth gate, was faster, and caught up with Lier, who was using moonwalk at full strength. But seeing the fist about to fall, Lier shouted, "Okay, let's stop here." Might Guy sad face $X. Might Guy sad face. "Ah this, aren't you cheating?" After the two landed, seeing that Might Guy was very unconvinced, Lier smiled and asked, "What, not convinced?" Although Might Guy is a bit upright and doesn't know how to flatter, he admires Lier and knows that he will definitely not be able to defeat Lier. But it stopped mid-fight. For a young leader in individual skills, it is no less uncomfortable to not be able to do what he wants than to do what he has done halfway through. Seeing Might Guy's discomfort, Lier's light words made Might Guy's eyes widen. Just listen to him say. 22. Azabuyi brand pillow. 1 volt 1 with Yuhi Kurenai. 5k. Lier. I didn't use even a little chakra just now. I just relied on my physical strength. Are you still not convinced now? Might Guy, what am I doing? Not even using any chakra. To know, even heaven defying such as 8 inner gates, its root is to increase the power of physical skills through the riot of chakra, thereby completing the achievement of shaking the space with the physical body. Can I perform the body flicker technique without using chakra? Can chakra move in the sky without using it? Can you prevent Might Guy's 6th shocking bomb without using chakra? You know how outrageous it is. And, as long as you are physically strong enough and have enough talent in physical skills, you should be able to learn it. Lier added. Might Guy just figured out the true purpose of the 6 marine styles, training for the Phoenix Force. The Phoenix Force is destined to specialize in physical arts, so ninjutsu and illusions are basically a no-brainer, unless they show extremely evil talents, but it is difficult for them to have the opportunity to come into contact with Liang and illusions. The basis for practicing 8 inner gates is to have a strong body. Doesn't this fit perfectly with the Marine 6 styles? And, you can also learn the corresponding Marine 6 styles based on the physique with different numbers of doors opened, and they will be awarded in different categories. ... What an unexpected pairing. That's so awesome, Daimyo. Might Guy shouted in shock. You can actually develop such a rare move. Daimyo, your talent in physical arts is simply more terrifying than second generation. Okay, keep a low profile and don't do 6 basic skills. Lier pressed his hands. Come, let me teach you the essence of the Phoenix 6 styles. Of course the name needs to be changed. Konoha is thousands of miles away from the sea, there is a damn marine. Lier also thought about calling it Lier 6 styles, but after thinking about it, he decided against it. Those who are regarded as practicing moves are still a group of old men, who are a bit unfamiliar with others. Might Guy is indeed a physical genius who can almost bring about the finale with one kick. During the 5 hours of teaching, soon, he mastered the 6 Phoenix forms one by one, and based on his understanding of them, he mapped them to the cultivation thresholds of different 8 inner gates. The first door, you can practice the 6 Phoenix styles paper arts. The core of paper arts is to control the physical body, banish the physical body, and let the physical body replace the brain to respond, so that you can dodge the moment the enemy attacks. And opening the first door is 100% releasing the brain. Basically, you just have to work hard and learn it. The person who can open the first door cannot be stupid. What, you mean Might Guy? Duh, at least it's impossible in terms of physical skills. The second retreat, you can practice the 6 Phoenix styles Iron Body. Iron Body can actually be practiced at the first door. But, Iron Body places a heavy load on the physical body, so if after opening the second sleep gate, the restriction of physical fatigue can be lifted, and the physical body's energy can be overloaded to accelerate the recovery of physical strength, then it will not become a burden. The third door, you can practice the 6 forms of the Phoenix Shaving, the 6 forms of the Phoenix Finger Pistol. Opening the third gate can further increase attack and speed, and is most suitable for Shaver and Finger Pistol, which only require explosive power. Fourth Injury Gate, you can practice the 6 Phoenix Styles Moonwalk, the 6th Phoenix Style Tempest Kick. Moonwalk can actually be regarded as an advanced step of shaving. It is to step on the air with multiple feet in an instant, but to achieve the goal of displacement in the air with almost no fulcrum, the explosiveness required is much more difficult than performing a shave on the ground. Not to mention Tempest Kick, it condenses the air into an air blade and kicks it out, which is extremely sharp and lethal. It is more difficult to operate than stepping on the ground more than 10 times in 0.3 seconds. In this way, Might Guy has initially mastered the 6 forms of the Phoenix. Lier will write down the essence of the training he knows later, so that Might Guy can train the Phoenix Force. Don't worry about possible leaks. Members of the Phoenix Force have all gone to the interrogation department, and their ancestors from the 3rd generation are all documented. Make sure there are no fundamental problems. But when it comes to being bribed, nowadays, the Fire Nation is prosperous and full of hope for the future, and Lan is not stingy with money for them at all. Which country can be bribed? Back to the Hokage office. Lier was writing down the training essence of the 6 Phoenix forms silently, and handed it to Hongdu to send to Might Guy. After thinking about it, Shikaku said to Nara, add these 6 Phoenix styles to sealing purposes. The Book of Sealings is not something you can read casually. Each forbidden technique is sealed with sealing techniques. You must have the corresponding unseal ninja seal to open it, or add and modify new content. Good Daimyo, I wonder what level it is rated at. Nara Shikaku asked. S level, probably, yes. Add some other forbidden techniques and see if anyone is destined to practice them in the future. Lier said. He took up a pen and wrote down 3 training methods: Conqueror's Haki, a moment Haki, and observation Haki. Although Lier's abilities were obtained directly, he had only watched One Piece. Probably know some ways to practice. As for whether it can be successful, that will be the matter for the cultivators later on. Are you saying that information about his abilities has been leaked? Please, this is not his ability to keep the bottom of the box. His move is that punch. If you can catch it, you will live, otherwise you will die. Easy to understand. In view of the fact that its training difficulty is even more outrageous than the 6 Phoenix forms, it can even be said to be illusory. Lier combines these 3 abilities. It is listed as the same level of difficulty as Flying Thunder God Technique, as Super S-Class Forbidden Technique. Then, people were synchronized to the exchange list. The exchange prices are Phoenix 6 Style, 10 million tails, Armed Color, Observation Haki, 50 million tails, Conqueror's Haki, 100 million tails. These 4 abilities that no one has ever heard of. But after it was labeled as Daimyo Development, it was targeted by many Konoha shinobi enthusiasts. Phoenix 6 is a Phoenix Force move, right? I heard there is a move called Shave, which is comparable to a continuous body teleportation, and it doesn't have chakra fluctuations. Is it so powerful? Free teaching. No, my cousin is in the Phoenix Force. Can I tell you this information casually? Are you stupid? There is a profile on the redemption list. Forehead. Come on, I haven't been promoted to Jonin in 6 years. Let's try to see if I can enter the Phoenix Force S-Class Forbidden Technique. Then Conqueror's Haki. Is that why I always want to kneel to him when I look at the Daimyo? The Cloud Shinobi Messenger that the Daimyo shocked with his gaze before was this move, right? Armament Haki is awesome. It can make the body harder than steel and increase the power of taijutsu. Observation Haki is not bad, either. Depending on the person, the detection range may exceed tens of kilometers, and it can also be used in battles. After practicing it, it can predict the future and even listen to people's voices. I'm crazy. Tens of kilometers. Isn't this similar to the Hyuga clan? Listen to your heart. Are you fake? This is not from the Yamanaka clan. The Daimyo wrote it with his own hand. Do you think it's fake? What? I obviously meant that the big name is written really well. Baga. This is what Master Nara copied. The 4 abilities were thrown out and countless waves exploded. It had no impact whatsoever on Naruto and his son, who were experiencing a father-son life at home. Namikaze Minato let go of everything in the outside world. I just wanted to be by Naruto's side and make up for the regret of his absence these years. Riding a horse, Matador, Big Eyes and Small Eyes, Lantern and Shadow Showdown. These games seem very childish to Namikaze Minato, but he enjoys them. Not to mention Naruto, who is at the right age to play these games. And the outside world. There was also a tacit agreement not to disturb the father and son. When passing by the 4th Hokage's mansion, they heard Naruto's happy and innocent laughter inside, and both bowed their heads and walked away quickly in silence. But Kurama, who was in Naruto's sealed space, noticed something was wrong. What about its other half, the yin attribute chakra? At first, Namikaze Minato used the ghoul seal to seal Kurama, dividing it into yin and yang halves, the 9 tails chakra. The yang attribute was sealed in Naruto, but the yin attribute was harvested by Shinigami along with his soul. Now Namikaze Minato is resurrected, but what about its other half, chakra? Only, seeing Naruto having a rare father-son moment, Kurama couldn't bear to disturb him for a moment. Simply, its body continued to sleep, and in turn awakened the little Kurama on the other end. Little Hinata went to school, and she was the only one left in the Hokage mansion. Terumi Mei was dragged away by Yi Gang and she didn't know what to do. But this is not a problem. Little Kurama climbed up from the wall to the roof and ran towards the Hokage building with ease. When he ran past the red bean hanging outside the window of the Hokage building, he looked at the ladder with contempt. This little girl's lurking skills are really bad. I don't know what the kid saw in her. Is it this weird grid shirt outfit? The kid it likes cannot be so vulgar. Then, little Kurama got through the drafty window and landed on Hokage's desk. Hey, you're a rare visitor. Lier smiled and scratched little Kurama's head. Little Kurama said, "Don't touch my head," in disgust, while squinting his eyes as if he was enjoying it. This is not its original intention. Toa, this is so cool. After masturbating little Kurama for a while, Lier took back his hand and said, "Why are you here with me? Isn't it for Namikaze Minato?" The mind is guessed. According to little Kurama's character, he would definitely deny it. DJ, it does wonder what is going on. Immediately, little Kurama froze in place, struggling with a dilemma in his brain. Lier didn't say anything, just held his hands and watched the dog in trouble. He even rested his head on Mabuyi, feeling very relaxed and content. Seeing this, Nara's eyes twitched. This 9 tails, is it really the 9 tails from the original, 9 Tails Night? It's not the same one, right? That's a lie, right? Yuhi Kurenai and Azabui are used to it. On weekdays, Lier teased little Kurama in the same way at home, but he was very precise about it. Let little Kurama be on the borderline between anger and anger. It can be said that he perfectly grasps the psychology of little Kurama. In this regard, Lier can easily say, there is a price to be paid for being arrogant. This is not. After being in a dilemma for a long time, little Kurama finally lost his temper and bared his teeth fiercely at Lier, turned around and jumped out of the window and disappeared. Lanier shrugged indifferently, raised his head and yawned. It's almost time now. After get off work, don't be busy for too long, Shikaku. Yes, Daimyo, please walk slowly. After Lanier leaves, Naru looked at the pile of documents in front of him and felt a headache. Although he has followed Lanier's grading strategy and handed over most of the work to other Nara people. But, who would have thought that the Daimyo would leave his daimyo's things to Nara Shikaku? So can the things that Konoha Village and Fire Nation have to deal with are of the same star rating. Then, the number of documents coming to him has not decreased much, but because the incident has become more serious, if you are not careful, it will cause the country of fire to be in turmoil. ... Please give me flowers 0. Then there are more directions to think about. Degree of busyness. I still don't talk about it much as before, and I am always frightened, for fear that if I handle it wrongly, it will cause irreversible consequences. B. Nara Shikaku was enjoying it. This is taking charge of the world on behalf of the Emperor. The taste of it, it's not enough for outsiders. So, tonight Nara Shikaku decided to spend the whole night in this office. Shadow Clone Technique. Nara Shikaku separated 2 Shadow Clone and prepared to fight hard all night. He will definitely live up to the expectations of the Daimyo. Daiming Mansion. After he entered, Kazuma had been waiting for him for a long time and handed him a scroll. Daimyo, these are the ones that need your decision after screening. The others have been sent to the Hokage office for Nara Shikaku to handle. It's not urgent. You can pick it up tomorrow. Do you want to have dinner together? My subordinates are still going to supervise the defense of Konoha City. Please don't blame me, Daimyo. Well, let's go to the kitchen and pack some to eat. Thank you Daimyo for the reward. After Kazuma leaves, Lanier then stuffed the important scroll into Yuhi Hong's collar and walked towards the restaurant. Little Hinata was already sitting on the empty table with covetous eyes. Saw Lanier coming back, she said in a sweet voice, "Teacher, you are back, are you ready for dinner?" Well, let's serve. With Lanier speaking, the kitchen, which had received the news a long time ago, served the prepared dishes one after another, and prepared some sashimi that needed to be made on site. After Lanier sat down, it was discovered that Tsunade, Terumi Mei, and Yi Kang were not there. He looked at Yuhi Hong strangely. She paid attention to everything in life. Yuhi Hong has also been with Lanier for a long time, and she knows what Lanier wants to ask just by looking at her. Tsunade-sama should still be in the research laboratory. The superfood seed project she is leading recently has reached a critical moment. Sir Terumi Mei, she was taken away by Yi Kang, and she doesn't know what she has been studying recently. Oh okay, speaking of Yi Kang, Lanier has a headache. These days, this Yi Kang pops up from time to time, holding an embarrassing conversation that makes people use their toes to talk about 3 rooms and 1 living room, but he still doesn't know it. Obviously her advantage is her figure, just showing this aspect is enough. But this person is so stupid. I just want to impress you in other ways, so what should I do? Hey, Hong, why don't you remind Yi Kang? Lanier said cryptically. Little Hinata is still there, so we can't be too direct. B. Yuhi Hong doesn't understand this either. Or, why did she instruct Yi Kang to take down Lanier before she even took the position? This finally gave Lanier a flash of inspiration. Maybe the other children pushed Yi Kang in the wrong direction for this reason. Did I take too long? Thinking. The system, which had been silent for a long time, finally regained its presence again. Ding. It is detected that the host is faced with a choice. The God-level selection system has started. Please make the following choices. Choice 1. Be loyal and only love Terumi Mei, and will be rewarded with the Challenge Gauntlet machine. Choice 2. Be compassionate and move on to the next person. Reward. Reincarnation in desperate situation, times 105. No matter what the 2 rewards are, you must choose 2. Let him only love Terumi Mei. Although Terumi Mei is also a top-notch woman, she has everything she wants and is very beautiful, but why would she stick to this tree when she could have more? System. This must be option 2. The selection is successful and the reward, Reincarnation of Desperate Situation, has been distributed. Reincarnation Desperate Situation. Exile an enemy hero to the realm of the dead with a radius of 1200, extract 10% of the enemy's attributes, and engage in a 1v1 duel. If you kill the enemy, you will devour the enemy's soul and use some of its attributes for your own use. Forced 1v 1. This seems to be the ultimate move of mod guy in the game, League of Legends. Just for a moment, Lanier suddenly thought of an interesting application. That night, after letting Terumi Mei lose her armor, Lanier used the horse charm and the sheep charm to refresh the spirit. Then, he secretly came to Yuri Hong's door. As the first woman he pursued, this Miss Xiaoyu had to enjoy priority anyway. Is it Yi Kang? It's too late, let's talk tomorrow. Yuhi Hong's words came from inside. No, it's me, Lanier said in a low voice. Suddenly there was silence inside. Then there was the sound of getting dressed. After Yuhi Hong opened the door, Lanier stepped sideways into the room and couldn't help but smile when he saw Yuhi Hong in pajamas. Isn't this the style he danced for her? Hong, I have developed a new ability, do you want to test it? Ah, Yuhi Hong was a little surprised. You came to me at night just for this? Yes, what else? In Yuhi Hong's disappointed face, Lanier put his hand on her shoulder, and then the glass texture spread around, covering a radius of 1,200 meters. Looking out was as unreal as looking at the moon through the water. The desperate situation of reincarnation. In this space, even the Sage of Six Paths can't get a glimpse of it. So, Hong, I have some new moves, please help me see them. Don't. Rabbit Charm, Armament Haki, Horse Charm Healing, Tiger Talisman. Turn into 2 red ones. 8 inner gates formation, second gate open. 23. Tsunade wants a reward. 7 Dragon Balls are revealed. 13k additional updates, please give me free tickets. Vertical Sun. The sunset on the dining table has a rosy complexion and a spirit that is as beautiful as the new year. Little Hinata couldn't help but praise. Sister Hong, you are so beautiful today. Hee, really? Yuhi Hong smiled and rolled her eyes at Lanye. Others understood immediately. Boom. Why isn't there any movement? Damn it, she got there first. I will definitely make the daimyo fall in love with me. Finally, I don't have to bear it alone, although it's very comfortable. It turns out that these 2 brats have fallen behind. It seems that I can no longer concentrate on research and have to look for opportunities. Is it possible to beautify yourself by doing that? Why is there no movement? Could it be that the name is Miao Nan? Lanye listened with interest at the beginning. Until the end, Mabui's voice made him full of questions. No, I just opened up a new battlefield, and you actually suspect that I am a second man. HMPH. Sooner or later I will let you know how powerful I am. Being stared at by Lanye, Mabui trembled. She looked up strangely and met Lanye's aggressive gaze. She lowered her head hurriedly and frightened and continued to eat. What a domineering look. More domineering than 4th Raikage, more handsome, courageous, skillful and capable than 4th Raikage. It's just a pity that he is a second man. This time Lanye didn't hear Mabui's voice, otherwise he would fly to the scene to create a desperate situation of reincarnation. Let you know what reincarnation is. What is desperate situation? While eating, little Hinata, who was eating like crazy, suddenly found her little Gio being pulled down. Looking down, it was little Kurama who was winking wildly. What did little Hinata think of? She looked at Lanye and asked, Teacher, the student has a question that I don't know. Please enlighten me. Tell me, what's the problem? This is the ninjutsu you used to resurrect Namikaze Shushui. What is the principle of it? Why can people be resurrected after death? Hearing little Hinata's question, Lanye knew that the former question must have been asked by little Kurama, and it was only the latter question that she was curious about. He doesn't expose it either. Several other people were also curious, especially Tsunade, who looked eager to try. I know they are also very curious. After all, who can live without a few close relatives and friends who have passed away? He also explained, the teacher's ninjutsu is not a true resurrection in a strict sense. It is to extract the lifelong memory of a designated target and shape it into a puppet similar to the original body. But in fact, the essence is just 397 is just an advanced puppet technique. If the core is removed, Namikaze Minato will return to a stone sculpture. Once this explanation comes out, Tsunade couldn't help but look pale, thinking she could resurrect her brother Senju Naoki. The other girls were also more or less disappointed. Only little Hinata applauded. That's awesome. Teacher, I want to learn. Haha, you can't learn this. Lanye shook his head and said, this is the teacher's unique skill. Even Uchiha Madara couldn't learn it. There are still some differences from Conqueror's Haki. Even Lanye only knows how to use these 12 talismans, and Yuanyu is completely clueless and doesn't know how to use them. Little Hinata said this just out of interest. Although I was a little disappointed to hear that I couldn't learn, my attention was immediately sucked away by the delicious food on the table. And little Kurama, who was waiting at the table, was also stunned. No wonder. It turns out that it is just a high-level puppet, but of course it does not have its other half, chakra, so it feels at ease. Wait, advanced puppet. Extract the memories of Namikaze Minato's life. A puppet technique that can transform oneself into the original body as if it were alive. Hiss. This kid has something. At this time, Tsunade suddenly said, Lanye, the research on super seeds is almost completed, and the first experiment will be in these few days. Oh, thank you for your hard work. Lanye smiled and said, this is very important to the Fire Nation. Only by increasing production until everyone has enough to eat can we pursue more goals. That's all. Tsunade raised an eyebrow in displeasure. Oh, I understand. What reward do you want? HMPH, I'll tell you later. Okay, I'll wait for you. Lanye smiled. According to what Tsunade said just now, I'm afraid there's no telling who this reward is for. The greatest evil in the ninja world. Let me evolve it. After dinner, when Lanye came to Hokage's office and sat down, Nara also presented a mission report. Daimyo, Uzumaki, a member of the Uzumaki clan that you asked to be brought back to Kusanagi village, has been brought back. This is the mission report. Lanye opened it and looked at it. It was very unexpected to find that it was Sarutobi Shinosuke who performed the mission. What's more interesting is, the person who teamed up with Shinosuke to go to Kusakunin village turned out to be another acquaintance, Yakushi Kabuto. I read the mission report carefully. Shinosuke chose Yakushi Kabuto because Yakushi Kabuto had been sent by Sarutobi Hiruzen to work as a spy in Kusakunin village to obtain intelligence, and he knew the environment and defense there very well. It is also because of this. Shinosuke barely alerted the other ninjas in Kusanagi village, but took away Uzumaki who was imprisoned in a thatched hut. There is also a piece of information in it that makes Lanye very concerned. Quote. The target and his mother have blood inheritance limits unique to the Uzumaki clan. Blood can restore injuries and chakra, which is a medical equipment shared by Kusanagi Village. 3 months before the team arrived, the target's mother died due to exhaustion of vitality. The target inherited the role of his mother and had his blood eaten by the ninjas of Kusanagi Village in order to recover from his injuries during the mission. Tisk tisk tisk. Uzumaki is only 6 years old now, right? Those people from the grass ninja village are actually so open-mouthed, it's just. Lier looked at Nara Shikaku and said, let them come up and compile a comprehensive information on Kusanagi Village. Nara Shikaku's eyes flashed. Could it be that he has thoughts about Kusakunin Village? But, with such a good reason as Uzumaki, the fire country is defensible to send troops, and the other 4 major countries will not say anything, especially the water country and the thunder country. Quickly, Shinosuke and Yakushi Kabuto came to the Hokage office with Uzumaki, who was shrouded in a heavy windbreaker. The iconic red hair of the Uzumaki clan was very dazzling. Now, Uzumaki looked at Lier timidly, with an emotion called gratitude shining in his eyes. But after discovering that Lier is so handsome, the nature of this goal gradually changed. Lier, who knew how Uzumaki fell in love with Sasuke, immediately guessed Uzumaki's thoughts. But, Lier is not very interested in Uzumaki, even if she has good capital in the future and has long legs. But overall, compared with the woman next to him now, there is not enough shining point. Do you want any Uzumaki fragrance? Yes, Lier just nodded and said, it's good to come back. You can live in Konoha from now on. Shikaku, you will pay more attention to the news about the Uzumaki clan in the future. If you find anything, bring them back and issue a C-level mission reward, which will be effective for a long time. Yes, well, Shinosuke, you Sarutobi clan are responsible for the settlement of Uzumaki Hiruzen. This is also the evil planted by Sarutobi Hiruzen. If Sarutobi Hiruzen hadn't refused to support the country of Uzumaki, it's the Daimyo. I obey my orders, Shinosuke said respectfully. Go ahead. Yes, I'm resigning. Shinosuke respectfully grabbed Uzumaki and left the Hokage office backwards. Even though he had been running around for more than half a month, not only did he not get Lier's praise, but he also threw the bottle of Uzumaki fragrance phosphorus to them, the Sarutobi clan. But precisely because they need the Sarutobi clan to make up for the past, Lier also gives the Sarutobi clan a chance. Like Sarutobi Hiruzen treated the Uchiha clan. That is rejection, hatred, and even the final step without saying hello. No chance at all. Shinosuke left. Lier looked at Yakushi Kabuto, who had been kneeling with his head bowed, wondering how to deal with this, initiator of the 4th Ninja War. This is a cruel person. Not only did he use Impure World Reincarnation to resurrect the dead, but he also collaborated with Uchiha Obito to launch the 4th Ninja War. He also practiced the sage art of Ruchi Cave, and finally transformed himself into a human being and a snake. But sideways, it also proves that Yakushi Kabuto's talent is that if he can surrender, he will be a good right-hand man. Lier seemed to be hesitating, but in fact he was waiting. Ding. It is detected that the host is faced with a choice. The God-level selection system has started. Please make the following choices. Option 1. Kill the crisis and kill the future villain boss in the cradle. Reward. 1-star 7 Dragon Ball, ×1. Choice 2. Ignore it and believe that your personal charm can influence Yakushi Kabuto. Reward. 2-star 7 Dragon Ball, ×1. Choice 3. Take it for your own use, give full play to Yakushi Kabuto's talent, and trust him. Reward. 3-star 7 Dragon Ball, ×1. It's not a matter of choice. Is this reward a bit strange? It's actually 7 Dragon Balls. If Lier remembers correctly, you need to collect all 7 of these 7 Dragon Balls to summon the dragon, right? Now that he doesn't have one, it doesn't matter which option he chooses. And, the 3 choices are rare conflicting options, and multiple choices are not possible. After just a few seconds of thinking, Lier had a choice. It's just Yakushi Kabuto, what are you afraid of? Speaking of which, this Yakushi Kabuto is also quite miserable. He has been a spy in different countries since he was a child. His favorite mother Nunoyu, the director of the orphanage, also died by his own hands. Just before Lier showed up, because Danzo no longer trusted Nanoyu and Yakushi Kabuto and thought they had betrayed him, he arranged for Nanoyu and Kabuto to kill each other. Nanoyu can only rely on photos to understand Kabuto's growth. But Danzo changed the picture of Kabuto in the middle, so that Nanoyu could not recognize that the person who killed him was Kabuto, and said, "Who are you?" to Kabuto twice before dying. This is also one of the important reasons why Kabuto's future has fallen into darkness. Now, Kabuto has lost his life goal and does not know the meaning of his existence. Or in the future, Orochimaru gave Kabuto the value and meaning of his existence. Until Orochimaru also died, Kabuto was completely defeated by the cruel reality, and later transplanted Orochimaru's cells to prove to the world in a high-profile way on the stage of the 4th Ninja War. His presence. A simple summary is, this is a love-starved child who longs for recognition. Because of Lier's intervention, Orochimaru did not recruit Yakushi Kabuto in time, so now Yakushi Kabuto is still confused about why Yakushi Nunoyu didn't recognize him. So, system, I choose 3. Successfully selected, the reward, 3-star 7 Dragon Balls, has been distributed. 3 stars and 7 Dragon Balls, Collect 7 different Star Dragon Balls to summon a dragon and get a chance to make a wish. But if you don't speak Japanese, then you won't be able to talk to Shenron. When Samsung gets it, there is a system space master that comes with the system. Lanye is not in a hurry to extract it. This thing alone is useless. Yakushi Kabuto, Lanye said, you should also know the cause of Yakushi no No's death, right? Yakushi Kabuto trembled, raised his head and stared at Lanye with his scarlet eyes. But then he regained his composure and regained his beauty. He said in a trembling voice, please tell me, Daimyo, why my mother Yakushi Nanoyu didn't recognize me. It's very simple, she has been out on spy missions all year round. She can only know the faces of you orphans through photos, but she was replaced by Danzo in the middle. Lanye, he said softly, and the reason why Nanoyu continues to be a spy is because Danzo threatened you with the orphanage. In the end, he used Nanoyu to threaten you as a spy. This person is really, yes, tisk, tisk, tisk. People in Hokage's office, they can clearly feel that there is a flame called revenge, rising from Yakushi Kabuto's body. Lanye doesn't care either, he continued. I will give you 2 options now. Go to the orphanage to replace your adoptive mother. In the future, the funds for the orphanage will be directly disbursed from the national treasury. Or go to Orochimaru to assist in research. I think you would be very talented in this area. Quote, Yakushi Kabuto suddenly looked up. He looked at Lanye in disbelief. Didn't he let him continue to be a spy? Seeing Yakushi Kabuto's confusion, Lanye explained. You came from the orphanage. I believe you can do a good job. And Orochimaru also needs an assistant. I also believe you have this talent, but not everyone can do it. Self-taught healing jutsu. What is your choice? Yakushi Kabuto hesitated. If it were the past, he would definitely choose to be the director of the orphanage without hesitation and stay away from these disputes. But now, if he becomes the director of an orphanage, how will he become stronger? How will he seek revenge from Danzo? If Danzo hadn't threatened the orphanage, if Danzo hadn't replaced his photo, if Danzo hadn't arranged his mission, too many what-ifs would eventually lead to his death in the wild. Yuhi Hong and others were also speechless. Danzo has really been pushing the limits of their understanding of him. Is what he is doing something human beings can do? At this time, Yakushi Kabuto also made a choice. He kowtowed to Lanye and said, I am willing to go to study under Lord Orochimaru, but I also want to be the director of the orphanage, and I must give it to you. I will not delay the 2 days. Side mission. You are really greedy. Lanye sighed. Please give me your permission. Yakushi Kabuto said firmly. Nara and Shikaku are all worried about this. Are you so stubborn? Aren't you afraid that there will be nothing in the end? Only Yuri Hong, who knows Lanye well, knows that Lanye only spends time with the person he likes, especially when that person is a man, which basically means that he appreciates his talent. As for Lanye's tolerance and support for talents, you can refer to Orochimaru. This is not. Lanye thought about it briefly and said in a compromise, well, you can choose someone you are satisfied with in Konoha to help you manage the orphanage. Orochimaru is not that good. He was confused, half-hearted and careful and was made into a specimen by him. The latter sentence was of course a joke. But the support from the front is also real. Yakushi Kabuto kowtowed heavily and said loudly, I will definitely live up to the daimyo's expectations. Yuhi Kurenai couldn't help but smile. Her man has gained another loyal subordinate. Mabuyi nodded thoughtfully. She somewhat understood Lanye's attitude towards talents. Only Nara Shikaku, despite his cleverness, due to his respect for Lanye's identity, he often cannot speculate too much. Accompanying you is like accompanying a tiger. You may be able to figure out the daimyo's thoughts for a while, but as long as you fail once, you may be doomed. So, Nara Shikaku has always been adhering to the idea of, rather no success than making mistakes, and is always next to Yi. Arranged Yakushi Kabuto, Lanye just continued to be busy with other things, perfecting and clarifying the duties of various departments in the Fire Country. The current Fire Nation is too chaotic. The same work is governed by multiple departments, and it is difficult to make mistakes. Lanye plan. Most of the departments and functions from the previous life were adapted according to the national conditions of the Fire Country. Not long ago, he had just promulgated the laws of the Fire Nation, but lacked suitable enforcers and disseminators. Except for Konoha, other city-states do not have positions such as police C. They are all governed by city guards, and most of the time it is judgment based on what you think. There is no standard. Yes, Lanye established the security department of the Fire Country, whose functions are similar to the police C in the previous life, and specializes in managing public security issues in the Fire Country. And the army just concentrate on training to prepare for possible wars, and guard the borders to prevent foreign countries from taking advantage of them. It is also the main reserve force of the Phoenix Force. And in Konoha City, the head of the security department is assigned to Uchiha Fugaku. The staff below are no longer limited to the Uchiha clan. 50% of the quota must be given to other clans. People, the families were not very happy, feeling that they were sharing firepower with the Uchiha family and thought it was a thankless task. In the past, there was no clear law, only some vague binding clauses. No matter how Uchiha sentenced him, the other party was always dissatisfied. And Uchiha's arrogance made them disdainful to explain. Over time, the Uchiha clan was also disliked and alienated by the villagers. But it's different now. There are laws of the Land of Fire, written by Daimyo, which are well-founded and the sentences are legal. Who dares not to be happy? If you have the ability, go find some famous theory. And, with Lanye's service with a smile, the Uchiha clan who admired him felt awkward, but they still implemented it meticulously. This is the consciousness of being a dog licker. The true meaning will never be rejected. The result is, the sentence was well-founded and the whole process was handled in a friendly manner. The popularity of the Uchiha clan immediately rose. Instead, they are members of other tribes. Because they are not as dog-licking as the Uchiha clan, they did not memorize the laws of the Land of Fire at the first time. Although their attitude is not bad, they always make mistakes. Compared with the Uchiha clan, this is the difference between elites and soldiers. But even so, as an official department, it still has some legal authority, which has many benefits for the respective families. No one thinks this is a chore anymore, but instead it's just stuffing people in. In addition, the legal department of the Land of Fire was also established. Establish a legal affairs bureau to be responsible for the compilation of laws and regulations. Establish a foreign affairs bureau to be responsible for unified judicial and foreign affairs work across the country. A court bureau was established, and judicial administration work was placed under the court's own management. 4.6 In summary, it is a copy of the previous system to the greatest extent possible. The director of the Ministry of Justice is appointed by the most meticulous, Hyuga Hiyashi, and 50% of the ministers are also appointed by foreigners. It can be regarded as a betrothal gift to the future father-in-law. Other scattered things, the Public Relations Department, Customs Department, and other departments were also established. After 2 months, the framework of the Kingdom of Fire was finally established. Just when Lanyer finally finished his work, Tsunade's Super Seed was finally successfully completed after several adjustments. Super seeds do not just refer to a certain category of seeds, but cover high-yielding crops such as rice, corn, potatoes, sweet potatoes, etc., which were produced in the experimental field by Wood Style. Bloodline Limited Yamato was born, and the yield per mu of 700 was disclosed, more than 10 times the previous amount. Yamato, Danzo did not choose him when he escaped. Kakashi recognized the person who wanted to steal his eyeballs in the past, escorted him back, and handed him over to Orochimaru. It can be said, as long as there is a year or two of construction, the citizens of the Fire Country will no longer be hungry. And, Lanyer has not stopped the outflow of these super seeds, and has even allowed merchants to take a small amount of seeds to the other 4 major countries and many small countries to sell them. In the name of Lanyer, Daimyo of the Fire Nation. Of course, the price is definitely very high, but compared with the final harvest, it is still very popular. Why sell it to other countries? Tsunade said very puzzledly. Even if we can't prevent the super seed from leaking, we can still gain a few months of lead time. When? Is there a difference? Lanyer said nonchalantly. You should have known for a long time that my goal has always been just one country, but the whole world. So, how can I lead my future? Are the people who came hungry? This moment, Lanyer's domineering spirit of, the world must be in my hands, made even Tsunade look confused. This is, her great-grandfather has never had such courage. Immediately, she simply said, don't you still owe me a reward? Go to your room. Oh, what kind of reward? You have to go to my room. Lanyer asked knowingly. Humph, what are you pretending to do? Don't you love using it to wash your face? I'll let you wash it as much as you want today. Rabbit charm, armament Haki, horse charm healing, tiger charm to Tsunade. 8 inner gates formation, second gate open.